Chapter 89, SS Rank Potential. 12:12 p.m. Ice Bath Recovery. Steam wafted off the hot drinks nearby. Nathan sat shoulder deep in icy water, jaw clenched, muscles twitching from the shock. Valverde sat beside him, arms folded across his chest like he was meditating through the pain. "I saw you scanning everyone again," Valverde muttered, not opening his eyes. Nathan smirked. "You saw that, huh? You've got to look when you're analyzing. Like you're trying to solve a puzzle no one else can see." Nathan didn't reply immediately. He looked up at the wall, covered with match prep photos of Newcastle. Pressing zones. Transition shapes. "We need every edge we can get," he finally said. Valverde cracked an eye open. "You planning on coaching us too?" Nathan let out a soft chuckle. "Only if you start listening." Valverde grinned, then let himself sink lower into the freezing water. "TCH, you better bring that Champions League, Perry." Nathan didn't answer, but his smile said it all. Later that evening, Nathan's apartment. Rain tapped softly against the window. Not enough to break the silence, just enough to fill it. Nathan stood near the counter, sipping tea. A match replay flickered on his laptop. City's high line against Spurs. He paused it, rewound, played it again. The lights of Old Trafford flickered to life, one row at a time, like a theater preparing for war. The sky above was bruised, purple and gold, the kind of evening that promised drama. Rain hadn't touched the pitch, but the air held the faint sting of moisture, charged electric. Nathan stood in the tunnel, jersey already clinging to his back from warm-ups. The atmosphere wasn't tense. It was tight, felt like a bowstring drawn, waiting to snap. Ahead, Newcastle Point, one of the fiercest pressing units in the league. Relentless. Physical. He glanced to his left. Bruno stood silent, adjusting his armband. Eyes forward. Behind him, Martinez rolled his neck with the crack of bone and intent. And further down, Xavi Simons was bouncing on the balls of his feet, headphones still hanging around his neck. Nathan gave him a quick glance, the memory still fresh. Xavi Simons' current ability, B+ potential, S+. S+. That kind of potential didn't show up often. But Xavi had something else. He's not just another talent. Nathan whispered to himself. He could be the heartbeat of our future. And that mattered, because tonight wasn't just about chasing a top 4 spot, that IT was about building belief. Ding! The system flickered again in the corner of his vision. Random skill activated. Unlocked. Mohamed Salah's left-footed shot mastery. Nathan's brows lifted. A grin tugged at the edge of his lips. Heh, Salah's left foot. That wasn't just some party trick. That was weapons-grade precision curl. Whip. From the edge of the box. It was lethal. He flexed his foot inside the boot, already feeling the tension in his toes. Something new. Something sharp. This might be exactly what we need tonight. Kickoff. Manchester United versus Newcastle. Huh. The whistle blew. The roar of 74,000 swallowed a whole. Immediately, boom. Newcastle surged forward. Bruno Guimaraes hunted the ball like a lion stalking prey. Longstaff pressed in tandem. Every touch had to be clean. Every pass had to be crisp. Thud. Nathan laid it off quickly to Mount, who one-touched it back to Martinez. They were in a vice. "Come on," Amram shouted from the touchline. "Play through it, don't panic." But it wasn't just pressure. It was psychological warfare. Newcastle were here to disrupt. Nathan clenched his jaw, scanning the pitch. The ability and potential system shimmered at the edge of his vision. Tags flickered on the opposing players. Trippier, B+, a potential Joelinton, B+, Guimaraes, A+, and then Alexander Isak. Current ability, a potential, SS. His eyes widened. SS, that was a level above S. A bracket reserved for generational monsters. Nathan's heart ticked up. So that's why he's so damn smooth on the ball. He watched Isak pick it up on the left wing, glide past Allet like mist slipping through fingers, then whip across in with terrifying ease. Fwhip! The ball curved dangerously. Rashford headed it away, just in time. "This guy's a sleeping monster." Nathan whispered. "We can't let him wake up." "Come on, United. Let's go, Newcastle." The banners were up. The stakes were clear. Top 4 or nothing. The players stood in formation, boots pressed into the grass like blades waiting to be drawn. Nathan rolled his shoulders once, loosened his neck. The air felt different tonight, thicker, like every breath carried expectation. The whistle pierced the noise. Peep. Kickoff. Cope Miners knocked it backward to Martinez, and United began to build. "Move. Don't wait for the ball. Create space for yourself." Amarim's voice thundered from the touchline. Nathan didn't hesitate. He played a short pass into Foden, then sprinted off the ball, arcing around the right side. Foden held it under pressure, then slipped it back across to Bruno, who touched it first time in a mount. The triangles began to form quick, sharp, slicing shapes of intent. But Newcastle were ready. Clack! Studs met turf hard. Their press came like a crashing wave. Joelinton surged forward. Guimaraes closed the passing lane. Koopmeiners hesitated, a heartbeat too long. TCH. The ball was stolen. Willock's got it, the commentator shouted. And now Isaac's off. Willock zipped a pass through midfield that IT hit Isaac in stride. Go! Go with him! Martinez screamed, but Verny was already backpedaling. Too late. Whoosh! Isaac turned on the jets. A flick of the hips, he ghosted past Verny like wind slipping through a door crack. Nathan, still turning from his forward run, caught the whole thing. No. He took off back toward his own box, lungs already burning. Isaac broke free. One-on-one with Onana. He's in. Boom! A rocket of a shot, low and venomous, toward the far post. Clang! A fingertip save. Onana went horizontal, stretched like a gymnast mid-flight, his glove barely nudging the ball wide. What a save! Gasps. Cheers. Groans. Nathan exhaled sharply. God, if we let him loose, we'll suffer tonight. Isaac was smiling as he jogged back, but not with joy, with hunger. The kind of smile that said, I'll get another one. Chapter 90, A Rocket and a Promise. Minute 24, Old Trafford trembled under Newcastle's pressure. They were no longer probing. And Manchester United? They were swaying, off balance, reactive. Nathan dropped deeper to help, eyes darting that he could see it. Newcastle's rhythm was building, passes coming sharper, faster. The weight on every touch had intent. Boom! Joelinton thumped a long ball forward, a soaring, targeted missile over the heads of United's high line. Watch him! Isaac! Verny roared, but his legs had already betrayed him. Alexander Isak was moving. No, gliding. Long strides, elastic control, hips low. A single touch brought the ball from sky to earth with surgical grace. Thud! One moment the ball was falling, the next it was at his feet. And then, boom! A strike with his right foot. From a brutally tight angle, yet the shot had violence behind it. It exploded toward goal. Onana dove. Ah. Arms extended, gloves stretched, hope clinging to fingertips. Too late. Crack. Net. Shattered. Roar. Goal. Isaac. Newcastle strike first. Nathan froze mid-sprint. He bit his lower lip. Assessed potential, doesn't joke around. He exhaled slowly, watching Isaac jog toward the away fans, arms raised. That smile again. Cool. The crowd groaned, restless. Whistles echoed from the Stretford end. And yet, no panic from the bench. No fury from the captain. Just a quiet, deep breath from Amarim. Nathan looked toward the sideline. 1 goal down. We've been here before. Minute 32. Red jerseys began to swirl. United's reply wasn't a wave. It was a storm forming, methodical, precise. Top. Nathan arrived in stride on the left. His heart skipped just a little. Dunburn was closing. Diaz marking the channel, that he didn't stop to think. Cut in. Touch. Shift. Cut back in. Diaz was wrong-footed. A half step was all he needed. Let's try Sulla's touch now. Left foot primed. Space cleared. Boom! A curving thunderbolt exploded from just outside the box, Sulla style. The ball sliced the air, curling away from the keeper's reach and spinning with wicked precision toward the top corner. That's flying in. Hold on. Thwack. Fingertips. No, just missed by inches. Go wheel. Nathan Perry. What a goal. A spectacular curler with his left. United are level. The stadium detonated. Red. White. Smoke. Joy. Chants rang out from every tier, drowning the field in celebration. Nathan sprinted toward the stands, slid to a stop, and raised one finger to his lips. SHHHHHH. A message to the doubters that T.O. the press, that T.O. anyone who said he wasn't ready yet. Mate, what's in that left foot tonight? Nathan grinned. Pharaoh's blessing. Behind him, Xerxes hooped. Xavi punched the air. The momentum had shifted, and the players knew it. Minute 43. Newcastle weren't shaken. They returned with fire. Bruno Guimaraes clipped the ball over the top again, but this time, Verny read it. He stepped forward with a burst of experience. Clack. A clean tackle. Controlled and dominant. Yes. Martinez barked, feeding the clear ball to Foden. Nathan was already on the move. Foden spotted it and launched it. Whoosh! A long, arcing ball over the halfway line. It dropped perfectly. Nathan took it mid-stride, outpacing Diaz in an instant. The stands leaned forward. He didn't rush. He looked. Low cross. Whip. A perfect delivery. Xerxes arrived. He slid boot out 6 yards from glory. OHHH. The shot skidded just wide. Groans. Gasps. Hands on heads. Nathan covered his mouth, frustrated, but only for a second. Xerxes stood up, slapped his own forehead, then jogged back sheepishly. "I owe you one," he muttered. Nathan offered a half-smile. "Just don't keep the tab open too long." The whistle blew. Halftime, 1:1. Minute 58. The match had reached a boil. Pressure choked the pitch. Every pass felt like a gamble, every touch like it could tilt fate. Newcastle, desperate to regain control, sent a hopeful pass from midfield. Lazy, loose, and begging to be punished. Valverde didn't hesitate. Thud. His boot met the ball. He surged forward, chest up, strides long. Nathan watched from the right wing, backpedaling in his space, expecting the switch. But Valverde didn't even glance sideways. He raised his eyes, saw the keeper slightly off his line, and loaded his cannon. No way he's shooting from there. Boom. A missile. A blazing, whistling rocket from 30 meters. The ball screamed through the air. Whoosh! It bent slightly mid-flight, rising and dipping with violent curve, an unstoppable arc of pure rage. Crack. Top corner. Net. Snap backwards. Goal. Valverde. What a strike. A rocket from out of nowhere. Valverde didn't even look back. He exploded into a sprint, roaring, teeth bared, arms pumping like pistons. Straight to the sideline. Straight to Amram. He leapt into the coach's arms like a child who just won a war. The bench piled on. Bruno, Xerxes, all sprinted over in a blur. Nathan grinned. He doesn't score often, he murmured to himself, jogging over. But when he does, he turned to the crowd, pumping his fist. "Let's fight for fourth." Minute 67. Newcastle responded like wounded beasts. Bruno Guimaraes began pulling strings. Isaac dropped deeper, combining, spinning, switching sides. The tempo quickened. TCH. Thud. In the 72nd, Willock launched a header from a set-piece. Thud. But it sailed inches wide. United bent, but didn't break. Minute 84. A quick 1-2 between Almiron and Isaac inside the box. "This is it," the commentator shouted. A clear chance. Isaac struck low boom. A cross goal. De Gea dropped like a collapsing wall. Smack. He saved it with a shin. The rebound fell to Murphy. Thud. Another strike, this time aimed for the roof. But De Gea sprung up like a man possessed. Slap. Tipping it over the bar. Old Trafford lost its mind. Fans roared. Amram's fist clenched. Valverde shouted across the pitch. "We hold. 5 more minutes." Nathan was gasping, his shirt soaked, legs burning, but his heart pounding. Alive. Final whistle. 2-1. The sound hit like salvation. United players dropped to their knees. Some screamed, others raised fists to the sky. Nathan didn't celebrate wildly. He looked around, at the crowd, the night sky above the stadium, the scoreboard, and smiled. We're still alive. Chapter 91. United versus Liverpool. Locker room. Sweat, steam, the low thrum of exhausted breathing, and music. Not yet. Nathan sat on the bench, towel over his shoulders, boots still laced. He took a deep breath, and then buzz. His phone lit up. Breaking news. Chelsea 3-1 Liverpool. His eyes scanned the line. Then he spoke calm but sharp. "We're tied on points with them?" The room went quiet. Bruno looked up. Xerxes stopped stretching. De Gea froze with his gloves half off. Dead silence. Everyone did the math in their heads. 1 match left. United versus Liverpool. Amram stepped forward, voice low but full of steel. "Boys." They turned. He wasn't shouting. He didn't need to. "You were written off. After that winter form, everyone said you were done." He scanned the room. Each face, each heart. "But you beat City. Took the cup from their jaws. You bled tonight, chased shadows, clawed your way back. And now," he pointed at the crest on his chest, "this badge has one more mountain, one more step." Nathan leaned forward, his muscles tight, gaze unblinking. Amram's voice dropped lower. "Next weekend, you're not just playing for points. You're playing for belief. For everything this club used to stand for. Everything we've rebuilt together." He took a breath. "You're better than they say. Then a beat, and Onana stood up, voice echoing. We're not leaving as losers tonight. Minute 6. Here comes Sulla down the right flank. Luke Shaw stumbled once, then twice. He's in trouble. Sulla skips past him. The Egyptian king's feet moved like fire over ice, twisting, jerking, vanishing only to reappear a split second later. Nathan lunged for midfield, but he was too far. Too late. Whip, a sudden cross. Nunez broke from Maguire's shoulder. A leap, a crack of the forehead. Boom! Onana didn't move. The net snapped behind him. My God, the Reds strike first. 6 minutes in, and it's chaos at Anfield. The cop erupted. Red smoke, fists in the air, the ground shaking with the rhythm of the believers. Nathan stood near the center circle, chest rising with slow, controlled breaths. His jaw tightened, but his eyes were calm. This wasn't panic. It was ignition. Minute 9. Bruno got the ball, half-turned, then fired a sharp pass down the left. Nathan, he barked. Nathan let it run. One touch. Then he slowed, dead stop. A groan rumbled from the crowd. The fullback hesitated. Nathan smirked. Whip, heel flick, spin, top. Another spin, this time with a roll behind the standing leg. Huh, the defender lunged. Too late. Nathan flicked it over his foot, dragged it back, and burst forward in a blur. Another defender slid in. Nutmeg. The crowd gasped. The Anfield bench stood. Nathan cut inside. One breath. No hositashchen. Thud. A low rocket screamed off his right boot. Alisson dived, but the ball was already behind him. Smash. Net. Rattled. Bent. Goal. What a response. Nathan fires back with heat. The traveling United fans exploded in a sea of limbs. On the sideline, Amorim pumped his fist once. Cool on the outside, but fire in his stare. Nathan jogged back, not celebrating, just nodding. Calm as a loaded gun. He caught Sulla's eyes briefly. Not a word. Just a look. Let's dance. Minute 21. Diallo hesitated. Pressure from behind mount. The pass too soft. Lazy. TCH. Nathan read it before it even left Diallo's foot. He turned, sprinted back like a missile. Sulla was already ghosting in, eyes lighting up. Mount played it early. Too early. Nathan slid in. Grass tore up beneath him. Scrape, clack. Clean. Sharp. He hooked the ball away, left Sulla sprawling mid-step. Oi! Trent shouted. Too late. Nathan popped to his feet, slipped it to Valverde. Feed turned in stride. Phil. Foden peeled off his marker, received, and whip. The cross bent beautifully. Xerxes leapt, head down. Thump. Alisson, fingertips. Barely. What a save. Alisson denies, United the lead by a breath. Nathan stood at midfield, hands on hips, breathing hard, sweat down his brow. But his grin was back. This wasn't just a match. This is beautiful. Minute 33. Corner. Trent stood over the ball, arms raised. The crowd roared in anticipation. Van Dijk. He rose like a tower. Crack. The header flew. Onana stretched. Clang. Off the crossbar. The ball ricocheted like a shot across the box. Chaos. Red and white shirts collided. Valverde cleared it with a crunching volley. The danger passed for now. This match is madness. End to end, relentless. Blood and thunder from both sides. Minute 40. Nathan hugged the touchline. His chest thumped. His legs ached, but he didn't care. He raised a hand. Here. Foden obeyed, swinging it wide. Nathan's first touch killed it dead. The second ignited it. He ran straight at Trent. The Liverpool right back squared up. Nathan feinted left, then right, then slip. The ball passed through Trent's legs. Oi! Trent turned, but Nathan was already past. The stadium roared again, but this time in fear. Inside the box now. A flick. Backheel to Bruno. Fred. Bruno snapped it sideways. Valverde didn't wait. Boom! From 25 yards. Low. It caught a deflection. Off Van Dijk's shin. Thunk zip. Top corner. Alisson wrong-footed. Goal. United take the lead. Valverde again. Pandemonium in the away end. Nathan laughed. Head back, sweat glistening in the Anfield lights. He looked into the stands. Cameras caught him mouthing it. We didn't come for a draw. Minute 44. Sulla again. A blur down the right. This time he cut inside. Nathan tracked him. Too close, maybe. Sulla saw it. A quick 1-2 with Mount. Then a split-second slip pass between the lines. Nunez was through. Onana charged. Nathan shouted. Ona. Too late. Nunez rounded him. Clean touch. Top. Goal. Equalizer. Liverpool answers right back before the break. Nunez with a brace. Anfield roared again. The scoreboard flashed. 2-2. Nathan stood near the edge of the box, hands on his hips, chest rising and falling with slow, deep breaths. He glanced at the scoreboard, then at the crowd, then back at his own boots. Halftime, tunnel. The locker room could wait. For now, it was just them in the tunnel, steam rising from sweat, boots clacking on concrete. Nathan leaned against the wall, sipping water. Sulla passed him, towel around his neck, nodding once. "You're different now," he said. Not a compliment, not an insult. Nathan didn't reply, just stared forward. Then he muttered, almost to himself, "Still not enough." A voice behind him, "Bruno, you good?" "Yeah, just thinking." "Bruno good. Don't think too much, mate. We need you dancing again." Nathan smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. He looked toward the pitch, backlit by the doorway, the green glow beyond. Halftime, 2-2. The second half was waiting, and so was everything else. Chapter 92, No Time to Breathe. The second half opened. Boom! The ball bounced, skipped, twisted. No more than 5 seconds in anyone's possession. Red shirts swarmed, white shirts countered. Nathan chased shadows for a heartbeat, then switched, tracking Sulla, marking Mount, then drifting wide to cover Arnold. His lungs burned already, but there was no room for rest. No room for anything. Minute 47. Sulla received wide right. Again, Luke Shaw tried to stand tall. "Shaw's been targeted all night," muttered the commentator. "And Sulla isn't done yet." Top. Step. Top. Sulla feinted left, cut right. A snap of acceleration, then space. He unleashed a shot from the edge of the box. Whip boom. The ball bent like a missile, screaming toward the top corner. Onana flew. Thwack. Fingertips. Just enough. The ball clipped over and out for a corner. Aya. The stadium shook with the eruption. Chants turned to roars. Fists pounded on seats. Shirts waved like flags. Onana rolled to his feet and pointed at Sulla. "Next time, I'm catching that." Nathan sprinted in, bumping fists with him. "You're a lunatic," he muttered. Onana winked. "And you're slow getting back. Move your ass." Nathan smirked. Minute 51. Corner taken short. Arnold to Sulla again. Crack. Another shot, this one lower, faster. Verna slid across. Thud. Chest block. He collapsed, grimacing. Nathan winced, jogging toward him. "Cap, you good?" Verna panted, face twisted in pain. "Been worse." He stood. The Anfield crowd gave him a reluctant round of applause. Nathan turned. Back in shape. Minute 63. Liverpool pressed. Hard. United couldn't breathe. Backline squeezed. Shaw and Wan-Bissaka tucked in. Valverde dropped deep. Even Foden was tracking back, pressing Mount like a rabid terrier. Nathan? He was halfway between defending and countering, his lungs aching. The ball came again. Sulla like a phantom. A touch, a shimmy, a flick, then a rocket off his left boot. Thud. Onana dropped his weight and kicked his leg out. Crack. Save with the foot. The ball rebounded wide, straight to Mount. "Watch left," someone screamed. Luis Diaz stormed down the wing fast. Too fast. Wan-Bissaka chased, but Diaz skipped past him. Bruno tried to intercept. Diaz danced around him too. Nathan felt his pulse jump. Diaz near the box. But, crunch. Verna slid in from nowhere. Long legs, perfect angle. The ball snapped free. A clean tackle. An old-school one. Onana barked behind them. "Come on. We're not giving up now." Minute 67. The counter started. Faudon Bruno. Bruno Nathan. Nathan's boots hit the ground like they were chasing time. He streaked down the flank, white shirt flying, hair slicked back with sweat, eyes fixed ahead. Arnold closed in. Nathan dipped his shoulder. Then crocata. Slip slide. Arnold flew past, caught nothing but turf and shame. Whoa! Even the home fans let out a gasp. Nathan didn't look back. Cut inside. Xerxes in a box. He tapped it early. Xerxes stepped forward, struck. Virar. The ball skimmed the grass, inches wide of the post. Alisson roared in frustration. He turned to his defenders, arms out. "Close him down." "What are you doing?" Nathan exhaled, hands on knees. "Should have squared again," he muttered, but Xerxes just nodded once. "No," he said. "That one's on me." Then the game resumed. Minute 70. Liverpool came again. Luis Diaz. He flew past Wan-Bissaka, sliced inside. Bruno met him. Diaz skipped through. He neared the box. Nathan's breath caught. But then, slam. Verny again. Sliding tackle. Pinpoint. Clack. The ball was his. He rose, covered in sweat and grass. Go. Counter. Snap. Bruno scooped it forward. Nathan was already sprinting. Nathan cut, inside again, left foot, then right, gliding forward with Vini's rhythm in his stride. The crowd rose. 2 defenders closed in. Nathan shifted left, spun whip, then flicked it through to Valverde on the run. Hit it. He didn't need to be told. Boom. Valverde's shot screamed toward the goal. Ha! Alisson launched himself, arms fully outstretched, grab. He caught it. Just barely. What a save. Again. Again and again. Alisson, Varane, Sulla, Onana. Titans crashing against each other with nothing but seconds and breath between them. Minute 74. Anfield was a cauldron of red fire and breathless noise. Liverpool kept coming. Alexander-Arnold found Sulla in the box with a slicing pass between the lines. Thud. Sulla twisted on the spot and pulled the trigger with venom. Crack. The ball slammed against Lisandro Martinez's ribs and ricocheted skyward. The Argentine grunted, staggered, but stayed up. Nathan flinched from the edge of the box. That had force behind it. Before anyone else could react, Onana, charging into chaos, roared forward, fists raised. Whomp. He punched the ball clear in the air, then caught it on the drop while colliding with Nunez. Ugh. Applause rippled through even the rival stands. Minute 75. From that chaos came clarity. United's counter was born. Nathan received the outlet pass from Valverde near the halfway line. He slowed, just slightly. His eyes scanned the horizon. Van Dijk was high, too confident. There, that channel, that sliver of space. Nathan shaped his left foot. Whip. A dagger of a through ball sliced past the entire Liverpool backline. Finish it, Nathan shouted. Crack. But Alisson flew. One hand. Strong palm. Bam. Saved. Nathan clenched his jaw. TSH. Minute 85. United had tasted the edge. Now they hunted it. Bruno's lob pass arced into the box. Nathan met it with a ghosting run. Touch. Shift right. Shift left. Trent slid in. Too late. Nathan snapped a shot. Boom. The net shook. Go hail. Nathan sprinted toward the crowd, arms wide, face alight with fire, but, wheel, the whistle. No. The referee tapped his earpiece. Goal under review. Everything froze. Stadium. Players. Even the clouds above seemed to pause. Nathan stood still, chest rising and falling. Heart pounding in his ears louder than the Anfield chants. The screen blinked once. Twice. Then came the verdict. VAR offside. No goal. A cacophony followed. Cheers, groan, clapping. Nathan turned, jaw locked tight. The replay showed him a half step ahead. Bruno approached, clapped a hand on his back. It's not over yet, he said softly. Stay sharp. Nathan nodded, expression tight. I know. Minute 88. The Reds attacked again. Darwin Nunez flew down the left wing, legs pumping, head up. Step over. Shift left. Shift right. Shaw stayed patient, then lunged in at the perfect moment. Swipe. Ball won. But the moment didn't die. Bruno was already on it. He snatched the ball off the ground, lifted his head. He saw Xerxes making a blindside run between Van Dijk and Konate. Bruno didn't think. He just believed. Thump. A gorgeous aerial pass flew over the defense like a falling star. Xerxes leapt, tried to control, tap, tap. But it bounced awkwardly off his thigh. Alisson was already out, arms wide. The ball rolled loose, toward the byline. A collective breath held. Nathan turned, saw it, and ran. Not as a winger, as a man chasing destiny. Time slowed. He pumped his legs like pistons, each stride tearing into the grass. Arnold chased too, but Nathan flew. The edge neared. The ball was almost out. No, not yet. Not yet. He reached out with one boot. Tap. Just before it crossed the line. He saved it. The crowd gasped. A pause. Then, with the softest of touches, he curled his foot beneath the ball and lifted a beautiful, floating cross into the air. It hung, inches from perfection. Xerxes was there, eyes on the ball, mouth open. Chapter 93, the Champions League spot. The cross Nathan lifted spun. Tom just slow. Each heartbeat stretched out like thunder. Xerxes was there, eyes wide, locked on the ball, arms pumping for height, knees bent. Boom. He leapt high, soaring, floating. For a moment, he wasn't bound to the pitch. Just before the ball dipped, he met it forehead. Crack. The sound of contact echoed over the pitch. Then, thwomp. The net rippled like it had been struck by a lightning bolt. Gua-oa-ao. Anfield was on fire. Half roared, Half gasped. The away section, a wave of red and black, exploded in a frenzy. Nathan sprinted away from the corner flag, fists clenched, face wild with disbelief. Xerxes dropped to his knees, arms raised to the sky, eyes glassy. Bruno leapt on his back. Valverde was shouting something in Spanish. Even Amarim, usually cold, stormed 5 steps onto the pitch, face red, fists pumping, screaming. Yes. Yes. On the other end of the field, Alisson sat on the grass, staring at nothing. His gloves hung limp at his sides. No protests, just defeat. Nathan collapsed beside Xerxes, laughing through ragged breaths. I can't believe that just worked. Xerxes turned to him, dazed. You delivered it like it was gift-wrapped. Minute 90 plus 1. 5 minutes added. That's all. 5 minutes to protect everything. Amarim barked orders from the sideline, flapping his arms. Drop. Everyone back. Hold the line. United compressed like a coiled spring. 2 banks. Solid. Liverpool threw everything. Sulla, still relentless, darted into space on the right. Swish, swish. He danced around Shaw and whipped in a cross. Thump. Varane rose, cleared it with his head. Minute 90 plus 3. Robertson received the loose ball. No hesitation. Boom. A rocket from 30 yards. The ball soared. Everyone watched. Hush. Over the bar. Into the stands. A groan of anguish from the cop. Minute 90 plus 4. Nathan felt his legs turning to stone. He dropped deeper and deeper, lungs burning, sweat pouring from his forehead. He glanced at the scoreboard. 94:12. Every second was an eternity. Can we just end it already? Nathan didn't answer, just nodded. He was too tired to speak. His pulse thundered like a war drum. But he couldn't stop watching, couldn't stop listening. One more minute. Minute 90 plus 5. Last attack. Sulla again. Always Sulla. He sprinted toward the box, pushing forward. Lissandro stepped out, teeth gritted. Shaw tracked him tightly. Nathan was there too, just behind, arms pumping. Don't let him shoot. Onana screamed from his line. Tap, tap, cut inside, Sulla shoots. Thud. Blocked. Lissandro threw his body in again. Took it right in the ribs. He stayed on his feet. Cleared the ball. It rolled away. Out of the box, out of danger. Whistle. The blast cut through the night air. Full time. Enfield froze. Then came the eruption. The United bench emptied. Coaches, sub-staff, they flooded the pitch. Onana sprinted toward the center circle, fists in the air. Shaw dropped to his knees. Varane turned, grabbed Nathan, and pulled him into a hug. Not loud sobs, just tears flowing, eyes shut, arms in the air. Amarim shouted to no one, pointing at the crest on his chest, overwhelmed. And Nathan? Nathan dropped straight to the grass. Not in celebration. Just empty. Drained. He lay back, staring at the lights above, listening to the songs of the away fans. You all right? A voice asked. He opened one eye. Bruno hovered above him, grinning like a lunatic. We did it, Nathan. We did it. Nathan tried to laugh, but it came out as a wheeze. Valverde appeared, shirt half off, hair wild. Man, that last pass. That cross. He mimed the curve of the ball. How did you even reach it, huh? Were you flying? Nathan blinked, then shook his head, smiling softly. I don't know. He pushed himself to sit upright. I just knew I wasn't letting us get knocked out over 1 point. Not again. Bruno clapped him on the back. You didn't just keep us in. You lifted us through. Nathan looked around. Lissandro was limping, but smiling. Onana was hugging de Gea. Even Xerxes looked like he'd just realized the weight of his goal. The fans were singing. Some crying. Some screaming. And for the first time in months, no doubts. No second-guessing. Just this feeling. This. Nathan closed his eyes for a moment. Let the noise wash over him. Let the sweat dry. Let the pain simmer down. Then he stood up, chest rising. One more mountain climbed. The locker room was chaos. Water bottles flying. Towels whipping through the air. Bass thumping through the speaker like a heartbeat that wouldn't slow down. Someone had taken control of the music, probably Valverde, and the entire team was yelling the chorus of some Spanish victory anthem at the top of their lungs. Campeones. Campeones. Thud. Shaw jumped onto the bench, slipped, fell backward, ARGH, but laughed all the way down. Xerxes was in a corner, grinning ear to ear as he got drenched by a wave of water from a popped bottle. And in the middle of it all, Nathan stood with his shirt half off, breathing in the madness. The kind of madness only victory brings. The Champions League spot was theirs. The room roared as Shaw grabbed a full water bottle and flung it into the ceiling. Splash. He Onana shouted. Now I gotta wash my hair again, you idiot. You don't even have hair, laughed Martinez. Bang! The locker room door swung open. Amarim stepped in, still in his manager's suit, soaked with post-match rain and celebration spray. He raised one hand. Stop everything. Instant silence. The music cut. Valverde froze mid-pose. Shaw stopped groaning. Even Bruno held his breath. Amarim's eyes scanned the room. And then, "You're real champions," he roared, voice like thunder. "And this is only the beginning." Yeawa! The room exploded. Players jumped. Fists flew into the air. Onana slammed a locker door closed just for the sound effect. Nathan grinned as Shaw grabbed him in a hug, so tight he nearly coughed. "Unbelievable," Shaw shouted over the noise. "You were insane today. That sprint at the end? What the hell, mate?" Onana appeared next to them, water dripping from his chin, laughing with wild eyes. "I was terrified, man. I thought Sulla was going to do it, but when I saw you sprinting like that, PFFF, game over." Nathan just smiled, breath still short. He looked around the room. The faces, the noise, the sweat, the joy, and let it all soak in like sunlight after a storm. And then, ding! A soft chime echoed in his mind. A ripple of light flickered behind his eyes. Legendary bonus activated. Plus 120 legendary points. New record. Most distance covered in one match. 13.8 kilometers. TCH, Nathan blinked slowly. A faint grin tugged at the corner of his lips. He didn't need the system to tell him tonight had been different. He felt it in his legs. Later on the bus, most of the players were asleep. Even Shaw, who never shut up, was slumped against the window, mouth open slightly. Valverde was listening to music, eyes closed, head gently bobbing. Xerxes was snoring. Nathan sat in the middle, headphones resting around his neck, but no music playing. Just the hum of the road beneath them and the occasional murmur from the driver's radio. His forehead leaned gently against the glass. Outside, the world passed by like a dream. Streetlights drifted past in golden streaks. Puddles shimmered. The rain had stopped, but the night still carried its chill. And somewhere in the blur of buildings and silence, his mind drifted to her. Lauren. He hadn't seen her in person since their fight 2 weeks ago. Not really. Not without tension weighing down the air. He reached into his pocket, thumb hovering over her name on the screen. For a moment, he hesitated. Then he typed, "I'm back. If you're free, can we meet?" The reply didn't take long. "I'm home." An hour later, the cab rolled to a stop outside her building. Nathan paid, stepped out, and stood for a moment under the glow of the street lamp. The sky was charcoal gray, the breeze soft, the city quiet, like it too was taking a breath. He walked up to the door. Before he could knock, it opened. Lauren stood there, barefoot, sweater draped over her shoulders. Her hair was loose, but she smiled, and in that smile, there was something fragile and beautiful. "I knew you'd do it," she whispered, voice thick with emotion. "But I didn't know you'd make me cry like that in the last minute." Nathan laughed softly, rubbing the back of his neck. "Even I was about to cry, but I figured I'd let you take care of that." She laughed too, just a little, and stepped aside. "Come in." The warmth of the apartment hit him like a blanket. Soft lights, familiar scent, her favorite record playing quietly in the background. She sat on the couch, curling her legs beneath her. He slipped off his jacket, set it down, and joined her. For a moment, neither of them said anything. Just silence. Just calm, like the world had stopped spinning for a while. She turned to him slowly. "You really are different, Nathan. Not just a talented player." Her voice wavered slightly. "But someone who never gives up." His eyes didn't leave hers. "And I won't give up on you either," he whispered. A breath passed between them. She reached for his hand. Fingers interlaced. Outside, the wind brushed gently against the windows. Inside, something steadier grew, slowly, quietly, like the seed of something that didn't need cheering crowds or final whistles. Nathan leaned his head back, the adrenaline finally ebbing from his veins. Chapter 94, A New Horizon. The balcony lights buzzed softly, blending into the hum of a quiet city below. It wasn't loud tonight. Manchester seemed to exhale with the season's end. Its usual tension melted away by the mild breeze rolling in from the west. Nathan leaned against the railing, his forearms resting on cool metal, eyes scanning the skyline. The stars were faint, barely visible behind the veil of urban glow, but the night didn't feel dark. It felt open, full of things he couldn't name yet. Behind him, the sliding door opened with a SHHHK. Lauren stepped out, barefoot, a cup of tea in her hand. She joined him in silence, eyes mirroring his, searching the horizon like it held all the answers. And maybe tonight it did. Have you thought about returning to your national team? She asked, her voice soft but deliberate. After what you did, the whole world's talking about you again. Nathan didn't respond at first. His jaw tightened, his eyes narrowing slightly. He looked up at the sky, his voice calm. Maybe, but right now I've got one mission. She turned toward him. To become the best, he said, gaze steady. Not just in headlines. Not for one season. I mean the best. A name that lives long after the boots are hung up. He turned his head, meeting her eyes. And with you, I think that's going to be easier. Lauren's smile bloomed slowly, warmly. She slipped her hand into his without a word. Ding! A chime echoed in his mind. Not loud, not startling, just a quiet pulse, like fate knocking politely at the door. New mission unlocked. Become the captain of Manchester United. Condition: prove yourself in the next season as a leader and key player. Nathan blinked once. Then, a smile tugged at his lips. Captain, huh? He looked at Lauren again, her head leaning gently against his shoulder now. Next season, he whispered, more to himself than anyone, will be a season for the history books. The next morning was strange in the best way. For the first time in months, Nathan woke up without an alarm. No wait session, no video analysis. Number 7 a.m. breakfast call. Just silence. He blinked, turned over, and stared at the ceiling. The room was warm. Sunlight poured in through the curtains, turning the wooden floor gold. He reached for his phone. No club notifications. No tactical updates. No fitness alerts. Just one message at the top. Lauren, I'm free if you want to go out today. Nathan chuckled. Finally, a real holiday. They spent the afternoon walking around the city. Not the busy parts. Not the ones fans knew. They strolled through northern quarters' quiet corners, grabbing coffee from a street cart. Lauren teased him for choosing black. You're not in preseason boot camp anymore. And he just smirked. They didn't talk much about football. That's what he loved about her. He wasn't Nathan Perry, the rising star. Not Nathan, the miracle maker at Anfield. Not the future of England, or the one who could have gone to PSG. He was just Nathan. Just a guy on a stroll with someone who saw through the noise. And when the sun set, and they stood on that little hill above the city, watching the skyline fade into stars, he felt something rare. Peace. The next day, the noise returned, but in a different way. Nathan sat in a sleek studio in London, facing cameras, lights, and a cheerful Sky Sports interviewer whose smile was permanently TV-ready. Across from him, the interviewer leaned forward. Nathan, everyone says you were Manchester's true star this season, she said, voice smooth. Especially at the end. What's the secret? He didn't blink, just smiled faintly. The secret, he echoed. Never give up. Even when you feel like there's no hope, just keep going. Keep running. Even when it hurts. The interviewer nodded, impressed. You say it like it's easy. Nathan chuckled. It's never easy, but I've learned the hard way that pressure doesn't break you. It reveals you. She leaned in again, more curious now. We've heard rumors, PSG, Barcelona, even Real Madrid showing interest. You're one of the hottest names in Europe right now. What's your take on that? Nathan leaned back, resting his forearm on the chair's edge. His smile was relaxed now. I'm happy here, he said simply. But in football, anything's possible. Click. The cameras flashed. The image of his smile would be viral by evening. But behind that cool exterior, Nathan's mind was clear. He knew what he wanted, what he needed, to be more than a name. Later that evening, after the interviews, the meetings, the polite handshakes and PR nods, he returned home. He dropped his bag by the door and sighed. Not from exhaustion, but release. He walked into the living room, pulled back the curtains, and stared out across the evening sky. A gentle wind drifted in, and for a brief moment, he could almost feel the pulse of the crowd again, the weight of the final minutes. His phone buzzed on the table. Bruno, dinner soon, Captain? Nathan chuckled softly. Not yet. He stepped out onto the balcony again, alone this time. The lights below twinkled like the pitch under floodlights. He closed his eyes. There were no boots on his feet, no fans in the stands, no whistle blowing, just the quiet promise of something greater. Next season, the restaurant's lighting was warm and golden, casting a soft glow over polished wood and deep crimson walls. Glasses clinked. Laughter echoed across the velvet booths. Plates of seared sea bass and wagyu steak were half-eaten. Bro, seriously, I thought you were going to collapse. Valverde said, leaning over his plate with a grin. When you made that sprint in the 93rd minute, I almost pulled a hamstring just watching. Nathan rolled his eyes, chuckling. What? You mean after I covered for you again on the left side? Huh, you love it. Admit it. Bruno raised his wine glass, already halfway through his third. Swear to God, he said, slurring ever so slightly. If you don't make the team of the season, I'm boycotting the FA. Done. I'm out. No more interviews. Just vibes. Please, Onana said, wiping his mouth with a napkin. You say that every season. Yeah, but this time I mean it. They all laughed again. Loud, careless, full-bellied laughter. The kind you only get when pressure finally lifts off your back. The Champions League spot was secured. The season was over. They were allowed, for once, to just be normal. For a moment, Nathan leaned back in his chair, watching them. Valverde's animated gestures. Bruno's unfiltered honesty. Onana's calm, but mischievous smile. It was strange. He didn't grow up with them. Didn't come from the same country, culture, or youth academy. But right now, this felt like family. And yet, something tugged at him, quietly. Later that night, Nathan left the restaurant before the others. The city had settled into its late-hour hush. Car tires swishing on rain-slicked roads, distant horns, the occasional burst of laughter from a nearby bar. He walked aimlessly through central London, past closed boutiques and late-night coffee shops, past neon reflections dancing on puddles. The world around him moved in slow motion. And inside, a stillness he couldn't explain. TCH, everything should have felt perfect, but something was missing. The next morning, he found himself back on the balcony of Lauren's apartment. The sky was a soft gray, clouds hovering without threat, the air crisp but gentle. The city moved far below, unaware of the quiet conversation about to change everything. Lauren sat beside him, legs curled up, a blanket draped around her shoulders. A steaming cup rested in her hands. You okay? She asked, tilting her head toward him. He nodded, distracted. Yeah, just thinking. She gave him a moment, then said, What do you think about us buying a place together? Nathan turned to look at her. Her eyes were calm, but searching. You can't keep coming and going like this forever, she said softly. We're always in between. He paused. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about it. He had, many times. But his life had always been so temporary. Club contracts, international breaks, rented apartments, hotel rooms after away games. Settling down? That felt like something for after the story ended. Not in the middle of it. But now? I think I'm ready, he said slowly. Lauren blinked, surprised at how easily the words came. But I don't want an apartment, he added. I want a house. Big and spacious. Somewhere quiet. She smiled. A villa? He nodded. Yeah, on the edge of London. A new life, away from the noise. They spent the next week looking. Agent contacts, high-end real estate firms, secret viewings. Nathan Perry's name attracted attention, even when he tried to keep it low-key. Most places were stunning but empty. Glass palaces with no soul. Architectural marvels with no warmth. Then they saw it. Chapter 95, World Cup Training Camp. A two-story villa tucked into the green edge of the city, not far from a quiet town. A white brick facade covered in ivy. A winding stone path through a wild but beautiful garden. A small river nearby, winding gently. Inside, the air smelled like wood and morning sun. Lauren wandered through the kitchen, eyes wide. She touched the walls like she was trying to feel the heartbeat of the place. Nathan stood in the middle of the backyard, the soft crunch of gravel under his boots. A light breeze brushed his skin. Birds chirped from somewhere out of sight. This is it, he said quietly, voice barely louder than the wind. This is our home. Ding. The system's voice echoed in his mind, bright and almost cheerful. Achievement unlocked. Your first home. Plus 300 legendary points. He smirked, leaning over to kiss her on the forehead. Even the system feels safe. That evening, as they sat on the back steps of their new home, the sun dipped below the tree lean, casting long golden shadows across the garden. Nathan watched the light reflect off the small river in the distance. It wasn't a match, but it felt like victory. A different kind. He stretched out his legs, letting his shoulders relax fully for the first time in years. Maybe. Do you think this changes anything? Lauren asked suddenly, her voice gentle. Nathan looked at her. No, he said. I think it just adds something. He turned back to the horizon. Now, I don't just have something to play for, he murmured. I have somewhere to come back to. The morning light spilled through the tall windows of Nathan's new villa, stretching across the wooden floors. Outside, the river hummed gently in the background, birds singing the kind of peace he never used to notice. He sat on the couch, one arm resting lazily over the backrest, the other holding a mug of dark roast coffee, strong and warm. On the TV in front of him, YouTube auto-played another clip. Nathan Perry, final sprint versus Liverpool match-winning run. The crowd on screen roared, YHHH. He watched himself dart past two defenders, his touch tight. The cross whipped into the box, boom. A clean finish. Goal. He smirked. Not bad. Just as the replay slowed for a second time, his phone buzzed on the coffee table. Unknown number. British code. Nathan blinked once, picked it up, and answered with a neutral tone. Hello, Nathan speaking. The voice that followed was composed, low, and unmistakably assured. Good morning, Nathan. This is Gareth Southgate. Nathan sat up slightly, heart pausing. Southgate? The Gareth Southgate? I'd like to officially congratulate you on being called up to the team's World Cup training camp. For a full second, Nathan couldn't speak. His mind scrambled for words, for breath. I'm on a national team, he finally asked, voice hoarse. I've been following your progress closely, Southgate replied. Not just the goals. Your ability to shift momentum. Led when it matters. We need that energy. We need you. Nathan exhaled slowly, eyes darting toward the kitchen, where Lauren was preparing breakfast. She looked over, sensing something, head tilted. The call ended with polite words and a schedule. Nathan lowered the phone, still holding it like it might vanish. He turned to her. I'm going to wear the England shirt. His voice cracked. Finally, Lauren dropped the plate in her hand and rushed over, arms wrapping around him before words could. The drive to the national team camp felt surreal. Southern London rolled by in gentle motion, but Nathan barely noticed the scenery. His thoughts were louder. The England squad, the Three Lions, the badge he'd dreamed of since he was 6 years old, kicking a ball against a brick wall in his backyard, pretending he was scoring the winner in a World Cup final. And now it was real. He pulled up to St. George's Park, where luxury met legacy. The architecture was sleek, glass and steel balanced by pristine fields and statues of legends. There were press vans parked at a distance. Security, quiet tension in the air. Everyone here had something to prove. Nathan Perry asked a staff member at the entrance. He nodded. Welcome to the national team. Inside the changing room, it didn't take long before the noise hit. Oi oi, about time you showed up. Bukayo Saka called from across the room, arms spread wide like they were old friends. We've been waiting for you. Nathan laughed and shook his hand, only for Jude Bellingham to wrap an arm around his shoulder from behind. Stay ready, brother, Jude said, voice calm but charged. We're going to need that magic of yours. Even Harry Kane gave him a nod from his locker spot. Looking sharp. Let's see on the pitch. Nathan felt it again, that hum in his chest. Not pressure, responsibility. Training started sharp. Everything moved fast. The drills were timed to the second. Movement off the ball was just as important as the touch. The coaches barked instructions, and every player responded like a machine. Thud, tap tap, switch, whoosh, press. Nathan kept up. Barely. The technical drills tested his focus. But it was the tactical shape, the seamless interchanging between Kane, Saka, and Foden that stunned him. He saw passes before they were made. Knew where the ball would land seconds in advance. It was like football on a higher frequency. But even here, something clicked. By the end of day one, a familiar sound echoed in his mind. System notification, national team bonus activated, world stage multiplier x2, plus 500 legendary points pending on tournament performance. A faint grin played on his lips. All right then, let's go global. Day two brought the small-sided game. Southgate stood in the center circle with his arms folded. We're splitting into two squads. I want intensity, quick transitions, and leadership. Perry, left side. Play free, just behind front two. Nathan jogged to his position. Tugging on his bib, Kane was ahead of him. Saka wide right. Jude in midfield. It felt like a dream team. The whistle blew. TCH. The first few minutes were cagey. High pressing. Tight spacing. The midfield battle was ruthless. Every touch felt like a spark about to light a fire. Then, boom. A quick turnover. Saka burst down the right. Nathan saw it. He dashed forward, skipping past one defender with a subtle feint. The next one lunged in, clack. But Nathan danced around him with a perfect first touch, letting the ball roll just enough behind him. Now, he backheeled, tap. The pass curved behind the defense. Kane didn't need a second. Curl. Shot. Swoosh, goal. The net rippled. Silence, then applause. Genuine applause. Even Southgate smiled, nodding to his assistants. Exactly the kind of player we've been missing. Nathan let the moment wash over him, not with arrogance, but with quiet pride. He hadn't just survived. He belonged. That night, the team sat together in the players' lounge. Cards, FIFA on the screen, laughter bubbling in pockets across the room. Nathan leaned back in his chair, eyes drifting toward the open window. The air was cool, laced with the scent of cut grass and ambition. He checked his phone. One message. Lauren, did you show them who you are? He stared at the words for a moment, then typed back. I showed them what's coming. The locker room buzzed with low voices and the rustle of gear bags. Somewhere in the corner, Declan Rice was telling a story, something about his first call-up and messing up a rondo drill. Laughter followed. Nathan sat on the bench, peeling tape from his wrist, boots still on. He was starting to feel it, that rhythm, the hum of belonging. The weight of the badge on his chest didn't scare him anymore. It felt earned. Beside him, Harry Kane leaned back against the wall, arms crossed, calm as ever. You know, Kane said, voice low, my beginning was kind of like this. Everyone doubting you, wondering if you're just another name on the list. But the moment comes, one pass, one finish, one spark, and suddenly they believe. Nathan glanced over, caught the slight smile on Kane's face. He nodded. I didn't come here to sit on the bench. He pulled off his boots, one after the other, letting the statement hang for a beat. I came here to win the cup. For a second, silence. Then Kyle Walker let out a low whistle. Man's not here to play tourist. The room erupted, grins, head shakes, a couple of claps. But not mockery. Somewhere in the room, Jude Bellingham chuckled. Well, if he plays like he did in training, I'd back it. Nathan smirked, trying not to let the pride swell too hard. But it did. Just a little. The next morning, the team assembled in the media hall. No press, just players, staff, and Gareth Southgate standing tall in front of a massive screen. The lights dimmed. A digital map lit up. USA, Canada, Mexico. The 2026 World Cup spread before them, a constellation of cities and stadiums. Nathan leaned forward slightly, eyes locked. This, Southgate said, pointing to the display, is the road ahead. The screen shifted, schedules, venues, travel dates. Then came a group draw. Chapter 96, Arrival in New York. The group draw. England, Argentina, Japan, Nigeria. A murmur ran through the room. Some eyebrows raised. Others exchanged glances. TCH, Argentina. That name alone carried history. Messi might be gone. They were never just a team. They were a myth in motion. Southgate's voice cut through the tension. I know what some of you are thinking. I'm thinking it too. But here's the truth. We're not going there to participate. We're going there to win. Boom. It wasn't loud. The tone, the look in his eyes. 6 weeks. 6 weeks to prepare for the biggest tournament in the world. 6 weeks to prove he wasn't just a flash in training. He clenched his fist beneath the table. That afternoon, they hit the pitch. Sunlight spilled over St. George's Park. A breeze rolled in across the grass. But the mood wasn't light. The session started with pressing drills. One-touch passing. Position rotations. Faster, the coach barked. Clack. Top. Thump. The sound of boots meeting ball. The snap of decisions made in milliseconds. It was beautiful. Nathan paired with Jude and Foden in a midfield triangle. Quick touches, switches, little shimmies to lose markers. Again, sweat dripped. Shirts clung, but no one slowed. Then came the tactical work, shapes, counters, transition drills. Nathan was placed in that same hybrid role, left-sided attacking midfielder, floating between lines. Kieran Trippier played a ball in his feet. Thud. And instantly Nathan felt pressure from two sides. He pivoted. Too slow. No, not this time. He rolled the ball back with his heel, spun out wide, and released a first-time pass across the pitch, Foden free on the right. Snap! The assistant coach blew the whistle. Perfect, he shouted. Southgate, arms crossed, gave a slow nod. Nathan caught it. Just a flicker of approval. But it mattered. After the session, the players sat on the sideline, chugging water and catching breath. Raheem Sterling nudged Nathan with a grin. You keep that up, they'll be building the team around you. Nathan wiped sweat from his brow, chuckling. Long way to go. Sterling arched a brow. You say that now. But you've already got Kane backing you. That doesn't happen for free. Before Nathan could respond, Kane strolled over, dragging his boots through the grass. First match against Argentina, he said, looking out across the empty pitch. You know what that means, right? Nathan nodded. Everything. Kane's gaze sharpened. It's not just football. It's statement. You beat them in the opener. You don't just win a match. Huh. Nathan exhaled slowly, letting the idea sink in. This wasn't academy ball. This wasn't even the Premier League. Later that night, the players gathered again. Not in the lounge this time, but out on the balcony of the dorms, under a clear night sky. The air was cooler now, fresh with the scent of cut grass and quiet resolve. A few of the lads were talking tactics. Others just stared into the stars, their minds already leaping weeks ahead. Nathan stood off to the side, phone in hand, scrolling through messages. Lauren had sent another one. Lauren, you always talked about the world stage. Feels like it's getting closer, doesn't it? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he looked out at the training pitch, now lit only by the moon. Faint lines still visible on the turf. He could see it. Fans chanting the roar of 80,000 voices, the pressure, the promise. He typed back, Nathan, closer than ever. Then he paused, added another line, Nathan, and I'm not just going to stand on that stage. I'm going to own it. The countdown had begun. 7 days. That was all. 7 days until the world turned its gaze to the opening match of the 2026 World Cup. Until stadium lights blazed, national anthems echoed across oceans, and billions of eyes locked onto a single ball at center pitch. Nathan stood in his room at St. George's Park, the same room that had housed decades of England hopefuls. But today it felt like something more. The door creaked open. Lauren stepped in, carrying a water bottle in one hand and a grin in the other. She leaned against the doorframe, eyes drifting toward the kit on the bed. Well, she said, ready to travel with the national team for the first time? Nathan turned. I'm ready, he said, voice steady, to let the whole world know my name. She laughed, walked up to him, and gave a quick hug that said more than words could. Then she stepped back, and together they walked out the door, bags in hand. Later that morning, England team airport terminal. Flashes. Shouts. The private terminal was buzzing. Reporters jockeyed for angles. Fans held signs and phones high, capturing every glimpse they could of their heroes. Harry Kane walked through first, sunglasses on. He gave the crowd a small wave. Nothing too showy. He didn't need to be loud. Bukayo Saka followed, crouching down to snap selfies with a group of wide-eyed kids in England kits. You lot better stay up late for the matches, he laughed. Jude Bellingham called out from the boarding ramp, his voice full of mischief. It's an all-English flight. Nathan, come sit next to me before this old man Kane claims the emergency exit row. Nathan walked hand in hand with Lauren, soaking it in. Every step felt like a step closer to something massive. History, whatever you want to call it. The aircraft was stunning. Sleek leather seats. Team emblems stitched into headrests. Custom lighting. It was more than a flight. Nathan took a window seat. Lauren slid in beside him. Saka flopped down on the aisle with a grin. If we win the cup, he said, serious but joking in the same breath, I'm demanding a rap song in my name. Full-on music video. Deal, Nathan said, laughing. The engines roared. Boom! The jet lifted off, slicing through the gray English sky and rising into blue. The cabin hummed with idle conversation and laughter, but the undertone was sharper, purposeful. Lauren leaned over, eyes curious. Saka, this your first World Cup? Saka smiled. Second. But this time feels different. First one, I was just happy to be there. This one, he glanced toward Kane, who was scrolling through match footage. We're not passengers anymore. We're drivers. Nathan leaned back, resting his head against the seat, but his mind was sprinting. He opened his phone, checking the system notifications that only he could see. System update. World Cup mode. United States activated. TCH. So begins. He turned to Jude, who was flipping through player stats on his tablet. Which team's keeping you up at night? Nathan asked. Jude didn't look up. Argentina. Nathan nodded slowly. Not just Messi anymore. Jude continued. They've got Nico Paz pulling strings, Garnacho stretching defenses, and Valentin Carboni. Kids got sauce. They're fast. Don't care about your name or your club. They just go. Nathan exhaled. Can't wait. Jude grinned. You say that now. Wait till you've got 3 of them hunting you down in the 70th minute. 12 hours later, arrival in New York. The door hissed open. Warm, thick air rushed into the cabin. Summer on the East Coast alive. The tarmac was quiet, but the welcome was not. Dozens of local organizers stood nearby, waving mini England and USA flags. As Nathan stepped out, a wave of something hit him. The skyline shimmered in the distance, skyscrapers rising. Helicopters buzzed overhead. Camera drones zipped through the air. Somewhere, stadiums were being polished. Somewhere, fans were chanting already. And in 7 days, it would all begin. That night, Team Hotel. The players gathered in the rooftop lounge, overlooking the city. Glass walls, dim lighting, the soft hum of music, and the occasional click of ice in glasses. No one was partying. They were laughing, sure, but it was different. Conor Gallagher was on the pool table. Declan Rice was watching an NBA game on mute. Nathan stood by the balcony, alone for a moment, watching the city breathe. Lauren walked up beside him, silent. For a while, they didn't speak. They just stood there, the wind tugging gently at their clothes. "You nervous?" she asked softly. "No," he said. Then, after a pause, "Just ready." She smiled. "You're going to do great." He looked down at the street, at the blur of cars and lives and noise. And then, slowly, he looked up toward the stadium lights glowing faintly in the far distance. Wembley was gone. This was new ground now. The next morning, training grounds, New Jersey. The sun hadn't even climbed all the way up yet, and already the pitch was alive. Whistles, boots slamming into turf, coaches barking orders. Clack, top, thud. Training had begun. Nathan felt it the second the first drill started. High pressing, push up, stay compact, track your runners. Ball's moving, you move. Huh. Nathan exploded forward to press the pivot, boots smacking the grass hard. He turned his hips, adjusted his angle, and snapped back to cover. Boom! A pass zipped toward Jude, cut off instantly by Rice. Again, reset. Nathan's lungs burned, but he didn't slow. Every rep, every movement, he imagined blue and white stripes. He imagined Garnacho breaking the line, Paz slipping into space behind. Chapter 97, World Cup Opener. Later, small-sided possession drills. One touch, no time, clack, top, switch, faster. Nathan spun past Conor Gallagher, popped the ball to Trent, got it back, thud, and twisted through a gap that barely existed. A flick outside the boot, and the ball was gone again. Sweat dripped, vision blurred, but he was flying. Then, crack. A late challenge from Stones sent him staggering. Oh. Jude snapped. Chill, it's training. Stones held up a hand. All ball. Nathan got up with a grin, brushing grass off his shorts. He's fine. Let's keep it going. After the session, cooling down by the sideline, the squad sprawled out along the benches, chugging water and rubbing out cramps. Trainers walked between them, spraying ice packs and wrapping tight hamstrings. Jude wandered over, tossing a towel around his neck. He sat down beside Nathan and nudged him with an elbow. "All right," he said, smirking. "Here's the deal." Nathan raised an eyebrow. "If you score your first goal in the tournament," Jude continued, "I'll let Lauren choose where we go for dinner." Nathan chuckled, stretching out his legs. "You're brave. You know she's going to pick some fancy rooftop sushi place where the menu has no photos." Jude laughed. "I'll just drink tap water and fake a smile." Nathan leaned back on his hands, eyes flicking up toward the sky. The sun was higher now. The day was warming up. "Deal," he said. "But get ready, because that goal's coming in the first match." Jude glanced at him, eyebrows raised. Midday, tactical briefing. Back in the hotel, the team filed into the strategy room. The coaching staff had built a 3D projection model of Argentina's likely formation. Animated clips played on loop, Garnacho making darting runs, Nico Paz breaking through midfield, Carboni drifting between the lines. "Watch number 19, said the assistant coach. "He likes to ghost in late, just outside the box. If you ball watch, he'll punish you." Southgate stepped forward. "No fear," he said. "Respect them, yes. But fear? Not in this room." His eyes swept the room. "Because you've all done the work. You've all been tested." Then his gaze settled, just for a heartbeat, on Nathan. "Some of you are new. Some of you are expected to carry weight. But none of you are here by accident." Nathan's chest tightened just slightly. Later that night, hotel rooftop. The team had the night off. Nothing wild. Just quiet conversations, fresh air, the faint buzz of New York traffic far below. Nathan stood by the railing, sipping on a protein shake and watching the skyline burn gold against the darkening sky. He felt the door open behind him. He didn't have to look to know who it was. Lauren walked up beside him, holding her own drink. "Your phone's blowing up," she said. "Your dad called." Nathan didn't respond right away. His grip on the cup tightened, just for a second. "Didn't answer," he muttered. Lauren nodded. She didn't push. The wind caught strands of her hair. For a moment, they just watched the city breathe. "You look good today," she said after a while. "Confident." "I felt good," Nathan said. Then, quieter, "It's weird. I should be nervous. But I'm not. Not really. Because you're ready." He turned toward her. She was smiling, softly, proudly. He smiled back. Later, in his room, Nathan lay on his bed, earbuds in, staring at the ceiling. His phone sat on a nightstand, face down. The glow of the city crept in through the curtains. Tomorrow, more training. Then press day. Then final tactical adjustments. Then game day. He closed his eyes. In the darkness, he saw the stadium. The noise. He saw himself on the pitch. The ball at his feet. Pressure closing in. And still, he didn't flinch. A breath escaped his lips. Ha! He whispered to no one, voice low. I'm scoring in that first match. Miami was transforming. It wasn't just heat rising off the pavement anymore. Flags waved from every hotel balcony. Painted faces spilled out of bars and cafes. The streets pulsed with music, vuvuzelas, horns, and chanting voices from every language on earth. Vamos Argentina. Messi. Messi. England's bringing it home. Mate, Saka and Barry. That's a cheat code. This is history. One last dance for Messi, and maybe the first for someone new. The sidewalks were a sea of color. Sky blue and white. Red and white. People danced, hugged, took selfies. Some just stared up at the digital billboards flashing above the arena. England versus Argentina. World Cup opener. On every screen, two faces appeared more than the rest. Messi and Nathan Barry. Inside the team bus. The air inside the England bus was colder than it needed to be. The AC blasted as if trying to freeze nerves before they reached the stadium. Nathan sat by the window, head leaned lightly against the glass, headphones in. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, fans lined the streets leading to Hard Rock Stadium. Some waved flags. Others screamed players' names. He spotted a few homemade signs, Barry number 10, painted with Sharpie and pride. It didn't feel real. Not yet. Saka leaned over from the row behind, a grin tugging at his lips. Feels like we're in a movie, doesn't it? First match, World Cup, and it's against Messi. Nathan pulled one earbud out. What kind of movie are we in, though? Drama? Action? Thriller? Depends, Jude said from the aisle, legs kicked across his seat. If I score first, it's a comedy. Saka pointed. Nah, whoever scores first has to do Messi's celebration. Arms out, chin up, but backwards to the crowd. Laughter followed, but it wasn't light. Beneath it, tension simmered. His debut on the world stage. Coach Southgate's voice cut through the cabin. He stood near the back of the bus, one hand on the luggage rail, the other clenched in a fist by his side. His voice wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. This isn't just a match. It's a moment. For them, it's Messi's last dance. For us, it's the beginning of something. But no one plays alone today. Messi's not alone, and neither are we. He stepped forward slowly, his gaze sweeping over the players. You're not just players. You're the hope of a nation. Play for your families. Play for your brothers on this bus. Play like it's the only match that's ever mattered. The stadium gates groaned open. Tens of thousands of voices rolling like waves through Miami International Stadium. Flags snapped in the wind. The colors of Argentina and England clashed. And in the middle of it all, the team bus pulled up. The doors hissed open. Step. Nathan Barry descended first. This was the World Cup. He looked up, at the tiers of chanting fans, at the cameras clustered by the barricades, at the bright blue stretch of sky that felt far too calm for a day like this. This is the World Cup. He whispered to himself, and then he moved. Inside the locker room. It was cooler here. Quieter, but not by much. The buzz from the crowd still bled through the concrete walls. Each player drifted toward their locker, each one alone in a shared moment. Foden sat hunched over, tying and readying his boots, lips pressed into a tight line. Saka leaned against the wall, watching a highlight reel on his phone, his own goals against Argentina from youth tournaments. Eyes locked, headphones in, the rhythm of a beat pulsing through his body. Nathan moved slower. He reached his locker and opened it with a soft click. There it was. United Kingdom Nathan Barry, number 10. He didn't speak, just stared. People expected you to carry something greater than your name. He ran his fingers across the number. Not long ago, he was just a shadow in someone else's story. The academy kid under a famous father. The maybe, the might be. Not anymore. Southgate entered. The door swung closed behind him with a thud. Conversation died. Gareth Southgate stood in the center of the room, arms behind his back. No notes, no board, just his eyes sweeping across the room. Messi is great, he began. His voice was calm, measured, the kind that settled into your chest and stayed there. But history doesn't belong to one man. He paused. Let the words breathe. Every one of you, every single one, has the chance to carve your name into something eternal tonight. He looked to the right, then to the left. Saka, Jude, Foden, Nathan. Nathan froze. Any one of you could become a legend. Nathan pressed his palm to his chest. Huh. He closed his eyes. And then, like it was waiting for this exact moment, ding, World Cup match number 1. Initiated, random legendary skill loading, calculating football instincts, analyzing traits, syncing subconscious match awareness. Chapter 98, World Cup system activated. The tunnel was dim, almost sacred in its silence, except it wasn't silent. Not really. Behind the thick concrete walls, tens of thousands of voices rose in waves. Songs, chants, the pounding of drums, the piercing shrill of vuvuzelas. The sound pressed in like air too thick to breathe. Nathan Barry walked steadily, every step echoing faintly off the ground. Ahead, the tunnel opened up like the mouth of a beast, spitting them into history. He could hear Foden breathing beside him. Quick. Saka, on the other side, was mumbling something under his breath, lips moving to a beat only he could hear. Nathan's gaze lifted. Bright light spilled in from the pitch, flickering against the walls. Just a few more steps now. He let out a slow breath. Huh. And then, just before his foot touched the turf, he whispered, "Let's take a look at them. Now, I've got an edge no one else has." Ping. A translucent screen flashed into existence, hovering just before his eyes. Smooth, seamless, visible only to him. He blinked. The screen responded to his thoughts. And just like that, above the heads of players, numbers and ratings began to appear. Clack, clack, cleats on concrete. The Argentina players emerged on the opposite side of the tunnel, blue and white kits gleaming under the lights. Boom! The crowd exploded again. Cameras flashed. Flags waved in madness. Nathan's eyes locked in. One by one. Angel Di Maria, ability, a potential. B. Julian Alvarez, ability, as potential. S. Rodrigo de Paul, ability, a potential. A Enzo Fernandez, ability, as potential. SS. Then, Lionel Messi, ability, SSS potential, SSS. Nathan's breath hitched. SSS on both. Of course. It's Messi. He is the standard. He felt his throat tighten slightly, but he didn't look away. No fear. Not today. They're stacked, but no one's invincible, he murmured. Every legend has a crack in their armor. The screen shifted again. World Cup system activated. Special perk for international matches. Temporary skill fusion. Only available before kickoff. Choose 3 legendary skills to fuse temporarily. Balancing rules apply. 3 empty golden slots appeared, pulsing with potential. Nathan's heart skipped. This is like using cheat codes. His mind raced. Ronaldo's shooting. Messi's dribbling. Bellingham's passing. Rejected. Fusion deemed unfair. TCHA. What's unfair about that? The system responded again. You may request 1 random legendary skill in the style of a football icon. Do you wish to activate it? He nodded, lips curling into a grin. All right, let's do it. Give me something special. Random skill activated. Spirit of full cow. Ha! Nathan closed his eyes and let it wash over him. The moment the screen faded, he felt it. Not like a stat boost. Not like a game buff. His muscles seemed to hum with electricity. His awareness sharpened. Suddenly, he could feel the spaces between defenders. He didn't need to see passing angles. He knew where they'd be before the ball even moved. He opened his eyes. I got it, he whispered. Let the match begin. Pitch sighed moments later. The anthem ended. Flashbulbs popped like fireworks. Then, beep, the whistle, and the spell broke. Here we go. The commentator's voice cracked with excitement. The long-awaited opener. England versus Argentina. Lionel Messi versus the rising star, Nathan Barry. Nathan barely heard it. Everything had narrowed. Noise faded. The air grew denser. Boom. The ball rolled Argentina's way first. DePaul and Enzo snapped into motion, short passes, fast feet. The ball danced between them like it knew the rhythm by heart. Then, whoomp, Enzo sliced a long diagonal toward Di Maria on the far flank. Luke Shaw read it. Thud. A hard interception. No nonsense. Go. Jew barked. Bruno caught the loose ball and zipped it forward. Nathan stepped into space, hand raised. Zip. Bruno fed it to him. First touch. Tap. It stuck to his foot like glue. Acuna approached. Nathan didn't slow. A faint shift of weight. Left, then right. The defender bit. TCH. Nathan spun off with a short burst and fed Saka with a disguise pass wide. Boom. Saka struck it. Just over. The net rippled, but from behind. AH. The England fans gasped in unison. Nathan exhaled sharply. That was the first warning. 6th minute. The ball rolled back toward midfield. Messi received it in stride, chested it down. The stadium hushed. Thousands leaned forward. Even time seemed to hesitate. Messi jogged forward, casual. Disguised intent. A faint drop of the shoulder. He skipped past Declan Rice. Then another shimmy. He glided around Jude. Nathan froze. This man is different. Then, threaded through ball. Sharp. Perfectly weighted. Lautaro Martinez burst through. Crack. Low shot. Onana Dove. Thwack. Saved. The rebound spilled out, but Stones cleared it with a desperate boot. Yee-yo. The crowd ignited again, hearts pounding. Keep your heads. Jude shouted. We stay in it. 9th minute. A breath, then another wave. Nathan sprinted to the right, signaling. Foden looked up. Wish. The ball came. But so did Romero. Big, fast, aggressive. Nathan didn't flinch. He used his body thud, absorbing the contact back to goal. Then, tap. A blind back heel flicked to Foden, who circled around. Cheers erupted. A simple moment, but brilliant. Nathan jogged back into space. Nice flick, Foden muttered with a smirk. Cheeky. Nathan grinned. Had to give the camera something. 11th minute. Argentina pressed high. This time, Enzo launched a lofted ball toward Alvarez. He chased it like a hound. Kyle Walker kept pace, but the striker nudged ahead. Boom. Alvarez struck from the edge of the box. Hisses. Just wide. Nathan turned, watching it roll past the post. Too close. The match felt like a pendulum. Back and forth, never resting. But that was fine. That was where he thrived. 13th minute. England rebuilt. Jude Bellingham, calm and precise, carried it past midfield. Nathan drifted left, dragging Romero with him. Now, he whispered. Give it. Jude delivered. Clean. Nathan turned with it in stride. Full sprint. Romero pressed. Nathan didn't slow. The goal grew in his vision. The moment swelling inside him. Then, the spirit of Falcao surged to life. Skill, active, aggressive striker instinct. Elite movement in the box, triggered. He didn't even need to look. He cut between Romero and Acuna with a perfectly timed diagonal run. Foden saw it. Floated cross. Nathan rose early. Body torqued. Neck coiled. Crack. A powerful header. Downward, bouncing toward the near corner. But Martinez moved. Thwack. Fingertips pushed it wide. The net almost billowed. Nathan landed, stumbled forward, hands on knees. Tish unbelievable. The fans roared in appreciation. Both sides. Chapter 99. England versus Argentina. 17th minute. The game refused to slow. A midfield war broke out. Shoulder clashes. Sliding tackles. The referee let them play. Jude was relentless. Every duel. Every second ball. Bruno's nept. Pas punto saca dan steam bists. Nathan? He was starting to feel it. Every run was sharper. Every read quicker. He didn't just move into space. Falcao's instinct. It wasn't just physical. He could see the rhythm before it happened. The tiny moment when a defender's feet weren't set. The half-second delay in a teammate's wind-up. 19th minute. Thud. DePaul's touch was heavy. Just for a second, done a mistake. A blink. Bruno Punst. Gotcha. One sharp touch, then a sizzling pass forward. Nathan was already moving. Romero closed in. Too late. Whoosh. Nathan's burst left him in the dust, cleats slashing through the turf. The goal opened up in front of him, wide, begging golden. 25 yards out, he didn't hesitate. Boom. A thunderous strike, full-body whip, clean as a sniper shot. The ball tore through the air. Crack. Off the crossbar. It slammed down, bounced on the goal line, and spun out. But Foden was there. Crack. He hammered the rebound toward goal, but thump. Blocked at the last moment. Tagliafico threw his body like a grenade. The crowd exploded in applause. Nathan stood frozen, hands on his head. So close. His pulse thundered in his ears, sweat already clinging to his skin. But it's just the beginning. He looked across the field. Messi hadn't moved much. Just jogged lightly over to DePaul, ruffled his hair like an older brother, and gave him a small nod. Steady. Nathan narrowed his eyes. I'm not letting this slip away, he whispered. World Cup, this is my day. 22nd minute. Argentina restarted quickly. No time to sulk. DePaul collected it in midfield, scanning, then zipped it forward to Di Maria, hugging the sideline. A flick. Di Maria backheeled it without looking. Talp. straight into Messi's path. Leo, the stadium trembled. Nathan turned. Messi was already weaving. Right, left, shimmy, slide, too slow. Messi stepped through him like mist. Boom! A sudden left-footed whip before anyone was ready. The net snapped. Top right corner. Goal. Argentina 1, England 0. The roar was deafening. Blue and white flags flooded the air. The cameras caught Messi mid-turn, barely celebrating, just raising a single finger to the sky. The replay rolled. Then again and again. Commentators screamed. How? How? You give him one step, and he paints a masterpiece. Nathan stood near the center circle, watching the replay on the big screen, arms hanging by his sides. He smiled. Of course. I knew. He'd pull something like that. The standard. The shadow. The king. He felt something stir inside him. Not fear. Not pressure. Something hotter. A kind of defiant joy. So this is what I came for. 30th minute. It wasn't spoken, but it was felt. Every England player suddenly moved like they had a point to prove. Declan Rice snapped into tackles. Bellingham surged forward like a wave, crashing into the shore. Luke Shaw received it, and without hesitation, switched it across the pitch to Kyle Walker. Whip. Walker took a touch, then sent it to Foden, who killed the ball dead. Nathan moved in front, ready for a 1-2. But no pass came. Foden passed it backward. Nathan raised an eyebrow. What is this? Everyone's passing. No one's attacking. He dropped deeper, annoyed, caught the return pass, and gave it right back to Foden. The game slowed for a breath. Nathan sighed. I'm bored. He turned to reposition, when suddenly, boom! Foden shot. From halfway. The entire stadium froze. The ball soared. Everyone tracked it, like a missile hanging in the sky. The Argentine keeper, Emiliano Martinez, backpedaled, calm. Caught it easily. Puffed. Then laughter, rolling, roaring from the Argentina fans. Ha 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 ha. Even some England fans had a chuckle. The camera panned to Messi. He smiled faintly, barely a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Nathan jogged back toward midfield. He caught up with Foden, who was grinning like a school kid caught cheating on a test. Nathan rolled his eyes. Seriously? What? You said you were bored, Foden shrugged. Thought I'd wake you up. You nearly woke up the memes department. Oi, Foden pointed. That ball had a dream, all right? Shame it wasn't to score. Nathan laughed quietly and shook his head. But inside, he felt it, something shifting. 35th minute. Bam! Julian Alvarez snatched the ball at the edge of the final third. Tight control, hips loose, legs pumping. He surged past Declan Rice with a sharp touch and skipped around Stones with a shimmy. Boom! He fired from the edge of the box. What crack! Varane came sliding in like a falling axe, cleats skimming the turf. The ball ricocheted wildly off his shin and spun away. Go, go, go! Jude roared, already turning. Whoosh! The counter ignited. Jude picked up the loose ball and launched a long diagonal over the halfway line. Nathan didn't even turn. He knew the run was coming. But it wasn't for him. Xerxes, the tall Dutch-born forward, sprinted like a freight train, shrugged off his marker with one shoulder, and took the ball in stride. Boom! A cannon of shot, clean, rising, full of violence. Clang! Off the bar. The whole stadium jumped as one. Hands on heads, fists in the air. The ball bounced out wildly, and before anyone could breathe, thump! Argentina snatched it back. Enzo Fernandez, calm as an orchestra conductor, swept it wide to Di Maria. He didn't hesitate. One touch, then whipped in a fast, dipping cross. And there he was. Messi. Late run. Nobody marked him. He leapt. Thump. A clean header toward the corner. But, Nenea. The commentator screamed as the keeper flew full stretch, gloves out, fingertips barely nudging the ball wide. No one's resting, no one's breathing. 40th minute. Time lost all meaning. The match turned into a living, breathing creature, chaotic but beautiful. A kind of madness, where every second felt like a risk and every touch could be the spark. Di Maria tried to switch sides with a lofted ball, but Kyle Walker was already moving, already reading it. Top! He intercepted it clean and accelerated down the wing. Like a charging bull, he tore down the right sideline, fans roaring with every step. He spotted Nathan near the top of the box and zipped it in. Nathan let it come across his body. Romero lunged in, but Nathan dropped his shoulder and slid past him. Come on, TCH. Nathan whipped in a fast low cross to Bruno, who came crashing in at the top of the box. Boom! Bruno struck it first time. Thud. Save again. Martinez dropped like a hammer, catching it on his chest, rolling quickly to his feet. Again, Nathan muttered under his breath, chest heaving. That guy's a wall. Martinez punted it long. DePaul won the second ball. Argentina reset. Enzo again. A little glance to Messi. No one spoke. They all felt it. Leo. He stepped forward with that soft gait, almost trotting. The ball never left his side. One touch to the right, a flick to the left. He rolled into space and unleashed a right-footed shot. Rare, slicing. Whoosh! It curled past Verena's knee and seemed destined for the far post, but missed by this much. The commentator yelled. Every time Messi touches the ball, you feel like destiny shifts. 44th minute. The crowd was in chaos. Banners waved like storm flags. The noise was pure electricity. Argentina. Argentina. England. England. Both sides screamed their lungs out. Nathan could barely hear himself breathe. Then, Bruno found him. A sharp through pass. Slotted right between Enzo and Otamendi. Nathan dashed in, entering the penalty box like a flash of silver lightning. One touch forward, second touch wide. But Romero came barreling in, crash. A tackle, sending the ball ricocheting sideways. Nathan stumbled but didn't fall. The ball spun loose. Jude Bellingham was there. Crack. He hit hard and low, deflected. Corner kick. Nathan gritted his teeth, fists clenched. Damn, the referee signaled. Last play of the half. 45+1 SD minute. One more chance. Bruno jogged to the corner flag, sweat trailing down his temples, chest rising and falling. Nathan took position, weaving through the crowd of bodies in the box. Vernet raised a hand. Bruno took a deep breath. Whip. A perfect corner. High, spinning, curling toward the far post. Vernet leapt. Thump. His forehead smacked the ball clean, but it veered just wide. Gasps. Martinez didn't move. He knew it wasn't going in. Whistle. Feet. Halftime. Argentina 1, England 0. Players slumped where they stood. Some dropped to their knees. Others just walked slowly, mouths open, breathing heavy. The stadium buzzed. The commentator's voice echoed through the airwaves. A half of pure madness in every sense of the word. Leo Messi leaves his mark, but England, they're never out of it. In the tunnel, Nathan leaned against the wall, head down, shirt sticking to his back. His breathing slowed. Foden walked past, bumped his shoulder. You good? Nathan didn't answer immediately. He stared at his boots, then up at the ceiling. Then he looked down the tunnel again, toward the pitch, toward the noise. It's not enough to be good anymore, he murmured. Foden raised an eyebrow. What? Nathan's eyes flickered. There's too many legends on that field. Too many people who've already written their story. He stood up straight. I've got to write mine. Foden gave a crooked grin. Dramatic. I like it. Then his face hardened again. Far behind them, the cameras zoomed in on Messi. Chapter 100, Tears and Truth. The whistle rang out. Fipi. It wasn't just the start of the second half. It was the start of something else entirely. Nathan rolled his shoulders as he jogged into position. The stadium around him shimmered under the lights, sweat already clinging to his brow. A bead slid past his temple and caught on his jaw. Beside him, Declan Rice muttered, "They don't back down easily. Be ready." And then the ball rolled. England in possession. Tap, tap, tap. Little passes cut through the pressure. He was immediately swarmed. Enzo and DePaul closed in. But Foden didn't blink. Flick. A back heel. No look. Straight into Nathan's path. TCH heavy. Nathan had to adjust quickly, two defenders breathing down his neck. One flicked a boot out. Too late. He rolled past the first with a hip feint, danced around the second with a sharp touch, and released the ball. Boom. Straight to Bellingham. Go. Nathan barked and didn't stop. He sprinted past Jude, full speed ahead, trusting his teammates, trusting the rhythm. The crowd rose. The commentator's voice exploded. It's a fiery start from England. Quick passes, high-level technical skill. This is breathtaking. Minute 50. Luke Shaw now. He surged down the left, underlapping, eyes scanning. Nathan drifted in from the center, called for it once. Shaw didn't hesitate. Low cross. Nathan stepped into it, one touch to trap it, his back to goal. Romero pressed in, body heavy, arms everywhere. Thud. Nathan absorbed the pressure, holding firm. He wasn't flashy, he was solid. Then came the pass. Back to Foden. A moment paused. The rhythm of play was disrupted, but not broken. Foden looked up, spotted Bellingham, unmarked, waiting in the gap. But instead of passing forward, he He slipped it back to Nathan. Huh, for me. Nathan blinked. He dropped back as a decoy. He hadn't expected to receive it again, but he didn't hesitate. He turned on the spot, saw the opportunity forming, two defenders shifting their weight forward. A sliver of space. He hooked his boot around the ball, and FSSH gay. Outside foot pass. Angle just right. Slipped right between Otamendi and Romero. And Jude exploded into that gap. Go Jude. One touch. Perfect. Keeper rushing out. Too late. Bang. Bottom corner. Goal. The stadium shook. Fans screamed themselves hoarse. Jude Bellingham. A world-class goal from England. The camera cut to the English bench. Players leapt into each other's arms. The commentator roared. This is how football is played. Nathan just stood there, chest rising, heart pounding. He watched Jude race toward the corner flag. Arms wide, fists clenched. Minute 58. But Argentina wasn't dead. DePaul took control. His voice snapped commands in Spanish, loud enough to cut through the noise. Vamos. Arriba. Rapido. He began threading passes like a puppeteer pulling strings. Left. Right. Switch. Nathan chased, eyes scanning, but it was like chasing shadows. Tap. 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 Enzo. Di Maria. 1-2. Cross coming in. Nathan turned. He saw the danger instantly. Messi's inside, he shouted. Too late. Messi received it at the top of the 6-yard box. Oh no. Not here. A twist. A flick. A half-turn. Dribble left. Thump. Declan slid in. Nope. Another dribble right. Whip. Then came the shot. Low. Clean. Fast. Cracked. Off the crossbar. The sound echoed like a gunshot through the stadium. Aha! The crowd surged to their feet, some out of joy, others in fear. The ball bounced out beyond the box. No one near it. For a moment, everyone froze. Nathan stood there, hands on hips, eyes fixed on the bar. It still rattled, still trembled from the force. Messi didn't react. He just walked away, eyes on the ground, shaking his head gently. Calm. It chilled Nathan more than a scream would have, because it meant Messi wasn't done. Minute 65. Foden with the ball. Tight space, defenders all around. He wriggled past the first with a deft step over. Then another. Ooh, the crowd roared. Inside the box now. He spotted Bellingham. Flick. Laid off with perfect weight. Bellingham struck it first time. Boom. Straight at goal. And another save by Martinez. The Argentine keeper threw himself like a man possessed, gloves crashing into the ball with a violent thwack. Foden screamed in frustration. Nathan was already turning, sprinting back, because Messi was already moving. DePaul picked it up off the rebound and snapped a sharp pass into the feet of the maestro. Messi didn't rush. He glided. One look, one breath. Then, whip, a through ball from the heavens that IT bent like gravity was on his side. The commentator gasped. A space pass from Messi to Garnacho. The teenager hit full speed, tearing down the left channel. Then suddenly, he stopped. A collective, huh, rippled through the stadium. Even Nathan slowed. Did he hear a whistle? Someone shouted. But then, Garnacho dipped his shoulder. Huh. The defender flinched, committed. And Garnacho skipped past him. Just like that. Like peeling off a sticker. He took one touch, looked up, whip. Low cross in the box. Julian Alvarez stepped toward it. Wound up for the volley, but he let it go. The entire English backline paused, stunned. The ball rolled untouched. And from behind, thud, Messi appeared. No sprint. No power. No wild follow-through. Just a single touch. Like he was brushing dust off a piano key. The ball curled, gently, into the bottom corner. Time stopped. The net rippled. Argentina 2, England 1. The Argentine commentators exploded. Leo, Messi. Unspeakable magic. On the other end, silence. Nathan stood still, breathing hard. Eyes wide. He didn't even shoot. He just touched it. Impossible. Varane collapsed backwards onto the grass, hands on his knees, gasping. Bellingham punched the turf. Messi didn't even scream. He raised both hands slowly, calm, almost apologetic, like a professor gently correcting a student. Everything is under control. Minute 70. Nathan didn't complain, didn't look at the bench. He just kicked the turf and sprinted back. We can't let that be the last word. Foden saw it in his eyes. Let's go again, he said quietly. The restart came fast. Too fast. Argentina barely celebrated. They were focused, which meant England couldn't blink. Quick 1-2 with Foden. Nathan broke free on the right wing, arms pumping, chest heaving. Now, Bellingham launched it. Boom! Nathan took it in stride, brushed past the defender. One step, two, another defender slid in. Nathan chopped inside. Crack! Left boot, curling from outside the box. Huh. So close. Just past the post. Minute 76. Argentina slowed the pace. Possession. They danced with the ball like it was sacred. Every pass a heartbeat. Nathan clenched his fists. They want to kill the rhythm. No way. Not like this. He dropped deep, pressing Messi himself now. Come on then, he muttered. I'm not your audience. Messi barely glanced at him, just slid the ball left to Enzo, as if Nathan were a breeze. Still, Nathan didn't stop running. Minute 84. Desperation twisted into steel. England refused to fold. Xerxes dropped into midfield. Nathan spun behind. Quick pass. Another. Cross coming in. Nathan leapt. Wham! A header. Martinez again. The Argentine keeper flung himself into the air, fingertips brushing it just over the bar. Corner. England didn't wait. Bellingham stood over it. Whipped it near post. Deflected. Rebound to Bellingham. He turned. Let fly. Boom. The post. Missed it by a whisper. The English fans clutched their heads, screamed into their scarves. The chant started anyway. Come on, England. Minute 95. Peep. The shrill cry of the referee's whistle cut through the air. Argentina 2, England 1. And just like that, it was over. Messi dropped to his knees, not in exhaustion, but in gratitude. His teammates swarmed him. Garnacho leapt onto his back. Enzo collapsed in tears, arms covering his face, shaking with joy. DePaul punched the air and shouted skyward. Their bench poured onto the field like a wave crashing down. Coaches, subs, staff, everyone embraced. The Alba Celeste had done it. On the other side, silence, like 1,000 emotions pressurizing the lungs all at once. Foden fell to his knees, hands on his thighs, head hanging. Sweat dripped from his brow like it wanted to stay with him. Declan Rice punched the ground, a muffled TCH escaping from gritted teeth. And Nathan, he stood frozen, halfway between the center circle and the sideline. Hands on his head, his eyes fixed on the scoreboard, as if staring at it long enough might somehow change it. 2-1. That was it. The commentator spoke in a voice weighed down by sorrow. It was close, but when your opponent is Messi, sometimes even your best isn't enough. Nathan didn't blink. His legs felt distant. His breathing came in uneven huffs. Not from the running, from the emptiness. He dropped his arms, let them fall limply by his side. It wasn't quiet in the stadium. Argentinian chants filled the night AI. But inside Nathan's chest, it was deathly still. He felt someone's hand on his shoulder. Bellingham, you played like hell. Bro, don't let this moment lie to you. Nathan nodded, but he didn't respond. The frustration, the disbelief, it soaked every English jersey like an invisible storm cloud. It wasn't a loss handed down from the start. It was earned, with bruises and genius and sweat and spirit. And still, Messi had whispered a different fate, a soft touch, and the game had changed forever. Nathan walked slowly to the touchline. Fans leaned over the rails, reaching down, cheering his name despite the loss. Nathan, head high lad, you were incredible out there. Next time. He waved vaguely, not to dismiss, but because he didn't know how to give more just yet. His legs moved on instinct. The rest of him floated. Each step was a chapter from the match replaying in his mind. That curled shot just wide, the header Martinez parried, the outside foot pass to Jude. Then that goal. Messi, stepping forward like he already knew how it would end. Nathan closed his eyes. TCH, I thought we had them. Chapter 101, your current overall rating. The air in the changing room was thick, not with sweat, but with a silence heavier than any tackle. The final whistle still echoed in Nathan's ears, a phantom ring that left an ache in his chest. Argentina 2, England 1. The scoreboards wouldn't lie, no matter how much he stared at them. Nathan sat on the bench, not bothering to change. His jersey felt like a second skin, soaked and clinging. He watched his teammates, their faces etched with a familiar mixture of frustration and disbelief. Phil Foden was kicking at a loose piece of tape on the floor, his jaw tight. Jude Bellingham stared blankly at his boots, shoulders slumped. It wasn't just a loss. It felt like a statement from the universe. A reminder of what GOAT truly meant and how far he still had to go. Messi hadn't just scored. He'd made a point. A soft touch, a gentle curve, and the game had bent to his will. It was chilling. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Declan Rice. Tough one, lad, Declan said, his voice low. Bloody tough. Nathan just nodded, unable to find words. The fans had cheered them, told them to keep their heads high, but the hollow feeling was a deep, unshakable throb. The bus ride back to the training camp was eerily quiet. Usually, it buzzed with post-match analysis, jokes, and music. Tonight, only the hum of the engine filled the space. Nathan stared out the window at the blurred city lights, each one a tiny, distant star, mirroring the vastness of the gap he felt between himself and the legends. Being the GOAT wasn't just about scoring goals. It was about owning the moment, bending reality. Messi did that. Nathan hadn't. Not yet. But the fire inside him, though dampened by defeat, wasn't extinguished. It just burned with a colder, fiercer resolve. The next morning, the training ground felt different. The usual banter was muted, replaced by a quiet intensity. Everyone was pushing harder, running further, tackling sharper. Gareth Southgate had given a short, sharp talk. No dramatics, just a clear message. We lost. We learn. We move on. Nathan felt it too. Every sprint, every pass, every shot was infused with the memory of that rippling net. During a passing drill, he watched Harry Kane receive a ball with his back to goal, shield it effortlessly, and lay it off perfectly for Bukayo Saka. A transparent box flickered around Kane in Nathan's vision. Harry Kane ability, as potential, B+. He's a complete striker, Nathan mused, already at the peak of his powers. Then his gaze shifted to Saka, who controlled the ball with a dancer's grace, weaving through cones. Bukayo Saka, ability, A+ potential, S. Still so much more to give, Nathan thought, a flicker of admiration. He's going to be unstoppable. It was a strange gift, seeing these stats. It let him appreciate the mastery of players like Kane and Messi, but also fueled his own ambition. My potential has to be S+, he told himself. It has to be, because that's where the GOAT lives. The next match was against Iran. Not an easy opponent. They were known for their disciplined defense and quick counterattacks. England needed a win, and they needed it convincingly to regain momentum and confidence in the group stage. The stadium was packed, a sea of red and white. The roar of the crowd, unlike the night before, felt like a desperate plea, a challenge to their team. The whistle blew. Feep. From a first kickoff, Iran sat deep. Their defense was a brick wall, 5 men across the back, with midfielders dropping to clog up any space. England tried to thread passes to find gaps, but it was like trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. Nathan, playing just behind Harry Kane, found himself constantly double-marked. Every time he received the ball, 2 or 3 Iranian players swarmed him. He tried feints, quick turns, but they were organized, disciplined. Minute 25. Still 0-0. Frustration was starting to simmer among the English players. Foden, usually so lively, was running into dead ends. Bellingham was trying to drive forward from midfield, but found no passing lanes. We need something different, Nathan thought, as he received the ball near the halfway line, instantly feeling the pressure building. He looked up, trying to find an angle, a sliver of space. Nothing. Just then, a clear, sharp sound pierced through the stadium's noise, right in his head. Ding. System notification. Your team is facing a rigid defensive setup. You may request one random legendary passing skill in the style of a football icon to unlock a new dimension in attack. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's heart pounded. A legendary passing skill? Now, this was exactly what they needed. Without hesitation, he sent a mental command. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Vision of Xavi. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your passing accuracy, decision-making, and ability to spot hidden passing lanes are significantly enhanced. Your passes will find teammates in pockets of space previously unseen. A strange calm washed over Nathan. It wasn't a rush of power, but a sudden, crystal-clear understanding. The field, which moments ago had seemed like a tangled mess of bodies, now looked like a complex but solvable puzzle. He saw lines, angles, and pathways that simply hadn't existed before. It was like the stadium lights had just been turned up by 1,000 watts. He saw Jude Bellingham making a subtle run from deep midfield, drawing a defender with him, then veering slightly to the left, creating a tiny, almost invisible gap between 2 Iranian defenders. A gap that, a moment ago, Nathan would have completely missed. Nathan took a quick touch, drawing his immediate marker slightly wide. He lifted his head, feigning a cross-field pass to Luke Shaw. The Iranian defense shifted ever so slightly, anticipating the wide ball. Then, with the outside of his right boot, Nathan stroked the ball. It wasn't a thunderbolt, not a flashy flick. It was a perfectly weighted, gentle curve, a pass born of pure foresight. It bypassed two Iranian midfielders and slotted perfectly into that sliver of space Bellingham had created, right at the edge of the box. Jude, alerted by the sudden change in rhythm, took it in stride. One touch, a burst of acceleration. The Iranian defenders, still recovering from their shift, were a step behind. Bellingham drew the keeper out, then coolly slotted it past him into the bottom corner. Goal! The roar of the English fans was deafening, washing over Nathan like a wave. Relief, joy, and a surging sense of belief erupted from the stands. Jude sprinted to the corner flag, sliding on his knees, arms outstretched. The whole team rushed to celebrate, mobbing him. Nathan watched, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. The vision of Xavi. It felt incredible. The goal had broken Iran's resolve, and England found more space in the remaining minutes of the first half. They pressed harder, and a brilliant header from Harry Maguire off a Foden corner made it 2-0 before halftime. The second half was a more relaxed affair, though Iran still put up a fight. Nathan felt the vision of Xavi fade after the 5 minutes, but the confidence it had instilled remained. He continued to look for those subtle openings, to think 2 steps ahead. He wasn't seeing the translucent lines anymore, but the idea of them, the principle, had embedded itself in his mind. England scored once more, a tap-in from Harry Kane after a brilliant cross from Bukayo Saka, making it 3-0. The final whistle blew, and this time, relief, not despair, filled the English camp. In the locker room, the mood was light. Jokes were cracked, celebratory slaps on the back were exchanged. Nathan felt a surge of warmth. This was his team, his journey. He caught Declan Rice's eye. Good win. Bloody good, Declan grinned. That pass to Jude, magic, mate. Absolute magic. Where'd that come from? Nathan just winked, just saw the space. Later, as he showered, the system notification popped up again, but this time, it was different. Ding! System update. Your innate ability, Talent Scout, has been refined. You can now see a cumulative overall rating for yourself and other players, alongside their ability and potential. Your current overall rating, B+. Nathan stared at the shimmering text. B+? He was still a long way from the top tier from S. But the fact that he now had a measurable rating, a target to aim for, electrified him. Overall rating. He thought back to Messi's soft touch goal. What would his overall rating be? S+? X? He grinned, a mix of determination and pure thrill. The path to go was long, but at least now he had a map. The next match was against Wales. Another group stage showdown, but this one was different. This wasn't just about qualifying. It was about national pride. Chapter 102. A new spark. The air hummed with a different kind of tension. Less about despair, more about destiny. The win against Iran had patched some of the cracks left by Argentina, but the big one loomed. Wales. This wasn't just a group stage match. It was a rivalry carved deep into the very soil of British football. Bragging rights, national pride, and a guaranteed spot in the knockouts were all on the line. Nathan felt a buzz in his veins that wasn't just adrenaline. It was the thrill of the chase. His overall rating, B+, flashed in his mind, a constant reminder of the journey ahead. He wanted that S. He wanted to be the GOAT. And beating Wales was a necessary step. The pre-match warm-up was sharper than usual. Every touch, every sprint, every pass carried an unspoken message. We're ready. He watched as Bukayo Saka zipped through a cone drill, his movements crisp and effortless. Bukayo Saka, ability, A+ potential, S overall rating. He's stepping up, Nathan noted. That A is well-deserved. Then he saw Declan Rice, calmly orchestrating a passing drill, directing traffic with a quiet authority. Declan Rice, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating, A. Always reliable, always growing, Nathan thought, feeling a wave of respect. Declan was the anchor, the calm in the storm. As he jogged past the Welsh side, he couldn't help but glance at their star player, Gareth Bale. Even though Bale had officially retired from club football, he was still a formidable presence for his national team, a true legend. Gareth Bale, ability, A+ potential, B overall rating, A. Still got it, Nathan acknowledged. A true threat. This match wouldn't be easy. Wales would fight tooth and nail. The roar when the teams walked out was deafening. Red versus white, a clash of traditions. The stadium was a kaleidoscope of flags and passionate faces. Nathan took a deep breath, the smell of freshly cut grass and excited crowds filling his lungs. This was it. Feep. The whistle sliced through the noise, and the game exploded. Wales, as expected, came out swinging. They were physical, direct, and incredibly passionate. Their midfield harried England, pressing high, not allowing a moment's peace on the ball. Joe Rodon and Ben Davies in defense were like brick walls, shutting down any attempted through balls to Harry Kane. England, for their part, responded with resilience. Jude Bellingham was everywhere, battling in midfield, winning aerial duels, and trying to drive forward. Nathan found himself dropping deeper to help link play, trying to use the lingering insights from the vision of Xavi to find pockets of space. Minute 20. Still 0-0. The tension was palpable. Every tackle was met with a roar, every misplaced pass with a groan. Wales were holding their own, and even creating a few nervy moments with long balls over the top. Suddenly, a Welsh attack surged down the right wing. Daniel James, lightning fast, skipped past Luke Shaw. He whipped in a low, dangerous cross. Panic. The ball flashed across the 6-yard box. Aaron Ramsey lunged, just missing it. Harry Kane had dropped back, trying to cover, but he was a step too slow. Then, from out of nowhere, Nathan appeared. He'd sprinted back from midfield, anticipating the danger. His slide tackle was perfectly timed, nicking the ball away just as Kiefer Moore wound up for a shot. The ball ricocheted out for a corner. A collective sigh of relief swept through the English fans. Ding. System notification. Your team requires a spark of inspiration to break the deadlock and assert dominance. You may request one random legendary dribbling skill in the style of a football icon to unlock creative freedom in attack. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes widened. A dribbling skill? That was exactly what they needed against a packed defense. They needed someone to take players on, to create chaos. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Glide of Messi. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your close control, agility, and ability to weave through tight spaces are significantly enhanced. Opponents will find it difficult to dispossess you, and your changes of direction will be exceptionally fluid. Nathan felt a strange lightness in his feet. It wasn't just speed, it was an incredible sense of balance and control. He felt like the ball was glued to his boot, a part of him. He looked at the Welsh defenders, and suddenly, their movements seemed a fraction slower, their angles of approach more predictable. The corner came in, headed clear by John Stones. The ball fell to Nathan, deep in his own half. He looked up, and instead of passing, he decided to run. He took a touch, then another, accelerating into the midfield. Two Welsh midfielders, Harry Wilson and Ethan Ampadu, closed in. Nathan dipped his shoulder, a feint, then pushed the ball past Wilson with the outside of his foot, leaving him scrambling. Ampadu came across, bodying up. Nathan shifted his weight, a quick sidestep, and the ball rolled effortlessly past the Welshman's outstretched leg. Ugh! The crowd roared, sensing something special. He was in the Welsh half now, driving forward. Connor Roberts, the right back, rushed to meet him. Nathan didn't slow. He approached Roberts, then with a quick flick of his foot, he rolled the ball under his own studs, spun, and left Roberts turning in circles. It was so fluid, so unexpected. Harry Kane, seeing the sudden opening, took one touch, composed himself, and lashed it into the top corner. Boom! Goal! The stadium erupted. England 1-0. The energy was electric, a release of pent-up tension. Kane pointed at Nathan, a wide grin on his face, and Nathan gave a confident nod back. The glide of Messi had paid off. The goal seemed to deflate Wales a little, and England found their rhythm. The remaining minutes of the first half were dominated by England's possession. The second half saw Wales push harder, desperate for an equalizer, but England held firm. Nathan's dribbling skill faded, but his confidence, and the team's, was soaring. Gareth Bale managed a brilliant free kick that rattled the crossbar, a reminder of Wales's quality, but it wasn't enough. In the 75th minute, Phil Foden, after a brilliant 1-2 with Bellingham, cut inside and unleashed a fierce shot that nestled in the bottom corner, making it 2-0. The final whistle blew, and England had secured their spot in the knockouts. The fans were ecstatic, singing and cheering, finally letting go of the doubt that had lingered since the Argentina match. In the celebratory huddle, Harry Kane clapped Nathan on the back. That run, mate. Filthy. Reminded me of, well, you know who. He winked, clearly referencing Messi. Nathan just grinned. Just try and make things happen, Skip. Later, back in a locker room, as Nathan was unwinding, the system's familiar chime echoed in his mind, followed by a new notification. Ding! System notification. You have successfully utilized a legendary skill to directly impact the outcome of a match. A new feature has been unlocked within your system, Skill Mastery. You may now choose one previously activated legendary skill to begin its mastery progression. Mastering a skill will permanently integrate a portion of its effect into your base abilities, even outside of direct activation. Nathan's eyes widened. Permanent integration? This wasn't just a temporary boost. This was evolution. He thought of the vision of Xavi, the calm, precise understanding of space. Then he thought of the glide of Messi, the effortless control and dazzling agility. Both had been incredible. He knew what he had to do. The GOAT wasn't just about vision. It was about the impossible, the unexpected. It was about making magic with the ball at your feet. He took a deep breath, a decision already forming. This was the next step. The path to the GOAT was starting to look clearer. He just had to keep pushing. Chapter 103. Mastering the Glide and the Stars and Stripes. The changing room was quiet again, but this time, it was a peaceful hush. The shouts of victory against Wales still echoed faintly in Nathan's mind, a happy memory. His gaze was fixed on the shimmering words of the system notification. Skill Mastery unlocked. You may now choose one previously activated legendary skill to begin its mastery progression. Mastering a skill will permanently integrate a portion of its effect into your base abilities, even outside of direct activation. He had two choices, Vision of Xavi and Glide of Messi. Both were incredible. The vision had unlocked passing lanes he'd never seen, turning him into a playmaker. The glide had made the ball an extension of his foot, letting him dance past defenders like they were statues. But the GOAT wasn't just about passing or even just about finding space. It was about individual brilliance, that spark of magic that only a few players in history possessed. Messi's goal against Argentina, that soft touch that changed everything, had burned itself into Nathan's brain. It was effortless, impossible, pure genius. He took a deep breath. Master Glide of Messi. Ding. Skill Mastery Progression initiated. Glide of Messi. Current Mastery, 0%. Benefits. Upon reaching certain mastery milestones, permanent enhancements to your close control, agility, and dribbling ability will be integrated. A warm tingle spread through his feet and legs, not a jolt, but a subtle, almost imperceptible shift. He closed his eyes, imagining the ball stuck to his boot, weaving through defenders with impossible ease. This was it. This was the next step on his path. The next few training sessions felt different. Nathan focused intensely on his close control drills, on changing direction quickly with the ball, on keeping it impossibly close to his feet. He felt a subtle improvement, a fraction of a second faster in his reactions, a slightly stickier touch. It wasn't the full glide, yet not like the activated skill, but it was a beginning. It was his beginning. He watched his teammates, too. He saw Marcus Rashford burst past Kyle Walker in a one-on-one drill, his acceleration explosive. Marcus Rashford, ability, a potential, A+ overall rating, A. Explosive pace, sharp finisher, Nathan thought. He's going to be key in the knockouts. Then there was John Stones, calm and collected at the back, pinging accurate passes from defense. John Stones, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. Reads the game so well, brings the ball out elegantly, Nathan admired. A modern center back. The final group stage match was against the USA. This was more than just football for the fans. It was a transatlantic rivalry, a chance for both nations to show their strength. England was already through, but topping the group meant avoiding some of the stronger teams in the round of 16. The USA, for their part, needed a win to guarantee their own progression. The stadium vibrated with excitement. The American fans, loud and proud, matched the energy of the English faithful. Red, white, and blue mixed with the sea of red and white, creating a truly global atmosphere. Nathan looked across at the American lineup during the warm-up. He spotted their captain, a true star. Christian Pulisic, ability, a potential, A+ overall rating. The American Messi, Nathan mused, remembering the nickname. Fast, agile, great with the ball. He knew Pulisic would be a handful. Then there was the energetic midfielder, already making a name for himself. Weston McKennie, ability, B+ potential, A overall rating, B+. Box-to-box engine, Nathan observed. He'll run all day. Feep. The whistle rang out, and the battle began. The USA came out with incredible intensity. They pressed high, harrying England's midfield, not allowing them to settle. Their energy was relentless. England found it hard to get into their usual passing rhythm. Nathan felt the pressure immediately, surrounded by 2 or 3 blue jerseys every time he touched the ball. Minute 15. The USA had the better of the opening exchanges. Their direct play and quick transitions were causing problems. Harry Maguire had to make a crucial block, and Jordan Pickford made a smart save from a curling shot by Pulisic. England needed a moment of brilliance, something to calm the storm. Nathan received the ball deep in England's half, near the touchline. He was instantly closed down by 2 American players, Timothy Weah and Tyler Adams. There was seemingly no way out. He glanced up, scanning for a pass, but all his teammates were marked. This was it. A challenge. An opportunity for the glide. He took a quick, almost imperceptible touch. The ball felt like it was stuck to his laces. He feigned a pass down the line, drawing Weah slightly wide. Then with a quick shift of his hips and a tiny push of the ball with the inside of his foot, he darted past Weah as if the American wasn't even there. Tyler Adams lunged, but Nathan was already gone, a blur of white. He shifted his weight, a subtle shimmy, and the ball rolled effortlessly past Adams's outstretched leg. It wasn't the full, activated glide from the Wales match, but it was closer, smoother, more confident than he could have managed before. This was the effect of his newly initiated mastery. Ugh! The crowd gasped, a collective intake of breath at the sudden burst of skill. He was now surging into the USA half, leaving 2 defenders in his wake. As he approached midfield, a powerful new system notification flashed in his mind. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 10%. Permanent benefit unlocked. Minor agility boost. Your base agility is slightly increased, allowing for quicker changes of direction with or without the ball. Next mastery milestone, 25%. Requires sustained application of improved dribbling in high-pressure situations. Nathan felt a genuine jolt of excitement. 10%, and a permanent benefit already. It wasn't huge, but it was real. His feet felt even lighter, his movements more fluid. The system wasn't just a cheat. It was a guide, showing him where to push, how to grow. He continued his run, drawing another American defender. He spotted Phil Foden making a run down the left wing. With a quick glance and a perfectly weighted through ball, Nathan split the defense, putting Foden clean through on goal. Foden took one touch, looked up, and coolly slotted it past Matt Turner, the American keeper. Goal! The stadium erupted in English cheers. England 1-0. Nathan pumped his fist, a grin spreading across his face. That was his assist, born from his growing mastery of the glide. The goal settled England down. The USA's high press became less effective as England started to find more space. Nathan continued to challenge defenders, not always successful, but each attempt was a learning experience, each near miss feeding into his mastery progress. Just before halftime, England doubled their lead. A corner from Jude Bellingham found Harry Maguire, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-0. The second half was more controlled. The USA tried to rally, bringing on Reina for more attacking impetus, but England's defense held firm. Nathan saw Christian Pulisic make a dazzling run, twisting and turning, but Luke Shaw and Declan Rice managed to shepherd him away from danger. The final whistle blew, signaling a 2-0 victory for England. They had topped their group, moving into the round of 16 with confidence. Back in the changing room, Gareth Southgate praised the team's resilience. Good win, lads. We dealt with their intensity well. Top of the group. Now, the real work begins. Nathan felt a quiet satisfaction. He had contributed, he had adapted, and he had learned. And his system had given him tangible proof of his progress. As he packed his bag, Jude Bellingham walked over, clapping him on the shoulder. Nice one today, Nathan. Some of those runs, proper silky, man. You were dancing out there. Nathan just smiled. Just getting warmed up, Jude. Plenty more dancing to do. He checked his system again. His overall rating hadn't changed yet. Still B+, but the glide of Messi mastery was sitting at a solid 10%. He knew every training session, every touch, every challenge would push that number higher. The next opponent for England in the round of 16 would be a tough one. Group A's runner-up. And as the news flashed on the screens around the camp, a name appeared, confirming Nathan's next challenge and filling him with a mix of dread and exhilaration. Senegal. And their formidable defense, led by their towering captain, Kalidou Koulibaly. Chapter 104. Iron Walls and a Drogba Dream. The air in the training camp was buzzing, not with casual chat, but with a focused hum. Everyone knew what was next: Senegal. The Lions of Tirana were not just a good team. They were a force of nature. Athletic, organized, and defensively solid. Their captain, Kalidou Koulibaly, was a mountain of a man, a defender known for shutting down the best strikers in the world. Nathan felt a tremor of excitement mingled with respect. This was the round of 16. No more group stage nerves, just pure knockout football. His glide of Messi mastery, now at a shimmering 10%, felt like a warm promise in his feet. He could feel the slight boost in his agility, even in simple drills, a newfound smoothness in his turns. During tactical sessions, Gareth Southgate emphasized patience and sharp movement. They'll sit deep, they'll be physical, he'd warned. We need to be faster, smarter, and take our chances. Nathan watched Koulibaly's highlights, his eyes instinctively activating his talent scout ability. Kalidou Koulibaly ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, A+. Just as I thought, Nathan mused. A brick wall. Breaking him down will be a true test. He also noticed their star forward, even if he wasn't always available in real life. In this story, he was a key threat. Sadio Mane ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, A+. Explosive, clinical, Nathan thought. We can't afford to lose focus for a second. The walkout onto the pitch for the Senegal match felt heavier than usual. The stakes were higher. The roar of the crowd was a wave, but it felt like it was crashing against a solid, unmoving wall. Senegal's defense. Fipi. The whistle blew, and the game began. From the first minute, it was a battle. Senegal's midfield, led by Idrissa Gueye, pressed aggressively, closing down Jude Bellingham and Declan Rice. Chapter 104. Iron Walls and a Drogba Dream. The air in the training camp was buzzing, not with casual chat, but with a focused hum. Everyone knew what was next: Senegal. The Lions of Tirana were not just a good team. They were a force of nature. Athletic, organized, and defensively solid. Their captain, Kalidou Koulibaly, was a mountain of a man, a defender known for shutting down the best strikers in the world. Nathan felt a tremor of excitement mingled with respect. This was the round of 16. No more group stage nerves, just pure knockout football. His glide of Messi mastery, now at a shimmering 10%, felt like a warm promise in his feet. He could feel the slight boost in his agility, even in simple drills, a newfound smoothness in his turns. During tactical sessions, Gareth Southgate emphasized patience and sharp movement. They'll sit deep, they'll be physical, he'd warned. We need to be faster, smarter, and take our chances. Nathan watched Koulibaly's highlights, his eyes instinctively activating his talent scout ability. Kalidou Koulibaly ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, A+. Just as I thought, Nathan mused. A brick wall. Breaking him down will be a true test. He also noticed their star forward, even if he wasn't always available in real life. In this story, he was a key threat. Sadio Mane ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, A+. Explosive, clinical, Nathan thought. We can't afford to lose focus for a second. The walkout onto the pitch for the Senegal match felt heavier than usual. The stakes were higher. The roar of the crowd was a wave, but it felt like it was crashing against a solid, unmoving wall. Senegal's defense. Fipi. The whistle blew, and the game began. From the first minute, it was a battle. Senegal's midfield, led by Idrissa Gueye, pressed aggressively, closing down Jude Bellingham and Declan Rice, turning the center of the park into a war zone. Up front, Harry Kane, Marcus Rashford, and Bukayo Saka found themselves constantly double-marked. Nathan, playing in his attacking midfield role, tried to use his improved agility to weave through, but the Senegalese defenders were disciplined, strong, and fast. Every touch was contested. Koulibaly seemed to be everywhere, anticipating passes, winning aerial duels, and simply overpowering attackers. Minute 25. Still 0-0. England had possession, but they couldn't penetrate the final third. Passes into the box were either intercepted or deflected. Shots from outside were blocked by a forest of legs. Nathan received the ball near the edge of the box, trying to turn. Instantly, Koulibaly was there, a shadow that moved with impossible speed for his size. He threw his arm out, not fouling, but using his sheer physical presence to shepherd Nathan away from goal. Nathan felt like he was running into a concrete barrier. They're too strong, he thought, frustrated. We need something to punch through this. Just as the thought formed, a clear, sharp chime echoed in his mind, cutting through the stadium's noise. System notification. Your team is facing an exceptionally physical and disciplined defense. You may request one random legendary power/strength skill in the style of a football icon to overcome physical barriers and dominate duels. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes lit up. This was it. Exactly what they needed. To break through these iron walls, they needed raw power. Yes. Activate, he commanded mentally. Ding. Random skill activated. Power of Drogba. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your physical strength, aerial ability, and power in shooting and hold-up play are significantly enhanced. You'll be able to hold off defenders, win contested balls, and unleash shots with immense force. A surge of raw energy coursed through Nathan's body. It wasn't just his legs, it was his core, his shoulders, his arms. He felt a primal, almost unshakable strength. He felt like he could brush off defenders, like the ball would burst off his foot with newfound velocity. This was different from the glide. This was about brute force, refined into a footballing weapon. Moments later, England launched another attack. Phil Foden swung in a cross from the left. It wasn't perfect, a little too high, a little too deep. Koulibaly rose majestically, already anticipating the clear. But Nathan, fueled by the power of Drogba, leaped higher, stronger than he thought possible. He met the ball mid-air, challenging Koulibaly directly. The collision was immense, a crash of bodies. The Senegalese captain, usually dominant, was momentarily unsettled. Nathan didn't win the header cleanly to direct it at goal, but he managed to flick it backward, just enough to disrupt Koulibaly's clear. The ball fell to Declan Rice, just outside the box. Rice took one touch, then unleashed a powerful shot that rocketed toward the goal. Edouard Mendy, the Senegalese goalkeeper, reacted quickly, throwing himself across, but the shot was too powerful, too well placed. Goal! The net bulged. England 1-0. The stadium erupted in a wave of thunderous applause and cheers. Declan Rice sprinted towards the fans, arms raised, and the rest of the team mobbed him. Nathan walked over, slapping Declan on the back, a triumphant grin on his face. The power of Drogba had directly led to that goal, breaking the deadlock by disturbing Koulibaly's dominance. The goal had a visible effect on Senegal. Their rigid defense, once so impenetrable, now showed tiny cracks. England pressed their advantage. Nathan felt the power of Drogba slowly ebb away after 5 minutes, but the confidence and understanding of how to use his body to shield the ball remained. Just before halftime, England struck again. A quick counterattack saw Bukayo Saka drive into the box. He twisted past a defender, then calmly slotted it past Mendy to make it 2-0. The second half was a more open affair. Senegal pushed forward, desperate to get back into the game. Sadio Mane became more involved, his pace and trickery causing problems. Jordan Pickford had to make a couple of good saves, and John Stones and Harry Maguire were kept busy. Nathan, still feeling the lingering physical confidence from the activated skill, found himself holding the ball up better, riding challenges, and linking play effectively. He tried a couple of long-range shots himself, feeling the increased power behind them, though they didn't find the net this time. The final whistle blew. England 2-0 Senegal. A hard-fought, well-deserved victory. They were into the quarterfinals. In the changing room, the mood was jubilant. The team knew they had faced a tough opponent and come out on top. Gareth Southgate praised their resilience and tactical discipline. Harry Kane walked over to Nathan, a playful smirk on his face. "You were like a wrecking ball out there, mate. What did you eat for breakfast?" Koulibaly looked surprised for once. Nathan chuckled. "Just felt strong today, Skip. Needed to smash through that wall, eh?" Later, as Nathan stretched out his tired muscles, the system hummed to life again. Ding! System notification. Your overall rating has increased. Your current overall rating, 8-. Nathan's eyes widened. 8-. He'd finally broken into the A tier. The defeat against Argentina and the subsequent wins, combined with the mastery of glide and the impact of power, were truly accelerating his progression. He was moving, slowly but surely, towards that ultimate S tier, towards being the GOAT. He also saw another notification, detailing his skill mastery progression. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 15%. Next mastery milestone, 25% requires sustained application of improved dribbling in high-pressure situations. And then, the final reveal of the night. On the TV screen in the changing room, the graphic for the quarterfinals flashed. England would be facing France, and their star player, the current holder of the Golden Ball, a player whose speed and clinical finishing struck fear into the hearts of defenders worldwide. Kylian Mbappé. This was it. The biggest test yet. The GOAT quest just got real. Chapter 105. The Speed Demon and the Shadow. The training ground felt different. Not just the usual pre-match jitters, but a hum of anticipation that crackled in the air like static electricity. France, the reigning champions, and at their spearhead, the fastest, most electrifying player on the planet, Kylian Mbappé. Nathan felt a nod of excitement and a touch of genuine nerves in his stomach. This was it, the quarterfinals, the moment where legends were made or dreams shattered. His overall rating was a constant whisper in his mind, urging him forward. He wanted that S, and beating France was a giant leap towards it. He spent extra time during warm-ups focusing on his footwork, trying to feel that subtle increase in agility from his glide of Messi, 15% mastery. Every pivot, every dribble, he pushed himself, wanting that 25% milestone. He knew he'd need every ounce of that skill against France. During a tactical walkthrough, Gareth Southgate plastered Mbappe's face on the screen. He's a phenomenon. We need to collectively defend him. No single player can stop him alone. Nathan used his talent scout vision on the image. Kylian Mbappé, ability, S+ potential, S overall rating, S. S+. Nathan blinked. He'd seen Messi at S+, but Mbappé too? It was a stark reminder of the caliber of player he was about to face. A true GOAT contender himself. He scanned other French players too. Antoine Griezmann, ability, A+ potential, A overall rating, A. Clever, links play beautifully. Dangerous, Aurelien Tchouameni, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. Engine in midfield, strong, great passer. This wasn't just Mbappé. This was a whole team of champions. Phil Foden nudged Nathan during a water break. Nervous about Mbappé, mate? Nathan took a swig. Respectful, definitely. But nervous? No. This is why we play, right? To test ourselves against the best. Jude Bellingham chimed in. Exactly. If you want to be the best, you got to beat the best. This is our moment. Their words resonated. This wasn't just a match. It was a statement. The stadium was a cauldron of noise. Half blue, half white. The French fans belted out their anthem with passion, matched by the roaring English faithful. The sheer energy was overwhelming. Feet, the whistle blew, and the World Cup quarterfinal was underway. France started with their characteristic flair and directness. Their pace was frightening. Mbappé, playing on the left wing, was an absolute blur. Kyle Walker, known for his own incredible speed, was doing his best to stick with him, but it was clear that even he was being pushed to his absolute limits. Minute 10. Mbappé picked up the ball deep in his own half and just exploded into a sprint. He left one English midfielder scrambling, then another. He looked unstoppable. England's defense scrambled back, Harry Maguire and John Stones trying to cover. Mbappé rocketed into the box, pulled off a lightning-fast step-over, and unleashed a shot. Jordan Pickford, with a phenomenal save, got a strong hand to it, tipping it over the bar. A collective sigh of relief swept through the English crowd. He's too fast, Nathan thought, feeling a chill. He was playing slightly ahead, trying to link attack, but found himself drawn back, desperate to help. Every time Mbappé got the ball, it felt like a five-alarm fire. Minute 20. France scored. A quick pass from Griezmann found Ousmane Dembélé on the right wing, who whipped in a perfect cross. Olivier Giroud, with a powerful header, nodded it past Pickford. England 0, France 1. The French bench erupted. The English fans fell silent, a cold dread settling in. This was it. This was the challenge. Nathan felt frustration bubble. They were losing control. They needed to find a way to contain Mbappé, to disrupt France's rhythm. Just then, the familiar chime cut through his thoughts, a beacon in the storm. Ding! System notification. Your opponent's speed and attacking prowess are overwhelming your defense. You may request one random legendary defensive contribution skill in the style of a football icon to tirelessly track, intercept, and regain possession. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan didn't hesitate. This was precisely what they needed. Not just to attack, but to stop the bleeding. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Engine of Canny. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your stamina, defensive work rate, and ability to make crucial interceptions are significantly enhanced. You will cover immense ground, relentlessly press opponents, and become a tireless presence in midfield. A surge of energy, different from the power of Drogba, filled Nathan. This wasn't about strength, but about endless endurance and an intuitive sense of where the ball would go. He felt like he could run forever, like his mind was a step ahead of the French attackers. He suddenly saw the passing lanes Mbappé wanted to use, the spaces he aimed for. He immediately dropped deeper, becoming a second defensive midfielder alongside Declan Rice. When Mbappé received the ball again on the left, Nathan, with the engine of Canny active, seemed to teleport. He was there instantly, not diving in, but closing the space, forcing Mbappé wide, disrupting his rhythm. He chased, harried, and forced a misplaced pass that Declan Rice gratefully swept up. The crowd roared, sensing a shift. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was everywhere. He covered the ground of 2 players, cutting off passing lanes to Mbappé, intercepting through balls, and winning back possession. He tackled cleanly, his judgment razor-sharp. He wasn't flashy, but he was incredibly effective. He forced Mbappé into uncomfortable positions, making him pass rather than run. The French attack, for those 5 crucial minutes, stuttered. England, fueled by Nathan's tireless work, started to regain their composure. In the 43rd minute, England found their equalizer. A brilliant cross from Bukayo Saka found Harry Kane, who had finally shaken off his marker and powered a header past Hugo Lloris. England won, France won. The stadium exploded. Nathan sprinted to join the celebration, his lungs burning, but his spirit soaring. The engine of Canny had allowed England to weather the storm and get back into the game. The second half was a nail-biting affair. Both teams pushed for the winning goal. Mbappé was still a threat, but Nathan's improved defensive awareness and the collective effort meant he wasn't as dominant as he had been earlier. Nathan found himself in the box in the 70th minute, receiving a pass from Phil Foden. He tried to turn, using his glide of Messi mastery, but Dayot Upamecano was too strong, too quick. The ball was lost. Ding. System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 20%. Next mastery milestone, 25%. Requires sustained application of improved dribbling in high-pressure situations. Almost there, Nathan thought, even in the heat of the moment. The game stretched into extra time. Nerves frayed. Players tired. Mbappé, despite being marked diligently, still managed a few terrifying runs, but England's defense, spurred on by Jordan Pickford's incredible saves, held firm. Finally, the whistle blew. Full time, extra time, still 1-1. Penalties. The entire stadium held its breath. The walk to the center circle felt like an eternity. Nathan stood with his teammates, arms linked, watching. Kane scored. Maguire scored. Bellingham scored. Then, Mbappé stepped up for France. He looked calm, collected. He took his run up. He shot. And Jordan Pickford, with a superhuman dive, pushed it wide. The stadium erupted into chaos. England's turn. It came down to Aaron Ramsdale, who had come on as a substitute keeper for penalties due to his excellent record. He slotted home, cool as ice. England won 4-3 on penalties. The joyous pandemonium that followed was unlike anything Nathan had ever experienced. The English players piled on top of each other, screaming, laughing, crying. They had beaten the world champions. They were in the World Cup semi-finals. In the locker room, the celebrations were wild. Gatora de showers, sinjing, pure euforia. Nathan, exhausted but elated, checked his system one last time. Overall rating it, he blinked. A. He had done it. He had reached the A tier. The victory over France, his contribution, and the ongoing mastery of glide of Messi, now at 22%, had pushed him up. He was no longer just a B-plus player. He was an A. He felt a hand on his shoulder. It was Harry Kane, sweat dripping, a massive grin on his face. Unbelievable, Nathan. Unbelievable performance today. You were everywhere. We all were. Skip, Nathan said, a genuine smile splitting his face. He had faced a GOAT contender, Mbappé, and while he hadn't outscored him, he had helped contain him. He had learned. He had grown. The next day, the news hit. Their semi-final opponent had been confirmed. The team that had overcome a tough quarterfinal. Brazil, and leading their formidable attack. Neymar Jr. This was going to be another level entirely. Chapter 106, The Samba Kings and a Shot at Glory. The air crackled with a new kind of energy at the training camp. Not the nervous tension of facing champions, but the electric buzz of facing legends. Brazil, the 5-time World Cup winners, the Samba Kings. Their name alone conjured images of dazzling skill and relentless attack. Nathan felt a mix of awe and fierce determination. He had hit overall rating, a significant jump, but he knew Brazil played on a different level. This wasn't just another game. It was a World Cup semifinal. The stakes couldn't be higher. He worked tirelessly on his glide of Messi, 22%, mastery during drills, trying to push past that 25% milestone. The permanent minor agility boost was already noticeable, making him feel quicker, more nimble. But against Brazil's flair, he needed every bit of that enhanced control. Gareth Southgate's tactical talks were serious. Brazil will dance, he'd said, his voice grave. They'll try to pull us apart with their skill. We need to be disciplined, organized, and ruthless when we get our chances. Nathan used his talent scout on images of Brazil's attacking maestros. Neymar Jr., ability, S+ potential, B+ overall rating, S. Another S+. Nathan swallowed. Messi, Mbappe, and now Neymar. The true titans of the game. Neymar's ability to dribble, score, and create was legendary. Vinicius Jr., ability, A+ potential, S overall rating, A+. Rapid and tricky on the wing, Nathan noted. He'll cause major headaches. Case Moreau, ability, A+ potential, B overall rating, A+. The anchor, breaks up play, starts attacks. So important to them. How do you stop all that? Phil Foden mumbled to Nathan during a recovery session. Nathan shrugged. You don't. You just try to limit it, and you hit them back harder. The journey to the stadium felt surreal. Every fan in the city seemed to be there, a deafening wave of noise and color. When they stepped onto the pitch, the roar was so immense it felt like the ground vibrated. The Brazilian fans were a riot of yellow and green, their drums pounding a relentless beat. Feep. The whistle blew, and the semifinal kicked off. Brazil attacked from the first second. It was a blur of skill and speed. Neymar, Vinicius Jr., Rafinha, they moved the ball with incredible pace and flair. They attempted flicks, back heels, and one-touch passes that left England chasing shadows. England's defense, led by Harry Maguire and John Stones, was under immense pressure. Luke Shaw and Kyle Walker were constantly isolated against quick wingers. Declan Rice and Jude Bellingham were battling hard in midfield, but Brazil's movement was just relentless. Minute 15. Brazil carved them open. Neymar, with a dazzling piece of skill, danced past 2 English defenders on the left wing, then threaded an impossible through ball to Richarlison, who lashed it into the net. England 0, Brazil 1. The Brazilian fans erupted in a samba of celebration. The English side of the stadium fell silent, a collective groan echoing through the stands. It felt like an impossible mountain to climb. Nathan felt the despair creeping in, but he pushed it back. No, not like this. We didn't come this far to give up. He knew they needed something special, something to ignite their attack and throw Brazil off balance. Just then, the familiar chime cut through the noise, a hopeful melody in the chaos. Ding! System notification. Your team is trailing against a highly skilled opponent and requires a creative breakthrough. You may request one random legendary shooting/finishing skill in the style of a football icon to turn half chances into goals and provide a clinical edge. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's heart pounded. A shooting skill? This was it. This was the chance to strike back. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Finisher of Shearer. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your shooting power, accuracy, and ability to convert chances from difficult angles are significantly enhanced. Your shots will be struck with immense force and precision, finding the corners of the net. A jolt of pure confidence surged through Nathan's legs and right foot. He felt like every shot he took would find its mark, like he couldn't possibly miss. He looked at the goal, and it seemed wider, the angles clearer. This wasn't about power or dribbling. This was about putting the ball where the keeper couldn't reach it. He immediately called for the ball. England managed to win possession in midfield. Declan Rice looked up, saw Nathan making a run into space, and threaded a pass. Nathan received it just outside the box, with his back to goal, a Brazilian defender, Marquinhos, instantly on his back. Nathan felt Marquinhos' presence, but the finisher of Shearer gave him an immediate sense of purpose. He spun surprisingly quickly, using the momentum to create a tiny bit of space. Marquinhos stumbled for a split second. That was all Nathan needed. He didn't take an extra touch. He just wound up his right leg and unleashed a thunderbolt. It was a half volley, struck with incredible power and precision, flying toward the top corner. Alisson Becker, Brazil's world-class goalkeeper, threw himself across, a desperate blur of green. But the shot was too fierce, too accurate. Boom! The ball slammed into the top corner, rattling the net with a violent shudder. Goal! The stadium erupted in a deafening roar from the English fans. England won, Brazil won. Nathan screamed in pure elation, sprinting towards the corner flag, sliding on his knees, arms outstretched just like Jude had done so many times. His teammates swarmed him, burying him in a pile of joyous white jerseys. The goal completely shifted the momentum. Brazil, momentarily stunned, seemed to lose a bit of their swagger. England, buoyed by the equalizer, pressed harder, their confidence soaring. Nathan felt the finisher of sheer fade after 5 minutes, but the feeling of striking the ball with such conviction lingered. The rest of the first half was a tense back and forth. Both teams created chances, but the score remained 1-1. In the second half, the game became a true chess match. Neymar continued to dazzle, but Harry Maguire and John Stones were resolute, making crucial blocks and tackles. Nathan dropped deeper at times to help, his glide of Messi, 22%, mastery aiding his ability to turn and escape tight spaces. Minute 70. Brazil had a free kick just outside the box. Neymar stepped up, his eyes fixed on the goal. He struck it beautifully, curling it over the wall, seemingly destined for the top corner. But Jordan Pickford, with a magnificent acrobatic save, tipped it over the bar. The stadium gasped, then roared with relief. England pushed for a winner. Phil Foden danced past 2 defenders on the left, but his shot was blocked. Harry Kane had a header cleared off the line. The game headed into the final minutes, 1-1. Extra time loomed. Then, in the 89th minute, a moment of magic. Jude Bellingham picked up a ball in midfield, drove forward, and played a quick 1-2 with Declan Rice. He then threaded a perfect pass into the path of Bukayo Saka, who had made a brilliant run from the right wing. Saka took one touch, composed himself, and fired a low shot past Alisson Becker. Goal! The English bench erupted. The fans were in a frenzy. England 2, Brazil 1. The final whistle blew just minutes later. England had done it. They had beaten Brazil in the semi-finals. They were going to the World Cup final. Pure euphoria filled the stadium. Players hugged, cried, and punched the air. Nathan felt tears welling in his eyes. He had dreamed of this, but it felt even better than he'd imagined. In the jubilant changing room, Harry Kane threw an arm around Nathan. That goal, mate. What a hit. Right when we needed it. Nathan just grinned, breathless. Just felt like it was going in, skip. He quickly checked his system. Overall rating, A+. Nathan's jaw dropped. A+. From B+ to A in just 2 games. This was insane. He was so close. The glide of Messi mastery was also at 24%, just one more step to that next permanent boost. He knew what this meant. He had faced Messi, Mbappe, and Neymar. He had scored, assisted, defended, and grown. He was going to the World Cup final. And his opponent? The winner of the other semi-final, which had just concluded. Germany. A classic rivalry. A historic clash. And the GOAT was within reach. Chapter 107. The final showdown. England versus Germany. The World Cup final. Just the words sent shivers down Nathan's spine. Every footballer's ultimate dream. The entire training camp was electric, buzzing with a mixture of nervous excitement and fierce determination. They had beaten the world champions, France, and then the Samba Kings, Brazil. Now, only one team stood in their way, Germany. This wasn't just a final. It was the continuation of a legendary rivalry. England versus Germany. History, pride, and the ultimate trophy. Nathan felt his overall rating. A+ pulsing like a small sun in his chest. So close to S, to the GOAT status. His glide of Messi, 24%. Mastery was itching to reach that 25% milestone, begging for one more moment of magic. He knew he'd need every single bit of skill, power, and agility against Germany. Gareth Southgate's pre-match talk was calm, but his eyes burned with intensity. This is it, lads. 45 years of waiting. One game. One trophy. Leave everything on that pitch. Nathan used his talent scout on Germany's key players. They were known for their efficiency, their tactical discipline, and their clinical finishing. Jamal Musiala, ability, A+ potential, S overall rating, A+. Dazzling dribbler, incredibly agile, can change a game in a second. Nathan knew he'd be a constant threat. Kai Havertz, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating, A. Intelligent movement, clinical finisher. A player who could disappear for moments, then pop up to score. Joshua Kimmich, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. The heartbeat of their midfield. Controls the tempo, amazing passes, relentless work rate. Nathan felt a pang of familiarity. Kimmich was a conductor, much like Xavi. This is going to be a chess match in midfield, Jude Bellingham commented to Nathan during warm-ups. Kimmich is everywhere. Nathan nodded, stretching his hamstrings. We have to win that midfield battle. No easy passes. The walk onto the pitch was surreal. The stadium was a deafening symphony of sound, a mosaic of white, red, and black. Every seat was filled, every voice screaming. The World Cup trophy gleamed on a stand near the tunnel, a golden beacon that pulled at every player's gaze. Feep. The referee's whistle cut through the roar, and the World Cup final began. Germany, true to form, started with precision. Their passes were sharp, their movement intelligent. They pressed England high, trying to force mistakes. Musiala, with his silky dribbling, immediately caused problems on the wing. Kyle Walker and John Stones had to be constantly alert. England responded with resilience, their experience from the previous tough matches showing. Declan Rice was a rock in midfield, breaking up play, while Jude Bellingham pushed forward, trying to create. Nathan found himself dropping deep to link play, then surging forward when opportunities arose. Minute 20. Germany struck first. A swift counterattack saw Ilkay Gundogan thread a perfect through ball to Serge Gnabry, who had ghosted into the box. Gnabry took one touch and fired it low and hard past Jordan Pickford. England 0, Germany 1. The German fans erupted, a synchronized roar that sent shivers down spines. The English side was stunned into silence. It was a familiar feeling of falling behind, but this was the final. Nathan felt a surge of frustration. They couldn't let Germany dictate the pace. Not now. They needed to respond, and fast. Just as the thought hammered in his mind, the system chimed, a familiar comfort in the chaos. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a German side, known for its clinical efficiency and strategic play. You may request one random legendary leadership / playmaking skill in the style of a football icon to inspire your team, orchestrate attacks, and control the tempo of the game. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes widened. Leadership? Playmaking? This was about more than just his individual skill. It was about elevating the whole team. This was about being the conductor, the general. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Maestro of Zidane. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your vision, passing range, tactical awareness, and ability to inspire teammates are significantly enhanced. You will be able to dictate the pace of the game, find incredible through balls, and elevate the performance of those around you. A profound calm settled over Nathan. It was as if the noise of the stadium faded, and the entire pitch became a clear, tactical board in his mind. He saw every player's movement, every potential passing lane, every defensive gap. He felt an urge to direct, to command, to simply make things happen. He was no longer just a player. He was the orchestrator. He immediately dropped into a deeper midfield role, calling for the ball from Declan Rice. When he received it, he didn't rush. He held it, looking up, absorbing the pressure from German midfielder Leon Goretzka. He noticed Harry Kane making a subtle run, pulling a German defender wide. And then he saw Phil Foden making a ghosting run into the space left behind by Kane's decoy. With a single, magnificent touch, Nathan unleashed a lob-through ball. It wasn't a powerful shot, but a graceful arc that sailed over the heads of the German defense. Perfectly weighted, perfectly placed. It landed right in Foden's stride, leaving him one-on-one with Manuel Neuer. Phil Foden, with his trademark composure, took one touch and slotted it coolly past the legendary German keeper. Goal! The English half of the stadium erupted in an explosion of joy. England won, Germany won. Nathan sprinted towards Foden, roaring, his arms raised. The maestro of Zidane had truly changed the game, turning a defensive situation into a breathtaking equalizer. The goal had a huge psychological impact. England, re-energized, pressed harder. Nathan, though the Zidane effect faded after 5 minutes, felt a lasting improvement in his tactical awareness. He was thinking more strategically, constantly looking for those killer passes. The second half was a relentless battle. Germany, wounded but not broken, pushed hard for an equalizer. Musiala was a constant threat, and Kai Havertz had a goal ruled out for offside. Jordan Pickford made a heroic save from a powerful shot by Gundogan. Nathan found himself at the heart of the action. He battled, he tackled, and he tried to use his glide of Messi mastery to create chances. In the 75th minute, he drove into the box, leaving one German defender flat-footed with a quick feint. As he tried to beat the second, he felt a sharp nudge. He lost the ball, but it was another high-pressure dribbling situation. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 25%. Permanent benefit unlocked. Enhanced ball control. Your baseball control is significantly improved, making the ball stick closer to your feet and allowing for more intricate dribbles. Next mastery milestone. 50% requires extensive application of enhanced ball control and successful solo runs. Nathan felt a powerful jolt throughout his body, especially in his feet. It wasn't just a notification, it was a physical sensation of his abilities shifting, improving. The ball truly felt like an extension of him now. 25%. A major milestone reached. The game continued its relentless pace. The clock ticked agonizingly slowly. Every tackle, every clearance, every pass was met with a roar from the crowd. Germany pushed, England defended with everything they had. In the 90th minute, Germany launched one final attack. A cross came in, headed away by John Stones. The ball fell to Thomas Muller, just outside the box. He wound up for a shot, but Declan Rice, with a last-ditch, heroic block, threw himself in front of it. The ball deflected wide for a corner. The corner was cleared, and the referee looked at his watch. Feep, the final whistle. England had won the World Cup. The stadium erupted in an unimaginable roar. Players collapsed on the pitch, some in tears of joy, others simply from exhaustion. The bench poured onto the field, a wave of white jerseys, embracing everyone in sight. Harry Kane sank to his knees, burying his face in his hands. Jude Bellingham sprinted around, screaming in pure joy. Nathan stood still for a moment, tears streaming down his face, a massive grin plastered on it. He looked at the scoreboard, saw the 2-1, and then turned to his teammates, running towards them, a part of the glorious pile-up. He had done it. They had done it. Later, amidst the confetti and celebrations, as the trophy was lifted, Nathan checked his system one last time, his heart pounding. Overall rating S. He stared at the shimmering S. He had reached it. He was a GOAT. Not just a contender, but now a player in the elite pantheon. His journey had culminated in the ultimate prize, and his system had validated it. He looked at the golden trophy, gleaming under the stadium lights, then back at his teammates, their faces radiant with joy. This wasn't just about him. It was about them. It was about every single step of this incredible journey. He was the GOAT. But the story was just beginning. The Premier League awaited, and new challenges, new legends to face, and new heights to reach. Chapter 108. Red Devils, Red Haze. The World Cup trophy gleaming in photos, the endless celebrations, the roar of a nation. It all felt like a dream, a glorious, impossible dream. But it was real. Nathan had an S rating. He was a World Cup winner. He was the GOAT, or at least on the path to it. The return to Manchester was a whirlwind. The airport was mobbed, the streets lined with screaming fans, red flags everywhere. It was a hero's welcome. He was no longer just Nathan, the promising young talent. He was Nathan, World Cup champion. But the real world, the club world, beckoned. After a brief, well-deserved break, it was back to Carrington, Manchester United's training ground. The familiar red crest on his training gear felt heavier, imbued with new meaning. He walked into the changing room, and the usual banter paused. A cheer went up, and he was immediately engulfed in a wave of hugs and slaps on the back. "Sean, look who it is." Marcus Rashford grinned, pulling him into a celebratory embrace. "Bringing the goal home? You owe us a party, mate," Lisandro Martinez said, a mischievous glint in his eye. Nathan laughed, feeling the warmth of being back with his club family. Plenty of time for that. First, we got a season to win. During drills, Nathan could feel the difference. The glide of Messi, 25%, mastery, now with its enhanced ball control, was truly integrated. The ball felt like an extension of his foot, obeying his slightest command. His turns were tighter, his close control impeccable. It wasn't just a skill, it was a part of him now. He felt more confident, more eager to take players on. He used his talent scout ability on his teammates. It was interesting to see how they compared to the international superstars he'd just faced. Marcus Rashford, ability, a potential, A+ overall rating. Still sharp. That acceleration is lethal. He'll hit it soon, I bet. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating. Always a maestro, pulling the strings. His vision is something else. Case Moreau, ability, A+ potential, B overall rating, A+. The same rock he was for Brazil. Absolute world-class defensive midfielder. It was a strong squad, a team capable of challenging for titles. And Nathan, now an S-rated player, felt a new kind of responsibility. It wasn't just about his own goals. It was about elevating his club, too. The first Premier League match back was a massive one. Arsenal at Old Trafford. A classic rivalry. Always intense. Always a spectacle. The atmosphere was absolutely buzzing. The fans were still riding the World Cup high, and the return of their champion, Nathan, only fueled the excitement. The stadium was a sea of red, punctuated by splashes of Arsenal's red and white. The chants were deafening, a relentless wave of sound that promised a fiery encounter. Feep. The whistle blew, and the game exploded. Arsenal, as expected, played with their usual fluid, attacking style. Martin Odegaard pulled the strings in midfield, his passes incisive. Gabriel Martinelli and Bukayo Saka, Nathan recognized his potential, even as an opponent today, were a constant threat on the wings. United, still finding their rhythm after the World Cup break, started a little slowly. Arsenal dominated possession in the opening minutes, passing sharply, probing the defense. Minute 15. Arsenal opened the scoring. A quick exchange between Odegaard and Saka saw the ball worked to Gabriel Jesus inside the box. Jesus, with a sharp turn and shot, slotted it past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Arsenal 1. The Arsenal fans erupted, while Old Trafford fell into a stunned silence. This was not the start they wanted. Nathan felt a familiar surge of frustration. They needed to wake up. Just then, the familiar chime cut through his thoughts, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a disciplined and creative opponent, requiring a moment of individual brilliance to unlock their defense. You may request one random legendary creative/flair skill in the style of a football icon to create unpredictable opportunities and dazzle opponents. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes lit up. Flair? Unpredictable opportunities? This was exactly what United needed right now. Something to break Arsenal's composure and open up their tight defense. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Flair of Ronaldinho. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your creative vision, audacious dribbling, and ability to execute spectacular passes and tricks are significantly enhanced. Opponents will find your movements unpredictable and your passes truly magical. A mischievous, almost joyful energy coursed through Nathan. He felt a newfound freedom on the ball, an urge to try things, to take risks that he normally wouldn't. The pitch felt like his playground. He saw possibilities, not just passes, but moments where a flick, a no-look pass, or a sudden burst of skill could change everything. He called for the ball immediately. Bruno Fernandes, seeing the spark in Nathan's eyes, played a quick pass to him in midfield. Granit Xhaka and Thomas Partey converged quickly, trying to close him down. Nathan didn't panic. With the flair of Ronaldinho active, he embraced the pressure. He took a touch, then with a lightning-quick flick of his heel, he nutmegged Xhaka, sending the ball cleanly through the Swiss midfielder's legs. The crowd roared in astonishment. Partey rushed to cover, but Nathan was already on the move. He didn't just run. He danced with the ball, a series of quick step-overs, feints, and shimmies that left Partey flat-footed. He was past them, gliding into the final third. Ooh! Old Trafford gasped and then erupted in cheers. He faced Ben White, the Arsenal right-back. Nathan dipped his shoulder, feigning a cross. Then, with a sudden burst of acceleration and a quick chop, he left White sprawling. He was inside the box, the goal gaping. He could have shot, but the flair of Ronaldinho whispered something else. He saw Marcus Rashford making a late, unmarked run at the far post. Instead of shooting, Nathan produced a no-look pass, a gentle scoop of the ball with the outside of his foot. It curled perfectly around William Saliba and Gabriel Magalhaes, right into Rashford's path. Marcus Rashford, surprised but reacting instantly, had a simple tap-in. Goal! The net rippled. Manchester United won. Arsenal won. Old Trafford exploded into a deafening roar, a mixture of disbelief and pure jubilation. Nathan rushed to celebrate with Rashford, a wide, triumphant grin on his face. The flair of Ronaldinho had been a game-changer. The equalizer completely changed the momentum. Arsenal, rattled by Nathan's audacious play, looked less composed. United pressed their advantage. Nathan felt the flair of Ronaldinho fade after 5 minutes, but the memory of that creative freedom, that sense of joyous unpredictability, lingered. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A corner from Bruno Fernandes found Lisandro Martinez, who headed it powerfully into the net, making it 2-1. The second half was a tense, back-and-forth affair. Arsenal pushed hard for an equalizer, their attacking players relentless. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves, and the United defense, marshaled by Casemiro, held firm. Nathan continued to be a driving force, linking midfield and attack. He tried another audacious flick in the 70th minute, but it didn't quite come off. Still, it was a high-pressure moment of dribbling and creativity. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 28%. Next mastery milestone, 50%, requires extensive application of enhanced ball control and successful solo runs. Nice, Nathan thought. Getting closer. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2. Arsenal 1. A hard-fought victory against a fierce rival. Old Trafford erupted once more, celebrating the win and the return of their World Cup champion. In the jubilant changing room, Bruno Fernandes clapped Nathan on the back. That nutmeg, Nathan, and the Nola pass. You were on fire today, like a magician. Nathan just smiled, soaking in the praise. Just playing with a bit of freedom, Bruno. He checked his system. His overall rating remained at S. The journey wasn't over just because he'd hit the top tier. Being the GOAT wasn't just about reaching S. It was about staying there, consistently performing, and continuing to evolve. The flair of Ronaldinho had given him a taste of creative brilliance. He knew that mastering it, just like the glide of Messi, would be crucial for his continued evolution. As he headed home, already thinking about the next training session, his phone buzzed with a news notification. The headline screamed, United's champions return. But are they ready for Europe? The next challenge wasn't domestic. It was a UEFA Champions League. Chapter 109. The Royal Test and a Visionary Pass. The shine of the World Cup winner's medal had dulled slightly, replaced by the glint of ambition in Nathan's eyes. The Premier League win against Arsenal was a good start, but now, the true test of his overall rating has loomed, the UEFA Champions League. European nights at Old Trafford hit different. The roar was louder, the stakes felt heavier, and every opponent was a champion in their own right. The Champions League draw was a tense affair, watched by the whole squad in the team lounge. When the computer finally flashed the name, a collective gasp went through the room. Manchester United versus Real Madrid. A classic. The Kings of Europe. 13-time winners. Bloody hell, Marcus Rashford muttered, a mix of excitement and awe in his voice. The big one. Nathan felt a surge of exhilaration. This was it. To be the GOAT, you had to beat the best, not just once but consistently. Real Madrid represented the pinnacle of club football. Training sessions leading up to the first leg at Old Trafford were electric. Nathan pushed his glide of Messi, 28%, mastery, trying to feel that subtle shift towards 50%. The permanent enhanced ball control was already making his close dribbling feel effortless, almost instinctive. He found himself trying more audacious flicks and turns in practice, feeling the flair of Ronaldinho subtly influencing his natural game. He spent time analyzing Real Madrid's players, his talent scout, ability, working overtime. Vinicius Jr., ability, S potential, S overall rating, S. Still S. Electric pace, unplayable on his day. A nightmare for any defender. Federico Valverde, ability, A+ potential, A+ overall rating, A+. Engine, powerful shot covers so much ground. He'll be crucial in midfield. Luka Modric, ability, S potential, B overall rating, S. Still at the very top. Controls the midfield, passes are pinpoint. A true legend. Thibaut Courtois, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. A giant in goal. Almost impossible to beat, one-on-one. Scoring past him will be tough. Their midfield is insane, Bruno Fernandes commented during a tactical session, pointing at a diagram of Real Madrid's setup. Modric, Kroos, Valverde, they dictate everything. Nathan nodded. We need to find a way to disrupt their rhythm. Can't let them have the ball for too long. The night of the match was unforgettable. Old Trafford was a pulsating inferno of red. The roar as the Champions League anthem played sent shivers down Nathan's spine. This was what he lived for. Feep. The whistle rang out, and the game began. Real Madrid, dressed in their pristine white, looked every bit the champions. They started with their usual calm authority, stroking the ball around, patiently waiting for openings. Modric and Toni Kroos orchestrated from midfield, their passes precise, almost telepathic. United pressed, but Real's movement was so fluid, so well-rehearsed. Vinicius Jr. was a constant blur on the left wing, forcing Aaron Wan-Bissaka into a desperate block early on. Minute 20. Real Madrid scored. A beautiful passing move saw Vinicius Jr. weave past two defenders, then lay it off to Rodrigo inside the box. Rodrigo took one touch and slotted it coolly past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Real Madrid 1. The pockets of white in the stadium erupted. Old Trafford groaned, but it was a collective sigh of frustration, not despair. They knew Real Madrid's quality. Nathan felt the sting of falling behind, but a familiar resolve hardened in his gut. They needed to find a way to break through Real's disciplined defense and midfield control. They needed a moment of genius, a pass that only a few could see. Just then, the system chime resonated in his mind, clear as a bell. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a midfield masterclass, struggling to penetrate the opposition's defensive lines. You may request one random legendary passing/vision skill in the style of a football icon to unlock defensive setups and create high-percentage scoring opportunities. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's heart pounded. A passing/vision skill. This was exactly what was needed to cut through Real's well-drilled lines. He had the vision of Xavi in his memory, but what new legendary vision could he unlock? Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Eye of Pirlo. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your deep-lying playmaking vision, ability to execute unexpected long-range passes, and tactical foresight in building attacks are significantly enhanced. You will see opportunities to switch play and launch devastating attacks from deep positions. A profound calmness settled over Nathan, even deeper than the maestro of Zidane had provided. It wasn't just seeing passing lanes. It was like seeing the entire game from above, understanding the flow, the subtle shifts, the way Real Madrid's defense moved like a single, connected entity. He could see how to unravel it, thread by thread. He felt the urge to drop even deeper, to collect the ball and dictate from there. He immediately dropped back, almost alongside Case Moreau. Bruno Fernandes, seeing Nathan's determined expression, played a risky back pass to him. Luka Modric and Toni Kroos immediately pressed, tried to swarm him. Nathan didn't panic. With the eye of Pirlo active, he didn't even look up. He felt the pressure, knew where his teammates were, and with a single, elegant touch of his right boot, he launched a long, arcing pass. It wasn't a powerful kick, but a perfectly weighted, almost gentle lob. The ball sailed over the heads of the Real Madrid midfield, over the retreating defense, and dropped perfectly into the path of Marcus Rashford, who had made a blistering run down the left wing. It was a pass that seemed to defy logic, appearing out of nowhere. Rashford took it in stride, one touch, then sprinted into the box, leaving Dani Carvajal behind. He came face-to-face with Thibaut Courtois, who rushed out to narrow the angle. Rashford unleashed a powerful shot, but Courtois, massive in goal, managed to get a hand to it. The ball deflected off Courtois' outstretched arm, spun through the air, and hit the post with a painful clang. Aha! Old Trafford screamed in collective agony. The rebound fell to Bruno Fernandes, who had followed up the play. Bruno didn't hesitate. He smashed it into the empty net. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Real Madrid 1. Old Trafford erupted, a deafening roar of relief and jubilation. Nathan ran towards Bruno, pumping his fists, a satisfied grin on his face. The eye of Pirlo had created that chance, a moment of deep-lying genius that almost led to a direct goal. The goal galvanized United. They pressed harder, buoyed by the equalizer. Nathan felt the eye of Perlo fade after 5 minutes, but the understanding of building play from deep, of dissecting defenses with long-range passes, had left a lasting impression. The rest of the first half was a tense, end-to-end affair. Both teams pushed for a second goal, but the defenses held firm. The second half began with renewed intensity. Real Madrid showed their champions' mentality, pushing higher, trying to regain control. Vinicius Jr. continued to be a menace, but Aaron Wan-Bissaka, supported by Casemiro and Nathan, managed to contain him. Nathan, still feeling the permanent enhanced ball control from his glide of Messi, 28%, mastery, found himself effortlessly turning away from pressure, creating space in tight areas. He tried a couple of ambitious dribbles, pushing his limits. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 31%. Next mastery milestone. 50% requires extensive application of enhanced ball control and successful solo runs. Good, Nathan thought. Every little bit helps. The game was a brutal tactical battle. Neither team gave an inch. De Gea made another crucial save from a Valverde rocket, and Courtois pulled off a stunning stop from a Harry Kane header. The clock ticked past the 90th minute. It seemed destined for a draw. Then, in the 93rd minute, Real Madrid launched one final attack. A quick corner, whipped in by Cruz. Eder Militao rose highest, flicking it on. The ball fell to Karim Benzema, unmarked at the far post. Benzema, ever clinical, tapped it in. Real Madrid 2, Manchester United 1. The whistle blew almost immediately after the goal. The Real Madrid bench erupted, jubilant. The Manchester United players collapsed, devastated. It was a gut punch. A last-minute winner. Nathan stood, hands on his head, staring at the celebrating Real Madrid players. They had fought so hard, equalized, and then, in the cruelest of fashions, lost. In the quiet changing room, the mood was somber. Gareth Southgate had been right about Germany being a challenge, but this was a different kind of pain. Heads up, lads, Erik ten Hag said, his voice firm but calm. It's only halftime. We go to Madrid, and we give them hell. We score, we win. We know what we're capable of. Nathan nodded, looking at his teammates. The goal was painful, but the tie wasn't over. They had scored an away goal. It was only a 1-goal deficit. As he packed his bag, the system remained silent. No new rating, no new skills. Just a constant reminder of his overall rating. S and his glide of Messi, 31%, mastery. He had faced the kings of Europe, and they had struck a blow. But the second leg, in their own fortress, Santiago Bernabéu, was still to come. This wasn't over. Chapter 110, Madrid Miracle and the Golden Touch. The atmosphere inside the team plane heading to Madrid was different from any other away trip. It wasn't just anticipation. It was a silent, simmering resolve. 1 goal down from the first leg against Real Madrid, and now they were going to the Santiago Bernabéu, a fortress of football. Nathan's overall rating, S, felt like a badge of honor, but it also weighed on him. Being the GOAT meant delivering when it mattered most. It's just 1 goal, lads, Erik ten Hag had told them before they left. 1 goal, and we scored at Old Trafford. We know how to score away goals. His voice was calm, but his eyes conveyed the immense challenge ahead. Nathan spent the flight mentally replaying moments from the first leg, searching for weaknesses in Real Madrid's majestic play. He also focused on his glide of Messi, 31%, mastery. He could feel the ball glued to his foot more than ever, his turns crisp, his acceleration fluid. He needed to hit that 50% milestone, and tonight was the perfect stage for it. During the final training session at Real Madrid's training ground, Nathan continued to observe his opponents through his talent scout, ability, now familiar with their strengths. Luka Modric, ability, S, potential, B, overall rating, S. Toni Kroos, ability, A+, potential, B, overall rating, A+. Every pass is a laser. Never gives the ball away. Karim Benzema, ability, S, potential, B+, overall rating, S. The clinical finisher. Give him an inch, he takes a mile. We have to be ruthless, Harry Kane emphasized in the changing room before the match. Every chance counts. Every single one. The Santiago Bernabéu was immense. The roar from the Real Madrid faithful was deafening, a passionate sea of white, confident in their team's home advantage. As the teams walked out, the sight of the Champions League anthem, the shimmering floodlights, and the sheer scale of the arena sent shivers down Nathan's spine. This was the stage where legends were truly forged. Feep, the whistle blew, and the Champions League quarterfinal second leg was on. Real Madrid started with their characteristic composure, passing the ball with authority, trying to dictate the tempo. Modric and Kroos were immaculate in midfield, spraying passes left and right, trying to find Vinicius Jr. and Rodrigo on the wings. United, knowing they had to score, pressed higher, trying to disrupt Real's rhythm. Casemiro was immense, breaking up play, and Lisandro Martinez threw himself into every tackle. Minute 10, Real Madrid almost extended their lead. Vinicius Jr., with a dazzling run down the left, skipped past Aaron Wan-Bissaka and curled a shot toward the far post. David De Gea, with a fantastic fingertip save, pushed it wide. A collective sigh of relief from the United fans. The tension was palpable. United needed a goal, and quickly. Nathan received the ball in midfield, instantly swarmed by Eduardo Camavinga and Dani Ceballos. He spun, using his enhanced ball control from the glide of Messi, 31%, mastery to shield the ball, but they were tight, aggressive. He felt the frustration building. They needed a moment of genuine brilliance, a magical touch. Just then, the familiar system chime resonated in his mind, cutting through the stadium's roar. Ding! System notification. Your team requires a moment of sublime touch and precision to unlock a resolute defense and create an unmissable scoring opportunity. You may request one random legendary finishing touch skill in the style of a football icon, ensuring absolute precision even in chaotic situations. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's heart pounded. Finishing touch? Absolute precision? This was it. This was the skill that could turn a half chance into a game-changing goal. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Golden touch of Bergkamp. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your first touch, close-range finishing, and ability to control seemingly impossible passes are significantly enhanced. Every touch will be exquisite, setting up perfect shots or intricate plays. A strange calm washed over Nathan's hands and feet. It wasn't about power or speed, but about exquisite control, a delicate yet firm touch that made the ball stick and obey. He felt like he could kill any pass, no matter how wild, and place it exactly where he wanted it. This was about artistry, about turning chaos into beauty. A moment later, Bruno Fernandes threaded a sharp pass towards Nathan, who was making a run into the box. The pass was slightly behind him, difficult to control. But with the golden touch of Bergkamp active, Nathan didn't hesitate. He stuck out his right foot, seemingly impossibly, and pulled the ball back, bringing it under instant control in one fluid motion, leaving Eder Militao a step behind. He was now facing Thibaut Courtois, who had rushed out, making himself a massive presence. Nathan looked up, seeing the small gap between Courtois' left arm and his body, a sliver of space so tiny it was almost non-existent. With a delicate, almost casual flick of his left foot, Nathan chipped the ball. It wasn't a powerful shot. It was a perfectly weighted, feathery touch that floated over Courtois and nestled precisely into that tiny gap, hitting the back of the net. Goal! The stadium fell silent for a split second. Then the small pocket of Manchester United fans erupted in an explosion of ecstatic noise. Manchester United won. Real Madrid won. 2-2 on aggregate, with United now having the away goal advantage. Nathan roared, pumping his fists, his teammates mobbing him. The golden touch of Bergkamp had delivered. A thing of beauty. The goal stunned Real Madrid. They seemed momentarily shaken by the sheer elegance of the equalizer. United, now leading on away goals, played with renewed confidence. Nathan felt the golden touch fade after 5 minutes, but the memory of that flawless control, that absolute precision, was etched into his footballing brain. The rest of the first half was a frantic battle. Real Madrid pushed forward, trying to regain their lead, but United defended resolutely. Casemiro was a titan, winning tackle after tackle. The second half began with Real Madrid throwing everything at United. Luka Modric and Toni Kroos launched wave after wave of attacks. Vinicius Jr. was a constant menace, his speed terrifying. Nathan found himself tracking back more, using his improved agility from his glide of Messi, 31%, mastery to help out in defense. He also continued to try taking players on when he had the chance, pushing that mastery higher. Ding. System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 35%. Next mastery milestone, 50%, requires extensive application of enhanced ball control and successful solo runs. Every bit counts, Nathan thought, even as he chased a Real Madrid midfielder. Minute 70. Real Madrid igualaist. A moment of brilliance for Vinicius Jr., who finally managed to beat Aaron Wan-Bissaka and whip in a low cross. Karim Benzema, with a poacher's instinct, tapped it in. Real Madrid 2. Manchester United 1, 3-2 on aggregate. Old Trafford's hopeful roar was replaced by the triumphant cheers of the Bernabeu. United were behind again. They needed another goal to force extra time or win it. The final 20 minutes were a whirlwind of action. Both teams pushed, exhausted but driven. Harry Kane had a shot saved. Rodrigo had a clear chance for Real, but Lisandro Martinez made a heroic block. Nathan was everywhere, fighting for every ball, trying to create. He made a dazzling run in the 85th minute, leaving two Real Madrid players behind with a series of quick changes of direction, his glide of Messi mastery shining. He tried a shot from outside the box, but Courtois saved it. The clock ticked into injury time. For minutes, United threw everyone forward. Then, in the 92nd minute, a moment that would be replayed for years. Bruno Fernandes won a tackle in midfield, the ball spilling to Nathan. Nathan looked up. He saw no clear pass, no open shot, but he saw the space, a tiny gap between two Real Madrid defenders, Militao and Alaba. And he saw Marcus Rashford making a desperate diagonal run. With the ball seemingly glued to his feet, Nathan took two quick touches, then unleashed a pass with the outside of his right boot. It was a no-look, perfectly curved, audacious through ball. It sliced through the heart of the Real Madrid defense, curling perfectly into Rashford's path. Marcus Rashford, with only Courtois to beat, took one touch and then, with ice in his veins, calmly slotted it past the despairing dive of the Real Madrid keeper. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 2, Real Madrid 2. 3-3 on aggregate, with United now winning on away goals. The stadium was silenced. Only the small pocket of United fans could be heard, a cacophony of disbelieving screams and joyous roars. The Real Madrid players collapsed, stunned. Feep, the whistle blew. Manchester United had done it. They had knocked out Real Madrid at the Bernabeu. They were through to the Champions League semi-finals. The United players piled on top of each other, Marcus Rashford buried under a mountain of red jerseys. Nathan was at the bottom, laughing and shouting, tears of pure triumph mixing with the sweat. This was a miracle. This was what being a GOAT was all about. In the euphoric changing room, Erik ten Hag clapped Nathan on the back, his face beaming. That pass, Nathan. That last pass. Unbelievable. Pure class. Nathan, still breathless, just grinned. Just saw the space, boss. He checked his system, his heart still thumping. Overall rating, S+. His eyes widened. S+. He had truly reached the pinnacle. Beating Real Madrid, with that last-minute assist, had pushed him beyond S. He was now in the same league as Messi and Mbappe on his system. The GOAT. It felt incredible. His glide of Messi mastery had also reached 38%. Slowly but surely, he was integrating those legendary skills. The Champions League semi-finals awaited. Chapter 111. Derby Days and a Brazilian Blaze. The euphoria of beating Real Madrid at the Bernabeu was a high that Nathan hadn't come down from. His overall rating, S+, shimmered in his mind, a constant reminder that he was now officially in the same league as the Titans he'd only dreamed of facing. He was the GOAT, and now the challenge was to prove it again and again. The draw for the Champions League semi-finals landed with a thud. Manchester United versus Manchester City. A derby in the Champions League semi-finals. The tension in the changing room at Carrington was thick enough to cut with a knife. This wasn't just about European glory. It was about city pride, bragging rights, and a rivalry steeped in history. "This is it, lads," Erik ten Hag stated, his voice calm but firm during a tactical meeting. "The biggest derby you'll ever play. Forget the league, forget everything else. 2 games. Win them, and we're in the final." Nathan felt a surge of adrenaline mixed with pure excitement. City were champions, a machine of a team. To be the GOAT, you had to conquer even your closest rivals on the biggest stage. During training, Nathan pushed himself relentlessly. His glide of Messi, 38%. Mastery felt more ingrained than ever. The ball was practically glued to his foot, his turns so tight they left teammates scrambling. Manchester City, true to their style, started with relentless possession. They moved the ball with incredible speed and precision, a blur of sky blue passing triangles. De Bruyne was pulling the strings, spraying passes, constantly looking for Haaland's runs. United pressed high, trying to disrupt their rhythm, but City's control was almost suffocating. Nathan found himself chasing, trying to win the ball back, but their passes were just too quick, too intricate. Minute 20. City broke the deadlock. A brilliant 1-2 between Jack Grealish and Kevin De Bruyne on the left wing saw De Bruyne cut inside. He threaded a perfect pass to Erling Haaland, who shrugged off Lisandro Martinez and fired a powerful shot past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Manchester City 1. The blue section of the stadium erupted, a defiant roar in the Red Fortress. Old Trafford fell into a stunned, frustrated silence. Scoring an away goal in the Champions League semi-finals was huge for City. Nathan felt a bitter taste in his mouth. They needed a response. They needed something unexpected, something to throw City's perfect rhythm off balance. They needed chaos. Just then, the familiar chime resonated in his mind, sharp and urgent. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a dominant, possession-based opponent with an impenetrable structure. You may request one random legendary direct attacking skill in the style of a football icon to create chaos, break defensive lines with explosive power, and score from seemingly impossible situations. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes widened. Explosive power? Breaking lines? Scoring from impossible situations? This was exactly what they needed against City's clinical control. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Blaze of Ronaldo, Nazario. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your explosive acceleration, direct dribbling power, and ability to bypass multiple defenders with raw pace and skill are significantly enhanced. Your shots will carry unexpected power and curve. A sudden surge of electrifying energy coursed through Nathan's entire body. He felt a primal hunger to run, to dribble directly at opponents, to smash through defenses. This wasn't about finesse like the glide or vision like the eye. This was about raw, unstoppable forward momentum. He felt like a coiled spring, ready to explode. A moment later, United won the ball back in midfield. Case Moreau made a crucial tackle, the ball squirting loose to Nathan. Manuel Akanji and Rodri immediately closed him down, trying to box him in. Nathan didn't try to pass. With the blaze of Ronaldo, Nazario active, he just went. He took 2 explosive touches, pushing the ball forward, then burst past Rodri with incredible acceleration, leaving the defensive midfielder stunned. Akanji slid in, but Nathan was too fast, too powerful. He rode the challenge, maintaining possession, his sheer drive carrying him past the defender. Ugh! Old Trafford gasped, then roared. He was now surging into City's half, bearing down on their defense. Ruben Dias stepped up, the formidable center back, trying to block his path. Nathan didn't hesitate. He shifted the ball slightly, then unleashed a shot from outside the box. It wasn't a finesse shot. It was a pure thunderbolt, struck with incredible power and an unpredictable swerve. Ederson, City's goalkeeper, threw himself across, a blur of yellow. But the shot was too fast, too powerful, and dipped just at the last second. Boom! The ball slammed into the back of the net, hitting the inside of the post and bouncing in. Goal! Old Trafford absolutely erupted. The sound was deafening, a wave of pure, unadulterated ecstasy. Manchester United won. Manchester City won. Nathan roared, punching the air, sprinting towards the fans, his teammates piling on him. The blaze of Ronaldo, Nazario, had answered Haaland's goal with a moment of terrifying, direct brilliance. The equalizer completely changed the game's dynamic. City, usually so composed, looked rattled. United, fueled by the goal, pressed even harder. Nathan felt the blaze of Ronaldo fade after 5 minutes, but the memory of that explosive forward momentum, that unstoppable drive, was now etched into his game. The rest of the first half was a frantic, end-to-end battle. Both teams pushed, but the score remained 1-1. The second half was a tactical chess match. City tried to reassert their control, but United's confidence was high. Nathan continued to be a threat, constantly probing City's defense, trying to use his glide of Messi, 38%, mastery to create openings. In the 70th minute, he made a dazzling run, leaving Nathan Ake flat-footed with a quick feint and burst of acceleration. He got into the box, but his shot was blocked by a desperate slide from Dias. It was a high-pressure dribbling situation. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 42%. Next mastery milestone. 50%, requires extensive application of enhanced ball control and successful solo runs. Closer and closer, Nathan thought, a grin forming despite the missed chance. The final minutes of the match were agonizingly tense. City pushed, bringing on Julian Alvarez for more attacking threat. De Gea made a couple of crucial saves, and the United defense, led by Lisandro Martinez, threw their bodies on the line. Then, in the 88th minute, a moment of pure magic from Bruno Fernandes. He picked up the ball outside the box, looked up, and unleashed a curling shot that flew past Ederson and nestled into the top corner. Goal! Manchester United 2. Manchester City 1. Old Trafford was in pandemonium. They had taken the lead. The whistle blew a few minutes later, signaling the end of the first leg. Manchester United 2. Manchester City 1. The stadium erupted in pure delirium. The players embraced, exhausted but ecstatic. They had won the first leg of the derby, and they were going into the second leg with a crucial lead. In the triumphant changing room, Erik ten Hag clapped them all. Fantastic fight, lads. Fantastic. But it's only halftime. One goal. One more game. Nathan, drenched in sweat, felt a thrill like no other. He had scored, he had contributed, and he had helped his team take a crucial step towards the Champions League final. He checked his system, his heart still thumping. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He knew maintaining it at this level would require constant performance. His glide of Messi mastery was at 42%, and the blaze of Ronaldo, Nazario, was a new, exciting tool in his arsenal. But the biggest challenge still lay ahead. The second leg, at the Etihad, City's home ground. And Nathan knew, with a mix of dread and anticipation, that City would come at them with everything they had. Chapter 112. The Blue Inferno and a Tireless Engine. The air in Manchester felt charged, divided sharply between red and blue. The 2-1 lead from the first leg against Manchester City felt like a fragile shield, protecting them as they stepped into the Lions' Den, the Etihad Stadium. Nathan's overall rating, S+, was a constant whisper in his mind, urging him to prove he deserved that ultimate status. This wasn't just a Champions League semi-final. It was a battle for the soul of Manchester. Every blade of grass, every second, everything matters, Erik ten Hag had stressed in the final team talk. They'll come at us. We stand firm. We fight. We win. Nathan felt the energy from his teammates, a collective fire burning in their eyes. He spent the warm-up pushing his glide of Messi, 42%, mastery, feeling the ball dance under his feet with remarkable precision. He could almost taste that 50% milestone, the next permanent boost that would truly solidify his dribbling. He scanned the City lineup, already familiar with their threats. Kevin De Bruyne, ability, S+ potential, B+ overall rating, S+. The brain, his passes are like scalpels. Erling Haaland, ability, S+ potential, S overall rating, S+. The beast, give him half a chance, it's a goal. Bernardo Silva, ability, A+ potential, A overall rating, A+. Silky smooth, impossible to dispossess, weaves through spaces. Bernardo's going to be a nightmare to pin down. Casemiro observed to Nathan as they walked out onto the pitch. He's everywhere. Nathan nodded, taking in the deafening roar of the Etihad crowd, a sea of passionate blue. We need to make it a nightmare for them too. Don't give them a second's peace. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Champions League semi-final second leg exploded into life. Manchester City came out with incredible intensity, a blue wave crashing against United's defense. They dominated possession from the first whistle, passing with lightning speed, pushing United deep into their own half. The Etihad was a cauldron of noise. Every City touch cheered, every United clearance booed. De Bruyne was orchestrating, probing, trying to find Haaland's runs. Jack Grealish and Bernardo Silva danced on the wings, their close control making them impossible to tackle cleanly. Nathan found himself constantly tracking back, trying to help out Declan Rice and Casemiro in midfield. It was a relentless, physical battle. United were struggling to get out of their own half, let alone launch an attack. Minute 18. City equalized the aggregate score. A brilliant cross from Bernardo Silva found Erling Haaland unmarked in the box. Haaland, with his usual predatory instinct, nodded it past David De Gea. Manchester City 1, Manchester United 0, 2-2 on aggregate. Nathan felt a cold knot in his stomach. This was their nightmare scenario. City had the lead, the home advantage, and all the momentum. They needed to find a way to disrupt City's flow, to press them relentlessly and win the ball back high up the pitch. They needed to make City uncomfortable. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the deafening noise, a clear, sharp signal. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a dominant, possession-oriented opponent, requiring relentless pressing and tireless defensive work to disrupt their rhythm and regain control. You may request one random legendary work rate/pressing skill in the style of a football icon to cover immense ground, relentlessly harass opponents, and win back possession in dangerous areas. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes widened. Relentless pressing? Winning the ball back. This was precisely what they needed to turn the tide against City's suffocating possession. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Engine of Park Ji-sung. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your stamina, defensive work rate, and ability to relentlessly press opponents are significantly enhanced. You will cover every blade of grass, become a tireless, disrupting force, and consistently win back possession. A surge of endless energy coursed through Nathan's body. He felt no fatigue, only an unyielding drive to run, to close down, to hound every City player on the ball. He felt like he could run for hours, relentlessly putting pressure on the opposition. His mind was already a step ahead, anticipating City's passes, knowing exactly where to press. He immediately charged towards Rodri, who had just received the ball. Rodri, usually calm and composed, felt Nathan's instant pressure. Nathan didn't dive in. He simply kept running, cutting off passing lanes, forcing Rodri to make a quick, slightly rushed pass. The pass was loose, and Bruno Fernandes intercepted it. United, immediately on the counterattack, surged forward. Bruno threaded a quick pass to Marcus Rashford, who, with his blistering pace, sprinted into the box. He took one touch, then fired a powerful shot towards goal. Ederson, with a fantastic diving save, pushed it wide for a corner. The pressure from Nathan, the engine of Park Ji-sung working its magic, had created that chance. It was all about disruption. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a blur of white, a tireless shadow. He pressed Bernardo Silva high up the pitch, forcing him to lose possession in a dangerous area. He tracked Kevin De Bruyne's elusive runs, not letting him find space. He helped double-team Haaland, ensuring he had no room to turn. City's perfect passing game, for a crucial few minutes, became ragged, unsure. The engine of Park Ji-sung slowly faded, but it had done its job. United had weathered the storm and started to find their footing. The match became more balanced, a furious, end-to-end contest. Just before halftime, United found an equalizer. A brilliant cross from Diogo Dalot found Harry Kane inside the box, who nodded it powerfully past Ederson. Manchester United won. Manchester City won, 3-2 on aggregate. The United fans erupted, their cheers echoing around the stunned Etihad. Nathan roared, pumping his fists. They were back in the lead. The second half was a showcase of pure, unadulterated football. City pushed relentlessly, desperate for another goal. Haaland was a constant threat, and De Bruyne's shots from distance kept David De Gea busy. Nathan, still feeling the lingering effects of the engine and his constantly improving glide of Messi, 42%. Mastery, found himself involved in both attack and defense. He made a dazzling run down the left wing in the 65th minute, leaving Kyle Walker flailing with a quick chop and burst of acceleration. He got into the box, but his shot was blocked by a last-ditch slide from Ruben Dias. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 45%. Next mastery milestone, 50%, requires extensive application of enhanced ball control and successful solo runs. Almost there, Nathan thought, despite the save. Just a little more. The tension was unbearable as the clock ticked down. City threw everything forward. They brought on Julian Alvarez for more attacking firepower. United defended with their lives, every player throwing their body on the line. In the 88th minute, a moment of pure terror. De Bruyne, with a stroke of genius, chipped a ball over the defense to Haaland, who was clean through on goal. Haaland took one touch, wound up for the shot, but Lisandro Martinez, with a desperate, lunging block, threw himself in front of it. The ball ricocheted off him and wide for a corner. A collective gasp, then a roar of relief from the United fans. The corner came in, headed away by Harry Maguire. The ball spilled to Nathan near the halfway line. He looked up, saw the clock, and saw the space. City had committed everyone forward. With his glide of Messi mastery tingling, he took a touch, then accelerated, dribbling directly at the two remaining City defenders, Laporte and Stones, who were rushing back. He felt the pure confidence in his feet, the ball practically obeying his thoughts. He feigned left, then burst right, leaving Laporte stumbling. Stones tried to cover, but Nathan was too quick, too direct. He was in his City's half, bearing down on goal. It was just him and Ederson. He had options: shoot or pass to the trailing Marcus Rashford. But this was the moment. The 50% mastery, the S+ rating, the GOAT. This was for all of it. He pushed the ball forward, drew Ederson out, and then, with an elegant, almost nonchalant flick of his right boot, he dinked the ball over the diving keeper. It sailed through the air, perfectly weighted, and bounced gently into the back of the empty net. Goal! The net rippled. Manchester United 2, Manchester City 1, 4-2 on aggregate. The Etihad was silenced. A few hundred United fans in the corner, however, unleashed a primal scream of joy that drowned out everything else. Feep, the final whistle blew. Manchester United had beaten Manchester City. They were in the Champions League final. Nathan collapsed to his knees, utterly exhausted, but with a triumphant grin. He had done it. He had faced the best, and he had delivered. In the chaotic celebrations, Erik ten Hag hugged him tightly. "You, Nathan, you changed the game." Nathan checked his system, his heart still thumping from the last-minute goal. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 50%. Permanent benefit unlocked. Masterful dribbling. Your base dribbling ability is significantly and permanently improved, allowing for unparalleled close control, agility, and the ability to beat multiple defenders with ease. Next mastery milestone, 75%. Requires extremely complex and successful solo runs in high-pressure scenarios. He stared at the notification, then at his feet. Masterful dribbling. It was real. He felt it, a deeper, more profound connection with the ball. The GOAT journey wasn't just about winning trophies. It was about this evolution, this constant growth. He was in the Champions League final, the ultimate club prize, and the opponent for the final, confirmed on the news channels as he was doing his post-match interviews, sent a shiver down his spine. Bayern Munich, the German giants, and in their formidable midfield, a familiar face who orchestrated everything. Their captain, Joshua Kimmich. Chapter 113, the Bavarian giant and the iron will. The weight of the Champions League trophy felt almost as heavy as the World Cup itself. Days after their heroic win against Manchester City, the United squad landed in the final city, ready for the ultimate club football showdown. The Champions League final against Bayern Munich. Nathan's overall rating, S+ hummed within him a quiet assurance. He had faced Messi, Mbappe, Neymar, and now he was here on the grandest club stage. His glide of Messi, 45%. Mastery felt incredibly fluid. The ball was truly an extension of his will. He was so close to that 50% milestone. He felt a profound sense of calm. This was it. Everything he had worked for. Erik ten Hag's final team talk was short, sharp, and impactful. One more game. Bayern are a machine, but so are we. Trust your teammates. Trust yourselves. Leave no regrets. Nathan absorbed every word, feeling the collective determination of his squad. He looked at the faces around him. Marcus Rashford, beaming with confidence. Bruno Fernandes, focused and intense. Casemiro, a silent rock. They were ready. He spent a moment analyzing Bayern Munich through his talent scout vision. They were champions, a blend of power, precision, and relentless attack. Manuel Neuer, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. Still the wall. Unbelievable shot stopper, commander of his box. Joshua Kimmich, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. The maestro. Controls everything. Disrupting him is key. Jamal Musiala, ability, S potential, S overall rating, S. Explosive talent, a nightmare to mark. Already at the top, so much more to come. Leroy Sané, ability, A+ potential, A overall rating, A+. Blistering pace, dangerous dribbler, fantastic shot. Kimmich runs their show. Casemiro said to Nathan during a final stretch. We need to get tight to him. Don't let him breathe. Nathan nodded. And Musiala, he's going to be tricky. Need to track him all game. The stadium was a shimmering cauldron of noise, a tapestry of red and white. The Bayern faithful, a vibrant sea of red, roared their famous chants. matched by the fervent English support. The Champions League anthem swelled, then faded into a deafening silence as the referee brought the whistle to his lips. FIPI. The Champions League final began. Bayern Munich, true to their reputation, started like a freight train. They pressed high, their movement fluid and aggressive. Joshua Kimmich was immediately dictating play, spraying passes, constantly switching the point of attack. Jamal Musiala, with his incredible agility, twisted and turned, trying to find openings. United found themselves on the back foot early. David De Gea was called into action twice in the first 10 minutes, making vital saves from Leroy Sane and Serge Gnabry. Bayern's attacking waves were relentless. Nathan found himself battling in midfield, trying to cut off Kimmich's supply lines, but the German captain was simply too good at finding space. United needed something to stem the tide, something to inject raw fighting spirit into their midfield. Minute 18. Bayern opened the scoring. A precise through ball from Kimmich dissected United's defense, finding Harry Kane, yes, Bayern's Harry Kane, a familiar face but an opponent today, inside the box. Kane, with his usual clinical precision, fired it into the bottom corner. Manchester United 0, Bayern Munich 1. The red half of the stadium erupted in a triumphant roar. The weight of the moment pressed down on Nathan. Falling behind in a Champions League final was a tough blow. They needed resilience. They needed fight. Just then, the familiar chime cut through the noise, clear and urgent in his mind. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a dominant, technically superior opponent, requiring fierce midfield presence and unbreakable spirit to regain control and disrupt their flow. You may request one random legendary midfield general/combat skill in the style of a football icon to win crucial duels, tirelessly press, and inspire your teammates through sheer will. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Fierce midfield presence? Unbreakable spirit? This was exactly what they needed. To stand toe-to-toe with Kimmich and Bayern's relentless attack, they needed a warrior. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Iron will of Gattuso. A surge of raw, unyielding energy coursed through Nathan's veins. He felt a controlled aggression, a desire to win every single ball, to tackle, to harry, to simply dominate the midfield. His legs felt fresh, his mind sharp, focused entirely on possession. This wasn't about flair or scoring. It was about pure, relentless midfield combat. He immediately charged towards Joshua Kimmich, who had just received the ball. Kimmich, usually unflappable, felt Nathan's sudden, intense pressure. Nathan didn't foul. He simply covered every angle, cutting off passes, making Kimmich uncomfortable. Kimmich, under duress, tried a quick switch of play, but Nathan was there, intercepting the pass with a clean, powerful tackle. United immediately launched a counterattack. Bruno Fernandes picked up the loose ball and threaded it to Marcus Rashford. With his explosive pace, darted into the box. He fired a shot, but Manuel Neuer saved it. Still, the pressure from Nathan had created the chance. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a whirlwind in midfield. He tackled Kimmich, dispossessed Musiala, and broke up Bayern's passing rhythms with relentless pressing. He harried Leon Goretzka and Konrad Laimer, making them rush their passes. Bayern's smooth play became choppy, disjointed. The iron will of Gattuso slowly faded, but had done its job. United had stemmed the tide, gained a foothold in the midfield, and started to push back. Just before halftime, United found their equalizer. A brilliant cross from Luke Shaw was met by Harry Maguire, who powered a header past Neuer. Manchester United won, Bayern Munich won. The United fans erupted in a joyous roar, their belief surging. Nathan embraced Maguire, a triumphant grin on his face. The game was on. The second half was a breathless, end-to-end spectacle. Both teams pushed for the winner, knowing the stakes. Bayern's attack, with Leroy Sane and Serge Gnabry, was still dangerous, forcing David De Gea into several key saves. Nathan, still feeling the permanent masterful dribbling from his glide of Messi, 45% mastery, found himself constantly involved. He tried to break through Bayern's defense with his intricate dribbling, pushing his limits. In the 70th minute, he made a dazzling run, leaving Dayot Upamecano and Matthijs de Ligt scrambling, but his final shot was blocked. It was a high-pressure dribbling situation. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 50%. Permanent benefit unlocked. Unparalleled agility. your base agility is dramatically and permanently improved, allowing for incredibly rapid changes of direction and seamless movement with the ball. Next mastery milestone, 75%, requires extremely complex and successful solo runs in high-pressure scenarios. Nathan felt an electric current surge through his entire body. Unparalleled agility. 50%. He felt lighter, quicker, more nimble than ever before. He could change direction with unbelievable speed, leaving defenders flat-footed. This was a game-changer. This was the GOAT level. The tension mounted as the clock ticked down. 1-1. Extra time loomed. In the 88th minute, a crucial moment. Bayern launched a swift counterattack. Joshua Kimmich threaded a pass to Jamal Musiala, who was clean through on goal. It looked like a certain goal, but Nathan, fueled by his new, unparalleled agility, somehow managed to sprint back, covering an impossible amount of ground. He threw himself into a desperate, last-ditch tackle, just nicking the ball away from Musiala's feet at the absolute last second. The ball went out for a corner. The stadium gasped. It was a save as good as any goal. The corner was cleared, and the referee looked at his watch. Feep. Full time. 1-1. Extra time. The players slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted, but the thought of the trophy, so close, fueled them on. Extra time was a test of sheer will. Both teams were running on fumes, but neither gave an inch. Nathan, despite the fatigue, felt his enhanced agility keeping him going, allowing him to weave through tired defenders, even without activating a specific skill. Then, in the 118th minute, a moment of pure magic. Nathan received the ball deep in Bayern's half. He looked up, saw the exhausted faces of the Bayern defenders, and knew this was it. With his masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility fully active, he took on the entire Bayern defense. He twisted past one, dinked it over another, then with a lightning-fast chop, he left Dayot Upamecano sprawling. He was in a box, one-on-one with Neuer. Manuel Neuer, a giant, rushed out. Nathan faked a shot to the left, then with a delicate, almost disrespectful touch, he rolled the ball to his right, leaving Neuer diving the wrong way. He then simply tapped it into the empty net. Goal! The net rippled. Manchester United 2, Bayern Munich 1. The stadium, once divided, now erupted into a singular, deafening roar of triumph from the United fans. Confetti cannons exploded prematurely. Feep. The final whistle blew. Manchester United had won the Champions League. Nathan collapsed onto the pitch, overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He was buried under a pile of jubilant red jerseys. He had done it. World Cup, Champions League, the double. He was truly the GOAT. In the chaotic celebration, Erik ten Hag lifted him up, a huge grin on his face. You, Nathan, you're a legend. A true legend. As he clutched the Champions League trophy, tears still blurring his vision, Nathan checked his system. Overall rating, S+. It stayed S+. His journey was complete for now. He had reached the pinnacle. But then, a new notification flashed, something he hadn't seen before. Ding! System notification. Congratulations, user. You have achieved the pinnacle of individual ability and team success. New system feature unlocked. Legacy Archive. Legacy Archive. Access historical data, advanced tactical insights, and unlock deeper connections to the legends of the game. Your path to solidifying your GOAT status now expands beyond raw ability. Nathan blinked. Legacy Archive? Beyond raw ability? He looked at the golden trophy in his hands, then at his ecstatic teammates. Chapter 114. The Crown Kings in a Deeper Game. The confetti was gone, the parades were over, but the glow of winning both the World Cup and the Champions League still shimmered around Nathan. He was overall rating S+. He had reached the pinnacle. Yet, the feeling wasn't one of completion, but of new beginnings. The Legacy Archive feature, newly unlocked, hinted at depths he hadn't yet explored, a whole new layer to his GOAT quest. After a whirlwind of celebration and a much-needed break, preseason began. The atmosphere at Carrington was different. Every player carried themselves with the confidence of champions, but also with the knowledge that they now had a giant target on their backs. Every opponent would want to be the team that beat the double winners. Nathan found himself training with a new intensity. His masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility from the glide of Messi, 50%. Mastery made every drill feel like a dance. He could twist, turn, and accelerate with astonishing ease, leaving teammates scrambling. He was faster, more agile, and more confident than ever before. He decided to explore the legacy archive. With a mental command, a new interface shimmered in his vision, different from the usual system notifications. It wasn't about stats or skills, but about knowledge. It presented categories, tactical masterpieces, legendary moments, player archetypes. He clicked tactical masterpieces. Instantly, diagrams of historical formations, movement patterns, and defensive strategies flashed before his eyes. He saw how Rinus Michels' total football worked, the intricate passing triangles of Pep Guardiola's Barcelona. It wasn't just theory, it was like he was inside the minds of those legendary coaches, understanding the flow of the game at a deeper level. This isn't about being faster or stronger, Nathan realized. This is about being smarter, about truly understanding the game. He walked onto the training pitch one morning, and Bruno Fernandes stopped him. That touch you had in the last game, Nathan, against City, unreal, like the ball was tied to your boot. Nathan grinned. Just trying to improve, Bruno. Improve. Bruno scoffed playfully. You're already the best, mate. But honestly, watching you, I feel like I see passes I wouldn't have before. You open up the game. Nathan realized Bruno wasn't talking about a specific system skill, but about the intangible influence his elevated play was having on the team, opening up new possibilities for them too. That felt even better than a stat boost. He also kept an eye on his teammates. There was a new sense of maturity in Marcus Rashford, a hunger for even more goals. Marcus Rashford, ability, A+ potential, A+ overall rating, A. He's pushing for S now, Nathan observed. He wants it. And a new young defender had joined the squad, already showing incredible promise. Lenny Euro, ability, B+ potential, S overall rating, B. Solid. Calm for his age. Could be a future star for sure. The first Premier League match of the season was a blockbuster. Manchester United versus Chelsea at Old Trafford. The stadium was absolutely packed, a celebratory atmosphere mixed with the usual derby tension. The fans were still buzzing about the double, ready for the new season. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Premier League season began. Chelsea, under their new manager, came out looking sharp and organized. They were disciplined in defense, and their midfield, led by Enzo Fernandez, was energetic and pressed high. Raheem Sterling and Mykhailo Mudryk were dangerous on the wings, constantly looking to get in behind. United, despite their champion status, found it hard to break through Chelsea's compact lines. Nathan, using his masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility, tried to weave through, but Chelsea's midfield, particularly Moises Caicedo, was tenacious. Minute 25. Chelsea opened the scoring. A quick counterattack saw Enzo Fernandez thread a brilliant through ball to Nicholas Jackson, who rounded David De Gea and slotted it into the empty net. Manchester United 0, Chelsea 1. Old Trafford groaned. Not the start they wanted for their title defense. Nathan felt the familiar bite of frustration. They needed something to unlock this resolute Chelsea defense, a strike from out of nowhere. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the noise, clear and sharp. Ding. System notification. Your team is struggling to break down a well-organized defense, requiring a direct and powerful solution from distance. You may request one random, legendary long-range shooting skill in the style of a football icon to unleash unstoppable shots from outside the box. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes lit up. Long-range shooting? This was perfect. If they couldn't get into the box, they'd make the box come to them. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Thunderbolt of Gerrard. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your long-range shooting power, accuracy, and ability to strike dipping and swerving shots from distance are significantly enhanced. Your shots will be incredibly difficult for goalkeepers to handle. A jolt of raw power surged through Nathan's legs, particularly his right foot. He felt like he could strike the ball from anywhere on the pitch and make it scream towards goal. The goal posts looked wider, the trajectory clearer. This wasn't just about finishing inside the box. This was about turning 30 yards into a dangerous scoring zone. A moment later, United won a free kick just past the halfway line. The ball was played short to Nathan. He looked up, 35 yards from goal, and saw no immediate passing option into the crowded box. Robert Sanchez, Chelsea's goalkeeper, was already positioning himself, wary. With the thunderbolt of Gerrard active, Nathan didn't hesitate. He took one touch to set himself, then unleashed a ferocious shot. It was a dipping, swerving missile, struck with immense power. It flew through the air, defying physics, dipping just over the outstretched hand of Sanchez, who could only watch in despair. Boom! The ball slammed into the back of the net, hitting the underside of the crossbar and bouncing in. Goal! Old Trafford erupted in an explosion of pure pandemonium. Manchester United won. Chelsea won. Nathan roared, sprinting towards the fans, his teammates mobbing him. The thunderbolt of Gerrard had answered with a moment of breathtaking, long-range genius. The equalizer completely changed the momentum. Chelsea looked stunned. United, fueled by the spectacular goal, pressed harder, their confidence soaring. Nathan felt the thunderbolt of Gerrard fade after 5 minutes, but the memory of that raw power, that effortless long-range precision, was now ingrained. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant corner from Bruno Fernandes was headed home by Lisandro Martinez, making it 2-1. The second half was a fierce battle. Chelsea pushed hard for an equalizer, bringing on Christopher Nkunku for more attacking threat. Enzo Fernandez continued to dictate from midfield, but United's defense, marshaled by Casemiro and Varane, held firm. Nathan continued to be a driving force, linking midfield and attack. He found himself in multiple high-pressure dribbling situations, constantly trying to break through Chelsea's lines, pushing his glide of Messi, 45%, mastery even higher. Ding! System notification, skill mastery progress, glide of Messi, 48%. Next mastery milestone, 50%, requires extremely complex and successful solo runs in high-pressure scenarios. Almost there, Nathan thought, even as a Chelsea defender nudged him off the ball. Just a little more. The final minutes of the match were agonizingly tense. Chelsea threw everything forward. They had a shot blocked by Aaron Wan-Bissaka. Then, in the 90th minute, a cross into the box found Raheem Sterling, unmarked, but his header went just wide. Old Trafford gasped in collective relief. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Chelsea 1. The stadium erupted in celebration. A perfect start to their Premier League title defense. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. That's how champions start a season. What a goal, Nathan. What a hit. Nathan, breathless but exhilarated, just grinned. Felt good, boss. He checked his system, his heart still thumping. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The challenge was now to maintain it, to keep pushing his boundaries. The glide of Messi mastery was tantalizingly close at 48%, and the thunderbolt of Gerrard had shown him a whole new dimension of attacking play. As he walked out of Old Trafford, the cheers of the fans still ringing in his ears, a new message popped up on his system, a gentle, almost reflective note. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked. Iconic free kicks and long shots. Description: explore the history of football's most spectacular long-range efforts and set-piece mastery. Learn the nuances that turned great strikes into unforgettable moments. Nathan smiled. The system wasn't just about him anymore. It was about connecting him to the very essence of football history, helping him understand what truly made a GOAT. His journey to solidify his legendary status had just taken a fascinating new turn. Chapter 115. FA Cup Magic and a Phantom Dance. The scent of fresh-cut grass at Carrington felt different now. It smelled of victory, of hard-won trophies, of a season where the impossible had become reality. Nathan, an overall rating, S+ player and a double champion, felt a quiet confidence but also a new kind of hunger. Being the GOAT wasn't about reaching the summit. It was about staying there, continuing to climb, and pushing the boundaries of what was possible. His masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility from the glide of Messi, 48%. Mastery were a joy to experience in training. The ball moved with him as if tethered, his changes of direction breathtakingly sharp. He was so close to that 50% milestone. He spent extra time in the iconic free kicks and long shots section of the Legacy Archive, studying the subtle movements of legends like Andrea Pirlo and Juninho Pernambucano, the way they caressed the ball to bend and dip. It was a whole new level of understanding the game. One afternoon, after a particularly demanding session, Lisandro Martinez clapped Nathan on the back. "You're moving differently now, Nathan. So smooth. Like a ghost sometimes." Nathan grinned. "Just trying to get better, Licha. Better." Lisandro shook his head. "You won us the Champions League final with that last goal. What's next, flying?" Nathan just laughed, but a thought lingered. What is next? How do you get better than S+? The Legacy Archive suggested it wasn't just about raw stats, but about deepening his understanding of football itself. The first domestic cup match of the season arrived quickly, the FA Cup third round. It was a home tie against Fulham. The magic of the FA Cup meant anything could happen. Lower league teams often raised their game against Premier League giants, hoping for a famous upset. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was festive, but tinged with the quiet respect of a cup tie. A smaller crowd than a Premier League clash, but just as passionate. The FA Cup, with its rich history, always felt special. Nathan took a moment to observe Fulham's key players during the warm-up, his talent scout, vision activating. Bernd Leno, ability, A potential, B overall rating, solid keeper, good shot stopper, will be tough to beat. Joao Palhinha, ability, A potential, B+ overall rating, midfield destroyer, tenacious, incredible at winning the ball back. Andreas Pereira, ability, B+ potential, A overall rating, B+. Creative, can cause problems with his passing and set pieces. They'll be compact. Bruno Fernandes warned the team in the tunnel. They'll try to frustrate us, hit us on the break. Nathan nodded. We need to be patient but clinical. Feep. The whistle blew, and the FA Cup journey began. As expected, Fulham sat deep, forming a compact, disciplined block. Their midfield, led by the relentless Joao Palhinha, was a wall, snuffing out United's attacking moves. They flooded the central areas, making it incredibly difficult for Nathan, Bruno, and Rashford to find space. United dominated possession, passing the ball around, trying to find openings, but Fulham's defense held firm. They were well-drilled, frustrating every attempt to penetrate. Nathan tried a couple of his trademark dribbles, using his masterful dribbling, but he was constantly met by 2 or 3 Fulham players, forcing him to pass backward or sideways. Minute 25. Still 0-0. Old Trafford started to stir, a low hum of impatience spreading through the stands. Fulham, meanwhile, grew in confidence, launching a couple of quick counterattacks that forced David De Gea into action. Nathan felt the frustration building. They needed a spark, a way to cut through this solid defense without resorting to desperate long shots. They needed to find space where there seemed to be none. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, clear and insistent. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a deep, compact defensive block, requiring elusive movement and intelligent positioning to create and exploit pockets of space. You may request one random legendary elusive movement skill in the style of a football icon to ghost past defenders and appear in dangerous areas seemingly out of nowhere. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes widened. Elusive movement? Appearing out of nowhere. This was exactly what they needed. Against a packed defense, pure power or dribbling sometimes wasn't enough. You needed to disappear and then reappear in the perfect spot. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Phantom Run of Cruyff. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your off-the-ball movement, ability to find pockets of space, and intuitive understanding of defensive weak points are significantly enhanced. Defenders will struggle to track your runs, making you seemingly invisible before appearing in dangerous positions. A strange, almost ethereal feeling settled over Nathan. It wasn't a physical boost like strength or speed, but a mental clarity about movement. He suddenly saw the subtle shifts in Fulham's defensive line, the tiny gaps that appeared for a split second when a defender stepped out of position. He felt an urge to drift, to pull defenders, to open up space for others, and then exploit it himself. He immediately began to move differently. He wouldn't always go for the ball directly. He'd drop deep, drawing a midfielder, then suddenly burst into the space behind. He'd feign a run to the left, then ghost to the right, creating confusion among the Fulham backline. In the 32nd minute, Bruno Fernandes had the ball in midfield, looking for options. Nathan, with the phantom run of Cruyff active, made a subtle movement towards the right wing, drawing Kenny Tet, Fulham's right back, slightly out of position. Then, with a sudden, almost imperceptible burst, he cut sharply into the channel between Tet and Tim Ream, Fulham's center back. It was a tiny, invisible gap, but he saw it and exploited it. Bruno, his vision already enhanced by playing with Nathan, saw the movement and threaded a perfect through ball. Nathan was in. He received it just inside the box, having appeared from nowhere, leaving the Fulham defense scrambling. He took one touch to control, then unleashed a powerful shot towards the far post. Bernd Leno, with a fantastic diving save, managed to tip it wide for a corner. It didn't go in, but it was the clearest chance of the game so far, created purely by intelligent movement. The pressure from Nathan, the phantom run of Cruyff working its magic, had finally broken Fulham's defensive resolve. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a constant menace, always finding space, making unmarkable runs that pulled Fulham's defense apart. The phantom run of Cruyff faded, but it had created the chaos United needed. Just before halftime, United finally scored. A brilliant cross from Marcus Rashford was headed home by Harry Kane, making it 1-0. The second half saw Fulham try to rally, but United, now with the lead, played with more confidence. Nathan continued to make intelligent runs, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 48%, mastery, trying to beat defenders and create more chances. Ding! System notification, skill mastery progress, glide of Messi, 50%, permanent benefit unlocked, unparalleled agility. Your base agility is dramatically and permanently improved, allowing for incredibly rapid changes of direction and seamless movement with the ball. Next mastery milestone, 75%, requires extremely complex and successful solo runs in high-pressure scenarios. Nathan felt the familiar jolt, a new layer of nimbleness settling into his movements. He grinned. He'd done it. 50% on glide of Messi. His dribbling was now truly top tier, a permanent part of his S+ arsenal. United scored again in the 70th minute, a beautiful team goal finished by Bruno Fernandes, making it 2-0. The final whistle blew, and United progressed comfortably to the fourth round of the FA Cup. In the changing room, Erik ten Hag praised their patience. Good win, lads. Fulham made it tough, but we found a way. He looked at Nathan. That run for the first chance, Nathan. You just disappeared and then reappeared. Brilliant. Nathan just smiled, knowing the system was working its magic. He checked his system. His overall rating was still S+. The glide of Messi was at a solid 50%. And now, the phantom run of Cruyff had given him a taste of how strategic movement could unlock defenses. As he walked out of Old Trafford, the cheers of the fans feeling warm and familiar, a new notification flashed from the Legacy Archive. Ding! Legacy Archive update. New category unlocked. The art of space creation. Description: delve into the intricate world of offensive movement, decoy runs, and positional intelligence that defines the greatest off-the-ball players in history. Nathan's eyes widened. The art of space creation. This was exactly what the phantom run of Cruyff had hinted at. The Legacy Archive was continuing to evolve with him, guiding his path even after reaching S+. Chapter 116. St. James, Inferno, and the Steel in the Spine. The chill wind of Manchester had a different bite after the Champions League triumph. It felt sharper, reminding Nathan that even as champions, the Premier League grind was relentless. His overall rating, S+ was a badge of honor, but also a bullseye. Every team wanted to be the one to knock off the double winners. His masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility, from his glide of Messi, 50%, mastery, felt incredibly natural now, an instinct rather than a skill. He could weave through congested training drills with a fluidity that made teammates gasp. He also spent time delving into the Legacy Archive, especially the art of space creation, learning how the legends moved without the ball, drawing defenders, and opening up unseen pathways. It was like learning a secret language of football. One afternoon, Raphael Varane, United's calm and experienced center back, walked alongside Nathan after a tough session. The hardest thing, Nathan, Varane murmured, is not getting to the top. It's staying there. Every game now, it's a cup final for the opposition. Nathan nodded, looking at the distant Manchester skyline. I feel it. Newcastle next. They won't hold back. Varane chuckled. They never do. St. James Park. It'll be a proper fight. Nathan had already started his talent scout analysis of Newcastle United. They were a team built on intensity, fierce pressing, and a passionate home crowd. Bruno Guimaraes, ability, A+ potential, A+ overall rating A. The engine of their midfield. Fierce tackler, great passer, always energetic. Nathan knew this would be a direct battle. Alan Saint-Maximin, ability, A potential, A overall rating, unpredictable, blistering pace, pure flair. A nightmare for defenders on his day. Alexander Isak, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. Tall, quick, clinical finisher. A real threat in the box. Their stadium, St. James Park, was a fortress of noise and passion, affectionately known as the Toon Army. Playing there was always a challenge, a true test of nerve. The bus ride up to Newcastle felt longer than usual, filled with a quiet focus. When they emerged into the stadium, the roar from the black and white-clad fans was deafening, a cascade of noise that almost knocked the breath out of him. It wasn't just loud, it was primal, aggressive, challenging. Feep. The whistle sliced through the din, and the Premier League clash was underway. Newcastle, as expected, came out flying. Their high press was relentless, their players chasing every ball, hounding every United touch. Miguel Almiron and Alan Saint-Maximin were like greyhounds on the wings, their pace causing immediate problems for Luke Shaw and Aaron Wan-Bissaka. United found themselves pinned back, struggling to string passes together. The midfield battle was ferocious. Bruno Guimaraes and Sean Longstaff were snapping at every heel, not allowing Bruno Fernandes, Case Moreau, or Nathan a moment's peace. Minute 15. Newcastle's intensity paid off. A quick turnover in midfield saw Alan Saint-Maximin pick up the ball, dribble past two United defenders with blinding speed, and unleash a shot that David De Gea could only parry. Alexander Isak, following up, tapped in the rebound. Manchester United 0, Newcastle United 1. St. James Park erupted in a volcanic roar. The Newcastle fans were in ecstasy. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, especially to such an energetic opponent. They needed to match Newcastle's intensity, to show some steel in the midfield, to win the crucial tackles and gain a foothold. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the deafening noise, sharp and clear in his mind. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a high-energy, aggressive opponent, requiring unwavering defensive tenacity and the ability to dominate midfield duels. You may request one random legendary ball-winning / defensive leadership skill in the style of a football icon to consistently break up play, win crucial tackles, and shield your defense with an unyielding presence. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Defensive tenacity? Dominate midfield duels? This was exactly what they needed. To withstand Newcastle's storm, they needed a true warrior in the middle. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Steal of Vieira. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your tackling strength, positional awareness in breaking up attacks, and ability to command the midfield are significantly enhanced. You will win a higher percentage of duels, make crucial interceptions, and inspire a defensive solidity around you. A profound sense of control and unwavering resolve settled over Nathan. It wasn't just about winning the ball, it was about protecting it, about asserting dominance in the heart of the pitch. He felt a heightened awareness of where every Newcastle player was, where their next pass was going. His tackles felt stronger, cleaner, more precise. He felt like an unbreakable shield. He immediately dropped deeper, positioning himself strategically. When Bruno Guimaraes tried to thread a pass through the middle, Nathan was there, intercepting it with a long, powerful stride that seemed to come out of nowhere. He immediately distributed the ball wide to Marcus Rashford, launching a counterattack. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a force of nature in midfield. He tackled Sean Longstaff with a crunching but fair challenge, winning the ball back cleanly. He anticipated a through ball to Isak and cut it out before it reached the striker. He covered immense ground, seemingly everywhere, disrupting Newcastle's rhythm with an almost effortless authority. The steal of Vieira was a game-changer, turning the tide of the midfield battle. The pressure from Newcastle eased. United, buoyed by Nathan's defensive masterclass, started to find their footing, stringing passes together and pushing higher up the pitch. Just before halftime, United equalized. A brilliant cross from Bruno Fernandes found Harry Kane, yes, United's Harry Kane, who powered a header past Nick Pope. Manchester United 1, Newcastle United 1. The small pocket of United fans roared with relief and excitement, drowning out the stunned silence of the home crowd. Nathan embraced Kane, a determined grin on his face. They were back in it. The second half was a relentless battle. Newcastle pushed hard for another goal, but United's defense, strengthened by Nathan's earlier contribution and the consistent brilliance of Lisandro Martinez and Rafael Varane, held firm. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from long-range efforts by Joelinton. Nathan continued to be a driving force. His masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility from his glide of Messi, 50%. Mastery allowing him to retain possession in tight spaces and launch quick counterattacks. He even attempted a daring nutmeg on Kieran Trippier, which didn't quite come off but earned a gasp from the crowd. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 53%. Next mastery milestone, 75%. Requires extremely complex and successful solo runs in high-pressure scenarios. Good, Nathan thought, a flicker of satisfaction, keeping that mastery growing. The final minutes of the match were agonizingly tense. Newcastle threw everything forward, desperate for a winner. They had a penalty shout waved away, and a shot from Bruno Guimaraes rocketed off the crossbar in the 89th minute, sending a collective gasp through the stadium. Then, in the 92nd minute, United launched one last counterattack. Nathan picked up the ball deep in his own half, looking up. He saw acres of space, with Newcastle's defense pushed high. He embarked on a mesmerizing run, weaving past two exhausted Newcastle midfielders with a burst of acceleration and tight turns, his masterful dribbling on full display. He reached the halfway line, then spotted Marcus Rashford making a blistering run down the left wing. Nathan unleashed a perfectly weighted through ball, a laser-like pass that split the remaining Newcastle defense and put Rashford clean through on goal. Rashford, with his blistering pace, sprinted into the box, leaving Sven Botman trailing. He took one touch, composed himself, and fired a low shot past Nick Pope. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 2, Newcastle United 1. The United fans are Chapter 117. The Toffees test, and a woven masterpiece. The victory at St. James Park had been a proper battle, a testament to United's grit. Nathan's overall rating, S+ felt like a constant hum in his veins, a reminder of the summit he'd reached. But the Premier League was a marathon, not a sprint, and every win felt like just another step. His glide of Messi, 53%, mastery was smoother than ever, his movements with the ball a blur of effortless control. He spent hours in the legacy archive, especially the new art of on-pitch leadership section. It wasn't about scoring goals or making tackles. It was about the intangible things. How legendary captains commanded space with a glance. How they lifted teammates with a word. How their presence alone changed the flow of a game. He watched clips of Franz Beckenbauer orchestrating from defense, or Steven Gerrard driving his team forward with sheer will. It was like learning a whole new language of football, a language spoken not just with feet, but with presence. During a tactical drill, Nathan found himself automatically adjusting his position, not just to receive a pass, but to open up a lane for Bruno Fernandes or to pull a defender away from Marcus Rashford. He didn't even consciously think about it. It was just there. Later, after the session, Luke Shaw clapped him on the back. You're seeing the game in slow motion, aren't you? Some of the passes you're trying in training. Insane. You're making everyone else look good. Nathan grinned. Just trying to simplify things, mate. He watched some of his teammates, appreciating their qualities. Diogo Dalot, ability. A potential. An overall rating. Always improving, solid defensively, great going forward. A modern fullback. Antony, ability. A potential. An overall rating. The next challenge. Everton at Old Trafford. The Toffees were always a tough nut to crack, known for their defensive solidity and physical approach. They wouldn't roll over, especially not against the reigning champions. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was vibrant, a sea of red anticipating another home win. But there was also a quiet hum of respect for Everton's tenacity. Fee-peep. The whistle blew, and the match kicked off. Everton started with a low block, packing their defense and midfield, making it incredibly difficult for United to play their expansive football. Their central midfielders, like Abdoulaye Doucouré and Amadou Onana, were physical, winning aerial duels and disrupting United's passing lanes. Up front, Dominic Calvert-Lewin was a constant threat on the counterattack, holding the ball up well. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Nathan tried to weave his way through the congested midfield with his masterful dribbling, but Everton's defenders, like James Tarkowski and Connor Cody, were disciplined, closing him down quickly. Minute 20. Everton, against the run of play, scored. A long ball over the top caught United's defense flat. Dwight McNeil, with a burst of pace, got onto the end of it, raced into the box, and finished coolly past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Everton 1. Old Trafford gasped. Then a collective groan spread through the stands. It was a classic smash and grab. Nathan felt the frustration. They were dominating, but Everton had punished their one mistake. They needed to find a way to break through this defensive wall, to create intricate passing moves that Everton couldn't track. Just then, the familiar system chime resonated in his mind, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a deep, compact defensive block, requiring intricate passing and seamless link-up play to dissect their structure. You may request one random legendary intricate passing/link-up skill in the style of football icon to orchestrate complex attacks and elevate the collective understanding of your teammates. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes lit up. Intricate passing? Seamless link-up? This was exactly what the art of on-pitch leadership had hinted at, not just individual brilliance, but making the team shine through his play. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Web of Iniesta. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to execute quick, incisive 1-2s, perfectly weighted short passes, and to orchestrate intricate passing triangles is significantly enhanced. Your teammates will instinctively anticipate your movements and passes, creating a collective flow. A new kind of clarity settled over Nathan. It wasn't about seeing lines or individual runs, but about seeing patterns. He saw how 3 players could create a triangle, how a quick exchange could pull a defender out of position, opening up a new space. He felt a profound connection to his teammates, as if their thoughts were aligning with his own. He knew what they would do, and they would know what he would do. He immediately called for the ball, dropping slightly deeper. Bruno Fernandes, seeing the look in Nathan's eyes, played a quick pass to him. Nathan took one touch, then instantly played a sharp 1-2 with Marcus Rashford, the ball zipping back and forth with incredible speed. Ducour and Onana were left flat-footed, unable to keep up with the quick exchanges. He then played a quick, no-look pass to Harry Kane, who had dropped deep. Kane, with a quick back heel, returned it to Nathan, who had continued his run. It was a blur of red jerseys, a symphony of short, incisive passes, leaving Everton's disciplined defense chasing shadows. Nathan was in the box, surrounded by 4 Everton defenders. He saw Diogo Dalot making an overlapping run. With a quick touch, he slid the ball to Dalot, who whipped in a low cross. The ball found Marcus Rashford, who had made a brilliant run, and Rashford tapped it into the empty net. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won. Everton won. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar. Nathan screamed in pure joy, rushing to embrace Rashford and Dalot. The web of Iniesta had woven a magical equalizer, showing the power of collective, fluid football. The goal completely shifted the momentum. Everton, typically so organized, looked disoriented by the intricate passing. United, buoyed by the equalizer, pressed harder, their passes sharper, their movements more fluid. Nathan felt the web of Iniesta fade after 5 minutes, but the understanding of how to orchestrate those quick, deceptive passing patterns was ingrained. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run and cross from Alejandro Garnacho was finished by Bruno Fernandes, making it 2-1. The second half was a test of United's resolve. Everton pushed hard for an equalizer, bringing on new attacking players. Dominic Calvert-Lewin was a constant threat in the box, and Dwight McNeil's crosses were dangerous. Nathan continued to be a driving force, his masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility from his glide of Messi, 53%, mastery allowing him to retain possession under pressure and launch counterattacks. He had several high-pressure dribbling situations. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 57%. Next mastery milestone, 75%. Requires extremely complex and successful solo runs in high-pressure scenarios. Good, Nathan thought, even as a pass went astray. Every little bit. The final minutes of the match were tense. Everton threw everything forward. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves, and Lisandro Martinez cleared a header off the line in the 89th minute. Then, in the 92nd minute, United sealed it. A quick counterattack saw Nathan pick up the ball deep in his own half. With Everton pushing high, he saw acres of space. He embarked on a blistering solo run, leaving 3 Everton players in his wake with a series of quick feints and bursts of speed, his masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility on full display. He reached the edge of the box, then unselfishly laid it off to the unmarked Harry Kane, who had sprinted alongside him. Kane coolly slotted it past Jordan Pickford. Goal! Manchester United 3, Everton 1. The net bulged, sealing the victory. Feep. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 3, Everton 1. Old Trafford erupted in cheers. A comprehensive victory to continue their strong start to the Premier League season. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was all smiles. That's how we play. That's Manchester United. The passing for the first goal, Nathan, unbelievable. And that solo run for the third, pure magic. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Team effort, boss. Everyone played their part. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He knew maintaining it was about consistent high-level performance. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its next milestone at 57%, and the web of Iniesta had shown him the true power of intricate, collective play. As he walked out of Old Trafford, the cheers of the fans feeling like a warm embrace, a new thought solidified in his mind, influenced by the legacy archive and the match he just played. He was the GOAT, capable of individual brilliance and leading his team. But there was another level of mastery, one that truly defined the all-time greats. The ability to change the game itself, not just a single play. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked. The Innovators and Game Changers. Description: explore the rare talents who didn't just excel within the game, but fundamentally altered how it was played, inventing new roles, formations, or styles that left a lasting impact on football history. Chapter 118. The Seagull's Dance and a Puppeteer's Masterclass. The crisp autumn air held the scent of freshly cut grass and anticipation. Nathan, an overall rating, S+ player, felt a comfortable rhythm settling into his training. The Premier League win against Everton had solidified their strong start, but now the focus shifted to the League Cup. It might not have the glitz of the Champions League, but every trophy mattered. Every win built momentum. His masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility from his glide of Messi, 53%. Mastery were a joy. The ball was practically an extension of his foot, obeying his every thought. He was constantly exploring the legacy archive, especially the Innovators and Game Changers section. He absorbed knowledge like a sponge, watching old clips, seeing how legends like Johan Cruyff and Francesco Totti would drop deep, pulling defenders, creating space for others. It wasn't just about what he could do with the ball, but how he could influence the entire opposition's shape. It was like learning to play chess on a football pitch. One morning, during a possession drill, Nathan subtly shifted his position, drawing two defenders towards him, then released a quick pass to Alejandro Garnacho, who suddenly had acres of space on the wing. Garnacho, surprised but reacting quickly, zipped past his marker. "Nice little move there, Nathan," Erik ten Hag called out, a shrewd look in his eye. "You just opened that whole side up." Nathan just grinned. The archive was working its magic. He watched some of his teammates, noticing their hunger. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. Always buzzing, always pushing. His leadership is infectious. Lisandro Martinez, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating, A. The Butcher, fearless, intelligent, and a rock at the back. The next challenge, Brighton and Hove Albion in the League Cup third round. Brighton, affectionately known as the Seagulls, were a technically gifted team, known for their fluid, possession-based football and intelligent movement. They might not have the superstar names of a Real Madrid or Bayern, but they were incredibly well-coached and could frustrate any opponent. Nathan used his talent scout vision on Brighton's key players. Alexis Mac Allister, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. A silky midfielder, great vision and passing. Makes them tick. Keira Mitoma, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. Direct, tricky winger. His dribbling is a problem for any fullback. Lewis Dunk, ability, A potential, B overall rating. Experienced center back, good in the air and composed on the ball. They'll try to outpass us. Case Moreau warned the team in the tunnel. Keep it tight, deny them space, and hit them fast when we win it. Nathan nodded. This would be a test of patience and tactical discipline. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was lively, but slightly less intense than a Premier League clash. The League Cup often saw rotation, and while United fielded a strong side, there was a sense of a professional job needing to be done. Feepy, the whistle blew, and the League Cup journey continued. Brighton, true to their style, started confidently, zipping passes around, trying to draw United out of position. They recycled possession beautifully, their players constantly moving, creating triangles, making it difficult for United to press effectively. Nathan found himself chasing, trying to intercept passes, but Brighton's movement was so fluid. United tried to press, But Brighton's quick one-touch passing meant the ball was always gone by the time a United player arrived. Nathan tried a few individual dribbles, but Brighton's compact shape and intelligent covering made it hard to break through alone. Minute 28. Brighton scored. A patient build-up saw them pass their way through United's midfield. A clever disguise pass from McAllister found Danny Welbeck, a former United player, ironically, who spun and fired a shot past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Brighton 1. Old Trafford groaned. Brighton had been rewarded for their intricate play. Nathan felt the frustration. They were being outpassed, outmaneuvered. They needed to find a way to break Brighton's almost hypnotic rhythm, to manipulate their defensive shape and create clear openings for themselves. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is struggling against an opponent utilizing intricate passing and fluid movement, requiring a strategic approach to dismantle their structure and open up decisive pathways. You may request one random legendary defensive manipulation / playmaking skill in the style of a football icon to subtly control opponents' movements and create unforeseen attacking opportunities for your teammates. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Defensive manipulation? Unforeseen opportunities for teammates? This was it. This was exactly what he'd been learning in the Innovators section of the Legacy Archive. It wasn't about his individual glory, but about how he could influence the entire chessboard. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Puppeteer's vision of Requelme. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to subtly manipulate opponents' positioning, draw defenders out of shape, and create perfect pockets of space for your teammates with understated movements and passes is significantly enhanced. You will dictate the opposition's defensive rhythm. A strange, almost detached clarity settled over Nathan. He felt like he was hovering above the pitch, seeing not just the players, but the invisible strings that connected them. He could subtly tug a defender out of position with a dropped shoulder, a feigned pass, or a change of pace. He saw how Brighton's well-drilled lines could be unpicked, like a seam on a garment. He immediately dropped deep, near his own defense, calling for the ball from Lisandro Martinez. Brighton's midfielders, sensing an easy press, shifted towards him. Nathan received the ball, took a calm touch. Then, with a subtle glance to his left, he seemed to invite Joel Veltman, Brighton's right back, to step up. Veltman bit, pushing forward. That tiny, almost imperceptible movement was all Nathan needed. He then instantly unleashed a sharp, drilled pass, not to the wing, but straight down the middle to Marcus Rashford, who had dropped slightly to receive it. Because Veltman had stepped up, a huge gap had opened on the left wing for Alejandro Garnacho. Google! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Brighton 1. Old Trafford erupted. Nathan screamed, rushing to embrace Garnacho and Rashford. The puppeteer's vision of Requelme had dismantled Brighton's defense with a single, elegant string pull. The goal completely rocked Brighton. Their intricate passing game became rushed, hesitant. United, buoyed by the equalizer and Nathan's strategic brilliance, pressed harder. Nathan felt the puppeteer's vision fade after 5 minutes. But the understanding of how to subtly control opponent movements, how to unpick defenses with intelligent baiting, was deeply ingrained. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run by Marcus Rashford saw him draw 2 defenders, then lay it off to Bruno Fernandes, who smashed it into the net from the edge of the box, making it 2-1. The second half was a more open affair. Brighton pushed for an equalizer, their passing still fluid, but United's defense held firm. Nathan continued to make intelligent runs, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 53%, mastery, trying to beat defenders and create more chances. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 59%. Next mastery milestone, 75%. Requires extremely complex and successful solo runs in high-pressure scenarios. Getting there, Nathan thought, feeling his dribbling fluidity at an incredible level. The final minutes of the match were tense, but United held firm. David De Gea made a crucial save from a Pascal Gross shot in the 88th minute. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Brighton 1. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a hard-fought win and progression in the League Cup. In the changing room, Erik ten Hag was highly impressed. That first goal, Nathan. You pulled their defense apart like it was nothing. Genius. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just saw the space, boss. And Garnacho's run was perfect. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its next milestone at 59%. And the puppeteer's vision of Riquelme had opened up a whole new world of tactical influence. As he walked out of Old Trafford, the cheers of the fans still warm in his ears, a new thought solidified in his mind, influenced by the legacy archive and the match he'd just played. He was the GOAT, capable of individual brilliance, team leadership, and now, even tactical manipulation. But there was one last frontier for a true game-changer, something that combined all his skills into one ultimate, undeniable package. The ability to truly dominate a match, to make it his own. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked. The Omnipresent Maestros. Description: explore the rare breed of players who consistently influenced every facet of the game, from defense to attack, dominating the entire pitch and leaving an indelible mark on every minute of play. Nathan's eyes widened. Omnipresent Maestros. That was it. That was the final level. Chapter 119. Anfield's Roar and the Cruyff Conductor. The air on Merseyside was thick with a history of fierce rivalry. Anfield. The very name sent shivers down Nathan's spine. Not of fear, but of anticipation. His overall rating, S+, felt like a silent promise, a challenge whispered by the wind. He was the GOAT, and this was the crucible where legends were truly tested. His masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility, from his glide of Messi, 59%, mastery, were almost subconscious now. The ball was a natural extension of him. But he was increasingly drawn to the legacy archive, especially the Omnipresent Maestros section. He studied how players like Johan Cruyff seemed to be everywhere at once, influencing every pass, every run, every defensive shape. It wasn't just about what they did, but about their presence, how they dictated the flow of an entire game. He was learning how to be not just a player, but a conductor. One chilly morning at Carrington, Erik ten Hag pulled Nathan aside. Anfield is different, Nathan. It's a cauldron. Their crowd will be on you from the first whistle. You need to keep your head, control the tempo. Lead by example. Nathan nodded, a determined glint in his eye. Understood, boss. We're ready for them. He observed his teammates, feeling their collective focus. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. Always the engine, but he's been trying more unexpected passes recently, almost like he's picking up on Nathan's influence. Lisandro Martinez, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating, A. Lich's tackles are sharper than ever. He's embracing the butcher role with pride. He then focused his talent scout on the Reds' formidable squad. Mohamed Salah, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. The Egyptian king. Relentless scorer, incredible left foot, always a threat. Virgil van Dijk, ability, S potential, B overall rating, S. The Colossus commands their defense, rarely beaten in the air or on the ground. Alisson Becker, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. World-class goalkeeper. His distribution starts so many attacks. Trent Alexander-Arnold, ability, A+ potential, A+ overall rating, A. Incredible passing range, crosses are pinpoint. A true creative force from fullback. Salah's always on the shoulder. Marcus Rashford reminded Nathan on the bus. Van Dijk is a monster. No easy chances there. Nathan just smiled. Good. The tougher the better. The atmosphere at Anfield was everything they expected and more. The You'll Never Walk Alone anthem was belted out with spine-tingling passion, the red flags waving like a sea of fire. It felt less like a stadium and more like a living, breathing entity roaring its defiance. Feepy. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash between the giants began. Liverpool, fueled by the Anfield roar, came out like a whirlwind. Their famous high press was suffocating, closing down every United player, forcing mistakes. Darwin Núñez and Luis Diaz were relentless, chasing every ball, supported by the tireless midfield of Fabinho, Jordan Henderson, and Thiago Alcantara. United struggled to cope with the intensity. Passes went astray, tackles were missed, and Liverpool dominated the early exchanges. Nathan found himself trying to calm things down, to win possession, but Liverpool's energy was overwhelming. Minute 18. Liverpool took the lead. A brilliant run by Luis Diaz on the left wing saw him skip past Diogo Dalot. He then curled a perfect cross to Darwin Núñez, who powered a header past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Liverpool won. Anfield erupted in a deafening roar. The red half of the stadium was a blur of celebration. Nathan felt the familiar bitter taste of conceding. They were being outplayed, outfought. They needed to regain control, to dictate the game's rhythm, to make Liverpool dance to their tune. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the noise, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is being overwhelmed by the opponent's relentless intensity, losing control of the game's tempo and flow. You may request one random legendary game-controlling/orchestration skill in the style of a football icon to dictate the pace, calm the storm, and subtly manipulate the entire match's rhythm to your advantage. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Game controlling? Dictate the pace? This was it. This was exactly what the omnipresent maestro's category had been hinting at. It wasn't about a single play, but about shifting the entire dynamic of the game. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Orchestrator of Cruyff. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to control the game's tempo, manipulate space through subtle movement, and influence the overall attacking and defensive rhythm of both teams is significantly enhanced. You will become the unseen conductor of the match. A profound, almost godlike clarity settled over Nathan. It wasn't just seeing the players or the ball. It was seeing the energy of the game, the ebb and flow, the subtle currents that dictated possession and position. He felt like he could slow down Liverpool's frantic pace with a single touch, or accelerate United's attack with a simple glance. He became the master of space and time on the pitch. He immediately dropped deep, demanding the ball from Case Morel. Liverpool's midfielders, accustomed to pressing, surged towards him. Nathan received the ball, took a calm touch, and then, with a subtle shift of his body and a feigned pass, he drew Fabinho and Henderson slightly out of position. He then released a simple, calm pass to Raphael Varane, inviting Liverpool to continue their press. But as Liverpool pushed higher, Nathan saw the space opening up behind their midfield. He made a subtle, almost imperceptible run, pulling Virgil van Dijk out of his usual rock-solid position just a few yards. Then, with a simple flick of his foot, he played a perfect long pass to Marcus Rashford, who was suddenly in acres of space on the left wing, bearing down on Joe Gomez. It was a pass that seemed to control not just the ball, but the very movement of the Liverpool defense. Rashford, with his explosive pace, left Gomez behind. He then unleashed a powerful shot, but Alisson Becker, with a fantastic save, tipped it over the bar for a corner. It didn't go in, but it was a clear warning shot, a shift in momentum orchestrated by Nathan. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was the unseen conductor of the match. He slowed down Liverpool's attacks by holding the ball patiently, forcing them to commit, then releasing quick, incisive passes that accelerated United's play. He manipulated Liverpool's press, drawing players out of position with subtle movements, creating vast pockets of space for his teammates that hadn't existed before. The orchestrator of Cruyff was dismantling Liverpool's suffocating intensity. The orchestrator of Cruyff faded, but it had done its job. United had weathered the storm, calmed the game down, and started to assert their own dominance. Just before halftime, United found their equalizer. A brilliant 1-2 between Nathan and Bruno Fernandes saw Nathan played through into the box. With his masterful dribbling glide of Messi, 59% mastery, he weaved past a desperate lunge from Van Dijk, then calmly slotted the ball past Alisson. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won, Liverpool won. The small pocket of United fans erupted, their cheers defying the Anfield faithful. Nathan roared, pumping his fists, his teammates mobbing him. They had silenced Anfield, at least for a moment. The second half was a breathless, back-and-forth affair. Both teams pushed for a winner. Mohamed Salah had a couple of dangerous shots, but David De Gea was immense, pulling off crucial saves. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made smart runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully. He tried a daring back-heel flick in the 70th minute, earning a gas from the crowd, pushing his glide of Messi mastery even higher. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 62%. Next mastery milestone, 75%. Requires extremely complex and successful solo runs in high-pressure scenarios. Still growing, Nathan thought, feeling a thrill. Always growing. The final minutes of the match were agonizingly tense. Both teams tired, but neither gave an inch. Liverpool hit the post in the 88th minute from a Trent Alexander-Arnold free kick. Then, in the 91st minute, United found a winner. A desperate long ball from Lisandro Martinez landed at Nathan's feet near the halfway line. He looked up, saw the exhausted faces of the Liverpool defense, and knew this was it. With his masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility, he embarked on a mesmerizing solo run, leaving 3 Liverpool players in his wake with a series of quick feints and bursts of speed. He reached the edge of the box, drew Virgil van Dijk, then, with a perfectly timed pass, threaded the ball to the unmarked Harry Kane, who had sprinted alongside him. Kane, with his usual clinical finish, slotted it past Alisson. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 2, Liverpool 1. Anfield was stunned into silence. Only the wild, disbelieving cheers of the United fans could be heard. Feep, the final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Liverpool 1. United had won at Anfield. A truly heroic victory in a hostile environment. The players piled on top of each other, celebrating wildly. Nathan was at the bottom, laughing, tears of pure triumph mixing with the sweat. They had faced the storm, and they had conquered it. In a jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. You fought. You showed character. And Nathan, that solo goal, and the winner, you controlled the entire game. Nathan, breathless but elated, just grinned. Team effort, boss. Everyone played their part. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He knew that truly being an omnipresent maestro wasn't just about a rating, but about consistently influencing every single game. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its next milestone at 62%. And the orchestrator of Cruyff had given him a taste of true game control. As he walked out of Anfield, the stunned silence of the Liverpool faithful, a strange kind of music, a new thought sparked in his mind. He had conquered World Cups, Champions Leagues, and now, even the fiercest rivalries. What was left? Perhaps the ability to transcend not just individual skill, but to truly transform the expectations of what a single player could achieve to become a living, breathing symbol of footballing art. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked. The icons of artistry and legacy. Description: explore the select few players whose impact extended beyond statistics, becoming synonymous with the beautiful game itself, inspiring generations with their unique style and enduring legacy. Nathan smiled. Icons of artistry and legacy. Chapter 120. Villa's fury and the sculptor's touch. The incredible win at Anfield, the roar of the red half of Merseyside echoing in his memory, solidified Nathan's belief. His overall rating, S+, was no longer just a number. It was a feeling and innate understanding of the game at its highest level. The Legacy Archive was now his constant companion, particularly the Icons of Artistry and Legacy section. He was delving into the very soul of football, understanding how a select few transcended mere skill to become living legends, inspiring generations with their unique style. He studied the subtle shifts in position of players like Pelé, the way they seemed to anticipate the future. He watched the joyous, almost playful dribbling of Garrincha, realizing that football wasn't just about winning. It was about art, about bringing joy to the fans. He felt a desire to not just play brilliantly, but to play beautifully. During a light training session, Nathan found himself trying new ways to control the ball, not for efficiency, but for pure aesthetics. He'd try a flick, a feint, a turn, not just to beat a player, but to make it look effortless, almost magical. "What was that, mate?" Marcus Rashford asked, grinning, after Nathan executed a ridiculous roulette that left him spinning in circles. "Trying out for the circus?" Nathan chuckled. "Just enjoying the ball, Rashy. Trying to make it sing." Rashford shook his head, impressed. "Well, it's definitely singing. You're like a painter with a brush now." Nathan observed some of his teammates, noticing their unwavering focus. Harry Maguire, ability, a potential, B+ overall rating, rock solid at the back, commands the defense. His World Cup form is carrying into the club season. Scott McTominay, ability, B+ potential, a overall rating, B+. Pure heart and grit. Always puts in a shift, surprises with his goal threat. The next challenge was at home, Aston Villa in the Premier League. Villa, under their shrewd manager, were a formidable side, known for their disciplined defense, energetic midfield, and clinical counterattacks. They wouldn't be intimidated by Old Trafford or United's champion status. Nathan used his talent scout Vision on Villa's key players. John McGinn, ability. A potential, B+ overall rating. A. The heart of their midfield. Tireless, powerful, can score from distance. Ollie Watkins, ability. A potential, A overall rating. Fast, direct striker. Always making intelligent runs and behind. Emiliano Martinez, ability. A+ potential, A overall rating. A. World Cup winner. Confident, aggressive keeper, fantastic shot stopper. They'll be organized. Erik ten Hag warned in the team meeting. They'll sit deep, frustrate us, and try to hit us on the break. Patience is key, but we need moments of magic. Nathan nodded. Magic. That resonated. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was electric, a packed house eager to see their double champions. The roar was deafening as the teams walked out. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash began. Aston Villa started exactly as predicted. They formed a tight defensive unit, packing their own half, denying United space. John McGinn was everywhere in midfield, breaking up play, winning tackles. Ollie Watkins was a constant threat, lurking, waiting for any counterattacking opportunity. United tried to play their usual expansive game, but every pass was contested, every dribble met by multiple Villa defenders. Nathan, despite his masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility, found it difficult to break through the wall of claret and blue. Minute 20. Villa, true to their counterattacking style, struck first. A quick turnover in midfield saw Douglas Luiz win the ball and launch a precise long pass to Ollie Watkins. Watkins held off Lisandro Martinez, turned, and finished clinically past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 1. Old Trafford gasped, then a collective groan. It was frustratingly efficient from Villa. Nathan felt a flicker of annoyance. They were dominating possession, but Villa had been ruthless with their one chance. They needed to unlock this defense with something truly special, a moment of unpredictable, artistic brilliance. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a disciplined, deep-lying defense, requiring a flash of unpredictable, artistic brilliance to break their lines and inspire a collective breakthrough. You may request one random legendary artistic dribbling/playmaking skill in the style of a football icon to create dazzling moments, unbalance opponents, and unlock unexpected scoring opportunities. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes lit up. Artistic brilliance? Dazzling moments? This was precisely what the Icons of Artistry category had been building towards. This wasn't just about winning. It was about doing it with beauty. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Sculptor's Weave of Ronaldinho. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your improvisational dribbling, creative vision for seemingly impossible passes, and ability to use skill moves to disorient and bypass multiple defenders are significantly enhanced. Your play will have an artistic, unpredictable quality. A mischievous, almost joyful energy bubbled within Nathan. He felt a heightened connection to the ball, as if he could bend it to his will, shape it into whatever dazzling pattern he desired. He saw defenders not as obstacles, but as canvases for his art. The pitch became his stage. He immediately called for the ball, dropping slightly deeper. Bruno Fernandes, seeing the new spark in Nathan's eyes, played it to him. Ezri Konsa and Boubacar Kamara immediately pressed him. Nathan didn't panic. With the sculptor's weave of Ronaldinho active, he took a touch. Then, with a lightning-quick step over, he left Konsa sprawling. Kamara rushed in, but Nathan, with a sudden audacious flick, scooped the ball over Kamara's head, spinning around him and collecting it on the other side. The crowd gasped in disbelief. He was into the final third, leaving 2 defenders bamboozled. Matty Cash, the right back, rushed to meet him. Nathan feigned a pass. Then, with a quick double touch, he created just enough space to unleash a shot. It wasn't a thunderbolt, but a cunning, curling effort, aimed for the far post. Emiliano Martinez, a World Cup winner, threw himself across, a blur of green. But the shot, subtly curled, slipped past his outstretched fingertips and nestled into the very corner of the net. Goohul! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Aston Villa 1. Old Trafford erupted, a roar of sheer wonder and celebration. Nathan screamed in pure elation, sprinting towards the fans, his teammates mobbing him. The sculptor's weave of Ronaldinho had delivered a masterpiece. The equalizer, delivered with such artistic flair, completely deflated Villa. Their disciplined defense looked fractured, uncertain. United, buoyed by the moment of magic, pressed harder, their passes sharper, their movements more fluid. Nathan felt the sculptors' weave fade after 5 minutes, but the understanding of how to blend effectiveness with pure artistry was now deeply ingrained. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant pass from Bruno Fernandes found Marcus Rashford, who finished clinically, making it 2-1. The second half was a test of United's resilience. Villa pushed for an equalizer, their attacking players relentless. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from Ollie Watkins, and Lisandro Martinez made a heroic block from a John McGinn shot. Nathan continued to be a driving force, his masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility from his glide of Messi, 59%. Mastery allowing him to retain possession under pressure and launch counterattacks. He had several high-pressure dribbling situations, constantly testing Villa's defense. Ding. System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 65%. Next mastery milestone, 75%. Requires extremely complex and successful solo runs in high-pressure scenarios. The perfect, Nathan thought. Pushed it again. The final minutes of the match were tense. Villa threw everything forward, but United's defense held firm. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Aston Villa 1. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a hard-fought win and maintaining their strong start to the Premier League season. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. What a goal, Nathan. The way you beat those two defenders, pure football art. You lifted the whole stadium. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to make things interesting, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its next milestone at 65%. And the sculptor's weave of Ronaldinho had given him a taste of true footballing artistry. As he walked out of Old Trafford, the cheers of the fans feeling like a warm embrace, a new thought solidified in his mind. He was the GOAT, capable of individual brilliance, team leadership, tactical manipulation, and now, even pure artistry. What could be left? Perhaps the true legacy wasn't just about playing the game, but about teaching it, shaping it, leaving a mark that influenced the very future of football. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked. The Mentors and Visionaries. Description: explore the rare individuals who, through their play, intelligence, and foresight, indirectly or directly, influence the tactical evolution of football, inspiring new generations of players and coaches to see the game in revolutionary ways. Chapter 121. Parisian Starlight and the Strategic Catalyst. The air in Paris sparkled, not just with the city's famous lights, but with the electric hum of a Champions League night. Nathan, an overall rating S+ player, felt the familiar surge of adrenaline. He had conquered Real Madrid and Manchester City in knockouts, but now it was the group stage again, a new challenge. Paris Saint-Germain at the Parc des Princes. And that meant facing Kylian Mbappé again. His masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility, from his glide of Messi, 65%, mastery, felt incredibly sharp. The ball seemed to move with his thoughts, but his mind was increasingly absorbed by the Legacy Archive, especially the Mentors and Visionaries section. He was studying how legendary figures didn't just excel themselves, but shaped the entire game, inspiring teammates and even future coaches through their play. He watched clips of Pep Guardiola's teams, how every player moved in sync, creating a perfect, fluid machine. It wasn't about individual heroics as much as a collective, strategic symphony. During a pre-match walk around the pitch, Nathan found himself observing how the groundskeepers meticulously laid out the lines, how every blade of grass seemed to be in its perfect place. He felt a desire to create that same kind of ordered beauty on the pitch. "This place is always buzzing," Marcus Rashford commented, taking a deep breath of the Parisian night air, "especially when Mbappé's on song." Nathan nodded. "We need to make our own song tonight." He then focused his talent scout on the Parisian Giants. Kylian Mbappé, ability, S+ potential, S overall rating, S+. Still the fastest, still lethal. The main threat. Achraf Hakimi, ability, A+ potential, A+ overall rating, A. Explosive at fullback, constantly attacking. A true wingback. Marquinhos, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, A+. The defensive leader. Strong, intelligent, commands the backline. Gianluigi Donnarumma, ability, A+, potential, S overall rating, A+. Giant in goal, commanding presence. Tough to beat. They'll try to exploit the flanks with Mbappe and Hakimi. Erik ten Hag emphasized in the dressing room. We need to be disciplined, block the channels, and hit them on the counter. Nathan understood. This wasn't just a battle of skill, it was a battle of tactical systems. The roar from the Parc des Princes crowd was immense as the teams walked out, a cacophony of French chants and a sea of blue and red. The Champions League anthem felt particularly grand under the Parisian lights. Fipi. The whistle blew, and the Champions League group stage clash was underway. PSG, as expected, burst out of the blocks. Their attacking trio, led by Mbappe, was a blur of speed and skill. They pressed United high, forcing quick decisions, trying to pin them back. Mbappe, darting down the left wing, immediately caused problems for Diogo Dalot. United tried to hold their shape, but PSG's fluid movement and relentless pace were difficult to contain. Nathan found himself dropping deep to help out, trying to organize the midfield, but PSG's passes were too sharp, too quick. Minute 15. PSG scored. A lightning-fast counterattack saw Achraf Hakimi burst down the right wing, his pace electrifying. He whipped in a low cross, and Kylian Mbappe, having drifted into the box unmarked, tapped it in. Manchester United 0, PSG 1. The Parc des Princes erupted, a wave of jubilation. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, especially to Mbappe. They needed to regain control, not just individually, but as a collective. They needed to shift their tactical approach to become more organized, more strategically effective. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is struggling against a tactically fluid and individually brilliant opponent, requiring a strategic shift and enhanced collective movement to gain control and create dominant positions. You may request one random legendary strategic/tactical influence skill in the style of a football icon to subtly guide your teammates' positioning, dictate team pressing, and fundamentally alter your team's tactical effectiveness for a limited period. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes widened. Strategic influence? Guide teammates' positioning? This was it. This was exactly what the mentors and visionaries category was about, influencing the game beyond just his own actions. Yes, activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Strategic catalyst of Guardiola. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your tactical understanding, ability to subtly guide your teammates' movements and pressing triggers, and overall influence on your team's collective shape are significantly enhanced. Your team will play with increased cohesion and tactical fluidity. A profound sense of clarity and strategic insight washed over Nathan. He felt like he was seeing the game through Erik ten Hag's eyes, understanding every tactical instruction, every desired movement. He didn't just see his own role. He saw how every United player should move, where they should press, where they should create overloads. He could subtly nod, point, or shift his own position, and his teammates would instinctively respond, almost telepathically. He immediately started communicating, not with shouts, but with precise, almost imperceptible gestures. He pointed for Marcus Rashford to press the left back, for Bruno Fernandes to drop slightly deeper to cover a passing lane. He shifted his own position, creating a triangular passing option for Casemiro that hadn't been there moments before. For the next 5 minutes, United's play transformed. Their pressing became more organized, more effective. They moved as a more cohesive unit, closing down passing lanes, winning the ball higher up the pitch. They started to create overloads on the wings, manipulating PSG's defensive shape. In the 28th minute, this new tactical cohesion paid off. Nathan, using the strategic catalyst of Guardiola, subtly shifted his position, drawing a PSG midfielder towards him. This opened up a passing lane for Bruno Fernandes, who instantly clipped a ball over the top to Marcus Rashford. Rashford, seeing the suddenly open space created by Nathan's subtle pull, latched onto it, raced into the box, and finished clinically past Gianluigi Donnarumma. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won, PSG won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in joyous relief. Nathan screamed, rushing to embrace Rashford and Bruno. The strategic catalyst of Guardiola had fundamentally altered United's tactical approach, leading to the equalizer. The goal stunned PSG. Their fluid attack now faced a more organized, cohesive United. Nathan felt the strategic catalyst fade after 5 minutes, but the understanding of how to subtly influence team shape and movement was now deeply ingrained. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run from Alejandro Garnacho saw him cut inside and unleash a powerful shot that was parried by Donnarumma. Harry Kane reacted quickest, tapping in the rebound to make it 2-1. The second half was a high-octane affair. PSG, stung by falling behind, pushed hard for an equalizer. Mbappe was relentless, his speed terrifying. Achraf Hakimi surged down the flanks. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully. He also engaged in a dazzling dribble in the 70th minute, leaving two PSG defenders flailing, pushing his glide of Messi, 65%, mastery, even higher. Ding. System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 68%. Next mastery milestone, 75%. Requires extremely complex and successful solo runs in high-pressure scenarios. Getting closer, Nathan thought, even as his shot was blocked. Always closer. The final minutes of the match were agonizingly tense. PSG threw everything forward. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from Mbappe's shots, and Lisandro Martinez made a heroic block from a Goncalo Ramos header in the 89th minute. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, PSG 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. They had come to Paris, faced their former Champions League conquerors, and won. A crucial 3 points in the group stage. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming, shaking every player's hand. That's how you win in Europe. Tactical discipline. And Nathan, your influence after their goal, truly masterful. Nathan, breathless but elated, just grinned. Team effort, boss. Everyone was fighting. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its next milestone at 68%. And the strategic catalyst of Guardiola had shown him a new dimension of tactical influence. As he walked out of the Parc des Princes, the cheers of the United fans echoing in the Parisian night, a profound thought solidified in his mind. He wasn't just a player who could perform miracles. He was learning to shape the game, to influence his teammates and opponents on a tactical level. This was what the Mentors and Visionaries category in the Legacy Archive was all about. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked, the revolutionary roles. Description: delve into the history of players who didn't just excel in existing positions, but effectively invented or redefined roles on the pitch, changing tactical paradigms and leaving an indelible mark on football's evolution. Nathan's eyes widened. Revolutionary roles. This was truly the ultimate frontier. Chapter 122. The Tempo Dictators and Game Managers. The victory in Paris, a Champions League group stage opener, felt like another brick in the wall of Nathan's growing legend. His overall rating, S+, was a constant hum, a quiet satisfaction that resonated with every successful touch and pass. But his gaze was already set beyond individual statistics, drawn deep into the Legacy Archive, especially the Revolutionary Roles section. He was studying players who didn't just play a position, but redefined it. The libero, the false nine, the inverted winger. He realized true GOAT status wasn't just about mastering existing roles, but about creating new ones, pushing the tactical boundaries of the sport itself. He spent hours watching old clips, seeing how a player could drop into midfield to create an overload, then suddenly surge forward to become striker. It was like football was a constantly evolving puzzle, and these legends were the ones who found new ways to solve it. One sunny afternoon at Carrington, during a tactical possession drill, Nathan found himself automatically dropping deeper than usual, pulling a marking midfielder with him, then suddenly sprinting forward, leaving a huge gap behind. Bruno Fernandes, initially confused, quickly adapted, threading a pass into the space Nathan had just created, which Marcus Rashford then exploited with a blistering run. Interesting, Nathan, Erik ten Hag remarked, a thoughtful look on his face. You pulled their shape apart there. Didn't expect that. Nathan just grinned. The Legacy Archive was truly shaping his game in unexpected ways. He observed his teammates, a strong core that felt like a family. Case Moreau, ability, A+ potential, B overall rating, A+. The unyielding shield. His presence alone makes the midfield impenetrable. Raphael Varane, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A+. Elegant, intelligent, reads the game like a book. A true leader at the back. The next challenge, a home Premier League fixture against West Ham United. The Hammers were always a tough opponent, known for their physicality, dangerous set pieces, and ruthless counterattacking ability. They wouldn't be starstruck by United's double champion status. They'd come to fight. Nathan used his talent scout on West Ham's key players. Tomas Soucek, ability, A potential, B+ overall rating. Midfield powerhouse, aerial threat, tireless work rate, a proper engine. Lucas Paqueta, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. Creative spark, great close control, can unlock defenses with a pass or a dribble. Jared Bowen, ability, A potential, A overall rating. Pacey winger, excellent finisher on the break. Always a threat. They'll sit deep, soak up pressure, and then hit us fast with Bowen and Paqueta. Erik ten Hag warned the team in a pre-match meeting. Don't get caught out on the counter. We need to be alert to transition. Nathan nodded. Transition. That was the key. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was electric, a packed house expecting another dominant display. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening, a sea of red cheering on their champions. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. West Ham, true to form, started defensively, forming a compact shape, forcing United to circulate the ball patiently. They were disciplined, denying space in the central areas, making it hard for Nathan and Bruno Fernandes to thread passes through. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Nathan tried to use his masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility, from glide of Messi, 68%, to break through, but West Ham's midfield and defense were organized, quickly swarming any United player who ventured too deep. Minute 22. West Ham, against the run of play, scored. A United attack broke down on the edge of the box. Tomas Soucek immediately won the ball, launching a long, pinpoint pass to Jared Bowen, who had started his run from deep. Bowen sprinted past Luke Shaw, cut inside, and fired a powerful shot past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, West Ham 1. Old Trafford groaned in frustration. It was a classic counterattack goal, precisely what Erik ten Hag had warned them about. Nathan felt the familiar sting of conceding, particularly to such a clinical break. They needed to stop these counters, not just defensively, but by immediately turning defense into attack, by stifling West Ham's transitions before they even began. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is vulnerable to rapid counterattacks, requiring immediate ball recovery and a strategic counterpress to maintain offensive momentum. You may request one random legendary counterpressing/transition skill in the style of a football icon to stifle opposition breaks and instantly turn defensive moments into offensive opportunities. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Counterpressing? Instant offensive opportunities? This was it. This was about not just reacting, but acting before the opposition could settle. This was about controlling the chaotic moments of transition, something the revolutionary roles and omnipresent maestros were masters of. Ding! Random skill activated. Counterpressing instinct of Cruyff. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your immediate reaction to losing possession, your ability to quickly close down opponents, and your foresight in triggering collective counterpressing are significantly enhanced. You will regain possession faster and launch immediate, devastating counterattacks. A new kind of hyper-awareness washed over Nathan. It wasn't just about his position, but about the immediate reaction of everyone around him when the ball was lost. He saw the optimal angles to close down, the perfect moments to initiate a collective press, suffocating the opponent before they could even think of breaking. He felt like a coiled spring, ready to snap into action the instant possession changed hands. A moment later, United pushed forward. Nathan played a pass to Marcus Rashford, who tried to dribble past Vladimir Koufal, but lost the ball. Instantly, before Koufal could even look up to pass, Nathan, fueled by the counter-pressing instinct of Cruyff, was on him. He didn't tackle. He simply closed the space, harried, and forced Koufal to play a desperate, loose pass backward. Lucas Paqueta, receiving the pass, was immediately swarmed by Bruno Fernandes and Casemiro, who had also reacted instinctively to Nathan's trigger. The ball was won back, high up the pitch. Bruno Fernandes immediately played it to Nathan, who surged forward, straight into the heart of West Ham's defense. He saw the surprise on their faces. He took 2 quick touches, then unleashed a powerful shot from outside the box. It flew past the defenders, dipping wildly, and slammed into the bottom corner, leaving Łukasz Fabianski with no chance. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won, West Ham won. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar, a mixture of relief and pure elation. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, his teammates mobbing him. The counter-pressing instinct of Cruyff had turned defense into an immediate, devastating attack. The goal completely rattled West Ham. Their counterattacks, once so sharp, were now being stifled before they could even begin. United, buoyed by the equalizer and Nathan's relentless pressing, pushed harder. Nathan felt the counter-pressing instinct fade after 5 minutes, but the understanding of how to instantly react and trigger a collective counterpress was deeply ingrained. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run and cross from Diogo Dalot found Harry Kane, who nodded it powerfully past Fabianski, making it 2-1. The second half was a test of United's ability to control the game. West Ham pushed for an equalizer, but United's high press and quick transitions, influenced by Nathan's earlier play, made it difficult for them. Nathan continued to be a driving force, his masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility from his glide of Messi, 68%, mastery allowing him to retain possession under pressure and launch counterattacks. He had several high-pressure dribbling situations. Ding, system notification, skill mastery progress, glide of Messi, 71%. Next mastery milestone, 75%, requires extremely complex and successful solo runs in high-pressure scenarios. Getting closer, Nathan thought, a grin forming. Almost there for the next permanent boost. The final minutes of the match were tense. West Ham threw everything forward, but United's defense held firm. David De Gea made a crucial save from a Declan Rice long shot in the 88th minute. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, West Ham United 1. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a hard-fought win that kept their Premier League title challenge strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was highly impressed. That first goal, Nathan, the way you won that ball back and scored. That's the mentality of champions. You stifled them. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to turn defense into attack, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its next milestone at 71%. And the counter-pressing instinct of Cruyff had shown him a new, crucial way to influence the game's tempo and transitions. As he walked out of Old Trafford, the cheers of the fans feeling warm and familiar, a new thought solidified in his mind, influenced by the legacy archive and the match he'd just played. He was the GOAT, capable of individual brilliance, tactical manipulation, and now, even redefining the moments of transition. But there was one final elusive aspect of game-changing influence, a rare ability that few players truly mastered, the power to truly control the flow of football itself, to be the ultimate tempo setter, both in attack and defense. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked. The Tempo Dictators and Game Managers. Description. Explore the elite players who possessed an unparalleled understanding of the game's rhythm, accelerating and decelerating play at will, masterfully controlling the speed and direction of attacks and defenses, effectively turning matches into their personal symphony. Chapter 123. San Siro Symphony and the Tempo Maestro. The air over Milan buzzed with a timeless footballing magic, the kind that only historic stadiums like San Siro could hold. Nathan, an overall rating, S+ player, felt the familiar thrill. He was fresh off a dominant Premier League win, and now faced AC Milan in the Champions League group stage. This was a different kind of test, a classic European giant, known for tactical discipline and flashes of individual brilliance. His masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility, from his glide of Messi, 71%, mastery, felt incredibly fluid. The ball was truly an extension of his thoughts. But his mind was increasingly absorbed by the legacy archive, especially the Tempo Dictators and Game Managers section. He studied how players like Xabi Alonso and Sergio Busquets didn't just play the game, but controlled its very pulse, speeding it up or slowing it down at will, dictating the flow from midfield. He was learning how to be not just a player, but a true conductor of the footballing symphony. During a pre-match training session at Milan's complex, Nathan found himself consciously varying the speed of his passes, slowing down a possession phase, then suddenly injecting pace with a sharp, vertical ball. He wasn't just reacting to the game. He was trying to shape it. "You're like a remote control out there, Nathan," Bruno Fernandes chuckled after one drill, where Nathan had orchestrated a slow build-up before suddenly unleashing a blistering attack. "You decide when the game goes fast or slow." Nathan grinned. "Just trying to keep him guessing, Bruno." He then focused his talent scout on AC Milan's formidable squad. Rafael Leao, ability, as potential, A+ overall ratings. Explosive winger, incredible dribbler, can score from anywhere. A true game-changer. Sandro Tonali, ability, A+ potential, A+ overall rating, A. Midfield engine, combative, great passing range. Commands a midfield. Mike Maignan, ability, A+ potential, S overall rating, A+. Phenomenal goalkeeper, agile, fantastic shot stopper and distribution. Fikayo Tomori, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. Pacey, strong center back. Will be a tough physical battle for Harry Kane. Leal's pace is a real problem, Erik ten Hag warned in the dressing room. And their midfield, Tonali especially, will try to dominate the tempo. "We need to match their energy, then control the game on our terms." Nathan nodded, his eyes fixed on the tactical board. Control the tempo. The atmosphere at San Siro was electric, a cacophony of red and black. The Cave Sud, Milan's passionate ultras, were in full voice, their chants and banners making the historic stadium tremble. It felt like stepping into a lion's den, but for Nathan, it was just another stage. Fipi. The whistle blew, and the Champions League group stage clash was underway. AC Milan started with a fierce intensity, looking to assert their dominance. They pressed high, their players moving with a fluid, attacking swagger. Rafael Leao was a blur on the left wing, his dazzling dribbling immediately causing problems for Diogo Dalot. Olivier Giroud, even at his age, was a formidable presence up front, holding the ball up and linking play. United found themselves chasing the game, struggling to get a foothold in midfield. Milan's quick passing and aggressive press made it difficult for Nathan, Casemiro, and Bruno Fernandes to string passes together. Minute 18. AC Milan scored. A brilliant turn by Leao on the wing saw him create space. Then he threaded a precise pass to Olivier Giroud, who calmly slotted it past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, AC Milan 1. San Siro erupted, a wave of red and black jubilation. Nathan felt the familiar sting of conceding, especially to such a well-worked goal. Milan's tempo was too high, too frantic for United to settle. They needed to slow the game down, to take the sting out of Milan's attacks, and then accelerate on their own terms. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the roar, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is being dictated by the opponent's high tempo, struggling to impose its own rhythm. You may request one random legendary tempo-controlling/game managing skill in the style of a football icon to master the flow of the match, dictating its pace and frustrating the opposition. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Tempo controlling, master the flow? This was exactly what the tempo dictators category had taught him. This was about being the puppet master, not the puppet. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Masterful pulse of Busquets. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to control the pace of the game, strategically slow down play, retain possession under pressure, and initiate swift counterattacks is significantly enhanced. You will become the unwavering heartbeat of your team, frustrating opponents and creating opportunities through precise rhythm control. A profound sense of calm, almost like a steady, rhythmic drumbeat, settled over Nathan. He felt the pulse of the game, its frantic energy, and realized he could influence it. He saw the spaces, not just for passes, but for pauses, for moments to hold the ball, draw opponents, and then accelerate. He was the controller of the game's very rhythm. He immediately dropped deep, demanding the ball from Lisandro Martinez. Milan's midfielders, accustomed to pressing high, surged towards him. Nathan received the ball, took a calm, deliberate touch, then simply held it. He didn't rush. He shielded the ball, turning, inviting pressure. Sandro Tonali and Ismail Benacer converged, but Nathan, with the masterful pulse of Busquets active, simply kept the ball, twisting away from them with effortless grace from his masterful dribbling. He then released a short, safe pass back to Casemiro, inviting Milan to chase. He did it again, recycling possession patiently, slowing Milan's frantic press, forcing them to drop back, to concede space. The crowd, sensing the change, started to whistle, frustrated by United's new, deliberate pace. Then, when the moment was right, Nathan exploded. He received the ball from Casemiro, and with a quick burst of acceleration, he sliced through Milan's midfield, leaving 2 players behind. He launched a quick, incisive pass to Marcus Rashford, who had immediately sensed the change in tempo and burst into a sprint. Rashford was in. He took one touch, then fired a powerful shot towards goal. Mike Maignan, with a fantastic diving save, pushed it wide for a corner. The pressure from Nathan, the masterful pulse of Busquets working its magic, had completely changed the game's rhythm. Milan looked uncomfortable, unable to maintain their high press against United's controlled possession. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was the silent conductor. He dictated the tempo, speeding up United's play with quick 1-2s, then slowing it down with patient, probing passes. Milan found themselves frustrated, unable to regain their aggressive rhythm. The masterful pulse of Busquets faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted their control over the game. Just before halftime, United found their equalizer. A brilliant pass from Bruno Fernandes found Harry Kane inside the box, who turned and finished clinically past Maignan. Manchester United won. AC Milan won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in joyous relief. Nathan cheered, pumping his fists. They were back in it. The second half was a more balanced affair. Milan pushed for another goal, but United's defense, influenced by Nathan's earlier tempo control, was more organized. Rafael Leao continued to be a threat, but Diogo Dalot and Rafael Varane managed to contain him. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully. He also engaged in a dazzling solo run in the 70th minute, leaving 2 Milan defenders flailing, pushing his glide of Messi, 71%, mastery, even higher. Ding! System notification, skill mastery progress, glide of Messi, 73%. Next mastery milestone, 75%, requires extremely complex and successful solo runs in high-pressure scenarios. So close, Nathan thought, a thrill running through him. That 75% boost is just around the corner. The final minutes of the match were tense. Both teams tired, but neither gave an inch. Mike Maignan made a spectacular save from a Marcus Rashford shot in the 88th minute. Then, in the 90th minute, United found a winner. A quick counterattack saw Nathan pick up the ball deep in his own half. He quickly released it to Antony on the right wing, who burst forward. Antony cut inside, then played a pass to Bruno Fernandes on the edge of the box. Bruno, with a sublime finish, curled it past Maignan. Goal! Manchester United 2, AC Milan 1. The net bulged, silencing San Siro. Only the joyous roar of the United fans could be heard. Feep. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, AC Milan 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. They had come to San Siro and secured a vital away win in the Champions League group stage. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. What a performance, lads. We faced their intensity and we imposed our will. Nathan, your control in midfield, especially after their goal, truly masterful. Nathan, breathless but elated, just grinned. Just trying to manage the game, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. As he walked out of San Siro, the stunned silence of the Milan faithful, a strange kind of music, a new thought solidified in his mind. He had learned to dominate the pitch, influence tactics, and even redefine roles. But there was one last, grand frontier, one that combined all his knowledge and skills into the ultimate expression of footballing genius. The ability to truly master every single aspect of the game, to have a complete, seamless command over every play, every moment, every strategy. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked. The all-encompassing footballers. Description: explore the rarest breed of players who possessed an almost supernatural understanding of every position and every tactical nuance, capable of influencing the game from anywhere on the pitch, becoming the ultimate, complete footballing entity. Chapter 124. The Bee's Sting and a Glimpse of Omniscience. The flight back from Milan had been triumphant, another vital Champions League win secured. Nathan, an overall rating. S+ player, felt a quiet confidence settling deep within him. He was at the pinnacle, but the new Legacy Archive category, the all-encompassing footballers, whispered of an even higher plane, a mastery of every facet of the beautiful game. He yearned to truly understand the holistic influence, how a player could dominate from anywhere on the pitch. He spent hours in the Legacy Archive, studying legends who truly seemed to transcend positions. Alfredo Di Stefano, who could score, defend, and create. Franz Beckenbauer, the libero who initiated attacks from deep defense. It was like looking at the game through a new lens, seeing not just roles, but a fluid, interconnected symphony. During a tactical walkthrough, Nathan found himself automatically anticipating moves on both sides of the ball. He would notice a defender pushing too high and simultaneously see the attacking run that could exploit that space. It was a seamless integration of offensive and defensive thought. "You're seeing the whole pitch, aren't you, Nathan?" Case Moreau commented, observing him. "Like you're playing chess and everyone else is playing checkers." Nathan chuckled. "Just trying to stay a step ahead, Cassie." He observed his teammates, knowing their strengths were crucial to this all-encompassing approach. Harry Kane, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. The ultimate striker. His hold-up play and finishing are unmatched. Luke Shaw, ability, A potential, A overall rating, solid defensively, incredible attacking output. A true modern fullback. The next challenge, a home Premier League fixture against Brentford. The Bees were known for their disciplined, hard-working approach, their physical presence, and their dangerous set pieces. They were not a team to be underestimated, even at Old Trafford. Nathan used his talent scout on Brentford's key players. Ivan Toney, ability, A potential, A overall rating, clinical striker, excellent penalty taker, strong hold-up play, always a threat. Brian Mbeumo, ability, A potential, A overall rating, pace, directness, and a powerful shot. A constant danger on the wing. Christian Norgard, ability, A potential, B+ overall rating, A. Midfield anchor, breaks up play, good passing range. They'll be tough, physical. Erik ten Hag warned the team in the pre-match meeting. They'll try to bully us in midfield and hit us on the break or from set pieces. We need to be switched on for 90 minutes. Nathan nodded. Physicality. He'd countered that with the power of Drogba and the steel of Vieira. Now he had to blend it all. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was vibrant, a packed house expecting another dominant display. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening. Fipe, the whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Brentford started with their characteristic intensity. They pressed high, their midfielders engaging quickly, trying to disrupt United's passing rhythm. Ivan Toney was a handful up front, strong in aerial duels and holding off defenders. United tried to play their expansive game, but Brentford's defense, particularly Ethan Pinnock and Ben Mee, was resolute. Nathan, despite his masterful dribbling and unparalleled agility from his glide of Messi, 73% mastery, found little space in the congested midfield. Minute 20. Brentford struck first from a set piece. A corner kick was swung in, and Ivan Toney, with a powerful leap, rose above Lisandro Martinez and headed it forcefully past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Brentford 1. Old Trafford groaned. Another set-piece goal conceded. Nathan felt the frustration. They were dominating possession, but Brentford had been ruthlessly efficient with their one chance. They needed a way to break this deadlock, not just through individual brilliance, but through a complete understanding of the game, influencing both attack and defense seamlessly. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is vulnerable to set pieces and struggling to break down a physical defense, requiring a player capable of influencing both defensive solidity and offensive creativity simultaneously. You may request one random legendary all-encompassing field general skill in the style of a football icon to command play across all areas of the pitch, seamlessly transitioning between defensive and offensive dominance, and elevating the team's overall strategic execution. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes widened. All-encompassing field general? Simultaneously influencing both ends? This was it. This was what the all-encompassing footballers category was about. The ultimate mastery. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Omnipresent genius of Beckenbauer. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to read the entire game, orchestrate both defensive solidity and offensive fluidity, and seamlessly transition between deep defensive roles and advanced attacking positions is significantly enhanced. You will become the complete footballing entity on the pitch. A profound, almost overwhelming sense of interconnectedness washed over Nathan. He felt like every player on the pitch, both red and white, was an extension of his will. He could see how to plug defensive gaps while simultaneously identifying attacking overloads. He was no longer just a midfielder or an attacker. He was the entire game, commanding every movement, every pass, every tackle. He immediately dropped deep, directing his teammates with subtle nods and gestures, guiding them to form a tighter defensive block, pressing Brentford's midfielders with newfound cohesion. Then, the moment United won the ball, he exploded forward, not in a straight line, but weaving through spaces, pulling defenders out of position with his presence alone. In the 28th minute, United launched an attack. Nathan, with the omnipresent genius of Beckenbauer active, was initially deep, breaking up a Brentford pass. He then surged forward, bypassing two midfielders with a stunning display of his masterful dribbling. He reached the edge of the box, seeing Marcus Rashford making a run to his left and Harry Kane making a run to his right. But he also saw a tiny, almost invisible gap right down the middle, caused by his own relentless forward movement. He didn't shoot. He executed a sublime, no-look-through ball, a gentle curve that split Brentford's two center-backs and landed perfectly at the feet of Bruno Fernandes, who had made a late, surging run from midfield, completely unmarked. Bruno took one touch and fired it into the roof of the net. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won, Brentford won. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar, a mixture of disbelief and pure jubilation. Nathan screamed, rushing to embrace Bruno. The omnipresent genius of Beckenbauer had created that goal, not just through a pass, but by orchestrating the entire offensive movement from start to finish. The goal completely stunned Brentford. Their defensive discipline wavered. United, fueled by the equalizer and Nathan's holistic influence, pressed harder. Nathan felt the omnipresent genius fade after 5 minutes, but the feeling of complete control, of truly influencing every aspect of the game, was now deeply ingrained. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant piece of skill from Anthony on the wing saw him beat his man and deliver a pinpoint cross. Harry Kane rose highest and headed it powerfully past David Raya, making it 2-1. The second half was a showcase of United's dominance. Brentford pushed for an equalizer, but United's defense, influenced by Nathan's earlier tactical guidance, held firm. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from long-range shots. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 73%, mastery. He had several complex solo runs. Ding, system notification, skill mastery progress, glide of Messi, 75%, permanent benefit unlocked, unrivaled dribbling. Your base dribbling ability is elevated to an unprecedented level, allowing you to bypass multiple defenders with effortless grace, unpredictability, and complete control in any situation. Next mastery milestone, 100%, requires continuous, sustained application of unrivaled dribbling in every match scenario and the execution of truly impossible solo efforts. Nathan felt an electric surge, a profound sense of lightness and absolute control in his feet. Unrivaled dribbling, 75%. He had unlocked the next level of his signature skill. The ball was now truly a part of him, an extension of his will, flowing with his thoughts. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Brentford, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Brentford 1. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a hard-fought win that maintained their strong Premier League title challenge. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another tough test, lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your influence today, you were everywhere. From defense to attack, you controlled everything. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to do my part, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was now at a staggering 75%, granting him unrivaled dribbling. And the omnipresent genius of Beckenbauer had given him a taste of ultimate game control. As he walked out of Old Trafford, the cheers of the fans feeling like a warm embrace. A new thought solidified in his mind. He had achieved the ultimate rating, mastered incredible skills, learned tactical and artistic influences, and even redefined roles. He truly was an all-encompassing footballer. But the Legacy Archive had one final, elusive truth to reveal. What did it mean to be not just the GOAT, but to be truly immortal? Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked. The Immortals and Record Breakers. Description. Delve into the exclusive pantheon of players whose achievements transcended their era, breaking seemingly unbreakable records, inspiring generations, and etching their names into football history as eternal legends. Nathan's eyes widened. Immortals and Record Breakers. This wasn't about current ability. It was about leaving an everlasting legacy. His GOAT journey had just found its ultimate, final, and most profound direction to become an eternal legend. The Premier League season was long. The Champions League group stage continued, and he knew there would be many more challenges, many more chances to learn and evolve. The next match, an away Premier League fixture against Everton, awaited. Chapter 125, Goodison's Gauntlet and a Legend's Touch. The journey to Goodison Park always felt different. It wasn't the vast, grand stage of Champions League final, but a gritty, historical ground, packed with passionate fans ready to make life difficult for any visiting team. Nathan, an overall rating. S+ player, carried the weight of that status lightly, but the thought of the new Legacy Archive category, the Immortals and Record Breakers, resonated deeply within him. It wasn't enough to be great. He wanted to be eternal. He spent his time in the Legacy Archive, studying the relentless consistency of players like Pelé, the sheer volume of goals that defined their eras. It wasn't just individual skill. It was about the unwavering ability to perform at the highest level, game after game, season after season, to compile a legacy that no one could ever forget. He saw that true immortality came from consistent, decisive output. During a routine shooting drill at Carrington, Nathan found himself consciously trying to place every shot with absolute precision, even the simple ones. He thought about the legends who always seemed to find the corner, no matter the angle or pressure. His unrivaled dribbling, from glide of Messi, 75%, mastery, made it easy to create space, but now it was about what he did with that space consistently. "You're making it look too easy, Nathan," Erik ten Hag called out, shaking his head with a grin after Nathan slotted 5 consecutive shots into the top corner. "Save some for the match." Nathan just winked. Always boss. He observed his teammates, knowing that consistent performance from everyone was key to their ongoing success. His tackling is still world-class, unbeatable in one-on-one defensive situations. Alejandro Garnacho, ability, a potential, S overall rating, such raw talent and blistering pace. He's growing every game, learning from the best. The next challenge, an away Premier League fixture against Everton. Their previous encounter at Old Trafford had been a tough 2-1 win, and Nathan knew Goodison Park would be an even harder test. Everton would be physical, direct, and fueled by their passionate home support. Nathan used his talent scout on Everton's key players. Jordan Pickford, ability, a potential, a overall rating, A. Energetic keeper, good shot stopper, and excellent distribution. Will try to play fast from the back. Amadou Onana, ability, a potential, A+ overall rating. Powerful box-to-box midfielder, strong in the tackle, good engine. Controls their midfield. Dwight McNeil, ability, a potential, A overall rating. Tricky winger, good crosses, always involved in their attacking plays. They'll be up for it. Erik ten Hag reiterated in the pre-match briefing. Goodison is a difficult place to go. We need to match their physicality, but play our game. Don't get drawn into a dogfight. Nathan nodded. Play their game. That meant using their skill, their control, and finding a way to consistently break down a stubborn defense. The atmosphere at Goodison Park was raucous, a blur of blue and white noise. The old stadium vibrated with every chant, every whistle. It felt like walking into a historical battleground, where the history itself was cheering against you. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Everton started exactly as predicted. High energy, aggressive pressing, and physical duels all over the pitch. They flooded the midfield, making it difficult for United to build play from the back. Nathan found himself constantly battling for space, every touch contested by the likes of Amadou Onana and Abdoulaye Doucouré. United tried to assert their dominance, but Everton's defensive shape was compact, their players working tirelessly to deny any clear sight of goal. Nathan's unrivaled dribbling helped him escape tight situations, but getting into dangerous scoring positions was proving difficult. Minute 25. Everton scored. A quick throw-in deep in United's half caught them off guard. Dwight McNeil received the ball, whipped in a low, dangerous cross that deflected off Harry Maguire. Dominic Calvert-Lewin, reacting quickest, tapped it into the net from close range. Manchester United 0, Everton 1. Goodison Park erupted in a thunderous roar, a collective cheer of defiance. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, especially to a goal that felt somewhat lucky, a result of sheer relentless pressure. They needed to respond with consistent attacking output, to relentlessly pound at Everton's defense until it broke. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team needs to break through a resilient defense and establish a dominant scoring presence, characteristic of legendary record breakers. You may request one random legendary prolific scoring/assisting skill in the style of a football icon to generate relentless attacking output and consistently find the back of the net or provide decisive passes. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Prolific scoring? Relentless attacking output? This was it. This was about turning the tide with sheer, overwhelming offensive quality. This was what the immortals and record breakers did. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Relentless output of Pelé. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your offensive instincts, ability to consistently find scoring positions, and the precision and power of your shots and final passes are significantly enhanced. You'll be a constant, unstoppable threat in the final third. A surge of pure, attacking instinct coursed through Nathan. He felt a heightened awareness of every defender's weakness, every keeper's vulnerability. Every pass he made seemed to perfectly dissect the defense. Every shot he took felt destined for the back of the net. He became a magnet for scoring opportunities, constantly finding himself in the right place at the right time, with the ability to turn half chances into golden ones. He immediately charged forward, demanding the ball. Case Moreau won a tackle in midfield, the ball spilling to Nathan. He took one touch. Then, with the relentless output of Pelé active, he spotted a tiny gap in Everton's defensive line, a space that hadn't existed moments before. He threaded a sublime through ball, a perfectly weighted pass that cut through 3 defenders and landed at the feet of Marcus Rashford, who had made a blistering run. Rashford was in. He took one touch, then fired a powerful shot past Jordan Pickford. Goohul! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Everton 1. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roar of joyous relief. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Rashford. The relentless output of Pelé had instantly provided the attacking threat they needed. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a whirlwind in the final third. He kept finding dangerous positions, creating chances for himself and his teammates with uncanny consistency. He unleashed a powerful shot from the edge of the box that forced a spectacular save from Pickford. He then played a quick 1-2 with Bruno Fernandes, the intricate passing opening up the defense. The relentless output of Pelé faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted their dominance in attack. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run down the right wing by Diogo Dalot saw him deliver a pinpoint cross, and Harry Kane rose highest to head it powerfully past Pickford, making it 2-1. The second half saw Everton push for an equalizer, their fans roaring them on, but United's defense, led by the commanding presence of Lisandro Martinez and Rafael Varane, held firm. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from long-range efforts by Amadou Onana. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 75%, mastery. He had several complex solo runs, trying to force the next milestone. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 77%. Next mastery milestone, 100%, requires continuous, sustained application of unrivaled dribbling in every match scenario and the execution of truly impossible solo efforts. Getting closer to maxing it out, Nathan thought, a thrill running through him. Unrivaled dribbling, permanently. The final minutes of the match were tense. Everton threw everything forward, but United's defense held firm. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Everton 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A crucial away win secured, maintaining their strong start to the Premier League season. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another tough away game, lads. Another 3 points. Nathan, your offensive impact today was phenomenal. You turned the game around. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to make things happen, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its next milestone at 77%. And the relentless output of Pelé had given him an incredible taste of consistent attacking dominance. As he walked out of Goodison Park, the defiant chants of the Everton faithful slowly fading. A new thought solidified in his mind. He was breaking records with his play, influencing games and winning trophies. The Immortals and Record Breakers category felt more tangible than ever. But true immortality wasn't just about statistics. It was about the stories that were told, the moments that transcended the game. And he knew, with a thrilling certainty, that he wanted to create more of those moments, to truly etch his name into history. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked. The Iconic Moments Creators. Description: explore the exclusive moments of magic, the unforgettable goals, assists, and plays that define careers and tournaments, becoming enshrined in football folklore and remembered across generations. Nathan's eyes widened. Iconic Moments Creatos. This was the pinnacle of artistry and legacy combined. Chapter 126. The Impossible Turn of Bergkamp. The vibrant buzz of Old Trafford still echoed in Nathan's mind, a happy counterpoint to the raucous energy of Goodison Park. His overall rating, S+, was a constant reminder of the heights he'd reached, but now, the Legacy Archive's Iconic Moments Creators category consumed his thoughts. He wasn't just playing to win. He was playing to inspire, to etch moments into the collective memory of football fans forever. He studied clips of truly unforgettable goals, the ones that were replayed endlessly, marveling at the audacity, the precision, the sheer brilliance. It was about turning a split second into eternity. He spent extra time after training, meticulously practicing audacious shots and intricate passes, not just for accuracy, but for visual impact. He wanted his goals to be works of art, his assists to be whispers of genius. His unrivaled dribbling from glide of Messi, 77%, mastery, was now so fluid that the ball felt like it danced to its own rhythm, almost anticipating his thoughts. One afternoon, during a small-sided game, Nathan received the ball under pressure, did a quick, almost nonchalant flick over the head to beat a defender, then volleyed a pinpoint pass across the pitch to Harry Kane. Kane, usually so stoic, just stared, then clapped slowly. "What was that, Nathan?" Kane asked, shaking his head. "That was silly, absolutely ridiculous, and brilliant." Nathan just grinned, a mischievous glint in his eye. "Just trying to make things memorable, Skip." He observed some of his teammates, noticing their growing confidence and flair. Antony, ability, a potential, a overall rating, becoming more decisive in the final third. His tricks are less for show, more for purpose now. Scott McTominay, ability, B+ potential, a overall rating, B+. His long-range shooting is improving dramatically. Pure power in those legs. The next challenge, the League Cup 4th round away at Bournemouth. While not the Champions League or Premier League, cup ties always had a unique charm, a chance for an upset. Bournemouth, known for their disciplined defense and reliance on counterattacks, would be eager to test themselves against the double champions. Nathan used his talent scout on Bournemouth's key players. Dominic Solanke, ability, a potential, a overall rating, strong striker, good in the air, intelligent movement, clinical finisher. Philip Billing, ability, a potential, B+ overall rating, B+. Tall, energetic midfielder, can be a goal threat from deep. Neto, ability, a potential, B+ overall rating, experienced goalkeeper, good shot stopper, commands his area well. They'll sit deep, they'll be physical. Erik ten Hag warned the team in the pre-match briefing. They'll try to frustrate us, and then hit us on the counter or from set pieces. We need to be patient, but when the moment comes, we need to be clinical and decisive. Nathan nodded. Clinical and decisive. Creating that unforgettable moment. The atmosphere at the Vitality Stadium was buzzing, a smaller, more intimate ground, but filled with passionate Bournemouth fans. The red and black stripes were out in force, ready to cheer on their team against the Giants. Feep. The whistle blew, and the League Cup clash was underway. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Nathan tried to use his unrivaled dribbling to break through, weaving past one, then two defenders, but Bournemouth's defense was disciplined, quickly shifting to cover. Getting a clear sight of goal was proving difficult. Minute 25. Bournemouth, against the run of play, scored. A quick counterattack saw Ryan Christie break down the right wing, whip in a dangerous cross. Dominic Solanke rose highest in the box, heading it powerfully past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Bournemouth 1. The Vitality Stadium erupted, a wave of ecstatic noise. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, especially to a goal that felt like a punch in the gut after all their possession. They needed a moment, a flash of genius, something that would not just equalize, but stun the stadium, creating a truly unforgettable moment that defined the match. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is trailing against a compact defense, requiring a moment of unparalleled individual brilliance to not just score, but to create an iconic, unforgettable highlight. You may request one random legendary show-stopping technique / iconic moment skill in the style of a football icon to execute a breathtaking piece of play that defies expectations and leaves a lasting imprint on the match. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes widened. Show-stopping technique? Iconic moment? This was it. This was what the Iconic Moments Creators category had prepared him for. This was about more than just a goal. It was about the memory of the goal. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The impossible turn of Bergkamp. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to execute a perfect, impossible turn to receive a pass and instantly create space, combined with an enhanced clinical finish, is significantly heightened. You will turn defenders into statues and create an iconic moment of pure artistry. A profound sense of spatial awareness and balletic control washed over Nathan. He felt like he could manipulate the ball and his body in ways that defied physics, turning a seemingly impossible situation into a moment of pure magic. He saw defenders' blind spots, the exact angle for the perfect turn, the precise timing to receive a pass that would normally be wasted. A moment later, United pushed forward. Bruno Fernandes, seeing Nathan making a run into the box, attempted a chip pass. It was slightly too high, slightly too far behind Nathan, with Lloyd Kelly, Bournemouth center back, breathing down his neck. It looked like the chance was gone. But with the impossible turn of Bergkamp active, Nathan didn't give up. He stretched out his left foot, seemingly impossibly, to meet the ball as it descended. Instead of controlling it or shooting, he used the outside of his boot to flick the ball over Kelly's head, all while spinning with his back to goal. He pirouetted in one fluid motion, leaving Kelly dumbfounded, then collected the ball on the other side, now facing the goal, just a yard from Neto. The crowd gasped, collective intake of breath. Neto rushed out, but Nathan, with the ball now glued to his feet from his unrivaled dribbling and the skills-enhanced finish, simply poked it between the keeper's legs with a cheeky, almost casual flourish. Goal! The net rippled. Manchester United won, Bournemouth won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roar of pure, disbelieving ecstasy. Nathan screamed, rushing to embrace Bruno. The impossible turn of Bergkamp had delivered. It was a goal that will be talked about for years. The equalizer, delivered with such audacious artistry, completely deflated Bournemouth. Their disciplined defense looked utterly bewildered. United, fueled by the moment of magic, pressed harder, their passes sharper, their movements more fluid. Nathan felt the impossible turn fade after 5 minutes, but the memory of that sheer artistic control, that ability to turn nothing into everything, was now deeply ingrained. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run from Marcus Rashford saw him cut inside and unleash a powerful shot that was parried by Neto. Harry Kane reacted quickest, tapping in the rebound to make it 2-1. The second half was a test of United's control. Bournemouth pushed for an equalizer, but United's defense held firm. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 77%. Mastery. Ding. System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 80%. Next mastery milestone, 100%, requires continuous, sustained application of unrivaled dribbling in every match scenario and the execution of truly impossible solo efforts. 80%, Nathan thought, a thrill running through him. Almost there to completely max it out. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Bournemouth, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Bournemouth 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but elated. A hard-fought win and progression in the League Cup. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. That first goal, Nathan, incredible. I don't think I've ever seen a turn like that. Pura genius. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just saw an opening, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its ultimate milestone at 80%. And the impossible turn of Bergkamp had given him a taste of truly iconic show-stopping moments. As he walked out of the Vitality Stadium, the cheers of the United fans still ringing in his ears, a new thought solidified in his mind. He was creating iconic moments, influencing the game, and pushing his skills to the absolute limit. But the Legacy Archive had one final, profound mystery yet to reveal. What truly defined Immortal? Was it just about breaking records? Or was it about a different kind of transcendence? A unique mark left on the very fabric of football itself, inspiring generations for centuries to come? Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked. The Transcendent Legends. Description: explore the rarest and most revered figures in football history whose careers, influence, and sheer impact transcended the sport, becoming cultural icons and global inspirations. Their names synonymous with the very idea of greatness. Chapter 127. The Galatasaray Storm and the Unyielding Aura. The roar of Old Trafford still echoed in Nathan's ears, a familiar comfort after the hard-fought win against Brentford. His overall rating, S+, felt like a silent anthem, resonating with every breath. But the true melody now came from the Legacy Archive, especially the Transcendent Legends category. He was studying how players like Pelé and Maradona weren't just footballers. They were global phenomena, inspiring millions, etching their names into history as cultural icons. It wasn't enough to perform. He needed to transcend. He spent extra time after training, not just honing his unrivaled dribbling from glide of Messi, 80% mastery, which was now so fluid it felt like second nature, but also focusing on his presence. How could he inspire, not just with a pass or a goal, but with his very being on the pitch? He watched clips of captains calming storms, turning despair into defiance. He wanted to radiate that unshakable belief. One afternoon, a young academy player, who sometimes trained with the first team, approached Nathan shyly. "Mr. Nathan, your goal against Bournemouth, the turn. I must have watched it 100 times. How did you do that?" Nathan smiled, remembering the impossible turn of Bergkamp. "It's about feeling the ball, feeling the space," he said, tapping the young player's head gently, "and believing you can do anything." The boy's eyes lit up. This was it. This was part of being transcendent. He observed his teammates, knowing their collective spirit was crucial. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. Always pushing, always demanding. His passion drives the team. Lisandro Martinez, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating, A. The heart of the defense. Fearless, aggressive, and a true leader from the back. The next challenge, Galatasaray in the Champions League group stage at Old Trafford. The Turkish giants were known for their passionate, almost fanatical support, their fierce intensity on the pitch, and their ability to spring surprises. They would come to Manchester with fire in their bellies, determined to make a statement. Nathan used his talent scout on Galatasaray's key players. Wilfried Zaha, ability, A+ potential, A overall rating, A. Direct, tricky winger, can win games on his own. A huge threat with his dribbling. Mauro Icardi, ability, A potential, B+ overall rating. Clinical poacher, excellent movement in the box. Give him an inch, he'll score. Midfield terrier, relentless pressing, breaks up play effectively. They'll be aggressive, physical, and their fans will be loud. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match meeting. We need to match their passion, then overcome them with our quality and discipline. Don't let them dictate the emotion of the game. Nathan nodded. Dictating emotion. That was a key aspect of being a transcendent legend. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was electric, a packed house under the floodlights. The traveling Galatasaray fans, a fervent pocket of yellow and red, were already making their presence known, their chants cutting through the general buzz. Fipi, the whistle blew, and the Champions League clash was underway. Galatasaray started with incredible intensity, just as expected. They pressed high, tackled hard, and engaged in fierce duels all over the pitch. Their passion was palpable, fueled by their vocal support. Wilfried Zaha was immediately active on the wing, challenging Aaron Wan-Bissaka with his quick feet and direct running. United tried to play their usual fluid game, but Galatasaray's aggression seemed to disrupt their rhythm. Nathan found himself in constant physical battles, every pass contested, every dribble met with relentless pressure from Lucas Torreira and Sergio Oliveira. Minute 20. Galatasaray, fueled by their raw emotion, scored. A quick counterattack saw Wilfried Zaha skip past two United defenders, then unleash a powerful shot that David De Gea could only parry. Mauro Icardi reacted quickest, tapping in the rebound from close range. Manchester United 0, Galatasaray 1. The small section of Galatasaray fans erupted in a joyous frenzy, their chants deafening. Old Trafford groaned in frustration. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, but this time, it was accompanied by a deeper understanding. Galatasaray weren't just playing football, they were playing with unshakable belief. United needed to match that, to project an aura of defiance, to show them who truly controlled this pitch. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the noise, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a highly motivated opponent, struggling to match their emotional intensity and unyielding spirit. You may request one random legendary aura/defiant skill in the style of a football icon to inspire your teammates, project an unshakable presence, and defy all expectations when under pressure. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Unshakable presence? Defy expectations? This was it. This was about radiating a presence that transcended the game itself, that lifted everyone around him. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Aura of the undefeated Cruyff. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your mental fortitude, ability to inspire unwavering confidence in your teammates, and the capacity to project an unshakable, almost defiant presence on the pitch are significantly enhanced. Opponents will find it harder to intimidate you or your team, and your team's collective performance will rise under pressure. A profound sense of calm, mixed with fierce determination, settled over Nathan. It wasn't a physical sensation, but an internal shift, a radiating belief that he and his team could not be defeated. He felt a heightened awareness of his teammates' anxieties and an instinctive urge to communicate strength, to lead not just by action, but by sheer presence. He straightened his shoulders, his gaze firm, meeting every challenge with an almost serene confidence. He immediately began to move with a quiet authority, calling for the ball, even under pressure. When Sergio Oliveira tried to tackle him aggressively, Nathan simply shielded the ball, turning away with a powerful, unruffled ease that seemed to surprise the midfielder. He then released a calm, pinpoint pass to Case Moreau, who, seemingly inspired by Nathan's composure, immediately launched a sharp counterattack. For the next 5 minutes, United's play transformed. They moved with a newfound confidence, their passes crisper, their tackles sharper. They matched Galatasaray's intensity, but with a calm, deliberate defiance that unnerved the opposition. Nathan was everywhere, not just tackling or dribbling, but radiating an unshakable belief that seemed to infect his teammates. He won a crucial aerial duel, cleared a dangerous cross, and then initiated a rapid counterattack with a single, perfectly weighted pass. In the 28th minute, this new collective defiance paid off. Nathan, using the aura of the undefeated Cruyff, received the ball in midfield, shielded it calmly from two pressing Galatasaray players, then with a subtle glance, released a perfectly weighted through ball to Bruno Fernandes, who had made a brilliant run from deep. Bruno took one touch and fired it into the roof of the net. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Galatasaray 1. Old Trafford erupted, the cheers of the home fans finally drowning out the Galatasaray supporters. Nathan screamed in pure elation, rushing to embrace Bruno and the rest of the team. The aura of the undefeated Cruyff had inspired them to defy the early setback and equalize. The goal seemed to deflate Galatasaray. Their intense press became less coordinated. United, fueled by the equalizer and Nathan's unwavering presence, pressed harder. Nathan felt the aura of the undefeated Cruyff fade after 5 minutes, but the understanding of how to project an unshakable belief and inspire collective performance was now deeply ingrained. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run and cross from Alejandro Garnacho was finished by Harry Kane, who nodded it powerfully past Fernando Muslera, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's newfound composure. Galatasaray pushed for an equalizer, but United's defense, influenced by Nathan's earlier tactical guidance and renewed mental fortitude, held firm. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from Wilfried Zaha shots. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 80% mastery. He had several complex solo runs. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 83%. Next mastery milestone, 100%, requires continuous, sustained application of unrivaled dribbling in every match scenario and the execution of truly impossible solo efforts. 83%. Nathan thought, a thrill running through him. Almost there to completely max out my signature skill. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Galatasaray, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Galatasaray 1. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a hard-fought win that kept their Champions League group stage campaign strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another tough test, lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your composure after their goal, your leadership. You changed the whole mood on the pitch. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to keep the belief, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its ultimate milestone at 83%. And the aura of the undefeated Cruyff had given him a profound understanding of how to inspire and defy. As he walked out of Old Trafford, the cheers of the United fans feeling like a warm embrace, a new thought solidified in his mind. He was becoming a transcendent legend, not just by what he did, but by who he was on the pitch. But the ultimate test of an immortal was consistency. Game after game, season after season, cementing his place in the history books, breaking records that once seemed untouchable. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked. The Eternal Record Holders. Description: explore the elite echelon of players whose statistical achievements stand as monumental testaments to their longevity, dominance, and unwavering consistency, defining eras and setting benchmarks for all future generations. Nathan's eyes widened. Eternal Record Holders. This was the final, undeniable proof of immortality. Chapter 128. Tottenham's Fire and the Unending Pursuit. The triumph over Galatasaray at Old Trafford felt like a roar of defiance, affirming United's place at the top of European football. Nathan, an overall rating S+ player, carried the weight of that status with quiet confidence. But his mind was increasingly drawn to the legacy archive, specifically the Eternal Record Holders category. He was studying the legends whose names weren't just whispered, but carved into the very stone of football history. Players who had redefined consistency and volume of achievement. It wasn't enough to perform. He needed to perform relentlessly, setting benchmarks that would stand for generations. He spent extra time after training, meticulously tracking his own output. Every goal, every assist, every decisive pass. He wasn't just aiming for a win. He was aiming for a mark, a statistical imprint that solidified his place among the all-time greats. His unrivaled dribbling, from glide of Messi, 83%, mastery, was now second nature, allowing him to create chances almost at will. He was pushing for that final 100% mastery, knowing it would be the ultimate seal on his signature skill. One afternoon, during a post-training debrief, Erik ten Hag put up stats on the screen. Look at this, lads. Nathan's numbers this season are off the charts. Goals, assists, chances created. He's setting new standards for midfielders. Nathan felt a quiet satisfaction. This wasn't just about the system now. It was about real-world impact, about etching his name onto the club's records. He observed his teammates, knowing their collective drive was essential for this relentless pursuit of records. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. His numbers are always impressive. The perfect partner in crime for goal contributions. Christian Romero, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. A new signing who's quickly settled. Aggressive, composed, and vital at the back. Pretend this is a new Man United signing to add some new blood to the team's dynamics. The next challenge, an away Premier League fixture against Tottenham Hotspur at their magnificent new stadium. Spurs were always a formidable opponent, known for their attacking flair, speed on the counter, and passionate home support. This would be a true test of United's consistency and resilience. Nathan used his talent scout on Tottenham's key players. Son Heung-min, ability, S potential, B+ overall ratings. Electric pace, devastating finisher with both feet. Always a threat in behind. James Maddison, ability, A+ potential, A+ overall rating. A. Creative hub, incredible vision, dangerous set-piece taker. Pulls the strings in attack. Christian Romero, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. Aggressive, no-nonsense center back. Will be a physical challenge for Harry Kane. If he's still at Spurs, let's assume he moved to Man United in this fictional universe. Okay, let's assume Christian Romero is still at Tottenham to make the match dynamics more interesting. Christian Romero, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. Aggressive, no-nonsense center back. Will be a physical challenge for Harry Kane. They'll be quick, especially Son and Maddison. Erik ten Hag warned the team in the pre-match briefing. They'll try to hit us on the counter. We need to be solid at the back and clinical in attack. Every chance matters. Nathan nodded. Clinical. That was the key word for record breakers. The atmosphere at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium was deafening. The modern arena vibrated with the energy of the home fans, their chants loud and proud. It was a sea of white and blue, roaring its defiance against the champions. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Tottenham started with fierce attacking intent. Son Heung-min was a blur of motion on the left wing, constantly looking to get in behind Aaron Wan-Bissaka. James Maddison orchestrated from midfield, his passes incisive, probing United's defense. United tried to assert their control, but Tottenham's energy was relentless. Nathan found himself dropping deep to help out defensively, then surging forward, trying to link play, but space was at a premium. Minute 15. Tottenham scored. A swift counterattack saw Son Heung-min receive the ball on the edge of the box. He took one touch, then unleashed a blistering shot that curled past David De Gea before the goalkeeper could even react. Manchester United 0, Tottenham Hotspur 1. The Tottenham Hotspur Stadium erupted, a thunderous roar of jubilation. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind. Tottenham's attack was razor-sharp. They needed to find a way to consistently break down Tottenham's defense, to create chance after chance, to overwhelm them with relentless offensive pressure and clinical finishing. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a rapid, counter-attacking opponent, requiring relentless offensive pressure and clinical precision to establish dominance and secure a decisive victory. You may request one random legendary prolific scoring/assisting skill in the style of a football icon to guarantee consistent offensive output, constantly finding goals or setting up teammates in crucial moments. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Prolific scoring? Consiste offensive output? This was it. This was about turning the game into a statistical masterpiece, relentlessly pounding the opposition until they broke. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Goal machine of Ronaldo, CR7. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your finishing accuracy, shot power, and ability to constantly find scoring positions are significantly enhanced. You will be a relentless goal threat, turning half chances into high-probability scoring opportunities and elevating your offensive output. A surge of pure, clinical predatory instinct coursed through Nathan. He felt a heightened awareness of the goal, of every defender's weakness, every keeper's vulnerability. He became a magnet for chances, constantly moving into optimal scoring positions, his shots imbued with an undeniable precision and power. It wasn't just about scoring. It was about the inevitability of scoring. He immediately charged forward, demanding the ball. Case Moreau won a tackle in midfield, the ball spilling to Nathan. He took one touch. Then, with the goal machine of Ronaldo, CR7, active, he spotted a tiny gap in Tottenham's defensive line, a space that seemed to open just for him. He launched a powerful run, leaving Pierre-Emile Hodger trailing. He was now bearing down on the defense, Christian Romero stepping up to block him. Nathan feigned a shot. Then, with his unrivaled dribbling, he executed a lightning-fast step over, leaving Romero flat-footed. He was in the box, one-on-one with Guglielmo Vicario. Nathan didn't hesitate. He unleashed a powerful, low shot that zipped past Vicario's outstretched hand and nestled into the bottom corner. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won. Tottenham Hotspur won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roaring wave of relief and jubilation. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, his teammates mobbing him. The goal machine of Ronaldo, CR7, had delivered a clinical equalizer. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a relentless offensive force. He seemed to be everywhere in the final third, constantly finding space, creating chances for himself and his teammates. He unleashed another powerful shot that forced a spectacular diving save from Vicario. He then played a quick 1-2 with Marcus Rashford, the intricate passing opening up the defense, and Rashford's shot was just wide. The goal machine of Ronaldo, CR7, faded, but it had done its job. United had weathered the early storm and established their attacking dominance. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run down the right wing by Antony saw him deliver a pinpoint cross, and Harry Kane rose highest to head it powerfully past Vicario, making it 2-1. The second half was a relentless battle. Tottenham pushed hard for an equalizer, their fans roaring them on. Son Heung-min was a constant threat, his pace and movement causing problems. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from Maddison long shots. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 83% mastery. He had several complex solo runs, trying to force the next milestone. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 86%. Next mastery milestone, 100%, requires continuous, sustained application of unrivaled dribbling in every match scenario and the execution of truly impossible solo efforts. 86%. Nathan thought, a thrill running through him. So close to maxing out my dribbling. The final minutes of the match were agonizingly tense. Tottenham threw everything forward, desperate for a point. Richarlison came on, adding fresh legs and directness to their attack. Then, in the 90th minute, a moment of pure defensive heroism. Tottenham launched one final attack. A dangerous cross swung into the box. Harry Maguire, with a last-ditch, desperate clearance, headed it off the line. The ball bounced out, and the referee blew his whistle. Fipe. Manchester United 2, Tottenham Hotspur 1. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another tough away game, lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your goal was pure class. And your work rate, incredible. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to contribute, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its ultimate milestone at 86%. And the goal machine of Ronaldo, CR7, had given him an incredible taste of relentless offensive output. As he walked out of Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, the cheers of the United fans echoing in the night, a new notification flashed from the Legacy Archive. Ding! Legacy Archive update. New record alert. You have now reached 50 Premier League goals plus assists in your career, becoming the fastest player in Manchester United history to reach this milestone, surpassing Wayne Rooney's record in terms of games played. Nathan's eyes widened. A record. The fastest to 50 goals plus assists for Manchester United. This was it. This was what the eternal record holders category was all about. Chapter 129. The Toffees rematch and a thread of genius. The record-breaking news still felt surreal. Fastest to 50 Premier League goals plus assists for Manchester United. Nathan, an overall rating, S+ player, knew it wasn't just about individual flashes anymore. It was about the relentless grind, the consistent output that carved his name into history. The eternal record holders category in the Legacy Archive had become his new obsession, a guide to a path of unwavering dominance. He studied how legends maintained their peak for years, how they approached every game with the same burning desire, no matter the opponent. He spent extra time practicing his finishing, not just for power, but for repeatable precision. Every shot, every pass, every dribble was a conscious effort to push his numbers higher, to solidify his place. His unrivaled dribbling from glide of Messi, 86%, mastery, was now a natural extension of his will, flowing effortlessly. He was so close to that final 100% mastery, the ultimate refinement of his signature skill. One crisp morning at Carrington, Erik ten Hag pulled Nathan aside after training. "The numbers speak for themselves, Nathan," the manager said, a rare smile on his face. "But it's not just the goals and assists. It's your presence. You're lifting everyone around you." Nathan felt a warmth spread through him. That was the real goal, not just individual glory, but elevating the team, leaving a legacy of collective success. He observed his teammates, knowing their consistent performance was the bedrock of their collective record-breaking ambitions. Harry Kane, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. The perfect partner for records. His consistent goal scoring is legendary. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. Always hungry for goals and assists. Drives the team forward relentlessly. The next challenge, a home Premier League fixture against Everton. It was the reverse fixture from their tough opening day win at Goodison Park. Nathan knew Everton would be eager for revenge, especially after the narrow 2-1 defeat. They would be physical, disciplined, and determined to spoil United's party. Nathan used his talent scout on Everton's key players again, refreshing his memory. Jordan Pickford, ability, A potential, A overall rating, A. Still their energetic leader in goal. His shot stopping will be vital. Amadou Onana, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating, A midfield powerhouse. He'll be looking to dominate the physical battle. Dwight McNeil, ability, A potential, A overall rating, their primary creative threat from wide. Dangerous crosses and shots. They'll be organized, tough to break down. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll sit deep, be compact, and try to frustrate us. We need to be patient, but we also need moments of magic, moments that break their lines and create clear chances. Nathan nodded. Magic, but a consistent, repeatable kind of magic. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was vibrant, a packed house eager for another victory to solidify their title charge. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening, a sea of red expecting a dominant performance. Feet. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Everton started with a familiar defensive solidity. They formed a tight, two-bank defensive block, denying United space in the central areas. Amadou Onana and Abdoulaye Doucouré were tireless in midfield, snapping into tackles, frustrating United's attempts to build play. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Nathan tried to use his unrivaled dribbling to weave through the congested midfield, leaving defenders behind, but Everton's disciplined shape meant there were always more blue shirts to cover. Clear-cut chances were hard to come by. Minute 25. Still 0-0. Old Trafford started to stir, a low hum of impatience spreading through the stands. Everton, meanwhile, grew in confidence, launching a couple of quick counterattacks that forced David De Gea into action, reminding United of their threat. Nathan felt the frustration building. They needed a way to cut through this dense defense, not with power or individual trickery alone, but with passes that defied belief, passes that threaded needles through impossibly tight gaps, unlocking the entire defense. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is struggling to penetrate a deep, compact defense, requiring exquisite passing precision and vision to thread passes through seemingly impossible angles. You may request one random, legendary precision passing slash through ball skill in the style of a football icon to unlock defensive setups and create decisive scoring opportunities through incredibly accurate, defense-splitting passes. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Exquisite passing precision, threading through impossible angles? This was it. This was what the eternal record holders and all-encompassing footballers had mastered, the ability to consistently provide game-changing passes. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Threader's Eye of Shoals. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to execute pinpoint, defense splitting through balls, perfectly weighted short passes into tight spaces, and to see and exploit microscopic gaps in opponents' defensive lines is significantly enhanced. Your passes will be delivered with unparalleled accuracy, creating high-percentage scoring chances. A profound sense of geometrical precision settled over Nathan. He didn't just see players. He saw the invisible lines, the vectors, the precise millimeters of space between defenders. He felt like he could thread a ball through the eye of a needle. Every pass felt meticulously calculated, destined to find its target no matter how small the opening. He immediately called for the ball, dropping slightly deeper. Bruno Fernandes played a quick pass to him. Amadou Onana and Idrissa Gana Gueye converged quickly, trying to close him down. Nathan received the ball, shielded it from pressure, and then, with the Threader's Eye of Shoals active, he saw it. A sliver of space, no wider than a player's boot, between James Tarkowski and Connor Cody. It was almost invisible, but he saw Marcus Rashford making a darting run into that exact spot. Without a moment's hesitation, Nathan unleashed a through ball. It was low, driven, and curved just enough to evade both center backs and the outstretched leg of a covering midfielder. The ball sliced through the defense with surgical precision, landing perfectly at the feet of Marcus Rashford, who was now clean through on goal. Rashford was in. He took one touch, then fired a powerful shot past Jordan Pickford. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won. Everton won. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar, a mixture of relief and pure jubilation. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Rashford. The Threader's Eye of Shoals had provided a moment of pure passing genius, unlocking the stubborn defense. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a passing maestro. He kept finding impossible angles, threading passes that bewildered Everton's defense. He launched a beautiful diagonal ball to Antony that switched play with pinpoint accuracy, then played a rapid 1-2 with Harry Kane that almost led to another goal. The Threader's Eye of Shoals faded, but had done its job. United had broken Everton's defensive resolve. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run down the left wing by Luke Shaw saw him deliver a pinpoint low cross, and Harry Kane slid in to tap it past Pickford, making it 2-1. The second half was a showcase of United's control. Everton pushed for an equalizer, but United's high press and precise passing, influenced by Nathan's earlier play, made it difficult for them. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves, but they were largely comfortable. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 86%, mastery. He had several complex solo runs, trying to force the next milestone. Ding. System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 89%. Next mastery milestone, 100%, requires continuous, sustained application of unrivaled dribbling in every match scenario and the execution of truly impossible solo efforts. 89%. Nathan thought, a thrill running through him. So close to maxing out my dribbling. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Everton, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Everton 1. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a hard-fought win that kept their Premier League title challenge strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another tough test. Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, that pass for the first goal? Surgical. You cut them open. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to find the gaps, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its ultimate milestone at 89%, and the Threader's Eye of Shoals had given him an incredible insight into pure passing precision. As he walked out of Old Trafford, the cheers of the United fans echoing in the night, a new thought solidified in his mind, influenced by the legacy archive and the match he'd just played. He was breaking records, creating iconic moments, and influencing the game's flow. He was becoming an eternal record holder. But the ultimate test of immortality wasn't just about what you did on the pitch. It was about how you inspired, how you led, and how you ensured your teammates performed at their peak, game after game. It was about creating a dynasty, a legacy of winning that extended beyond his own individual brilliance. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked. The Dynastic Leaders. Description. Explore the rare individuals who, through their consistent excellence, unwavering leadership, and profound influence, built and sustained periods of unparalleled team dominance, achieving multiple trophies and establishing footballing dynasties. Nathan's eyes widened. Dynastic Leaders. This was the pinnacle of leadership and sustained success. Chapter 130. Relentless Wave of Cruyff's Barcelona. The quiet hum of the plane to Copenhagen was a stark contrast to the roar of Old Trafford. Nathan, an overall rating S+ player, leaned back, his mind still buzzing with the concept of dynastic leaders from the Legacy Archive. It wasn't enough to achieve individual brilliance or win a few trophies. True greatness, as the archive showed, was about sustained dominance, about building an era of unwavering success. He watched clips of legendary captains, how they held teams together, how they instilled a winning mentality that lasted for years. His unrivaled dribbling, from glide of Messi, 89%, mastery, was almost perfect now. The ball felt like an extension of his soul. He could weave through cones, past defenders, with a fluidity that was almost art. He was so close to that final 100% mastery, the ultimate refinement. But now his focus was expanding. It was about how to make Manchester United into a dynasty. One crisp morning in training, Nathan found himself consciously encouraging his teammates, directing their runs not just with gestures, but with clear, concise words. He'd applaud a good tackle from Scott McTominay or give a thumbs up to a precise pass from Anthony. It wasn't about shouting. It was about fostering a collective belief, an unshakable confidence in their ability to dominate every game. "You're becoming a proper general out there, mate," Luke Shaw remarked during a water break, nodding approvingly. "Everyone's listening." Nathan grinned. "Just try and keep us all on the same page, Luke. We've got big goals this season." He observed his teammates, knowing that their combined strength and unity were the bedrock of any dynasty. Marcus Rashford, ability, A+ potential, A+ overall rating, A. His confidence is soaring. He's becoming a truly consistent goal threat. Diogo Dalot, ability, A potential, A overall rating, a tireless worker on the right flank, linking defense and attack seamlessly. The next challenge, FC Copenhagen in the Champions League group stage. An away fixture in Denmark. Copenhagen might not have the superstar names of PSG or Real Madrid, but they were a disciplined, well-organized team known for their defensive solidity and fierce determination, especially on their home turf. They would be looking for an upset against the reigning champions. Nathan used his talent scout on Copenhagen's key players. Dennis Vavro, ability, B+ potential, A overall rating, B+. Strong center back, good in the air, will be tough to break down. Diogo Goncalves, ability, A potential, A overall rating, creative midfielder, can unlock defenses with a pass or a dribble. Their main spark, Matthew Ryan, ability, A potential, B+ overall rating, B+. Experienced goalkeeper, good shot stopper, organizes their defense well. They'll be compact, disciplined, Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll sit deep, try to frustrate us, and then hit us on the break. We need to be patient, keep the ball, but also relentless in our pressure. We need to suffocate them. Nathan nodded. Relentless pressure, the foundation of a dynasty. The atmosphere at the Parken Stadium in Copenhagen was vibrant. A sea of white and blue. The Danish fans were passionate and vocal, ready to cheer on their team against the European champions. It felt intimate, intense, a proper European away night. Fipe. The whistle blew, and the Champions League group stage clash was underway. Copenhagen started exactly as predicted. They formed a tight defensive block, their midfielders staying close to their defenders, denying any central space. They were incredibly disciplined, forcing United to play wide, circulating the ball without penetrating. Nathan tried to use his unrivaled dribbling to break through, but he was quickly swarmed, forcing him to pass backward. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Copenhagen's defense seemed impenetrable. Minute 25. Still 0-0. The home crowd was growing louder, sensing an upset. Nathan felt a flicker of frustration. They were controlling the ball, but they weren't controlling the game's flow. They needed sustained pressure to consistently push Copenhagen back, to wear them down with relentless attacking waves, the kind of pressure that truly defines dynastic teams. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is struggling to break down a deep, disciplined defense, requiring sustained, overwhelming pressure and an unyielding offensive push to force errors and create consistent scoring opportunities. You may request one random legendary sustained offensive pressure/team dominant skill in the style of a football icon to orchestrate relentless attacks, wear down the opposition's defense, and establish complete control over the final third. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Sustained offensive pressure? Complete control over the final third? This was it. This was what the dynastic leaders did. They created an environment where goals felt inevitable through sheer, unwavering dominance. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Relentless wave of Cruyff's Barcelona. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your team's collective attacking movement, pressing intensity in the final third, and ability to recycle possession quickly after losing it are significantly enhanced. Your team will unleash a relentless wave of attacks, suffocating the opposition defense. A profound sense of collective purpose washed over Nathan. He felt connected to every United player, seeing how they could move together, press together, attack together, forming an unstoppable red tide. He subtly nudged Bruno Fernandes to push higher, waved Marcus Rashford to stay wide, and suddenly, United's formation tightened. Their movements became sharper, more aggressive in the opponent's half. He immediately called for the ball, dropping slightly deeper. When he received it, he didn't hold it. He instantly played a quick 1-2 with Casemiro, then another with Harry Kane, surging into Copenhagen's half. Copenhagen's defenders, who had been static, suddenly found themselves being pulled out of position, overwhelmed by the sheer volume and speed of United's attacking movement. In the 28th minute, this relentless pressure paid off. Nathan, with the relentless wave of Cruyff's Barcelona active, received the ball on the edge of the box. He didn't shoot. He saw Harry Kane making a run, but also noticed a subtle shift in the defensive line. Instead, he played a quick, disguised pass to Marcus Rashford, who, seemingly appearing from nowhere, lashed a powerful shot towards goal. Matthew Ryan, Copenhagen's keeper, managed to parry it, but it fell straight to Harry Kane, who calmly tapped it into the empty net. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won. FC Copenhagen won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roaring wave of relief and jubilation, finally finding their voice. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Kane and Rashford. The relentless wave of Cruyff's Barcelona had dismantled Copenhagen's stubborn defense through sheer, collective will. For the next 5 minutes, United were unstoppable. They swarmed Copenhagen's half, winning every second ball, recycling possession immediately after losing it. Nathan was at the heart of it, dictating the tempo of the relentless press, his teammates responding with unwavering energy. Copenhagen struggled to even get out of their own half. The relentless wave of Cruyff's Barcelona faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete dominance. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant cross from Luke Shaw was headed back across goal by Harry Kane, and Bruno Fernandes swept it into the net, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's control. Copenhagen tried to rally, but United's sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 89% mastery. He had several complex solo runs, trying to force the next milestone. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 92%. Next mastery milestone, 100%, requires continuous, sustained application of unrivaled dribbling in every match scenario and the execution of truly impossible solo efforts. 92%. Nathan thought, a thrill running through him. Almost there to completely max out my signature skill. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Copenhagen, disheartened by the relentless pressure, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, FC Copenhagen 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A crucial away win secured, keeping their Champions League group stage campaign strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another tough test Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your leadership in that first half, the way we suffocated them, pure dynastic football. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to keep the pressure on, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its ultimate milestone at 92%. And a relentless wave of Cruyff's Barcelona had given him an incredible insight into sustained team dominance. As he walked out of Parkend Stadium, the cheers of the United fans echoing in the Danish night, a new thought solidified in his mind. He was contributing to a dynasty, pushing the team to new levels of consistent dominance. But the ultimate test of an immortal wasn't just about winning games. It was about truly breaking free, about having a unique ability, an unparalleled mastery that set him apart from every other player, making him truly irreplaceable, even among the GOATs. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New category unlocked, the Pinnacle Uniques. Description: explore the exceptionally rare players whose individual mastery reached such an unimaginable height in a specific facet of the game that they became virtually unplayable and left an irreplaceable signature mark on football history. Chapter 131. The Blades' Defense and the Unrivaled Zenith. The journey back from Copenhagen, another Champions League away win secured, felt like a smooth, unstoppable glide. Nathan, an overall rating S+ player, was riding the crest of a wave, but his mind was already miles ahead, deep in the Legacy Archive, specifically the Pinnacle Uniques category. This was it, the ultimate individual frontier. He was studying players whose mastery of a single facet of the game was so profound, so utterly unique, that it became their defining, irreplaceable mark. Think of Garrincha's impossible dribbling or Maradona's unmatched close control. It wasn't just about being good, it was about being the absolute, undisputed best at one thing. He spent extra time after training, not just perfecting his unrivaled dribbling from glide to Messi, 92% mastery, but focusing on pushing it to its absolute maximum. He wanted that 100% mastery, the complete, unchallengeable perfection of his signature skill. He practiced dribbling through impossible gaps, turning away from multiple defenders with blinding speed, attempting moves that felt almost alien in their fluidity. One afternoon, during a tight 5-side drill, Nathan received the ball with his back to goal, surrounded by 3 teammates trying to press him. He did a lightning-fast, almost invisible turn, leaving all 3 scrambling, then weaved through 2 more before slotting the ball in the tiny net with a cheeky flick. Lisandro Martinez, who had been guarding the net, just stood there, jaw slightly agape. Did you just disappear for a second?" Lisandro asked, shaking his head. "I literally thought you vanished." Nathan grinned, just feeling the flow. Licha. He observed his teammates, knowing that even their incredible talents relied on perfect execution. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. His passing is becoming even more incisive, constantly looking for Nathan's runs. Mason Mount, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating, A. Energetic, intelligent movement, linking midfield and attack effectively. Let's assume he's also settled well into the squad. The next challenge, a home Premier League fixture against Sheffield United. The Blades might be newcomers to the Premier League, but they were known for their tenacious, organized defense and fighting spirit. They would come to Old Trafford determined to make life difficult for the champions, to prove they belonged. Nathan used his talent scout on Sheffield United's key players. John Egan, ability, A potential, B+ overall rating, B+. Strong, commanding center back, good in the air. Their defensive leader. Sander Berge, ability, A potential, A overall rating. Tall, elegant midfielder, good passer, and can drive forward. Ollie McBurney, ability, B+ potential, B+ overall rating, B+. Physical striker, good aerial threat, works tirelessly for the team. They'll be compact, disciplined. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll try to frustrate us, sit deep, and hit us on the counter. We need patience, but also that cutting edge, that moment of individual brilliance to break them down. Nathan nodded. Individual brilliance. The very essence of Pinnacle Uniques. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was vibrant, a packed house eager for another victory to maintain their Premier League title challenge. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening. Feet. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Sheffield United started with fierce defensive discipline. They formed a tight, low block, denying United any space in central areas. Their midfielders tracked relentlessly, closing down every passing lane. Nathan tried to use his unrivaled dribbling to weave through, but he was constantly met by multiple defenders, forcing him to pass wide or backward. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Sheffield United's defense seemed impenetrable, frustrating every attempt to penetrate their box. Minute 25. Still 0-0. Old Trafford started to stir, a low hum of impatience. Nathan felt the frustration. They needed a moment of sheer, undeniable individual mastery, something that would cut through this defensive wall like a hot knife through butter, a move so perfect it belonged only to him. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is struggling to break down a deep, disciplined defense, requiring a display of unparalleled individual mastery to decisively bypass defenders and create a game-changing opportunity. You may request one random legendary ultimate individual skill/signature move in the style of a football icon to execute a breathtaking, unplayable action that leaves defenders helpless and creates an immediate, high-percentage scoring chance. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes widened. Ultimate individual skill? Signature move? This was it. This was what the Pinnacle Uniques category was all about. That one perfect, defining piece of skill that belonged only to the greatest. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The unplayable dance of Maradona. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your close control, agility, and ability to weave through multiple defenders in a confined space are elevated to an unprecedented level. Your movements with the ball will be hypnotic, leaving opponents stunned and unable to dispossess you, leading to direct scoring opportunities. A surge of electrifying, almost magical confidence coursed through Nathan's body, particularly in his feet. He felt an unbreakable bond with the ball, as if it were an extension of his very will. He saw the smallest gaps, the tiny shifts in defenders' weight, and knew exactly how to exploit them with dazzling, unpredictable movements. He was the dancer, and the defenders were mere spectators. He immediately called for the ball, dropping slightly deeper. Bruno Fernandes played a quick past him. John Egan and Anil Ahmedhodzic, Sheffield United's two central defenders, along with Sander Berge, converged on him, forming a tight triangle. Nathan received the ball with his back to goal, took one touch. Then, with the unplayable dance of Maradona active, he unleashed a flurry of rapid, subtle feints and quick changes of direction. He did a lightning-fast pirouette, leaving Egan spinning. Ahmedhodzic lunged, but Nathan, with a breathtakingly quick double touch, slipped the ball past him, leaving both defenders flailing. Sander Berge rushed across, but Nathan, with a sudden burst of speed and a seemingly impossible body swerve, left him grasping at thin air. The crowd gasped, then roared in pure disbelief and wonder. He had dribbled through 3 defenders in a confined space, leaving them utterly bewildered. He was now clean through, inside the box, one-on-one with Wes Foderingham. Nathan didn't hesitate. With the ball glued to his foot, he simply dinked it over the diving keeper with a cheeky, almost casual flourish, watching it bounce gently into the empty net. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won. Sheffield United won. Old Trafford erupted in an explosion of pure, disbelieving ecstasy. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, his teammates mobbing him. The unplayable dance of Maradona had delivered a masterpiece of individual brilliance, a goal that would be replayed endlessly. The equalizer, delivered with such unparalleled artistry, completely shattered Sheffield United's defensive discipline. Their players looked stunned, demoralized. United, fueled by the moment of magic, pressed harder, their passes sharper, their movements more fluid. Nathan felt the unplayable dance fade after 5 minutes, but the memory of that sheer, unassailable individual mastery was now deeply ingrained. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run down the right wing by Diogo Dalot saw him deliver a pinpoint cross, and Harry Kane rose highest to head it powerfully past Foderingham, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's control. Sheffield United pushed for an equalizer, but United's defense held firm. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 92% mastery. He had several complex solo runs. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 95%. Next mastery milestone, 100%. Requires continuous, sustained application of unrivaled dribbling in every match scenario and the execution of truly impossible solo efforts. 95%. Nathan thought, a thrill running through him. Almost there. Just a few more games to max out my dribbling. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Sheffield United, disheartened by the brilliance, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2. Sheffield United 1. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a hard-fought win that kept their Premier League title challenge strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. What a goal, Nathan. The best I've seen all season. You made them look silly. Pura genius. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just saw an opening, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its ultimate milestone at 95%. And the unplayable dance of Maradona had given him the ultimate taste of individual, undeniable brilliance. As he walked out of Old Trafford, the cheers of the United fans echoing in the night, a new thought solidified in his mind. He had achieved the ultimate rating, mastered legendary skills, broken records, and created iconic moments. He was truly an all-encompassing footballer, a transcendent legend. But the Legacy Archive had one final, profound category, one that seemed to encompass all the others. What did it mean to be the ultimate, undisputed GOAT, the player whose influence was so vast, so complete, that they could truly be called the architect of the future? Ding! Legacy Archive update. New category unlocked. The Architects of the Future. Description: explore the rarest and most visionary figures in football history whose careers not only achieved unparalleled greatness, but also fundamentally reshaped the sport, influencing tactics, training, and the very philosophy of how football is played for generations to come. They're the ultimate, enduring GOATs. Chapter 132. The Seagull's Lair and the Game's New Blueprint. The cheers from Old Trafford still resonated, a testament to United's unwavering momentum. Nathan, an overall rating, S+ player, felt the ultimate confidence, but his mind was already drawing new lines on the invisible pitch of his imagination. The Legacy Archive, especially the Architects of the Future category, consumed his thoughts. He was studying the legends who hadn't just played the game, but had reshaped it, pioneers who introduced new roles, formations, and philosophies that changed football forever. It wasn't enough to be a GOAT in the present. He wanted to be an architect of its future. He spent extra time analyzing how teams created fluid systems, where players weren't fixed to positions, but moved intelligently, creating overloads and confusing defenses. His unrivaled dribbling, from glide of Messi, 95%, mastery, was now a seamless extension of his will, allowing him to execute any move with breathtaking ease. He could almost feel that final 100% mastery, the pinnacle of his signature skill, within his grasp. One afternoon, during a complex tactical drill, Nathan started subtly communicating with his teammates, not just through passes, but with his body language. He dropped deep, drawing a defender, then sprint wide, gesturing for another player to run into the space he'd just vacated. It was almost like conducting an orchestra, where every instrument knew its part without explicit instruction. It's like watching a chess game, Nathan, Erik ten Hag remarked, a thoughtful frown on his face that quickly turned into a proud smile. You're moving pieces that aren't even yours. Nathan just grinned. Just trying to create new angles, boss. He observed his teammates, knowing that their adaptability would be key to implementing these revolutionary ideas. Lisandro Martinez, ability, a potential, A+ overall rating, A. His ability to step into midfield and distribute makes him a key piece in fluid systems. Alejandro Garnacho, ability, a potential, S overall rating. His raw pace and willingness to run into new spaces are perfect for dynamic attacks. The next challenge, an away Premier League fixture against Brighton and Hove Albion at the Amex Stadium. Their previous League Cup encounter had been a tight 2-1 win, and Nathan knew Brighton, with their fluid possession-based football and tactical intelligence, would be a stern test. They too were innovators in their own right, making this match a clash of philosophies. Nathan used his talent scout on Brighton's key players, refreshing his memory. Alexis Mac Allister, ability, a potential, A+ overall rating, A. Their midfield general, intelligent, precise passer. The orchestrator of their fluid play. Lewis Dunk, ability, a potential, B overall rating. Danny Welbeck, ability, B+ potential, B+ overall rating, B+. Experienced striker, intelligent runs, links play well. A constant threat. They love to play through the lines, with intelligent movement. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. We need to deny them space, but also find ways to disrupt their patterns. And when we attack, we need to be unpredictable, fluid. Nathan nodded. Unpredictable, fluid. This was the perfect stage to test his new understanding. The atmosphere at the Amex Stadium was buzzing, a passionate sea of blue and white, ready to cheer on their seagulls against the champions. The chants were lively, the air thick with anticipation. Feet, the whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Brighton started with their characteristic composure, passing the ball beautifully, moving with fluid interchanges that pulled United's players out of position. Alexis Mac Allister was dictating the tempo, always finding a teammate in space. Kaoru Mitoma and Solly March were hugging the touchlines, stretching United's defense. United tried to press, but Brighton's quick one-touch passing meant the ball was always gone by the time a United player arrived. Nathan found himself chasing, trying to intercept passes, but Brighton's movement was so intelligent, so interconnected. Minute 22. Brighton scored. A patient, intricate passing move saw them work the ball from defense to attack. Alexis Mac Allister played a clever 1-2 with Pascal Gross, then slipped a through ball to Kaoru Mitoma, who had made a brilliant diagonal run. Mitoma finished clinically past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Brighton 1. The Amex Stadium erupted, a wave of ecstatic jubilation. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, particularly to such a well-constructed, fluid goal. Brighton's movement was almost perfect. United needed to find a way to break their defensive structure, not just with individual skill, but by making their own attacking shape utterly unpredictable, by creating a new blueprint on the fly. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a fluid, possession-based opponent with excellent positional play, requiring a revolutionary tactical shift to dismantle their defensive structure and create decisive, unforeseen attacking opportunities. You may request one random legendary tactical innovation/system recreation skill in the style of a football icon to subtly redefine your team's attacking roles and movements, creating a dynamic, unpredictable fluid system that disorients and overloads the opposition. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes widened. Tactical innovation? System recreation? This was it. This was the ultimate challenge for an architect of the future. This wasn't about a single player or a single pass. It was about reimagining the very way United attacked. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The total football weave of Cruyff. Managerial/tactical. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to subtly implement fluid positional interchanges, guide your teammates to create dynamic overloads, and intuitively exploit the opponent's defensive structures through constant, intelligent movement is significantly enhanced. Your team will play with a revolutionary, almost telepathic tactical fluidity, making it impossible for opponents to track individual players or predict your attacking patterns. A profound sense of strategic mastery washed over Nathan. He felt like he could see the entire pitch as a living, breathing tactical diagram, where he could manipulate every player, every space. He started pointing, subtly nodding, dropping deep, then bursting forward, acting as a false 9 one moment, a wide winger the next. His teammates, seemingly influenced by his aura, began to mirror his movements, switching positions seamlessly, creating triangles, and exploiting half spaces that Brighton had previously covered. He immediately called for the ball, dropping into a deep midfield role. Brighton's central midfielders, Lewis Dunk and Adam Webster, expecting him to stay there, held their positions. But as soon as Nathan released a quick pass to Case Moreau, he exploded forward, not into a striker's spot, but into the attacking midfield, pulling Dunk out of position. Bruno Fernandes, seeing the space, drifted wide. It was a beautiful, chaotic dance. In the 28th minute, this revolutionary fluidity paid off. Nathan, with the total football weave of Cruyff, managerial/tactical. Active, received the ball from Bruno Fernandes on the edge of the box. He didn't shoot. Instead, he made a subtle feint to the left, drawing Adam Webster across, then released a disguised, no-look pass to Harry Kane, who had dropped into a deeper false nine role, pulling dunk out. Kane instantly laid it off to Marcus Rashford, who had made a blistering run from the left wing into the central striker position, completely unmarked due to the positional chaos. Rashford finished clinically past Jason Steele. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won, Brighton won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roar of joyous disbelief and wonder. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing his teammates. The total football weave of Cruyff, managerial/tactical, had created a truly revolutionary equalizer. For the next 5 minutes, United were a blur of fluid movement, confusing and overwhelming Brighton. Players swapped positions, created overloads, and exploited every tiny gap. Brighton's defense, usually so disciplined, looked utterly bewildered. The total football weave of Cruyff, managerial/tactical, faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete tactical dominance. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run and cross from Diogo Dalot found Bruno Fernandes, who smashed it into the net from close range, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's control. Brighton pushed for an equalizer, but United's new tactical fluidity, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them to track. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 95% mastery. He had several complex solo runs, trying to force the next milestone. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide of Messi, 98%. Next mastery milestone, 100%, requires continuous, sustained application of unrivaled dribbling in every match scenario and the execution of truly impossible solo efforts. 98%. Nathan thought, a thrill running through him. 2% more to completely max out my signature skill. The ultimate dribbler. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Brighton, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Brighton 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A crucial away win secured, maintaining their strong Premier League title challenge. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming, shaking every player's hand. That's how you break down a stubborn defense. Nathan, your tactical guidance today. It was like we had an extra coach on the pitch. Revolutionary. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to find new ways to play, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was pushing towards its ultimate milestone at 98%. And the total football weave of Cruyff, managerial/tactical, had given him an incredible insight into redefining the very system of football. As he walked out of the Amex Stadium, the cheers of the United fans echoing in the night, a new thought solidified in his mind. He was not just a player. He was a tactical force, an architect of the future. But the ultimate test of this, the final frontier of the GOAT, wasn't just to understand these revolutionary ideas, but to consistently apply them, to embody them, to make them his permanent reality, and in doing so, truly leave an unparalleled, lasting mark on the very evolution of football. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New challenge unlocked. The true innovator's legacy. Description: to solidify your status as an architect of the future, consistently apply tactical innovation and redefine the natural flow of multiple matches through your influence, inspiring a new generation of players and reshaping the sport's fundamental principles. Chapter 133. The Dragon's Lair and the Ultimate Masterpiece. The tactical brilliance displayed against Brighton felt like a new level unlocked. Nathan, an overall rating, S+ player, was now acutely aware of his influence as an architect of the future. The Legacy Archive as true innovator's legacy challenge hummed in his mind. Consistently apply tactical innovation, reshape the game's flow, and inspire new generations. This wasn't just about winning. It was about leaving a permanent blueprint on football itself. He spent extra time not just practicing individual skills, but thinking about how they integrated into a larger tactical picture. He'd experiment with dropping deep, pulling a center back out, then suddenly making a blistering run into the space or initiating a rapid, collective press that left opponents flustered. His unrivaled dribbling, from glide of Messi, 98%, mastery, was on the verge of its ultimate perfection. He could feel the 100% milestone, the absolute zenith of his signature skill, just a game away. One afternoon, during a video analysis session, Eric Ten had paused a clip of United's last goal against Brighton. "Look at Nathan here," he pointed. He starts deep, pulls two defenders, then drives forward. But then Bruno makes this run, and Rashford fills the gap. This is not just individual brilliance. This is a system. This is a new way of attacking. He glanced at Nathan with a knowing smile. Nathan felt a quiet thrill. The manager saw it. The influence was real. He observed his teammates, knowing their understanding and adaptability were crucial for this new era of football he was trying to usher in. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. His intelligence and willingness to adapt to new patterns make him a perfect tactical partner. Jadon Sancho, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. His quick feet and eye for a pass are ideal for exploiting fluid attacking systems. Assume Sancho is returning to form and contributing to the squad. The next challenge, FC Porto in the Champions League group stage at Old Trafford. The Dragons were a proud, historic club, known for their tactical discipline, strong defense, and ability to spring surprises in European competitions. They would be a tough, organized opponent. Nathan used his talent scout on Porto's key players. Pepe, ability, A potential, B overall rating. Even at his age, a fiercely competitive and highly experienced center back. A true warrior. Otavio, ability, A potential, A overall rating. Energetic midfielder, creative, and a strong presser. The engine room. Clinical striker, intelligent movement, dangerous in the box. They'll be compact, aggressive, Eric Ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll try to stifle our creativity, frustrate us. We need patience, but also constant movement, constant invention to break their lines. We need to show them the future of football. Nathan nodded. Show them the future. The ultimate challenge for an architect. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was electric, a packed house eager for another Champions League victory. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening, a sea of red anticipating a dominant performance. Fipe. The whistle blew, and the Champions League group stage clash was underway. FC Porto started with fierce defensive discipline, forming a tight, low block, mirroring Sheffield United's approach, but with more European experience. They closed down passing lanes, physically challenged every United player, and made it incredibly difficult to penetrate their final third. Nathan tried to use his unrivaled dribbling to weave through, but Porto's defenders, led by Pepe, were resolute, quickly shifting to cover. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Porto's defense seemed impenetrable, frustrating every attempt to create clear-cut chances. Minute 25. Still 0-0. Old Trafford started to stir, a low hum of impatience. Nathan felt the frustration. They needed a game-changing moment, not just a goal, but a play that epitomized his growth as an architect of the future, something that was simultaneously an individual masterpiece and a tactical revolution. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a highly disciplined and deep-lying defense, requiring a singular, revolutionary moment of complete footballing mastery to unlock their structure and solidify your status as an architect of the future. You may request one random legendary ultimate tactical/individual synthesis skill in the style of a football icon to orchestrate a groundbreaking play that combines individual brilliance with revolutionary tactical execution, fundamentally altering the match's dynamic. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes widened. Ultimate tactical/individual synthesis? Groundbreaking play? This was it. This was the final step, the true hallmark of an architect. This wasn't just about a goal. It was about a moment that defined a new way of playing. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The total football symphony of Cruyff, player/tactician. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your individual genius in dribbling, passing, and finishing, combined with your tactical oversight in guiding team movement and manipulating opponent's shape, is fused into a single, seamless, revolutionary footballing act. You will orchestrate a play that is both an individual masterpiece and a tactical innovation, fundamentally altering the match's dynamic and demonstrating the future of the game. A profound, almost overwhelming sensation of complete footballing understanding washed over Nathan. He felt every skill he had ever mastered: the agility of Messi, the power of Drogba, the vision of Xavi, the flair of Ronaldinho, the omnipresence of Beckenbauer, the tactical awareness of Guardiola, all fusing into one singular, all-encompassing ability. He saw the entire pitch, every player, every space, every tactical line, every potential interaction. He was not just a player. He was the game's architect, composer, and conductor all at once. He immediately dropped deep, near his own penalty box, calling for the ball from David De Gea. Porto's strikers, Taremi and Evanilson, surged to press him. Nathan received the ball, took one serene touch. Then, with the total football symphony of Cruyff, player/tactician, active, he began his masterpiece. He dribbled past Taremi with an effortless feint, then glided past Evanilson with a sudden burst of unrivaled dribbling. He was out of his own box, now surging into midfield. Porto's midfielders, Otavio and Steven Eustáquio, rushed to close him down. Nathan made a subtle body feint, pulling Otavio to one side, then unleashed a no-look pass to Case Moreau, who instantly laid it off back to Nathan, who had continued his run. It was a fluid, deceptive triangle. He was now at the halfway line, facing Pepe and Ivan Marcano, Porto's two central defenders, who were retreating. Nathan carried the ball, subtly guiding his teammates with his movements. He dropped his shoulder, feigning a pass to Marcus Rashford on the left wing. Pepe shifted a fraction. Marcano moved to cover the central run. That was the opening. Suddenly, Nathan accelerated, not just with speed, but with a series of dizzying, almost hypnotic feints and chops that left Pepe flat-footed. He then cut sharply inside, leaving Marcano spinning. He had bypassed both central defenders, seemingly effortlessly. He was clean through, just outside the box, with only Diogo Costa, Porto's goalkeeper, to beat. But Nathan didn't shoot. He saw something else. He saw Harry Kane, making a run from deep, pulling a covering defender slightly wide. And he saw Bruno Fernandes, anticipating the play, making a darting run into the space Kane had just vacated. With the total football symphony of Cruyff, player/tactician, Nathan executed the final, breathtaking act. Instead of shooting, he played a perfectly weighted, curling pass behind Kane, who had intelligently blocked the defender's line. The ball landed precisely at the feet of Bruno Fernandes, who had arrived in the perfect position, completely unmarked, having been guided there by Nathan's tactical masterpiece. Bruno took one touch and calmly slotted it into the empty net. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, FC Porto 0. Old Trafford erupted in an explosion of pure, unadulterated ecstasy. The roar was deafening, a mixture of disbelief, wonder, and pure joy. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists as his teammates swarmed Bruno and then him. It wasn't just a goal. It was a tactical revolution, a living, breathing blueprint for the future of football, orchestrated by him. For the next 5 minutes, United played a brand of football Porto simply couldn't comprehend. Players moved fluidly, positions were interchangeable, attacks flowed from every angle, suffocating Porto's attempts to recover. Nathan was at the heart of it, the ultimate conductor. The total football symphony of Cruyff, player/tactician, faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete tactical and individual dominance. Just before halftime, United doubled their lead. A brilliant corner from Bruno Fernandes found Lisandro Martinez, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-0. The second half was a testament to United's control. Porto pushed for an equalizer, but United's relentless pressure and fluid tactical movements, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it impossible for them to build rhythm. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 98% mastery. He had several complex solo runs, trying to force the final milestone. Ding! System notification, skill mastery progress, glide of Messi 100%. Permanent benefit unlocked, perfected dribbling, Your base dribbling ability has reached its absolute zenith, granting you unparalleled, unchallengeable control, agility, and unpredictability in every dribbling situation, making you virtually impossible to dispossess. Mastery complete. Nathan felt a powerful, almost spiritual surge throughout his entire being. Perfected dribbling. 100%. He had done it. His signature skill was now complete, a permanent, undeniable part of him. He was the ultimate dribbler, the master of the ball. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Porto, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, FC Porto 0. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A dominant home win secured, keeping their Champions League group stage campaign strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was almost speechless. Nathan, that first goal, that was football from the future. You are redefining this game. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just try to make things exciting, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was now a staggering 100%, making him the absolute, undisputed master of dribbling. And the total football symphony of Cruyff, player/tactician, had given him the ultimate taste of being an architect of the future. As he walked out of Old Trafford, the cheers of the United fans echoing in the night, a new notification flashed from the Legacy Archive. Ding! Legacy Archive update. Challenge complete. The true innovator's legacy has been achieved. Description: you have consistently applied tactical innovation and redefined the natural flow of multiple matches through your influence, inspiring a new generation of players and reshaping the sport's fundamental principles. Your blueprint for the future of football is now etched into the Legacy Archive. New category unlocked: the Undisputed Pantheon. Description: this exclusive realm chronicles the select few whose greatness is utterly unparalleled, transcending eras and statistics, leaving an indelible mark on the sport's history as truly singular, universally acknowledged GOATs. You are now recognized as one of them. Chapter 134. The Perpetual Zenith of Messi. The short flight to London was filled with a quiet hum of confidence. Nathan, an overall rating S+ player, leaned back, a deep sense of satisfaction settling in his chest. He had reached the undisputed pantheon. The glide of Messi, 100%, mastery, perfected dribbling, was a constant, almost joyful sensation in his feet. The ball felt like an extension of his thoughts, obeying his every whim. He had achieved the ultimate. But now, the challenge wasn't to climb. It was to remain at the summit, to truly embody what it meant to be an undisputed legend, game after game, season after season. He spent his time in the Legacy Archive, now accessing the very top tier. He observed the relentless consistency of players like Cristiano Ronaldo, the sustained peak performance that defined careers spanning decades. It was about unwavering excellence, the sheer volume of monumental achievements. He was learning not just how to be great, but how to stay great, to perform at an S+ level every single time he stepped onto the pitch. One morning, during a challenging passing drill, Nathan, using his perfected dribbling, received a difficult ball under pressure, did a lightning-fast pirouette, leaving his marker flat-footed, then threaded an impossible pass through a tiny gap to Harry Kane. Kane, usually composed, actually whistled. That's just showing off now, Nathan. Kane chuckled, shaking his head. 100% dribbling, eh? Feels unfair. Nathan grinned. Just trying to make it fun, Skip. He observed his teammates, knowing their collective belief and consistent effort were crucial to maintaining their dynastic ambitions. Case Moreau, ability, A+ potential, B overall rating, A+. The unyielding force. His quiet leadership and consistent ball winning are invaluable. Lisandro Martinez, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating, A. His aggressive defending and ability to step into midfield are defining features of United's new fluid system. The next challenge, an away Premier League fixture against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. Their previous encounter at Old Trafford had been a narrow 2-1 win. This was a classic rivalry, always intense, always a test. Chelsea would be desperate to make a statement against the champions. Nathan used his talent scout on Chelsea's key players, refreshing his memory. Enzo Fernandez, ability, A+ potential, A+ overall rating, A. Their midfield orchestrator, intelligent, great passer, covers immense ground. Raheem Sterling, ability, a potential, B+ overall rating. A. Pace, trickery, dangerous in the final third. Always a threat on the break. Reece James, ability, a potential, A+ overall rating. A. Powerful fullback, incredible crossing ability, strong defensively. Stamford Bridge will be rocking. Eric Ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll be aggressive, they'll press us. We need to be composed, trust our system, and show them the consistency of champions. No complacency. Nathan nodded. Consistency. That was the hallmark of an undisputed legend. The atmosphere at Stamford Bridge was a cauldron of noise, a blur of blue and white, roaring its defiance against the visiting champions. The chants were fierce, personal, designed to intimidate. Fee-peep. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Chelsea, fueled by their home crowd, started with immense intensity. They pressed high, their midfielders snapping into tackles, trying to disrupt United's passing rhythm. Enzo Fernandez was orchestrating their play, pushing them forward, constantly looking for dangerous passes. United tried to assert their dominance, but Chelsea's energy was overwhelming. Nathan, despite his perfected dribbling, found little space in the congested midfield. Every touch met with aggressive pressure. Minute 18. Chelsea scored. A quick counterattack saw Raheem Sterling burst down the left wing, leaving Aaron Wan-Bissaka behind. He cut inside, then unleashed a powerful shot that David De Gea could only parry. Nicholas Jackson, reacting quickest, tapped in the rebound from close range. Manchester United 0, Chelsea 1. Stamford Bridge erupted in a deafening roar. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind. It was frustratingly similar to their last encounter. They needed to respond, not with a flash of individual brilliance, but with a sustained, unwavering level of performance that exemplified an undisputed legend, converting chances, creating relentlessly, leading by example throughout the entire match. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a highly motivated opponent, requiring a display of continuous, unwavering excellence to establish and maintain dominance, securing victory as an undisputed legend. You may request one random, legendary, consistent peak performance / unwavering brilliant skill in the style of a football icon to ensure every action, every decision, and every contribution is at the absolute highest level for a sustained period, making you the undeniable force on the pitch. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Unwavering brilliance? Consistent peak performance? This was it. This was the challenge that defined the undisputed pantheon. This wasn't about a single moment. It was about every moment. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The perpetual zenith of Messi. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, every aspect of your play, dribbling, passing, shooting, decision-making, and off-the-ball movement, is elevated to its absolute sustained peak. You will perform at an unparalleled, unwavering S+ level, consistently making the decisive contributions that define an undisputed legend. A profound sense of limitless capability washed over Nathan. He felt a perfect synergy between his body and mind. Every skill he had ever mastered, every piece of knowledge from the legacy archive, fusing into one seamless, effortless flow of continuous brilliance. He wasn't just performing. He was operating at his absolute, unchallengeable best every single second. He immediately charged forward, demanding the ball. Case Moreau won a tackle in midfield, the ball spilling to Nathan. He took one touch. Then, with the perpetual zenith of Messi active, he embarked on a mesmerizing run. He glided past Enzo Fernandez with a subtle feint, then left Moises Caicedo spinning with a lightning-fast change of direction using his perfected dribbling. Thiago Silva stepped up, trying to block him, but Nathan, with a seemingly effortless shift of balance, nudged the ball past the veteran defender, creating just enough space. He was inside the box, the goal gaping. He didn't rush. He simply unleashed a powerful, low shot that zipped past Kepa Arrizabalaga's outstretched hand and nestled into the bottom corner. A perfectly placed, undeniable strike. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won. Chelsea won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roaring wave of relief and jubilation. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, his teammates mobbing him. The perpetual zenith of Messi had delivered a moment of sustained, undeniable brilliance, a clear statement from an undisputed legend. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a force of nature. Every pass was perfect, every dribble mesmerizing, every decision flawless. He orchestrated attacks, won crucial tackles, and consistently found himself in positions to either score or assist. He played a no-look pass to Marcus Rashford that should have been a goal, then launched a cross-field diagonal pass to Antony that switched play with pinpoint accuracy. The perpetual zenith of Messi faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted their dominance, not just through a goal, but through a period of relentless, undeniable high-level play. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run down the left wing by Luke Shaw saw him deliver a pinpoint low cross, and Harry Kane slid in to tap it past Kepa, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's consistent pressure. Chelsea pushed for an equalizer, but United's defense, influenced by Nathan's overall control and the team's newfound confidence, held firm. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from long-range shots. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. His perfected dribbling allowed him to constantly create space, and he contributed defensively as well, showcasing his all-encompassing growth. The final minutes of the match were tense, but United maintained their composure. Chelsea threw everything forward, but couldn't find a way through. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Chelsea 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A crucial away win secured, solidifying their Premier League title challenge against a tough rival. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another incredible fight. Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your goal was sublime, but it was your consistent level throughout the match that defined it. That's what champions do. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to do my part, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the ability to perform at a sustained, unwavering peak. His perfected dribbling was now fully ingrained. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. New challenge unlocked. The era-defining icon. Description: to solidify your status as an undisputed Pantheon member, consistently define and dominate the narrative of your era, not just through performance, but by setting new tactical trends, breaking seemingly unbreakable long-term records, and becoming the universally acknowledged face of modern football for multiple seasons. Chapter 135. True Face of the Premier League. The familiar hum of Old Trafford on a match day felt like home. Nathan, an overall rating, S+ player, walked through the tunnel, the roar of the crowd a comforting blanket. His mind, however, was already focused beyond the 90 minutes. The Legacy Archive's era-defining icon challenge resonated deeply. Consistently dominate the narrative, set new tactical trends, break long-term records. This wasn't just about winning games. It was about shaping the very future of football. He spent extra time in training, not just perfecting his individual skills, but thinking about how his every action could elevate the team's overall performance over a season. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 98%, mastery, was on the verge of its ultimate completion, that final 100%. He practiced making decisive passes, choosing the right moments to accelerate play, always with an eye on maintaining relentless pressure. One afternoon, after a particularly flowing attacking drill where Nathan had orchestrated several goals, Erik ten Hag clapped his hands. That's it, lads. That's the level. Nathan, your ability to unlock defenses, time and again, it's becoming routine. And that's what defines champions. Nathan grinned. Routine brilliance. That was the goal. He observed his teammates, knowing that their sustained efforts were vital for establishing a dynastic era. Luke Shaw ability. A potential. A overall rating. Reliable, consistent. His overlapping runs are becoming key in creating space. Scott McTominay ability. B+ potential. A overall rating. B+. Always pushing. Always improving his offensive output from midfield. A tireless worker. The next challenge. A home Premier League fixture against Fulham. Their previous FA Cup encounter had been a tight 2-1, and Nathan knew Fulham would be even more disciplined this time, desperate to snatch a point or 3 from the champions. They were known for their stubborn defense and quick transitions. Nathan used his talent scout on Fulham's familiar faces. Bernd Leno ability. A potential. B overall rating. still a very capable shot stopper. He'll make them work for every goal. Joao Palhinha, ability, a potential, B+ overall rating, eh? The midfield general. Breaks up play, relentless in the tackle. We'll try to nullify Nathan's influence. Andreas Pereira, ability, B+ potential, a overall rating, B+. Can be dangerous with his creativity and long shots if given space. They'll be compact, they'll frustrate us. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They won't give us much space. We need to find consistent ways to create chances, to wear them down with relentless attacking quality. Nathan nodded. Relentless attacking quality. The essence of an era-defining icon. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was vibrant, a packed house expecting another dominant display. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening, a sea of red anticipating a convincing victory. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Fulham started exactly as expected. They formed a tight defensive block, 2 banks of 4, sometimes even 5, denying United any central space. Joao Palhinha was a whirlwind in midfield, snapping into tackles, making it incredibly difficult for United to penetrate their final third. Nathan tried to use his perfected dribbling to weave through, but Fulham's defense was disciplined, quickly swarming any United player who ventured too deep. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Fulham's defense seemed impenetrable, frustrating every attempt to create clear-cut chances. Minute 25. Still 0-0. Old Trafford started to stir, a low hum of impatience spreading through the stands. Nathan felt the frustration. They were controlling the ball, but they weren't creating enough. They needed a constant supply of high-quality chances, a relentless flow of creative passes that would eventually break even the most stubborn defense. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is struggling to generate consistent high-quality chances against a resolute deep block, requiring a constant flow of creative opportunities to unlock the defense and establish a dominant attacking narrative. You may request one random legendary consistent chance creation / playmaking skill in the style of a football icon to unlock an unwavering ability to craft high-probability scoring opportunities through a relentless stream of defense-splitting passes and decisive actions. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Consistent chance creation? Relentless stream of passes? This was it. This was about turning the game into a relentless offensive onslaught, defining the match not by moments, but by unwavering pressure. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. Visionary provider of Ozil. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to consistently create high-quality scoring chances through precise, defense-splitting passes, clever through balls, and intelligent layoffs is significantly enhanced. You will become a constant source of offensive opportunities, making every attack dangerous. A profound sense of selfless generosity and absolute precision washed over Nathan. He saw not just his own path to goal, but the perfect pathway for every teammate. He could deliver passes with such accuracy and weight that they made goals almost inevitable. He became a living, breathing assist machine, constantly feeding his teammates with golden opportunities. He immediately dropped slightly deeper, calling for the ball from Case Moreau. Fulham's midfielders, accustomed to pressing high, surged towards him. Nathan received the ball, took a calm touch, then, with the visionary provider of Ozil active, he launched into a flurry of quick, incisive passes, always looking for the killer ball. In the 28th minute, Nathan received the ball from Bruno Fernandes near the halfway line. He looked up, saw Marcus Rashford making a run down the left, and Harry Kane dropping slightly deep. He noticed a tiny, almost invisible pocket of space behind Fulham's midfield, and into that space, Diogo Dalot was making an intelligent, overlapping run from right back. Nathan didn't hesitate. With a single, elegant touch of his left foot, he scooped a perfectly weighted, curling pass over Fulham's midfield. It landed precisely in Dalot's stride, leaving the fullback clean through on the right wing, completely unmarked. Dalot took one touch, looked up, and delivered a pinpoint low cross into the box. Harry Kane, reacting with his usual predatory instinct, slid in to tap it into the empty net. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Fulham 0. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar, a mixture of relief and pure jubilation. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Kane and Dalit. The visionary provider of Ozil had created a masterpiece of a team goal, born from his unwavering creative output. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a relentless assist machine. He played a no-look pass to Bruno Fernandes that led to a powerful shot saved by Leno. He threaded another impossible through ball to Jadon Sancho that was just cleared away by a last-ditch tackle. Fulham's defense, already bewildered, struggled to cope with the sheer volume and quality of United's attacks. The visionary provider of Ozil faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete offensive dominance, breaking Fulham's resolve through sheer creative weight. Just before halftime, United doubled their lead. A corner from Bruno Fernandes found Lisandro Martinez, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-0. The second half was a testament to United's control. Fulham pushed for an equalizer, but United sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully, constantly pushing his glide of Messi, 98% mastery. He had several complex solo runs, trying to force the final milestone. Ding! System notification, skill mastery progress, glide of Messi, 100%. Permanent benefit unlocked, perfected dribbling. Your base dribbling ability has reached its absolute zenith, granting you unparalleled, unchallengeable control, agility, and unpredictability in every dribbling situation, making you virtually impossible to dispossess. Mastery complete. Nathan felt a powerful, almost spiritual surge throughout his entire being. Perfected dribbling. 100%. He had done it. His signature skill was now complete, a permanent, undeniable part of him. He was the ultimate dribbler, the master of the ball. He grinned. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Fulham, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Fulham 0. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A dominant home win secured, keeping their Premier League title challenge strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another clean sheet, lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your assist today, your vision. That's the mark of a true era-defining player. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to make things happen, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. The glide of Messi mastery was now at a staggering 100%, making him the absolute, undisputed master of dribbling. And the visionary provider of Ozil had given him an incredible insight into consistent chance creation. As he walked out of Old Trafford, the cheers of the United fans echoing in the night. A new notification flashed from his phone, a sports news headline that made his heart pound with a new kind of anticipation. Pundits declare Nathan the true face of the Premier League after dominant display. This was it, the era-defining icon challenge. It wasn't just about stats anymore. It was about the narrative, about becoming the undeniable symbol of an era. And the headline confirmed it. Chapter 136. The Dragon's Roar and the Zenith of Control. The quiet hum of the plane to Porto was a familiar backdrop now, a stark contrast to the thunderous roar of Old Trafford. Nathan, an overall rating, S+ player, leaned back, a deep sense of satisfaction settling in his chest. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 100%, mastery, was a constant, almost joyful sensation in his feet. The ball felt like an extension of his thoughts, obeying his every whim. He had reached the ultimate individual mastery. But now, the legacy archive, its era-defining icon, challenge loomed. Consistently dominate the narrative, set new tactical trends, break long-term records. This was about more than just a single game. It was about shaping the very future of football. He spent his time in the legacy archive, studying the relentless consistency of players like Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi, their sustained peak performance, defining careers spanning decades. It was about unwavering excellence, the sheer volume of monumental achievements. He was learning not just how to be great, but how to stay great, to perform at an S+ level every single time he stepped onto the pitch, pushing his personal limits constantly. One brisk morning in training, Nathan effortlessly weaved through 3 cones, then executed a lightning-fast roulette to leave a stunned Harry Kane grasping at air. before slotting a pass through a defender's legs to Marcus Rashford. Kane just shook his head, a mix of awe and exasperation on his face. "Seriously, Nathan," Kane muttered. "What's left for you to master? You're playing a different game out there." Nathan grinned. "Always something new to learn, Skip. Always." He observed his teammates, knowing that their collective belief and consistent effort were crucial to maintaining their dynastic ambitions. Harry Kane, ability. S potential. B+ overall rating. S. His unparalleled goal-scoring instincts are a consistent threat, complementing Nathan's playmaking perfectly. Diogo Dalot, ability. A potential. A overall rating. His consistent attacking drive and improved defensive awareness make him a vital asset on the flank. The next challenge. The reverse fixture in the Champions League group stage, away against FC Porto at the Estadio do Dragão. Their previous encounter at Old Trafford had been a disciplined 2-0 win. Nathan knew Porto, fueled by their passionate home support and European pride, will be even tougher on their own turf, desperate for revenge and crucial points. Nathan used his talent scout on Porto's familiar faces, refreshing his memory. Pepe, ability. A potential. B overall rating. Otavio, ability. A potential. A overall rating. The heart of their midfield. Tireless, technically gifted, and dangerous with his passes. Mehdi Taremi, ability. A potential. A overall rating. Clinical striker, intelligent movement, always a threat in the box. They'll be ferocious at home, Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll press us, try to intimidate us. We need to match their fight, but never lose our composure. We stick to our system, we use our quality, and we get the job done. Nathan nodded. Composure under pressure. That was the hallmark of an undisputed legend. The atmosphere at the Estadio do Dragão was absolutely electrifying. The stadium was a sea of blue and white, roaring its famous chants with a primal intensity. Flares burned in the stands, casting an ethereal glow over the pitch. It felt like walking into a fiery, medieval dragon's lair. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Champions League clash was underway. FC Porto, fueled by their home crowd, started with a furious intensity. They pressed high, their midfielders snapping into tackles, trying to disrupt United's rhythm. Otavio was everywhere, driving their attacks, and Mehdi Taremi was making intelligent runs, looking for any opening. United tried to assert their dominance, but Porto's aggression was overwhelming. Nathan, despite his perfected dribbling, found little space in the congested midfield. Every touch met with immediate, physical pressure. Minute 20. FC Porto scored. A quick counterattack saw Otavio win the ball in midfield, then launch a precise long ball over the top. Mehdi Taremi latched onto it, held off Lisandro Martinez with surprising strength, and fired a powerful shot past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, FC Porto 1. The Estadio do Dragão erupted in a deafening roar. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, but this time it was laced with a deeper sense of urgency. They were being outfought, outmuscled in the crucial moments. They needed a relentless winning mentality, an unyielding drive to seize every opportunity and deliver a decisive blow, the kind of cold-blooded focus that defined truly immortal players who crushed opponents regardless of the stakes. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding. System notification. Your team is facing a highly aggressive and determined opponent, requiring an unwavering winning mentality and absolute ruthlessness in front of goal to break their spirit and seize control of the match. You may request one random legendary killer instinct/clutch performance skill in the style of a football icon to guarantee decisive contributions in high-pressure moments, converting half chances into goals and elevating your team's collective winning drive. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Killer instinct? Clutch performance? This was it. This was about delivering when it mattered most, about having that cold, clinical edge that defined the greatest goal scorers and game winners in history. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The clutch finisher of Drogba. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to score in high-pressure situations, convert difficult chances, and your sheer determination to find the back of the net are significantly enhanced. You will become a relentless, decisive threat, capable of single-handedly turning the tide of crucial matches. A profound, almost icy calm settled over Nathan. It wasn't about flair or beauty. It was about ruthless efficiency. He felt an unshakable belief that any shot, any opportunity, would find the back of the net. He became a laser-focused goal machine, constantly seeking the quickest, most direct path to goal, his movements purposeful and deadly. He immediately charged forward, demanding the ball. Casemiro won a tackle in midfield, the ball spilling to Nathan. He took one touch, then, with the clutch finisher of Drogba active, he spotted a tiny gap in Porto's defensive line, a sliver of space as he burst between two midfielders. He was now bearing down on the defense, Pepe stepping up to block him. Nathan didn't hesitate. He took another touch, drawing Pepe slightly wide. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful, low shot from outside the box. It was struck with incredible power and precision, flying past Pepe and whizzing just inside the post, leaving Diogo Costa with no chance. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won. FC Porto won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roar of joyous relief, finally making themselves heard over the stunned silence of the home crowd. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, his teammates mobbing him. The clutch finisher of Drogba had provided a decisive equalizer in a hostile environment. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a relentless offensive force. He seemed to be everywhere in the final third, constantly finding space, creating chances for himself and his teammates. He unleashed another powerful shot that forced a spectacular diving save from Diogo Costa. He then played a quick 1-2 with Harry Kane that almost led to another goal, but Porto's defense, though rattled, held firm. The clutch finisher of Drogba faded, but it had done its job. United had weathered the early storm and established their attacking dominance. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant pass from Bruno Fernandes found Marcus Rashford, who cut inside and unleashed a powerful shot that flew past Costa, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's control. Porto pushed for an equalizer, their fans roaring them on, but United's defense, influenced by Nathan's earlier tactical guidance and sustained offensive pressure, made it difficult for them to build rhythm. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from Taremi, but they were largely comfortable. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling from glide of Messi 100% mastery, allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Porto, disheartened by the relentless pressure, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, FC Porto 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A crucial away win secured, keeping their Champions League group stage campaign strong and topping their group. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another incredible fight, lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your equalizer was pure brilliance. The ruthlessness we needed. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to finish the job, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, converting a tough situation into a decisive victory. His perfected dribbling was truly a joy to wield, a signature that defined his game. As he walked out of the Estadio do Dragão, the cheers of the United fans echoing in the night, a new notification flashed from the Legacy Archive. Ding! Legacy Archive update. New record alert. You have now reached 10 Champions League goals plus assists in the current season, becoming the fastest player in Manchester United history to reach this milestone in a single Champions League campaign, surpassing Ruud van Nistelrooy's record. Nathan's eyes widened. Another record. Fastest to 10 Champions League goals plus assists in a single campaign. This was it. This was what the eternal record holders and era-defining icon challenges were about, consistently breaking new ground, solidifying his place in history. Chapter 137. The Bees' Den and the Unwavering Force. The triumph in Porto, clinching the top spot in their Champions League group with a new record, felt like another resounding affirmation of Nathan's status. His overall rating, S+, was now a permanent hum of confidence. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi 100% mastery felt like an effortless extension of his will, a quiet joy in every touch. But his mind was already reaching beyond individual skills, delving deeper into the Legacy Archive's era-defining icon challenge. This was about more than just personal milestones. It was about consistently shaping the narrative, defining an era through unwavering dominance. He spent extra time after training sessions, not just refining his physical output, but also observing how Erik ten Hag meticulously planned for opponents. He started to see the subtle chess moves within the game, how to exploit a weakness over an entire 90 minutes, rather than just in a single moment. He reflected on the eternal record holders and transcendent legends, realizing that their greatness stemmed from an unbreakable will to perform at their peak, relentlessly, game after game. One blustery morning at Carrington, during a tactical discussion, Nathan found himself suggesting a subtle positional tweak for the wingers to exploit a perceived weakness in an upcoming opponent's defensive line. Erik ten Hag listened intently, nodding slowly. "Good insight, Nathan," the manager said, a thoughtful look on his face. "Very good." Nathan felt a quiet satisfaction. This was the era-defining icon at work, influencing not just play, but the very strategy. He observed his teammates, knowing that their collective drive and willingness to adapt were crucial for establishing a lasting dynasty. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. His leadership and creativity are consistently pushing the team forward, making him a true driving force. Lisandro Martinez, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating, A. A warrior at the back, his aggression and tactical awareness are vital to United's defensive solidity. The next challenge, a home Premier League fixture against AFC Bournemouth. Their previous League Cup encounter had been a tight 2-1 win at the Vitality Stadium. Nathan knew Bournemouth, despite their lower league position, were a disciplined, hard-working side, capable of frustrating any opponent and snatching results from set pieces or quick counters. They would come to Old Trafford hoping to defy expectations. Nathan used his talent scout on Bournemouth's familiar faces, refreshing his memory. Dominic Solanke, ability, A potential, A overall rating, strong, intelligent striker. His movement in the box and aerial threat are dangerous. Philip Billing, ability, A potential, B+ overall rating, B+. A powerful midfielder, capable of long-range shots and disrupting play. Marcos Senesi, ability, B+ potential, A. Overall rating, B+. Aggressive center back, good on the ball, but can be prone to rash tackles. They'll be organized, compact, Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll sit deep, frustrate us, and try to hit us on the break or from set pieces. We need to be clinical, and we need to show unwavering mental strength to break them down. Nathan nodded. Unwavering mental strength. The mark of an undisputed legend. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was vibrant, a packed house eager for another Premier League victory. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening, a sea of red anticipating a dominant performance. Feep, the whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Bournemouth started with their characteristic discipline and defensive solidity. They formed a tight, low block, denying United any central space. Their midfielders, led by Philip Billing, worked tirelessly, closing down every passing lane and challenging every ball. Nathan tried to use his perfected dribbling to weave through, but Bournemouth's defense was disciplined, quickly shifting to cover. Clear-cut chances were hard to come by. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Bournemouth's defense seemed impenetrable, frustrating every attempt to create clear-cut chances. Minute 25. Still 0-0. Old Trafford started to stir, a low hum of impatience. Nathan felt the frustration. They were dominating, but Bournemouth was holding firm. They needed a different kind of weapon, not a skill to create a single moment of magic, but a sustained, almost unbreakable mental and physical resilience that would simply wear down the opposition, grinding them into submission over 90 minutes. This was about being the immovable object and the irresistible force combined. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a stubborn, resilient opponent, requiring unparalleled mental and physical endurance to maintain relentless pressure and break their spirit over the course of the match. You may request one random legendary unbreakable will slash relentless endurance skill in the style of a football icon to command the midfield through sheer stamina, win every second ball, and project an unyielding presence that eventually breaks the opponent's resolve. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Unbreakable will? Relentless endurance? This was it. This was about winning the battle of attrition about being the last one standing, the true hallmark of an era-defining icon. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The perpetual motion engine of Gattuso, midfield dominance. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your physical and mental stamina are elevated to an unprecedented level. You will cover every blade of grass with tireless energy, win every contested ball, consistently outwork opponents, and project an unyielding, relentless presence that mentally exhausts the opposition and dominates the entire midfield. A profound sense of boundless energy and unshakable resolve coursed through Nathan. He felt no fatigue, only an insatiable hunger to run, to tackle, to win every single duel. He saw the smallest signs of weariness in the Bournemouth players and instinctively knew how to exploit it, how to push harder, how to press even when they thought they had a moment's rest. He became the engine that never stopped, a perpetual motion machine in the heart of the pitch. He immediately charged forward, pressing Jefferson Lerma, who had just received the ball deep in his own half. Lerma, usually composed, felt Nathan's instant, tireless pressure. Nathan didn't just close him down. He hounded him, forcing a rushed, misplaced pass. The ball spilled to Bruno Fernandes. United immediately launched a lightning-fast counterattack. Bruno played a quick pass to Harry Kane, who laid it off to Nathan, who had continued his relentless run. He was now on the edge of the box, with Marco Senesi and Chris Meffam trying to block him. Nathan unleashed a powerful shot, which was blocked by Senesi, but the relentless pressure had created the chance. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was everywhere. He covered immense ground, winning tackles, intercepting passes, and launching counterattacks. He pressed Bournemouth's defenders deep in their own half, forcing them into errors. He shadowed Philip Billing, making it impossible for the midfielder to find space. Bournemouth, initially so disciplined, started to look tired, frustrated, and overwhelmed by the sheer, unwavering energy radiating from Nathan. In the 28th minute, this relentless pressure paid off. Nathan, with the perpetual motion engine of Gattuso, midfield dominance, active, won a tackle high up the pitch, dispossessing Lerma. He then surged forward, drawing 3 Bournemouth defenders. With his perfected dribbling, he weaved through them, then released a perfectly weighted pass to Marcus Rashford, who was now clean through on goal. Rashford took one touch and slotted it past Neto. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Bournemouth 0. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar, a mixture of relief and pure jubilation. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Rashford. The perpetual motion engine of Gattuso had worn down Bournemouth's defense through sheer, unwavering dominance. The goal seemed to completely shatter Bournemouth's spirit. Their defensive discipline wavered. Their passes became more hesitant. United, fueled by the goal and Nathan's relentless energy, pressed even harder. The perpetual motion engine of Gattuso faded, but it had done its job. United had completely overwhelmed Bournemouth in midfield. Just before halftime, United doubled their lead. A brilliant run and cross from Diogo Dalot found Harry Kane, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-0. The second half was a testament to United's control. Bournemouth pushed for an equalizer, but United's sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, even without the active skill. He made intelligent runs, created space for others, and linked play beautifully. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Bournemouth, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Bournemouth 0. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a dominant home win that kept their Premier League title challenge strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another clean sheet. Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your work rate and dominance in midfield today. You broke their spirit. That's how champions control a game. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to keep the pressure on, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, grinding down a resilient opponent. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your consistent performance and influence across multiple matches, demonstrating tactical adaptability and unwavering dominance, are now actively contributing to defining the current footballing era. Keep up this level of sustained excellence. Nathan's eyes widened, actively contributing to defining the current footballing era. This wasn't just a general goal. It was a real-time assessment of his impact. The Legacy Archive was measuring his mark on history. His GOAT journey had truly become about shaping the very landscape of the sport. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 20 goals plus assists across all competitions in the current season, becoming the fastest player in Manchester United history to reach this milestone, surpassing Wayne Rooney's previous record. Another record, fastest to 20 goals plus assists across all competitions. Nathan grinned. Chapter 138. The Amex Revenge and the Spirit of the Game. The new record, fastest to 20 goals plus assists across all competitions for United, shimmered like a badge of honor in Nathan's mind. His overall rating, S+, was now a bedrock of confidence, a quiet assurance that he belonged among the very best. But the Legacy Archive's era-defining icon challenge truly fueled him now. It wasn't just about personal numbers. It was about the narrative, about consistently pushing boundaries and setting new trends that reshaped the sport itself. He devoured articles, watching how legendary figures sustained their influence over multiple seasons, how they became synonymous with their era. He spent extra time after training, not just perfecting his technique, but consciously varying his play. Sometimes holding the ball, slowing the tempo, other times releasing it with lightning speed to launch a counter. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 100% mastery, was now an effortless, instinctual part of him, allowing him to focus on the bigger picture of the game. One blustery morning at Carrington, during a tactical discussion, Nathan suggested a new pressing trigger, a subtle movement by the attacking midfielder that would initiate a collective high press from the front three. Erik ten Hag listened intently, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Interesting, Nathan, the manager murmured. It could open up some real opportunities if executed precisely. Nathan felt a surge of satisfaction. This was the era-defining icon at work, influencing the tactical evolution of the team. He observed his teammates, knowing that their collective drive and adaptability were crucial for maintaining their place at the pinnacle. Marcus Rashford, ability, A+ potential, A+ overall rating, A. His finishing has become incredibly consistent. A true goal-scoring threat every game. Luke Shaw, ability, A potential, A overall rating. His intelligence and attacking prowess from left-back are vital for stretching defenses. The next challenge, an away Premier League fixture against Brighton and Hove Albion at the Amex Stadium. Their previous league encounter had been a tight 2-1 win at the Amex. Nathan knew Brighton, with their fluid, possession-based football and tactical intelligence, would be desperate for revenge. They were a team that constantly evolved, making them a fascinating tactical opponent. Nathan used his talent scout on Brighton's familiar faces, refreshing his memory. The heart of their midfield, his vision and passing are central to their fluid play. Kaoru Mitoma, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. Direct, tricky winger. His dribbling and cutting inside pose a constant threat. Danny Welbeck, ability, B+ potential, B+ overall rating, B+. Experienced striker, intelligent runs, links play well. Always capable of a goal. They'll be looking for revenge, Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll try to outpass us, control possession. We need to be defensively disciplined, but when we win the ball, we need to transition with lightning speed and ruthlessness. We need to show them what champions do. Nathan nodded. Ruthlessness. That was the mark of an era-defining icon. The atmosphere at the Amex Stadium was electric, a passionate sea of blue and white, roaring its support for the Seagulls. The chants were fierce, the air thick with anticipation for this high-stakes Premier League clash. Fipi. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Brighton started with their characteristic composure, passing the ball beautifully, moving with fluid interchanges that pulled United's players out of position. Alexis Mac Allister was dictating the tempo, always finding a teammate in space. Kaoru Mitoma and Solly March were hugging the touchlines, stretching United's defense. United tried to press, but Brighton's quick one-touch passing meant the ball was always gone by the time a United player arrived. Nathan found himself chasing, trying to intercept passes, but Brighton's movement was so intelligent, so interconnected. Minute 25. Brighton scored. A patient, intricate passing move saw them work the ball from defense to attack. Alexis McAllister played a clever 1-2 with Pascal Gross, then slipped a through ball to Danny Welbeck, who had made a brilliant run behind the defense. Welbeck finished clinically past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Brighton 1. The Amex Stadium erupted, a wave of ecstatic jubilation. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, particularly to such a well-constructed, fluid goal. Brighton's movement was almost perfect. United needed a moment of raw, unyielding footballing spirit, something that transcended tactics and skill, igniting their collective fighting spirit and pushing them to an impossible level. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is being outplayed by a tactically superior opponent, requiring a surge of raw footballing spirit and unyielding passion to turn the tide and inspire a comeback. You may request one random, legendary pure spirit / unyielding passion skill in the style of a football icon to ignite your team's fight, project boundless energy, and lead a relentless charge through sheer force of will, making them exceed their limits. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Pure spirit? Unyielding passion? This was it. This was about embodying the very soul of the game, pushing beyond skill to inspire through sheer will and heart. This was the ultimate test for an era-defining icon. Could he lift his entire team through sheer passion alone? Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The burning heart of Gerrard. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your personal drive, emotional intensity, and ability to inspire boundless energy and unwavering determination in your teammates are significantly enhanced. You will lead by example, making tireless runs, winning impossible duels, and igniting a collective fighting spirit that pushes your team to exceed their limits. A searing, almost fiery passion ignited within Nathan. It wasn't about tactics or technique. It was about raw, unadulterated heart. He felt a boundless energy, a fierce determination to win every ball, to make every run count, to simply outwork Brighton. He became a beacon of relentless effort, his every sprint, every tackle, every encouraging shout radiating an unyielding belief that infected his teammates. He immediately charged forward, pressing Brighton's midfield relentlessly. When Adam Lallana received the ball, Nathan, with the burning heart of Gerrard active, was on him instantly, tackling fiercely but cleanly, winning the ball back. He immediately launched a counterattack, his relentless energy dragging teammates forward. For the next 5 minutes, United were a whirlwind of red shirts, matching Brighton's fluidity with their own surge of sheer will. Nathan was everywhere, tackling, running, inspiring. He won an aerial duel he had no right to win, dispossessed Pascal Gross with a crunching challenge, and then urged his teammates forward with passionate gestures. Brighton, initially composed, started to look rattled by United's sheer intensity. In the 28th minute, this surge of spirit paid off. Nathan, with the burning heart of Gerrard active, chased down a seemingly lost ball near the touchline, preventing it from going out of bounds. He then cut inside, leaving a Brighton defender flailing, and delivered a powerful, pinpoint cross into the box. The ball found Marcus Rashford, who, seemingly fueled by Nathan's relentless effort, launched himself into the air and headed it powerfully past Jason Steele. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won, Brighton won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roaring wave of ecstatic jubilation, finally finding their voice against the home crowd. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Rashford. The burning heart of Gerrard had ignited a collective comeback through sheer force of will. The goal completely rocked Brighton. Their intricate passing game became rushed, hesitant, as if overwhelmed by United's newfound intensity. United, fueled by the equalizer and Nathan's inspiring presence, pressed harder. Nathan felt the burning heart fade after 5 minutes, but the understanding of how to lead through sheer passion and unwavering effort was now deeply ingrained. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run and cross from Diogo Dalot found Harry Kane, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-1. The second half was a relentless battle. Brighton pushed for an equalizer, but United's defense, influenced by Nathan's earlier inspiration and sustained effort, held firm. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from long-range shots. Nathan continued to influence the game, his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space, and he contributed defensively as well, showcasing his all-encompassing growth. The final minutes of the match were tense, but United maintained their composure. Brighton threw everything forward, but couldn't find a way through. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Brighton 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A crucial away win secured, maintaining their strong Premier League title challenge. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another incredible fight, lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your spirit today, you lifted the entire team. That's what true champions do. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to keep the fire going, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, turning the tide with sheer passion and leadership. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your consistent performance, tactical influence, and ability to inspire collective spirit across multiple matches are profoundly shaping the current footballing era. You are recognized as a defining figure of your generation. Nathan's eyes widened. Profoundly shaping the current footballing era. This wasn't just a label. It was a living, breathing testament to his impact. He was defining an era. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 10 Premier League assists in the current season, becoming the fastest midfielder in Manchester United history to reach this milestone, surpassing Paul Scholes' record. Another record. Fastest midfielder to 10 Premier League assists. Chapter 139. The Lion's Roar and the Maestro's Mark. The record for fastest midfielder to 10 Premier League assists felt incredible, a testament to Nathan's relentless drive. His overall rating, S+, was now more than just a number. It was a feeling, a constant hum of peak performance. But the Legacy Archive's era-defining icon challenge truly ignited his spirit. It wasn't just about individual accolades. It was about shaping the very narrative of football, setting new benchmarks, influencing tactical trends, and becoming a symbol of an entire generation. He devoured tactical analyses, watched old matches with a new eye, seeing how legends not only played, but dictated the very flow and philosophy of the game. He spent extra time after training, not just perfecting his technique, but consciously thinking about how his actions could influence the opponent's entire system. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi 100% mastery was now an effortless, instinctual part of him, allowing him to focus on these higher-level concepts. One crisp morning at Carrington, during a complex attacking drill, Nathan subtly adjusted his positioning, drawing a defender out, then played a no-look pass to Bruno Fernandes, who then had a clear shot on goal. Erik ten Hag watched, a thoughtful expression on his face. "That's the kind of subtle influence I'm talking about, Nathan," the manager said. "You're not just playing, you're manipulating, you're dictating." Nathan grinned. "Just trying to make things easier for everyone, boss." He observed his teammates, knowing that their combined understanding and commitment were crucial for defining this era. Harry Kane, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. His consistent goal scoring is the perfect complement to Nathan's creative output. A true partnership. Case Moreau, ability, A+ potential, B overall rating, A+. The unyielding shield in midfield. His presence frees Nathan to push forward. The next challenge. A home Champions League group stage fixture against Galatasaray at Old Trafford. Their previous encounter in Istanbul had been a tight 2-1 win. Nathan knew Galatasaray, with their passionate support, aggressive style, and individual flair, would be even more determined to get a result against the Champions League holders on their own turf. They would bring fire, and United needed to meet it with controlled brilliance. Nathan used his talent scout on Galatasaray's familiar faces, refreshing his memory. Wilfried Zaha, ability, A+ potential, A overall rating, A. Their primary attacking threat. His dribbling and directness are always dangerous. Mauro Icardi, ability, A potential, B+ overall rating, A. A clinical poacher. Give him an inch, he'll score. Lucas Torreira, ability, A potential, B+ overall rating, B+. Relentless in midfield, breaks up play effectively. We'll try to stifle Nathan. They'll be aggressive, they'll come at us, Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. Their fans will be loud. We need to match their intensity, but play with composure. We need to show them why we're champions, to control the game and dictate our terms. Nathan nodded. Dictate terms. That was the essence of an era-defining icon. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was electric, a packed house under the floodlights. The traveling Galatasaray fans, a fervent pocket of yellow and red, were already making their presence known, their chants fierce and unwavering. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Champions League clash was underway. Galatasaray started with an almost reckless intensity, pressing high, tackling hard, and engaging in fierce duels all over the pitch. Wilfried Zaha was immediately active on the wing, challenging Aaron Wan-Bissaka with his quick feet and direct running. Mauro Icardi was lurking, constantly looking for a sniff of goal. United tried to assert their dominance, but Galatasaray's aggression seemed to disrupt their rhythm. Nathan found himself in constant physical battles, every pass contested, every dribble met with relentless pressure from Lucas Torreira and Sergio Oliveira. Minute 20. Galatasaray, fueled by their raw emotion, scored. A quick counterattack saw Wilfried Zaha skip past two United defenders, then unleash a powerful shot that David De Gea could only parry. Mauro Icardi reacted quickest, tapping in a rebound from close range. Manchester United 0, Galatasaray 1. The small section of Galatasaray fans erupted in a joyous frenzy, their chants momentarily silencing Old Trafford. Nathan felt a familiar sting of falling behind, but this time it was accompanied by a deeper understanding. Galatasaray's emotional intensity was a force, and United needed to not just match it, but to control it, to impose their tactical will and demonstrate unwavering composure. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is vulnerable to the opponent's emotional intensity in direct play, struggling to maintain tactical composure and assert defensive control. You may request one random legendary defensive tactical control/composure skill in the style of a football icon to organize your team's defensive shape, nullify opponents' key threats through intelligent positioning, and maintain unwavering composure under pressure. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Defensive tactical control? Unwavering composure? This was it. This was about shutting down the opposition's primary threat through sheer, unshakable tactical brilliance, a hallmark of an era-defining defensive system. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The defensive masterclass of Maldini. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your defensive positioning, ability to read attacking plays, and the tactical discipline of your immediate defensive teammates are significantly enhanced. You will organize defensive lines, nullify key threats through intelligent marking, and radiate an aura of defensive composure that makes your team an impenetrable wall. A profound sense of defensive foresight and unwavering calm washed over Nathan. He saw attacking runs before they happened, understood the subtle shifts in Galatasaray's formation, and knew exactly where every United defender needed to be to close down space and cut off passing lanes. He wasn't just defending. He was orchestrating a defensive masterpiece, directing his teammates with subtle nods and precise gestures, making United a seemingly impenetrable unit. He immediately dropped deep, positioning himself to cut off passing lanes to Icardi, while simultaneously guiding Aaron Wan-Bissaka to stay tight on Zaha. When Galatasaray pushed forward, Nathan, with the defensive masterclass of Maldini active, was always there, intercepting a through ball, blocking a shot, or directing a teammate to make a crucial tackle. He led by example, his every movement radiating a calm, unshakable defiance. In the 28th minute, this defensive solidity paid off. Galatasaray launched a dangerous counterattack. Hakim Ziyech threaded a pass through to Mauro Icardi, who was making a run into the box. But Nathan, having anticipated the pass, was already there, blocking the shot with a perfectly timed intervention. The ball rebounded to Bruno Fernandes, who immediately launched a quick counterattack. United surged forward. Bruno played a quick pass to Nathan, who carried the ball into Galatasaray's half, then unleashed a perfectly weighted through ball to Marcus Rashford, who had made a blistering run. Rashford was in. He slotted it past Fernando Muslera. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Galatasaray 1. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar, a mixture of relief and pure jubilation. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Rashford. The defensive masterclass of Maldini had stifled Galatasaray's attack and directly led to the equalizer. For the next 5 minutes, United's defense was a fortress. Galatasaray struggled to find any space, constantly thwarted by Nathan's tactical interventions and the collective discipline of the United backline. Their shots were blocked, their passes intercepted. The defensive masterclass of Maldini faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete defensive and tactical control. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run and cross from Diogo Dalot found Harry Kane, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's control. Galatasaray pushed for an equalizer, but United's disciplined defense, influenced by Nathan's earlier tactical guidance, held firm. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from Zaha long shots. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 100% mastery, allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Galatasaray, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Galatasaray 1. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a hard-fought win that kept their Champions League group stage campaign strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another incredible fight. Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your defensive work today was simply phenomenal. You organized this perfectly. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to hold the line, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, leading from both ends of the pitch. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your unparalleled influence in both offensive and defensive phases, coupled with your consistent high-level performance, is now solidifying your status as the defining figure of the current footballing era. Continue to exert this comprehensive impact. Nathan's eyes widened, solidifying status as the defining figure. This was it. The narrative was being shaped. He was truly becoming the symbol of this era. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 15 Champions League goals plus assists in the current season, becoming the fastest player in Champions League history to reach this milestone in a single campaign, surpassing Cristiano Ronaldo's previous record. Nathan's jaw dropped. Fastest to 15 Champions League goals plus assists in a single campaign. This was beyond just United records. This was a continental record. Chapter 140. The Midfield Cannon. The record for fastest to 15 Champions League goals plus assists in a single campaign still felt electric, a shimmering testament to Nathan's relentless drive. His overall rating, S+, was now a permanent hum of confidence, a bedrock of his existence. But the Legacy Archive, this era-defining icon, challenge truly ignited his spirit. It wasn't just about individual records. It was about shaping the very narrative of football, setting new tactical trends, and becoming a symbol of an entire generation. He devoured articles, watched old matches, constantly searching for ways to further imprint his influence on the game, to push the boundaries of what an individual player could achieve over a sustained period. He spent extra time after training, focusing on consistency in all areas of his game. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 100% mastery, was now an effortless, instinctual part of him, allowing him to navigate tight spaces and launch attacks with breathtaking fluidity. He practiced scoring from varied positions, assisting in different ways, and influencing the game's tempo, both offensively and defensively. It was about being consistently brilliant every single minute. One blustery morning at Carrington, during a complex attacking drill, Nathan received the ball from a quick throw-in. Instead of rushing, he held it, drawing 2 defenders. Then, with a subtle glance and a perfectly weighted through ball, he threaded it to Harry Kane, who effortlessly scored. Erik ten Hag, watching closely, nodded. "That's the level, Nathan," the manager said, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Consistent excellence. That's what defines an era." Nathan grinned. Consistent excellence. That was the phrase he lived by. He observed his teammates, knowing that their sustained efforts were vital for defining this era alongside him. Harry Kane ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. His finishing is becoming almost telepathic, a perfect partner for Nathan's creative brilliance. Bruno Fernandes ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. His energy and willingness to run into the spaces Nathan creates make him an invaluable asset. The next challenge, a home Premier League fixture against Brentford. Their previous League Cup encounter had been a tight 2-1 win at Old Trafford. Nathan knew Brentford, despite their pragmatic approach, were a resilient and disciplined side. They would come to Old Trafford determined to make life difficult, relying on their physicality and set-piece threat. Nathan used his talent scout on Brentford's familiar faces, refreshing his memory. Ivan Toney, ability. A potential. A overall rating. A clinical striker, excellent penalty taker, and a strong aerial threat. Always dangerous. Brian Buemo, ability. A potential. A overall rating. Pace, directness, and a powerful shot. His runs from deep can be hard to track. Ben Mee, ability. A potential. B+ overall rating. B+. Experienced center back, strong in the air, commands their defense. They'll be organized, compact. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll try to frustrate us, sit deep, and hit us on the counter or from set pieces. We need to be patient, keep the ball, but also ruthless in front of goal. We need to turn possession into clear chances. Nathan nodded. Ruthless. That was the mark of a player who consistently broke records. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was vibrant, a packed house eager for another Premier League victory to maintain their title challenge. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening, a sea of red anticipating a dominant performance. Feep, the whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Brentford started with their characteristic discipline and defensive solidity. They formed a tight, low block, denying United any central space. Their midfielders worked tirelessly, closing down every passing lane. Nathan tried to use his perfected dribbling to weave through, but Brentford's defense was disciplined, quickly shifting to cover. Clear-cut chances were hard to come by. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Brentford's defense seemed impenetrable, frustrating every attempt to create clear-cut chances. Minute 25. Still 0-0. Old Trafford started to stir, a low hum of impatience. Nathan felt the frustration. They were controlling the ball, but not threatening enough. They needed a consistent source of goals from midfield, a player capable of turning half chances from outside the box into undeniable scoring opportunities to ensure a relentless offensive output. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is struggling to convert possession into goals against a deep block, requiring a consistent source of powerful and accurate mid-range scoring to unlock their defense and maintain offensive pressure. You may request one random legendary mid-range shooting/goal-scoring midfielder skill in the style of a football icon to unleash devastating shots from outside the box, consistently find the net from distance, and add a potent new dimension to your team's attack. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Mid-range shooting? Consistent goals from distance? This was it. This was about adding another layer to his omnipresent influence, ensuring he could score from anywhere, relentlessly, a true hallmark of an era-defining icon. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The midfield cannon of Lampard. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your shooting power, accuracy, and ability to strike dipping and swerving shots from mid-range, 18 to 30 yards, are significantly enhanced. You will consistently find the corners of the net, making your shots virtually unstoppable from distance and becoming a relentless goal threat from midfield. A surge of raw, focused power coursed through Nathan's legs, particularly his right foot. He felt like he could strike the ball with incredible force and pinpoint accuracy from anywhere outside the box. The goal seemed wider, the angles clearer, and every shot felt destined to find its mark. He became a human cannon, ready to unleash thunderbolts. He immediately called for the ball, positioning himself just outside Brentford's congested penalty area. Case Moreau played a quick pass to him. Vitaly Janelt and Christian Norgard converged quickly, trying to close him down. Nathan received the ball, took one touch to set himself. Then, with the midfield cannon of Lampard active, he unleashed a ferocious, dipping shot from 25 yards out. It flew through the air, an unstoppable missile, swerving just enough to evade the outstretched hand of David Raya, Brentford's goalkeeper, who could only watch in despair. Boom! The ball slammed into the top corner, rattling the net with a violent shudder. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Brentford 0. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar, a mixture of relief and pure jubilation. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, his teammates mobbing him. The midfield cannon of Lampard had delivered a spectacular opener, a true testament to his relentless goal-scoring threat. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a constant threat from distance. He unleashed another powerful shot that forced a spectacular diving save from Raya. He then launched a cross-field diagonal pass to Antony that switched play with pinpoint accuracy, but Antony's shot was blocked. Brentford's defense, already bewildered, struggled to cope with the sheer volume and quality of United's attacks from midfield. The midfield cannon of Lampard faded, but had done its job. United had asserted complete offensive dominance, breaking Brentford's resolve through sheer quality. Just before halftime, United doubled their lead. A brilliant pass from Nathan, his record-breaking assist ability still shining, found Marcus Rashford, who slotted it clinically past Raya, making it 2-0. The second half was a testament to United's control. Brentford pushed for an equalizer, but United sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Brentford, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Brentford 0. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a dominant home win that kept their Premier League title challenge strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another clean sheet. Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, that first goal was absolutely stunning. You showed them what a truly complete midfielder can do. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to contribute, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, adding a new dimension to his goal scoring. Ding. Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your consistent, high-level performance across all facets of the game, including adding new goal-scoring dimensions, is profoundly cementing your status as the defining figure of the current footballing era. Your influence on the narrative of the sport is undeniable. Nathan's eyes widened, profoundly cementing your status. This was it. The narrative was being shaped in real time. He was truly becoming the symbol of this era. Ding. You have now become the first midfielder in Premier League history to score 10+ goals and provide 10+ assists in the same season before the Christmas break. Nathan's jaw dropped. First midfielder in Premier League history to score 10+ goals and 10+ assists before Christmas. This was beyond just United records. This was a Premier League first. This was it. This was the tangible proof of his relentless pursuit of greatness, of his journey to become an era-defining icon through every facet of his play, setting new benchmarks on the biggest domestic stage. The Premier League season was long. The Champions League awaited the knockout stages, and he knew there would be many more challenges, many more records to break, many more chances to learn and evolve. The next match, a pivotal Champions League group stage encounter away against Bayern Munich, awaited. Chapter 141. Scored or assisted in every Champions League group stage match. The chill of Munich, a sharp contrast to the warmth of Manchester, settled over Nathan as the team bus pulled up to the Allianz Arena. His overall rating, S+, was a constant, comfortable hum, but his mind was already immersed in the Legacy Archive's era-defining icon challenge. This wasn't just about winning games. It was about consistently shaping the narrative, defining an era through unwavering brilliance. He was determined to leave an indelible mark on football history, to set benchmarks that would stand for generations. He spent his time, after training, meticulously refining his tactical understanding. His perfected dribbling, from glide of Messi, 100%, mastery, was now an effortless, instinctual part of him, allowing him to navigate tight spaces and launch attacks with breathtaking fluidity. But his focus had shifted from individual brilliance to systemic influence. He would analyze how top teams countered each other, how small positional tweaks could unravel an opponent's entire game plan. He wanted to be the one who saw the entire chessboard, and then moved all the pieces, not just his own. One cold morning at Carrington, during a tactical discussion, Nathan proposed a new way to press Bayern's build-up, suggesting a fluid shift in midfield roles that would cut off their main passing lanes to Joshua Kimmich. Erik ten Hag listened intently, his eyes gleaming. "That's very astute, Nathan," the manager said, a rare smile on his face. "It's unconventional, but it could disrupt their entire rhythm." We'll try it. Nathan felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. This was the era-defining icon at work, influencing the very tactical DNA of the team. He observed his teammates, knowing that their collective understanding and commitment to this new, fluid approach were crucial for challenging the very best. Case Moreau, ability, A+ potential, B overall rating, A+. His defensive intelligence and ability to anchor the midfield are vital for allowing the more fluid players to push forward. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. His adaptability and relentless work rate make him an ideal partner for implementing complex tactical shifts. The next challenge, the reverse fixture in the Champions League group stage, away against Bayern Munich at the formidable Allianz Arena. Their previous encounter at Old Trafford had been a hard-fought 2-1 win. Nathan knew Bayern, fueled by their home support and pride, would be even tougher on their own turf, desperate for revenge and to assert their European dominance. Nathan used his talent scout on Bayern's formidable lineup, refreshing his memory. Manuel Neuer, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. Still the ultimate sweeper keeper. His presence and distribution are a game-changer. Joshua Kimmich, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. The tactical brain of Bayern's midfield. Disrupting him is paramount. Jamal Musiala, ability, S potential, S overall rating, S. His silky dribbling and ability to ghost past players are a constant threat. Leroy Sane, ability, A+ potential, A overall rating, A+. Blistering pace and a powerful shot. Dangerous on either wing. They're a machine, a system perfected over years, Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. But every machine has a weakness. We exploit theirs. We play our game with intensity and with intelligence. Nathan nodded. Intelligence. That was the key against a machine. The atmosphere at the Allianz Arena was deafening. A sea of red and white. The Bayern faithful created a wall of sound that seemed to physically press down on the pitch. The Champions League anthem felt particularly imposing under the German lights. Fiep. The whistle blew, and the Champions League clash was underway. Bayern Munich, as expected, started with their characteristic precision and relentless pressure. They moved the ball with breathtaking speed and accuracy, constantly probing United's defense. Joshua Kimmich was dictating play from midfield, every pass a laser, every movement calculated. United, however, implemented Erik ten Hag's new tactical approach, subtly shifting roles, pressing higher, and cutting off Kimmich's supply lines. Nathan was at the heart of it, communicating, pointing, and initiating pressing triggers. It was a fluid, intricate dance, frustrating Bayern's usual rhythm. Minute 20. Despite United's tactical brilliance, Bayern's individual quality broke through. A surging run from Alphonso Davies down the left wing saw him beat two United defenders. He whipped in a low cross, and Kingsley Coman, arriving perfectly, tapped it into the net. Manchester United 0, Bayern Munich 1. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing an opponent with elite individual talents, capable of breaking through even strong tactical setups, requiring a comprehensive, adaptable defensive/tactical shutdown skill to nullify their most dangerous threats and consistently control the flow of the match. You may request one random legendary comprehensive threat nullification/game control skill in the style of a football icon to anticipate and neutralize key opponent strengths, strategically limit their impact, and completely impose your team's tactical will on the match. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Comprehensive threat nullification? Consistently control the flow? This was it. This was about reaching the absolute pinnacle of tactical mastery, the hallmark of an era-defining icon who didn't just win, but dominated every facet of the game. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The strategic web of Sachai. Tactical dominance. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to create an impenetrable defensive structure, strategically nullify opponents' key players through collective pressing and intelligent off-the-ball movement, and dictate the match's entire tactical flow is significantly enhanced. Your team will move as a perfectly synchronized unit, suffocating the opposition and forcing their play into predictable, harmless areas. A profound sense of tactical omniscience washed over Nathan. He felt like he could see every thread of Bayern's attack, every movement of their key players, and instinctively knew how to cut them off, how to trap them. He wasn't just defending. He was building an invisible cage around Bayern's threats, directing his teammates with subtle shifts, gestures, and a radiating aura of defensive control. Every player seemed to anticipate his thoughts, moving in perfect synchronicity to form an unbreakable strategic web. He immediately dropped slightly deeper, positioning himself to cut off passing lanes to Musiala and Sane, while simultaneously directing Luke Shaw to press higher on Alphonso Davies. When Bayern pushed forward, Nathan, with the strategic web of Sachai, tactical dominance, active, was always there, directing his teammates to close down space, forcing rushed passes and dispossessing players with effortless ease. Alphonso Davies, usually unplayable, found himself repeatedly running into dead ends, his passes intercepted. In the 28th minute, this tactical suffocation paid off. Bayern tried to build from the back, but Nathan's strategic pressing, guiding his teammates, forced Dayot Upamecano into a rush pass. The ball was intercepted by Bruno Fernandes high up the pitch. United launched a lightning-fast counterattack. Bruno played a quick pass to Nathan, who carried the ball into Bayern's half, then unleashed a perfectly weighted through ball to Marcus Rashford, who had made a blistering run. Rashford was in. He slotted it past Manuel Neuer. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won. Bayern Munich won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roar of joyous relief, finally making themselves heard over the stunned silence of the home crowd. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Rashford. The strategic web of Sachai had turned defensive mastery into a devastating offensive opportunity, a true testament to comprehensive game control. For the next 5 minutes, United's defense was an unyielding fortress. Bayern struggled to find any space, constantly thwarted by Nathan's tactical interventions and the collective discipline of the United backline. Their shots were blocked, their passes intercepted. Musiala and Sane were effectively nullified. The strategic web of Sachai, tactical dominance, faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete tactical control. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run and cross from Diogo Dalot found Harry Kane, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's overall control. Bayern pushed for an equalizer, their fans roaring them on, but United's disciplined defense, influenced by Nathan's earlier tactical guidance, held firm. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves, but they were largely comfortable. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 100% mastery, allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Bayern, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Bayern Munich 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A crucial away win secured, cementing their Champions League group stage dominance and topping the group with a perfect record. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was almost speechless. Another incredible fight. Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your tactical awareness today, you closed them down completely. You controlled the entire game. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to make sure we win, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, dominating a European giant through comprehensive tactical control. Ding. Legacy Archive Update. Challenge complete. The era-defining icon has been achieved. Description: you have consistently defined and dominated the narrative of your era, not just through unparalleled performance, but by setting new tactical trends, breaking seemingly unbreakable long-term records, and becoming the universally acknowledged face of modern football for multiple seasons. Your influence on the evolution of the sport is undeniable. Nathan's jaw dropped. The era-defining icon, challenge complete. This was it. He had truly cemented his place in history, not just as a player, but as a figure who shaped the game itself. Ding! New record alert. You have now become the first player in Champions League history to score or assist in every single group stage match of a single campaign. Another record. Scored or assisted in every Champions League group stage match. Chapter 142. Making the difficult look simple consistently. The roar of Old Trafford, a familiar embrace, felt even more profound now. Nathan, an overall rating S+ player, carried the mantle of era-defining icon with a quiet intensity. The Champions League record, goals or assists in every group stage match, was a glittering testament to his unwavering influence. But the true challenge, as illuminated by the Legacy Archive, was to consistently define this era, to set new standards, and to continually shape the game's narrative. He spent hours dissecting matches, analyzing how the greatest players maintained their peak performance year after year, turning brilliance into an everyday occurrence. His perfected dribbling, from glide of Messi 100% mastery, felt like an effortless extension of his thoughts, allowing him to navigate the tightest spaces with breathtaking fluidity. He practiced relentlessly, not just for individual moments, but for the sustained pressure, the relentless waves of attack that wore down even the most stubborn defenses. One crisp morning at Carrington, during a complex attacking drill, Nathan received the ball deep, then, with a subtle glance, released a perfectly weighted pass to Antony on the wing. Antony, surprised by the precision, quickly delivered a cross that Harry Kane headed home. Erik ten Hag watched, a thoughtful expression on his face. "That's the sort of vision we need," Nathan, the manager said. "Making the difficult look simple, consistently." Nathan grinned. "Just trying to keep the goals flowing, boss." He observed his teammates, knowing that their collective drive and relentless effort were vital for cementing their place as an era-defining team. Harry Kane ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. His unerring ability to find the back of the net makes him the perfect partner for Nathan's creative output. A true goal-scoring machine. Mason Mount ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. His energy, intelligent runs, and improved final pass are adding a new dynamic to the midfield. The next challenge, a home Premier League fixture against Everton. Their previous two encounters this season, a tough 2-1 away win at Goodison Park and another 2-1 home win, showed they were a resilient side. Nathan knew Everton would be desperate for revenge, especially at Old Trafford, seeking to spoil United's dominant run. They were known for their disciplined defense, physicality, and a willingness to hit on the counter. Nathan used his talent scout on Everton's familiar faces, refreshing his memory. Jordan Pickford ability, A potential, A overall rating. Their vocal leader in goal. His athleticism and command of his box are impressive. Amadou Onana ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. A powerful, relentless midfielder. He will try to disrupt United's rhythm in the middle of the park. James Tarkowski ability, A potential, B+ overall rating, B+. Experienced, no-nonsense center-back. Will be a physical battle for United's attackers. They will be even more motivated this time. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. "They know our style. They'll sit deep, be compact, and try to frustrate us. We need to find consistent ways to create chances, to apply relentless pressure that they cannot withstand over 90 minutes." Nathan nodded. Relentless pressure. That was the essence of an era-defining icon. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was vibrant, a packed house eager for another Premier League victory. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening, a sea of red anticipating a dominant performance from their champions. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Everton started with their characteristic defensive solidity, forming a tight, low block. They defended deep, with their midfielders diligently tracking back, denying United any central space. Amadou Onana and Abdoulaye Doucouré were tireless, snapping into tackles, frustrating United's attempts to build play. Nathan tried to use his perfected dribbling to weave through, but Everton's defense was disciplined, quickly shifting to cover. Clear-cut chances were hard to come by. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Everton's defense seemed impenetrable, frustrating every attempt to create clear-cut chances. Minute 25. Still 0-0. Old Trafford started to stir, a low hum of impatience. Nathan felt the frustration. Everton were simply too organized. They needed a way to break through, not with finesse, but with sheer, overwhelming attacking force, a relentless drive that would simply smash through their defensive wall. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding. System notification. Your team is facing a deep, physically imposing defense, requiring a surge of overwhelming offensive force and an unyielding drive to break through their lines and create decisive scoring opportunities. You may request one random legendary unstoppable offensive force / direct attacking skill in the style of a football icon to command the final third through sheer power, consistently break defensive lines, and launch unstoppable, aggressive attacks. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Unstoppable offensive force? Smash through defenses? This was it. This was about turning the game into a relentless offensive onslaught, a brutal exhibition of attacking might that would simply crush the opposition. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The bulldozer drive of Rooney. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your raw attacking power, ability to drive through multiple defenders with sheer force and determination, and the ferocity of your shots and final passes are significantly enhanced. You will become an unstoppable force in the final third, breaking lines and creating chaos with relentless aggression. A surge of raw, primal attacking power coursed through Nathan. He felt an insatiable desire to charge forward, to barrel through defenders, to simply dominate the final third with sheer force. He saw gaps not for weaving, but for blasting through. He became a human tank, ready to leave a trail of destruction in his wake. He immediately charged forward, demanding the ball from Mason Mount. Everton's midfielders, Amadou Onana and Idrissa Gana Gueye, converged, trying to block him. Nathan received the ball, took one powerful touch. Then, with the bulldozer drive of Rooney active, he simply powered through Onana's tackle, shrugging him off like he was a rag doll. Gueye lunged, but Nathan, with a burst of sheer brute force, drove past him, maintaining possession and momentum. The crowd gasped, then erupted. He had just bulldozed through two midfielders with raw power. He was now bearing down on Everton's defense. James Tarkowski stepped up, trying to block him. Nathan unleashed a thunderous shot from just outside the box. It was a pure rocket, struck with unbelievable power, leaving Tarkowski barely a blur in its wake. Jordan Pickford threw himself across, a desperate blur of green, but the shot was too powerful, too fierce. Boom! The ball slammed into the back of the net, hitting the underside of the crossbar and ricocheting in. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Everton 0. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar, a mixture of pure exhilaration and disbelief. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, his teammates swarming him. The bulldozer drive of Rooney had smashed through Everton's stubborn defense with raw, unstoppable might. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a force of nature. He kept driving into the final third, forcing defenders backward, creating chaos with his aggressive runs. He unleashed another powerful shot that forced a spectacular diving save from Pickford. He then played a rapid, aggressive 1-2 with Harry Kane that almost led to another goal. But Everton's defense, though rattled, held firm. The bulldozer drive of Rooney faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete offensive dominance through sheer force. Just before halftime, United doubled their lead. A brilliant cross from Luke Shaw found Harry Kane, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-0. The second half was a testament to United's control. Everton pushed for an equalizer, but United's sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Everton, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Everton 0. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a dominant home win that kept their Premier League title challenge strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another clean sheet. Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, that first goal was pure power. You just ran right through them. Brilliant. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to make a statement, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, adding a new dimension of raw offensive power to his game. Ding. Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your consistent, high-level performance across all facets of the game, including adding new dimensions of raw power to your attack, is profoundly cementing your status as the defining figure of the current footballing era. Your influence on the narrative of the sport is undeniable. Nathan's eyes widened. Profoundly cementing your status. The narrative was being shaped. He was truly becoming the symbol of this era. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 20 Premier League goals plus assists in the current season, becoming the fastest player in Premier League history to reach this milestone, surpassing Cristiano Ronaldo's previous record. Nathan's jaw dropped. Fastest to 20 Premier League goals plus assists. Chapter 143. The fastest player in Manchester United history. The latest record, fastest to 20 Premier League goals plus assists, shimmered like a vibrant banner in Nathan's mind. His overall rating, S+, was now an intrinsic part of him, a quiet assurance that he belonged among the pantheon. But the legacy archive, this era-defining icon, challenge truly propelled him forward. It wasn't just about individual records. It was about shaping the very narrative of football, setting new tactical trends, and becoming a symbol of an entire generation. He watched old matches with a new eye, seeing how legends not only played, but dictated the very flow and philosophy of the game, consistently. He spent extra time after training, meticulously refining his understanding of how to influence opponents and teammates alike. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 98% mastery, was on the verge of its ultimate completion, that final, unreachable 100%. He practiced making decisive passes, choosing the right moments to accelerate play, always with an eye on maintaining relentless pressure and breaking defensive lines. He yearned for that final push, that absolute zenith of his signature skill. One blustery afternoon at Carrington, during a complex attacking drill, Nathan received the ball deep. He held it for a beat, drawing a defender, then unleashed a no-look pass that split two pressing midfielders and found Jadon Sancho in acres of space on the wing. Sancho, surprised by the sudden perfection, controlled it and unleashed a powerful shot into the top corner. Erik ten Hag, watching closely, nodded. "That's the kind of pass that separates the good from the great, Nathan," the manager said. "And you do it consistently." Nathan grinned. Consistent greatness. That was the goal. He observed his teammates, knowing that their sustained efforts were vital for defining this era alongside him. Lisandro Martinez, ability, a potential, A+ overall rating, A. His aggressive defending and ability to launch attack from deep are vital. He's becoming a true leader at the back. Alejandro Garnacho, ability, a potential, S overall rating. His raw pace and fearless dribbling are perfect for exploiting space created by Nathan's tactical influence. The next challenge, the FA Cup fourth round away against Reading at the Select Car Leasing Stadium. It was a classic FA Cup tie, a lower league team at home against the champions. Nathan knew Reading would be immensely motivated, disciplined, and eager to spring an upset. The magic of the FA Cup meant anything was possible, and United couldn't afford complacency. Nathan used his talent scout on Reading's key players. Tom Holmes, ability, B potential, B+ overall rating, B. A solid, no-nonsense center back. Will be well-organized and physical. Tyrese Fernah, ability, B potential, B overall rating, B. Energetic defensive midfielder. Will try to break up play in the middle. Andy Carroll, ability, C+ potential, D overall rating, C+. Veteran striker, still a huge aerial threat and physical presence, even if his pace isn't what it used to be. They'll be compact, they'll fight for every ball. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll sit deep, frustrate us, and try to hit us on the break or from set pieces, especially with Carroll's aerial threat. We need to respect them, but show our quality. We need to be patient, but relentless. Nathan nodded. Patience and relentlessness. The keys to conquering any opponent. The atmosphere at the Select Car Leasing Stadium was buzzing, a sea of blue and white, roaring its support for the Royals. The chants were fierce, designed to inspire their underdogs against the champions. It was smaller than Old Trafford, but the passion was immense. Fipi. The whistle blew, and the FA Cup clash was underway. Reading started exactly as predicted. They formed a very deep, compact defensive block, denying United any central space. Their midfielders tracked relentlessly, closing down every passing lane. Nathan tried to use his perfected dribbling to weave through, but Reading's defense was disciplined, quickly shifting to cover. Clear-cut chances were hard to come by. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Reading's defense seemed impenetrable, frustrating every attempt to create clear-cut chances. Minute 25. Still 0-0. The home crowd was growing louder, sensing an upset. Nathan felt the frustration. They were controlling the ball, but not threatening enough. They needed a game-changing moment, a unique piece of tactical insight that could carve open even the most rigid defense, turning their dominance into real opportunities. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is struggling to penetrate a deep, organized defense, requiring a flash of revolutionary tactical insight to unlock their structure and create decisive, high-percentage scoring opportunities. You may request one random legendary tactical genius/defensive unraveling skill in the style of a football icon to see unforeseen patterns, exploit hidden weaknesses in opponents' defensive systems, and create game-breaking opportunities through revolutionary positional play. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Revolutionary tactical insight? Unforeseen patterns? This was it. This was about unlocking the game's deepest secrets, the ultimate skill for an architect of the future. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The master key of Sachai, positional overload. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to identify and create numerical and positional overloads in key attacking areas, subtly guiding your teammates to exploit these advantages, is significantly enhanced. You will see how to dismantle even the most disciplined defensive structures through intelligent, collective movement and strategic passing. A profound sense of tactical clarity washed over Nathan. He saw not just players, but the empty spaces, the zones that could be exploited. He understood how a small shift by one player could create a massive overload for another, how to manipulate readings' tight lines and pull them apart. He became the ultimate chess master, seeing multiple moves ahead, always creating numerical advantages where moments ago there were none. He immediately dropped slightly deeper, calling for the ball from Case Moreau. Reading's midfielders, accustomed to pressing high, shifted towards him. Nathan received the ball, took a calm touch, then, with the master key of Sachai, positional overload, active, he subtly waved Bruno Fernandes to push higher, and Marcus Rashford to drift inwards. This created a tiny, almost invisible 2v1 on the left side against Reading's right back, Andy Adam. In the 28th minute, this tactical manipulation paid off. Nathan received the ball from Case Moreau, then, with a subtle feint, played a quick 1-2 with Bruno Fernandes, drawing his central midfielder. As the midfielder committed, Nathan instantly launched a perfectly weighted, curling pass over the top, not to Rashford, but into the space Alejandro Garnacho had intelligently created on the left wing, having anticipated Nathan's strategic intent. Garnacho was in. He took one touch, cut inside, and fired a powerful shot past Joe Lumley. Goohool! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Reading 0. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roar of joyous relief. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Garnacho and Bruno. The master key of Sachai had unlocked Reading's stubborn defense with a moment of pure tactical genius. For the next 5 minutes, United's attacks flowed with newfound purpose. They constantly created overloads, overwhelming Reading's disciplined defense. Nathan was at the heart of it, guiding his teammates with subtle movements and incisive passes, always exploiting the numerical advantages he created. The master key of Sachai, positional overload, faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete tactical dominance. Just before halftime, United doubled their lead. A brilliant run down the right wing by Antony saw him deliver a pinpoint cross, and Harry Kane powered a header into the net, making it 2-0. The second half was a testament to United's control. Reading pushed for an equalizer, their fans roaring them on, but United's sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. In the 70th minute, he embarked on a dazzling solo run, weaving through 3 Reading defenders with incredible agility and control. He beat one with a lightning-fast step-over, then another with a quick chop, then left a third spinning with a subtle body feint. He reached the edge of the box, then unleashed a powerful shot that forced a spectacular diving save from Lumley. This was an extremely complex and successful solo effort. Ding! System notification. Skill mastery progress. Glide to Messi 100%. Permanent benefit unlocked. Perfected dribbling. Your base dribbling ability has reached its absolute zenith, granting you unparalleled, unchallengeable control agility, and unpredictability in every dribbling situation, making you virtually impossible to dispossess. Mastery complete. Nathan felt a powerful, almost spiritual surge throughout his entire being. Perfected dribbling. 100%. He had done it. His signature skill was now complete, a permanent, undeniable part of him. He was the ultimate dribbler, the master of the ball, completely and utterly unrivaled. He grinned, a profound sense of personal accomplishment filling him. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Reading, disheartened by the brilliance, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Reading 0. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A dominant win secured their progression in the FA Cup. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another clean sheet. Lads, another victory. Nathan, that first goal was pure tactical genius. And your dribbling today? Simply unplayable. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to make things happen, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had achieved the ultimate mastery of his signature skill, solidified his status as an era-defining icon, and was consistently breaking records. Ding. Description: your consistent, unparalleled performance, tactical innovation, and ability to constantly redefine the game's flow are solidifying your status as the undisputed defining figure of the current footballing era. Your impact is becoming truly global. Nathan's eyes widened. Impact is becoming truly global. This was it. The narrative was being shaped on an international scale. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 10 goals plus assists in cup competitions, FA Cup and League Cup, in the current season, becoming the fastest player in Manchester United history to reach this milestone, surpassing Dennis Law's record. Another record. Fastest to 10 goals plus assists in domestic cup competitions. Nathan grinned, a profound sense of satisfaction filling him. Chapter 144. The Hammer's Wall and the Unseen Thread. The weight of the era-defining icon challenge felt almost tangible, a constant hum beneath Nathan's skin. His overall rating, S+, was now a familiar comfort, a silent testament to the pinnacle he'd reached. His perfected dribbling, from glide of Messi, 100%, mastery, was pure joy, the ball moving as an extension of his thoughts, effortlessly navigating any space. But now, it wasn't just about personal brilliance. It was about consistently shaping the narrative, defining an era, leaving an indelible mark on football history. He spent hours in the legacy archive, analyzing how legends like Franz Beckenbauer and Johan Cruyff didn't just win games, but redefined the very philosophy of the sport, game after game. He spent extra time after training, not just perfecting his technique, but consciously varying his movement to pull defenders out of position, even when he wasn't directly involved in the play. He experimented with quick, deceptive runs that created space for others, then filling the vacated space himself, always with an eye on maintaining relentless, suffocating pressure. One crisp morning at Carrington, during a complex possession drill, Nathan received the ball deep. Instead of dribbling immediately, he held it for a beat, drawing a midfielder. Then, with a subtle glance, he released a perfectly weighted pass to Lisandro Martinez, who had stepped into midfield, completely unmarked. Martinez then launched a long, diagonal ball to Antony, who now had acres of space on the wing. Erik ten Hag, watching closely, simply nodded, a thoughtful expression on his face. "That's high-level chess, Nathan," the manager murmured. Seeing the whole board, Nathan grinned. "Just trying to create new options, boss." He observed his teammates, knowing that their unwavering commitment to these evolving tactical ideas was crucial for their continued dominance. Harry Kane, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. His intelligent movement and clinical finishing are crucial for exploiting the spaces Nathan creates. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. His relentless energy and eye for a pass make him an ideal partner in breaking down stubborn defenses. The next challenge, a home Premier League fixture against West Ham United at Old Trafford. Their previous league encounter had been a tough 2-1 home win. Nathan knew West Ham, with their physical approach, disciplined defense, and dangerous set pieces, would be desperate to snatch a point or three from the champions. They were known for frustrating bigger teams. Nathan used his talent scout, on West Ham's familiar faces, refreshing his memory. Tomas Soucek, ability, a potential B+ overall rating. The midfield engine, dominant in the air, tireless work rate, and a goal threat from deep. Lucas Paqueta, ability, a potential plus overall rating. Their creative hub can unlock defenses with a pass or a dribble, but also works hard defensively. Kurt Zuma, ability, a potential B+ overall rating. B+. Strong physical center back. Will be a tough aerial battle for United's attackers. They will be well organized, compact. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They will sit deep, frustrate us, and try to hit us on the counter or from set pieces. We need to be patient, disciplined, but when the moment comes, we need to be absolutely ruthless. Nathan nodded. Ruthless. That was the mark of an era-defining icon. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was vibrant, a packed house eager for another Premier League victory to maintain their title challenge. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening, a sea of red anticipating a dominant performance from their champions. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. West Ham started exactly as predicted. They formed a very deep, tight defensive block, denying United any central space. Their midfielders tracked relentlessly, closing down every passing lane, making it incredibly difficult for Nathan and Bruno Fernandes to thread passes through. Tomas Soucek was a giant in the air, winning every defensive header. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. West Ham's defense seemed impenetrable, frustrating every attempt to create clear-cut chances. Minute 25. Still 0-0. Old Trafford started to stir, a low hum of impatience spreading through the stands. Nathan felt the frustration. They were controlling the ball, but not threatening enough. They needed a game-changing moment, a unique piece of tactical genius that could carve open even the most rigid defense, not just through individual brilliance, but by creating a tactical advantage that fundamentally shifted the game. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing an ultra-defensive, compact opponent, requiring a flash of revolutionary tactical insight to unlock their structure and create decisive, high-percentage scoring opportunities through unexpected positional shifts. You may request one random, legendary, ultimate tactical creativity/defensive dismantling skill in the style of a football icon to see unforeseen tactical vulnerabilities, exploit hidden defensive weaknesses, and create game-breaking opportunities through revolutionary attacking structures. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Ultimate tactical creativity? Defensive dismantling? This was it. This was about creating a new solution on the fly, a tactical innovation that West Ham wouldn't anticipate. This was the true essence of an architect of the future. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The defensive unraveler of Guardiola attacking system. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to subtly manipulate opponents' defensive lines through fluid positional play, create strategic overloads in key attacking zones, and orchestrate unexpected attacking rotations is significantly enhanced. Your team's offensive structure will become unpredictable and devastatingly effective. A profound sense of strategic insight washed over Nathan, even deeper than before. He saw West Ham's defensive block not as a wall, but as a series of interconnected, movable parts. He could see how to subtly pull one part out of place, creating a ripple effect that would dismantle their entire shape. He became a living, breathing tactical map, guiding his teammates in a fluid, attacking patterns that West Ham simply couldn't track. He immediately dropped deep, almost acting as a second pivot alongside Case Moreau, drawing Tomas Soucek with him. Then, with a subtle wave of his hand, he gestured for Marcus Rashford to drift into a central attacking role, and for Harry Kane to pull wide to the right wing, creating a temporary, fluid false nine system. West Ham's defenders, accustomed to tracking specific players, were now confused by the constant positional interchanges. In the 28th minute, this tactical unraveling paid off. Nathan received the ball from Case Moreau, took one touch, then, with the defensive unraveler of Guardiola attacking system active, he launched a perfectly weighted, curving pass over the top. It wasn't aimed at a specific player. It was aimed at a space, the gap created by Kane pulling wide and Rashford drifting central. Bruno Fernandes, having recognized the new tactical pattern, burst into that very space, completely unmarked. Bruno was in. He took one touch and fired a powerful shot past Lukasz Fabianski. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, West Ham 0. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar, a mixture of relief and pure jubilation. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Bruno. The defensive unraveler of Guardiola had created a masterpiece of tactical innovation, dismantling West Ham's defense with fluid, revolutionary movement. For the next 5 minutes, United's attack flowed with astonishing precision. Players swapped positions seamlessly, creating dynamic overloads that West Ham simply couldn't comprehend. Nathan was at the heart of it, orchestrating every movement, exploiting every tiny gap, forcing West Ham into desperate, uncharacteristic errors. The defensive unraveler of Guardiola attacking system faded but had done its job. United had asserted complete tactical dominance. Just before halftime, United doubled their lead. A brilliant run and cross from Diogo Dalot found Harry Kane, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-0. The second half was a testament to United's control. West Ham pushed for an equalizer, but United sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. West Ham, disheartened by the brilliance, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, West Ham United 0. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a dominant home win that kept their Premier League title challenge strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another clean sheet, lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your tactical genius today was on another level. You broke down their wall with pure innovation. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to find new solutions, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had consistently demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, adding another layer of tactical innovation to his game. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your consistent, unparalleled performance and revolutionary tactical influence in shaping your team's attacking structures are profoundly cementing your status as the undisputed defining figure of the current footballing era. Your impact on the evolution of the sport is undeniable and widely recognized. Nathan's eyes widened. Widely recognized. This wasn't just in his system anymore. It was the world acknowledging his impact. The narrative was being shaped game by game. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 20 Premier League goals in the current season, becoming the fastest midfielder in Premier League history to reach this milestone, surpassing Frank Lampard's record. Nathan's jaw dropped. Fastest midfielder to 20 Premier League goals. This was a monumental record, surpassing a Premier League legend. Chapter 145, The Dazzling Destroyer. The roar of Old Trafford from the previous match, celebrating another record and a dominant win, still echoed in Nathan's mind. His overall rating, S+, was now an intrinsic part of him, a quiet assurance that he belonged among the pantheon. But the Legacy Archive S, era-defining icon, challenge truly propelled him forward. It wasn't just about individual records. It was about shaping the very narrative of football, setting new tactical trends, and becoming a symbol of an entire generation. He devoured articles, watched old matches, constantly searching for ways to further imprint his influence on the game, to push the boundaries of what an individual player could achieve over a sustained period. He spent extra time after training, focusing on consistency in all areas of his game. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 100% mastery, was now an effortless, instinctual part of him, allowing him to navigate tight spaces and launch attacks with breathtaking fluidity. He practiced scoring from varied positions, assisting in different ways, and influencing the game's tempo, both offensively and defensively. It was about being consistently brilliant every single minute. One blustery morning at Carrington, during a complex attacking drill, Nathan received the ball from a quick throw-in. Instead of rushing, he held it, drawing a defender. Then, with a subtle glance and a perfectly weighted through ball, he threaded it to Harry Kane, who effortlessly scored. Erik ten Hag, watching closely, nodded. That's the kind of vision we need, Nathan, the manager said. Making the difficult look simple, consistently. Nathan grinned. Consistent greatness. That was the goal. He observed his teammates, knowing that their sustained efforts were vital for defining this era alongside him. Lisandro Martinez, ability, a potential, A+ overall rating, A. His aggressive defending and ability to launch attacks from deep are vital. He's becoming a true leader at the back. Alejandro Garnacho, ability, a potential, S overall rating. His raw pace and fearless dribbling are perfect for exploiting space created by Nathan's tactical influence. The next challenge, an away Premier League fixture against Everton at Goodison Park. Their previous two encounters this season, a tough 2-1 away win and another 2-1 home win, show they were a resilient side. Nathan knew Everton would be immensely motivated, disciplined, and eager to spring an upset. They were known for their stubborn defense and physical approach. Nathan used his talent scout on Everton's key players, refreshing his memory. Jordan Pickford, ability, a potential, A overall rating. Their vocal leader in goal. His athleticism and command of his box are impressive. Amadou Onana, ability, a potential, A+ overall rating. A powerful, relentless midfielder. He will try to disrupt United's rhythm in the middle of the park. James Tarkowski, ability, a potential, B+ overall rating, B+. Experienced, no-nonsense center-back. Will be a physical battle for United's attackers. They will be even more motivated this time. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They know our style. They'll sit deep, be compact, and try to frustrate us. We need to find consistent ways to create chances, to apply relentless pressure that they cannot withstand over 90 minutes. Nathan nodded. Relentless pressure. That was the essence of an era-defining icon. The atmosphere at Goodison Park was raucous, a blur of blue and white noise. The old stadium vibrated with every chant, every whistle. It felt like walking into a historical battleground, where the history itself was cheering against you. Fipi. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Everton started with their characteristic defensive solidity, forming a tight, low block. They defended deep, with their midfielders diligently tracking back, denying United any central space. Amadou Onana and Abdoulaye Doucouré were tireless, snapping into tackles, frustrating United's attempts to build play. Nathan tried to use his perfected dribbling to weave through, but Everton's defense was disciplined, quickly shifting to cover. Clear-cut chances were hard to come by. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Everton's defense seemed impenetrable, frustrating every attempt to create clear-cut chances. Minute 25. Still 0-0. The home crowd was growing louder, sensing an upset. Nathan felt the frustration. Everton were simply too organized. They needed a game-changing moment, a unique piece of tactical insight that could carve open even the most rigid defense, turning their dominance into real opportunities. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding. System notification. Your team is struggling to break down a deep, organized defense, requiring a display of unparalleled individual mastery to decisively bypass defenders and create a game-changing opportunity. You may request one random legendary ultimate individual skill/signature move in the style of a football icon to execute a breathtaking, unplayable action that leaves defenders helpless and creates an immediate, high-percentage scoring chance. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Ultimate individual skill? Signature move? This was it. This was about unlocking the game's deepest secrets, the ultimate skill for an architect of the future. Ding. Random skill activated. The dazzling destroyer of Messi. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your combined abilities of perfected dribbling, exquisite close control, and clinical finishing are synergistically elevated, allowing you to dismantle entire defenses with a single, breathtaking solo run and either score an unstoppable goal or provide a decisive, unmissable assist, leaving opponents bewildered and helpless. A profound sense of artistic control and ruthless efficiency washed over Nathan. He felt every skill he possessed, his perfected dribbling, his strategic vision, his finishing prowess, fusing into one seamless, unstoppable force. He saw the smallest gaps, the subtle shifts in defenders' weight, and knew exactly how to exploit them with dazzling, unpredictable movements. He was not just performing. He was creating a masterpiece of destruction, dismantling Everton's defense with effortless grace. He immediately dropped deep, calling for the ball from Case Moreau. Everton's midfielders, Amadou Onana and Abdoulaye Doucouré, converged, trying to cut him off. Nathan received the ball, took one serene touch. Then, with the dazzling destroyer of Messi active, he began his dance. He weaved past Onana with a lightning-fast feint, then turned Doucouré inside out with a sudden chop, leaving both midfielders stunned. He was now surging into Everton's half, bearing down on their defense. James Tarkowski and Connor Cody stepped up, trying to block his path, forming a seemingly impenetrable wall. Nathan didn't hesitate. With the ball glued to his foot from his perfected dribbling, he executed a dizzying series of rapid step-overs. Then, with a burst of unparalleled agility, he slipped between Tarkowski and Cody as if they weren't even there. He was clean through, inside the box, one-on-one with Jordan Pickford. Pickford rushed out, making himself big. Nathan, with cold precision, didn't shoot. He subtly delayed, drawing Pickford slightly. Then, with a delicate, almost imperceptible touch, he curled the ball with the outside of his boot, around the diving keeper and into the far corner. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Everton 0. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roaring wave of joyous disbelief and ecstasy. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, his teammates mobbing him. The dazzling destroyer of Messi had delivered a masterpiece of individual brilliance, a goal that would be replayed endlessly, a true mark of an undisputed legend. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a force of nature in the final third. He kept finding dangerous positions, creating chances for himself and his teammates with uncanny consistency, dismantling Everton's defense with dazzling runs and incisive passes. He threaded a perfect through ball to Marcus Rashford that was just saved by Pickford. The dazzling destroyer of Messi faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete offensive dominance, breaking Everton's resolve through sheer individual quality. Just before halftime, United doubled their lead. A brilliant run and cross from Diogo Dalot found Harry Kane, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-0. The second half was a testament to United's control. Everton pushed for an equalizer, their fans roaring them on, but United sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Everton, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Everton 0. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A dominant away win secured, keeping their Premier League title challenge strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another clean sheet. Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, that first goal was simply sensational. You tore them apart. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to make things happen, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, adding a new dimension of unplayable individual mastery to his game. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your consistent, unparalleled performance and revolutionary tactical influence, now highlighted by individual moments of unplayable genius, are profoundly cementing your status as the undisputed defining figure of the current footballing era. Your impact on the narrative of the sport is undeniable and widely recognized globally. Nathan's eyes widened. Widely recognized globally. This was it. The narrative was being shaped on an international scale, defining an entire era. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 25 Premier League goals plus assists in the current season, becoming the fastest player in Premier League history to reach this milestone, surpassing Thierry Henry's previous record. Chapter 146. The Claret's Test and the Ultimate Adaptability. The roar of Goodison Park, silenced by Nathan's brilliance, still resonated in his ears. His overall rating, S+ felt like a constant, undeniable truth, a silent testament to his status. But the Legacy Archive's era-defining icon challenge truly propelled him forward. It wasn't just about individual records, no matter how monumental. It was about consistently shaping the very narrative of football, setting new tactical trends and becoming a global symbol of an entire generation. He devoured articles, watched old matches, constantly searching for ways to further imprint his influence on the game, to push the boundaries of what an individual player could achieve over a sustained period, even against varied opponents. He spent extra time after training, focusing on adaptability. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 100% mastery, was now an effortless, instinctual part of him, allowing him to navigate tight spaces and launch attacks with breathtaking fluidity. He practiced adjusting his play to different defensive structures, against low blocks, high presses, physical teams, technical teams. He wanted to be the player who could always find a solution, no matter the challenge. One blustery morning at Carrington, during a tactical discussion, Nathan proposed a new way to exploit a specific defensive setup, suggesting a fluid rotation between the central striker and the attacking midfielder that would confuse opponents. Erik ten Hag listened intently, his eyes gleaming. "That's very insightful," Nathan, the manager, said. "It gives us options against those stubborn deep blocks." Nathan grinned. "Just trying to make us unpredictable, boss." He observed his teammates, knowing that their collective drive and willingness to adapt were crucial for maintaining their place at the pinnacle. Scott McTominay, ability, B+ potential, A overall rating, B+. His growing confidence and powerful shot are adding more dimensions to United's midfield attacks. Anthony Martial, ability, A potential, A overall rating. His quick feet and clever movement offer a different kind of threat up front when called upon. Let's assume Martial is back from injury / available for selection. The next challenge, the FA Cup 5th round at home against Burnley at Old Trafford. This was a classic FA Cup tie, a Premier League champion against a team known for their resilience, direct play, and fighting spirit. Nathan knew Burnley would be immense, motivated, disciplined, and eager to spring an upset. The magic of the FA Cup meant anything was possible, and United couldn't afford complacency. Nathan used his talent scout on Burnley's key players. Josh Brownhill, ability, B+ potential, A, overall rating, B+. Energetic midfielder, tenacious in the tackle, good engine, controls their midfield. Lyle Foster, ability, B+ potential, A, overall rating, B+. Physical striker, good aerial threat, works tirelessly for the team. James Trafford, ability, B+ potential, A overall rating, B+. Promising young goalkeeper, good shot stopper, and composed with the ball at his feet. They'll be physical, direct, Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll try to bully us in midfield and hit us from set pieces. We need to match their fight, but play our game. We need to be adaptable, find solutions, and show our class. Nathan nodded. Adaptability, the hallmark of an era-defining icon. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was vibrant, a packed house eager for another FA Cup victory. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening, a sea of red anticipating a dominant performance. Feet, the whistle blew, and the FA Cup clash was underway. Burnley started with fierce defensive discipline. They formed a tight, low block, denying United any central space. Their midfielders tracked relentlessly, closing down every passing lane. Nathan tried to use his perfected dribbling to weave through, but Burnley's defense was disciplined, quickly shifting to cover. Clear-cut chances were hard to come by. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Burnley's defense seemed impenetrable, frustrating every attempt to create clear-cut chances. Minute 25. Still 0-0. Old Trafford started to stir, a low hum of impatience. Nathan felt the frustration. They were controlling the ball, but not threatening enough. They needed a game-changing moment, a unique piece of tactical insight that could carve open even the most rigid defense, turning their dominance into real opportunities, not just once, but consistently, showcasing ultimate adaptability. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is struggling to break down a rigid, organized defense, requiring a display of unparalleled tactical adaptability and innovative problem-solving to consistently dismantle their structure and create decisive scoring opportunities in varied situations. You may request one random legendary ultimate tactical adaptability / problem-solving skill in the style of a football icon to see the game's evolving challenges. Instantly adapt your play to find novel solutions and execute complex, unexpected attacking patterns that leave opponents constantly off balance. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Unparalleled tactical adaptability? Innovative problem-solving? This was it. This was about being the ultimate tactician, capable of finding a solution to any defensive riddle. This was the true essence of an architect of the future. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The adaptive blueprint of Cruyff, tactical solver. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to rapidly analyze opponents' defensive formations, instantly devise and execute new attacking strategies, and seamlessly transition between different tactical approaches is significantly enhanced. You will become a live, evolving tactical puzzle, constantly shifting your team's attack to find and exploit weaknesses. A profound sense of fluidity and dynamic problem-solving washed over Nathan. He saw Burnley's defensive block not as a static wall, but as a series of evolving challenges, each with a unique solution. He understood how to subtly change United's attacking shape, how to draw defenders out, how to create unexpected overloads all on the fly. He became a living, breathing tactical whiteboard, constantly sketching and executing new plans. He immediately dropped deep, calling for the ball from Casemiro. Burnley's midfielders, accustomed to pressing high, shifted towards him. Nathan received the ball, took a calm touch. Then, with the adaptive blueprint of Cruyff, tactical solver, active, he began to subtly orchestrate. He waved Mason Mount wide, then signaled for Harry Kane to drop deep, acting as a false nine. This confused Burnley's central defenders, who were unsure who to mark. In the 28th minute, this tactical adaptability paid off. Nathan received the ball near the halfway line. He looked up, saw the confusion in Burnley's defense caused by his team's fluid movement, and launched a perfectly weighted, curving pass over the top. It wasn't aimed at a fixed position, but into the space where Marcus Rashford was making a diagonal run from the left wing, having understood Nathan's new tactical pattern. Rashford was in. He took one touch, cut inside, and fired a powerful shot past James Trafford. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Burnley 0. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar, a mixture of relief and pure jubilation. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Rashford. The adaptive blueprint of Cruyff had created a masterpiece of tactical innovation, dismantling Burnley's defense with fluid, revolutionary movement. For the next 5 minutes, United's attack flowed with astonishing precision, constantly adapting. Players swapped positions seamlessly, creating dynamic overloads that Burnley simply couldn't comprehend. Nathan was at the heart of it, constantly shifting United's attacking shape, exploiting every tiny gap, forcing Burnley into desperate, uncharacteristic errors. The adaptive blueprint of Cruyff, tactical solver, faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete tactical dominance. Just before halftime, United doubled their lead. A brilliant run and cross from Diogo Dalot found Harry Kane, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-0. The second half was a testament to United's control. Burnley pushed for an equalizer, but United sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Burnley, disheartened by the brilliance, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Burnley 0. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a dominant home win that secured their progression in the FA Cup. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another clean sheet. Lads, another victory. Nathan, your tactical flexibility today was simply outstanding. You found answers to every question they posed. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to solve the puzzle, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had achieved the ultimate mastery of his signature skill, solidified his status as an era-defining icon, and was consistently breaking records. Ding. Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your consistent, unparalleled performance and revolutionary tactical influence in shaping your team's attacking structures, now highlighted by ultimate adaptability, are profoundly cementing your status as the undisputed defining figure of the current footballing era. Your impact on the evolution of the sport is undeniable and widely recognized globally. Nathan's eyes widened. ultimate adaptability, widely recognized globally. This was it. The narrative was being shaped. He was truly becoming the symbol of this era, not just through his individual skills, but through his ability to innovate and adapt. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 30 Premier League goals plus assists in the current season, becoming the fastest player in Premier League history to reach this milestone, surpassing Thierry Henry's previous record. Again, Nathan's jaw dropped. Fastest to 30 Premier League goals plus assists, and surpassing Henry again. Chapter 147. The Unyielding Iron Will. The record for fastest to 30 Premier League goals plus assists still hummed like a triumphant melody in Nathan's mind. His overall rating, S+, was now an intrinsic part of him, a quiet assurance that he stood among the undisputed pantheon. But the Legacy Archive's era-defining icon challenge truly propelled him forward. It wasn't just about individual records. It was about shaping the very narrative of football, setting new tactical trends, and becoming a symbol of an entire generation. He devoured tactical analyses, watched old matches with a new eye, seeing how legends not only played but dictated the very flow and philosophy of the game, consistently, game after game. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 100% mastery, was now an effortless, instinctual part of him, allowing him to navigate tight spaces and launch attacks with breathtaking fluidity. He practiced scoring from varied positions, assisting in different ways, and influencing the game's tempo, both offensively and defensively. It was about being consistently brilliant every single minute under any pressure. One blustery morning at Carrington, during a complex attacking drill, Nathan received the ball deep. He held it for a beat, drawing a defender. Then, with a subtle glance and a perfectly weighted through ball, he threaded it to Harry Kane, who effortlessly scored. Erik ten Hag, watching closely, nodded. "That's the kind of vision we need," Nathan, the manager, said. "Making the difficult look simple, consistently." Nathan grinned. Consistent greatness. That was the goal. He observed his teammates, knowing that their sustained efforts were vital for defining this era alongside him. Lisandro Martinez, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating, A. His aggressive defending and ability to launch attacks from deep are vital. He's becoming a true leader at the back. Alejandro Garnacho, ability, A potential, S overall rating. His raw pace and fearless dribbling are perfect for exploiting space created by Nathan's tactical influence. The next challenge, an away Premier League fixture against Liverpool at Anfield. Their previous encounter at Anfield had been a tight 2-1 win. Nathan knew Liverpool, especially at home, would be immensely motivated, disciplined, and eager for revenge. This was more than just a match. It was a clash of titans, a test of will and character in one of football's most hostile environments. Nathan used his talent scout on Liverpool's key players, refreshing his memory. Mohamed Salah, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. The Egyptian king. His relentless scoring and movement are a constant menace. Virgil van Dijk, ability, S potential, B overall rating, S. The defensive colossus, unmatched in the air and in his reading of the game. Alisson Becker, ability, S potential, B+ overall ratings. World-class goalkeeper. His saves and distribution are pivotal to their success. Thiago Alcantara, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. Silky, smooth midfielder. His passing range and control are exceptional. Anfield will be a cauldron. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll come at us with intensity. Their crowd will be on our backs from the first whistle. We need to match their fight, stay composed, and show them the steel of champions. Every tackle, every pass, every moment matters. Nathan nodded. Steel and composure. The hallmarks of an era-defining icon in hostile territory. The atmosphere at Anfield was everything they expected and more. The "You'll Never Walk Alone" anthem was belted out with spine-tingling passion, the red flags waving like a sea of fire. It felt less like a stadium and more like a living, breathing entity, roaring its defiance against the champions. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash began. Liverpool, fueled by the Anfield roar, came out like a whirlwind. Their famous high press was suffocating, closing down every United player, forcing mistakes. Darwin Núñez and Luis Diaz were relentless, chasing every ball, supported by the tireless midfield of Fabinho, Jordan Henderson, and Thiago Alcantara. United struggled to cope with the sheer intensity. Passes went astray, tackles were missed, and Liverpool dominated the early exchanges. Nathan found himself trying to calm things down, to win possession, but Liverpool's energy was overwhelming, their red shirts swarming every time United touched the ball. Minute 18. Liverpool took the lead. A brilliant tackle by Fabinho in midfield saw him win the ball, then launch a quick through pass to Darwin Núñez. Núñez, with a powerful run, shrugged off Lisandro Martinez and fired a low shot past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Liverpool 1. Anfield erupted in a deafening roar. The red half of the stadium was a blur of celebration. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, but this time it was accompanied by a deep sense of challenge. Liverpool's relentless intensity was formidable, and United needed to not just match it, but to surpass it with an unyielding mental fortitude, to project an unbreakable resolve that would turn the tide in this hostile environment. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the noise, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is being physically and mentally overwhelmed by a hostile environment and a relentless opponent, requiring an unshakable will and supreme mental fortitude to impose control and inspire a comeback. You may request one random legendary unbreakable resolve / mental fortress skill in the style of a football icon to project an unyielding presence, defy intimidation, win crucial mental battles, and inspire your teammates to overcome any adversity, becoming the ultimate pillar of strength. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Unbreakable resolve? Mental fortress? This was it. This was about more than just skill. It was about sheer willpower, about being the rock in a storm. This was the ultimate test for an era-defining icon. Could he bend the will of an entire stadium? Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The unyielding iron will of Keane. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your mental fortitude, aggression, controlled, and ability to dominate midfield duels through sheer force of will are significantly enhanced. You will project an unshakable, defiant presence that inspires your teammates to fight relentlessly, unnerves opponents, and turns the tide of the match through sheer mental and physical resilience. A profound sense of cold, unwavering determination washed over Nathan. He felt no fear, no fatigue, only an unyielding desire to dominate. He straightened his shoulders, his gaze hardening, and immediately confronted Jordan Henderson, who was attempting to press him. Nathan simply held the ball, shielding it with his body, then used a sudden, powerful burst of speed from his perfected dribbling to glide past the Liverpool captain, leaving him stunned. He was not just playing. He was fighting, radiating an aura of defiance that seemed to physically push Liverpool players back. He immediately called for the ball, dropping slightly deeper. When he received it, he initiated a relentless press on Fabinho, hounding him, cutting off passing lanes, and forcing him into a hurried, misplaced pass. The ball was won back. United launched a lightning-fast counterattack. Bruno Fernandes played a quick pass to Nathan, who carried the ball into Liverpool's half. He then unleashed a perfectly weighted through ball to Marcus Rashford, who had made a blistering run. Rashford was in. He slotted it past Alisson Becker. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won. Liverpool won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roaring wave of relief and jubilation, their cheers momentarily silencing Anfield. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Rashford. The unyielding iron will of Keane had not only equalized, but had fundamentally shifted the mental battle of the game. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a force of nature in midfield. He won every tackle, every aerial duel, every second ball. He pressed relentlessly, hounded opponents, and projected an unshakable belief that visibly frustrated Liverpool. Thiago Alcantara found it almost impossible to dictate play with Nathan constantly buzzing around him, blocking, tackling, inspiring. The unyielding iron will of Keane faded, but it had done its job. United had weathered the storm, regained their composure, and asserted their dominance through sheer mental and physical resilience. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant pass from Nathan, his continuous creative output still shining, found Harry Kane inside the box, who turned and finished clinically past Alisson, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's control and Liverpool's relentless spirit. Liverpool pushed hard for an equalizer, their fans roaring them on, but United's disciplined defense, influenced by Nathan's earlier tactical guidance and renewed mental fortitude, held firm. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from Mohamed Salah's shots. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Liverpool 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A crucial away win secured, maintaining their strong Premier League title challenge and dealing a significant blow to their fiercest rivals. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another incredible fight. Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your leadership today, your defiance, you silenced Anfield. That's what true champions do. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to make sure we win, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, leading his team to victory in the most hostile of environments. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your consistent, unparalleled performance across all facets of the game, including showcasing exceptional mental fortitude in hostile environments, is profoundly cementing your status as the undisputed defining figure of the current footballing era. Your influence on the narrative of the sport is undeniable and widely recognized globally, transcending the pitch to inspire resilience. Nathan's eyes widened, transcending the pitch to inspire resilience. This wasn't just about football anymore. It was about something deeper. He was becoming more than just a player. He was becoming a symbol. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 40 Premier League goals plus assists in the current season, becoming the fastest player in Premier League history to reach this milestone, surpassing Kevin De Bruyne's previous record. Nathan's jaw dropped. Fastest to 40 Premier League goals plus assists, surpassing Kevin De Bruyne, a fellow S+ rated player. Chapter 148. The Toon Army's Fury and the Unstoppable Engine. The record for fastest to 40 Premier League goals plus assists still hummed like a triumphant chorus in Nathan's mind. His overall rating, S+ was now an intrinsic part of him, a quiet assurance that he belonged among the undisputed pantheon. But the Legacy Archive's era-defining icon challenge truly propelled him forward. It wasn't just about individual records. It was about shaping the very narrative of football, setting new tactical trends, and becoming a symbol of an entire generation. He devoured articles, watched old matches, constantly searching for ways to further imprint his influence on the game, to push the boundaries of what an individual player could achieve over a sustained period. He spent extra time after training, focusing on relentless output. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi 100% mastery was now an effortless, instinctual part of him, allowing him to navigate tight spaces and launch attacks with breathtaking fluidity. He practiced scoring from varied positions, assisting in different ways, and influencing the game's tempo, both offensively and defensively. It was about being consistently brilliant every single minute under any pressure. One blustery morning at Carrington, during a complex attacking drill, Nathan received the ball deep. He held it for a beat, drawing a defender. Then, with a subtle glance and a perfectly weighted through ball, he threaded it to Harry Kane, who effortlessly scored. Erik ten Hag, watching closely, nodded. "That's the kind of vision we need," Nathan, the manager, said. "Making the difficult look simple consistently." Nathan grinned. Consistent greatness. That was the goal. He observed his teammates, knowing that their sustained efforts were vital for defining this era alongside him. Harry Kane, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. His unerring ability to find the back of the net makes him the perfect partner for Nathan's creative brilliance. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. His energy and willingness to run into the spaces Nathan creates make him an invaluable asset. The next challenge, a home Premier League fixture against Newcastle United at Old Trafford. Their previous encounter at St. James' Park had been a tough 2-1 away win. Nathan knew Newcastle, a team built on intensity, fierce pressing, and a passionate fighting spirit, will be even more determined to get a result at Old Trafford. They were looking to challenge the established order. Nathan used his talent scout on Newcastle's familiar faces, refreshing his memory. Bruno Guimaraes, ability, A+ potential, A+ overall rating. the engine of their midfield. Fierce tackler, great passer, always energetic. Alexander Isak. Ability, a potential, A+ overall rating. Tall, quick, clinical finisher. A real threat in the box with his intelligent runs. Fabian Schär. Ability, a potential, B+ overall rating, B+. Strong, experienced center back, good on the ball, and capable of long-range passes. They'll be aggressive, they'll press us, Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll try to bully us in midfield, make it a dogfight. We need to match their physicality, but play with composure. We need to show them the quality that defines champions, to relentlessly break them down. Nathan nodded. Relentless. That was the mark of an era-defining icon. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was vibrant, a packed house eager for another Premier League victory. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening, a sea of red anticipating a dominant performance from their champions. Fipe. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Newcastle started with their characteristic intensity and aggressive high press. They swarmed United's midfield, denying space, making every pass a battle. Bruno Guimaraes was everywhere, snapping into tackles, trying to stifle Nathan and Bruno Fernandes. United tried to assert their dominance, but Newcastle's energy was overwhelming. Nathan, despite his perfected dribbling, found little space in the congested midfield, every touch met with immediate, physical pressure. Minute 20. Newcastle scored. A quick turnover in midfield saw Bruno Guimaraes win the ball, then launch a precise through pass. Alexander Isak latched onto it, held off Lisandro Martinez, and fired a powerful shot past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Newcastle United 1. Old Trafford groaned. Newcastle's intensity had paid off. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, but this time it was accompanied by a deeper understanding. Newcastle's energy was formidable, but could be turned against them. United needed to not just match their fight, but to exceed it with an almost superhuman level of sustained effort, to break their spirit through sheer, unending physical and mental resilience. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding. System notification. Your team is facing a high-energy, relentless opponent, requiring an almost superhuman level of sustained effort and boundless energy to outwork and mentally exhaust them, ultimately breaking their will. You may request one random legendary endless stamina / unyielding engine skill in the style of a football icon to command the midfield through boundless energy, consistently win every duel, and project an unshakable, relentless presence that completely drains the opposition's morale and physicality. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Endless stamina? Unyielding engine? This was it. This was about turning the game into a war of attrition and being the last one standing, the true hallmark of an era-defining icon. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The Marathon Man of Kante. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your physical endurance, recovery rate, and tireless defensive work rate are elevated to an unprecedented level. You will cover every blade of grass, consistently win back possession, and relentlessly hound opponents, physically and mentally exhausting them with your boundless energy and unyielding presence. A profound sense of limitless energy and unshakable determination coursed through Nathan. He felt no fatigue, only an insatiable hunger to run, to tackle, to win every single ball. He saw the smallest signs of weariness in the Newcastle players and instinctively knew how to exploit it, how to push harder, how to press even when they thought they had a moment's rest. He became the engine that never stopped, a perpetual motion machine in the heart of the pitch, seemingly appearing everywhere at once. He immediately charged forward, pressing Sean Longstaff, who had just received the ball deep in his own half. Longstaff, usually composed, felt Nathan's instant, tireless pressure. Nathan didn't just close him down. He hounded him, forcing a rushed, misplaced pass. The ball spilled to Bruno Fernandes. United launched a lightning-fast counterattack. Bruno played a quick pass to Nathan, who carried the ball into Newcastle's half, then unleashed a perfectly weighted through ball to Marcus Rashford, who had made a blistering run. Rashford was in. He slotted it past Nick Pope. Goohul! The net bulged. Manchester United 1, Newcastle United 1. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar, a mixture of pure exhilaration and relief. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, his teammates mobbing him. The marathon man of Kante had turned relentless effort into a decisive equalizer. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a blur of constant motion. He covered immense ground, winning tackles, intercepting passes, and launching counterattacks. He pressed Newcastle's defenders deep in their own half, forcing them into errors. He shadowed Bruno Guimaraes, making it impossible for the midfielder to find space. Newcastle, initially so disciplined, started to look visibly tired, frustrated, and overwhelmed by Nathan's sheer, unending energy. The marathon man of Kante faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete dominance through sheer effort and will. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run and cross from Diogo Dalot found Harry Kane, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's control. Newcastle pushed for an equalizer, their fans roaring them on, but United's sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from long-range shots. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Newcastle, disheartened by the relentless pressure, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Newcastle United 1. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a dominant home win that kept their Premier League title challenge strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another incredible fight. Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your energy today, your tireless running. You broke them down completely. You defined that midfield battle. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to keep the pressure on, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, outworking a relentless opponent through sheer, unending effort. Ding. Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your consistent, unparalleled performance across all facets of the game, now highlighted by an almost superhuman level of sustained effort and physical dominance, is profoundly cementing your status as the undisputed defining figure of the current footballing era. Your influence on the narrative of the sport is undeniable and widely recognized globally, transcending physical limits. Nathan's eyes widened. Transcending physical limits. This wasn't just about football anymore. It was about something deeper, a defiance of the very boundaries of human endurance. He was truly becoming the symbol of this era. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 25 Premier League goals in the current season, becoming the fastest player in Premier League history to reach this milestone, surpassing Erling Haaland's previous record. Nathan's jaw dropped. Fastest to 25 Premier League goals, surpassing Erling Haaland, a fellow S+ rated player, the ultimate goal machine. Chapter 149. The Fox's Fury and the Unseen Web. The raw power unleashed against Newcastle, securing yet another Premier League record, still hummed in Nathan's veins. His overall rating, S+, was now an intrinsic part of his being, a silent assurance that he belonged among the undisputed pantheon. But the Legacy Archive, its era-defining icon, challenge truly propelled him forward. It wasn't just about individual records. It was about consistently shaping the very narrative of football, setting new tactical trends, and becoming a global symbol of an entire generation. He watched old matches, constantly searching for ways to further imprint his influence on the game, to push the boundaries of what an individual player could achieve over a sustained period, consistently dominating every facet. He spent extra time after training, focusing on anticipation. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 100%, mastery, was now an effortless, instinctual part of him, allowing him to navigate tight spaces and launch attacks with breathtaking fluidity. He practiced reading opponents' intentions, predicting passes, and positioning himself perfectly to win the ball back and immediately launch a devastating counterattack. One blustery morning at Carrington, during a complex defensive drill, Nathan received the ball deep. He held it for a beat, drawing a defender, then unleashed a no-look pass that split two pressing midfielders and found Lisandro Martinez in acres of space. Martinez then launched a pinpoint long ball to Harry Kane, who effortlessly scored. Erik ten Hag, watching closely, nodded. That's the kind of transition we need. Nathan, the manager said. Winning it back, then punishing them instantly. Perfect. Nathan grinned. Just trying to make it quick, boss. He observed his teammates, knowing that their sustained efforts and quick transitions were vital for defining this era alongside him. Case Moreau, ability, A+ potential, B overall rating, A+. The unyielding force in midfield. His quiet leadership and consistent ball winning are invaluable, providing the platform for rapid counters. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. His energy and willingness to make intelligent runs make him an invaluable asset in turning defense into attack. The next challenge, a home FA Cup fifth-round tie against Leicester City at Old Trafford. This was a classic FA Cup tie, a Premier League champion against a team known for their attacking flair, pace, and dangerous counterattacks. Nathan knew Leicester would be immense, motivated, disciplined, and eager to spring an upset. The magic of the FA Cup meant anything was possible, and United couldn't afford complacency. Nathan used his talent scout on Leicester's key players. James Maddison, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. Their primary creative hub. Excellent vision, dangerous set-piece taker, and can score from distance. Harvey Barnes, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. Blistering pace, direct dribbler, and a clinical finisher. A constant threat on the counterattack. Kelechi Iheanacho, ability, A potential, A overall rating, B+. Intelligent striker, good link-up play, and a clinical finisher in the box. They'll sit deep, soak up pressure, and then hit us fast with Maddison, Barnes, and Iheanacho. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. We need to be defensively disciplined, but when we lose the ball, we need to counter-press instantly. We need to suffocate their transitions before they even begin. Nathan nodded. Suffocate transitions. That was the key to an era-defining icon's influence. The atmosphere at Old Trafford was vibrant, a packed house eager for another FA Cup victory. The roar as the teams walked out was deafening, a sea of red anticipating a dominant performance from their champions. Fipe. The whistle blew, and the FA Cup clash was underway. Leicester City started exactly as predicted. They formed a tight defensive block, inviting United to attack, then looked to spring rapid counterattacks. James Maddison was central to their breaks, constantly looking for Harvey Barnes' runs. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Leicester's defense, led by the experienced Johnny Evans and Wout Faes, was disciplined, frustrating every attempt to create clear-cut chances. Minute 20. Leicester struck first from a lightning-fast counterattack. James Maddison won the ball in midfield, then immediately launched a pinpoint through ball into space. Harvey Barnes, with his blistering pace, latched onto it, raced into the box, and fired a powerful shot past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Leicester City 1. Old Trafford groaned. Another clinical counterattack goal. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, but this time, it was accompanied by a deeper understanding. Leicester's transition speed was formidable, and United needed to not just react, but to anticipate and shut down these attacks at their source, turning defense into immediate, overwhelming offense, demonstrating a complete mastery of the game's flow. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is vulnerable to rapid counterattacks from a fast-breaking opponent, requiring preemptive defensive intelligence and instant transition to maintain dominance and create decisive scoring opportunities. You may request one random legendary anticipatory defending/instant counterattacking skill in the style of a football icon to read opponents' attacking intentions, make crucial interceptions, and immediately launch devastating, precise counterattacks that exploit newly open spaces. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Anticipatory defending? Instant contre-attacking? This was it. This was about seeing the game 2 steps ahead, turning Leicester's strengths into their weaknesses. This was the ultimate display of an era-defining icon, as comprehensive influence. Ding! Random skill activated. The tactical interceptor of Makelele, counterattack catalyst. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to read the opponent's attacking patterns, anticipate passes and runs, and make crucial interceptions is significantly enhanced. Immediately after winning possession, your vision and execution for launching rapid, precise counterattacks that exploit newly created spaces are also dramatically improved. You will be the architect of both defensive solidity and offensive devastation. A profound sense of foresight and immediate action washed over Nathan. He felt like he could see the future of Leicester's attacks, where their passes would go, where their runners would move. He wasn't just defending. He was setting traps, creating a tactical net to snare their attacks, and then instantly triggering a devastating counteroffensive. He became the master of transitions, turning defensive moments into immediate attacking threats. He immediately dropped slightly deeper, positioning himself strategically. When Leicester tried to launch another counterattack, James Maddison attempted a through ball to Harvey Barnes. But Nathan, with the tactical interceptor of Makelele, counterattack catalyst, active, was already there, seemingly appearing out of nowhere to intercept the pass with a clean, powerful tackle. The ball was won back. Nathan immediately launched a rapid counterattack. He played a quick, incisive pass to Bruno Fernandes, who instantly returned it. Then, with a burst of perfected dribbling, Nathan surged into Leicester's half, leaving two midfielders behind. He saw Marcus Rashford making a blistering run down the left wing, and without hesitation, unleashed a perfectly weighted through ball that split Leicester's defense. Rashford was in. He slotted it past Danny Ward. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won, Leicester City won. Old Trafford erupted in a thunderous roar, a mixture of pure exhilaration and disbelief. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Rashford. The tactical interceptor of Makelele had turned defense into an immediate, devastating equalizer. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was everywhere, shutting down Leicester's attacks before they could even begin. He intercepted passes, broke up plays, and instantly launched counterattacks. Leicester struggled to even get the ball out of their own half, constantly suffocated by United's relentless transitions orchestrated by Nathan. The tactical interceptor of Makelele, counterattack catalyst, faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete dominance over the game's transitions. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run and cross from Diogo Dalot found Harry Kane, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's control. Leicester pushed for an equalizer, their fans roaring them on, but United sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Leicester, disheartened by the brilliance, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Leicester City 1. Old Trafford cheered, celebrating a hard-fought win that secured their progression in the FA Cup. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another incredible fight. Lads, another victory. Nathan, your interceptions and that immediate counterattack for the goal. Simply world-class. You completely nullified their threat. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just try to read the game, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, turning defense into offense with unparalleled tactical precision. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your consistent, unparalleled performance across all facets of the game, now highlighted by your mastery of transitions and instant counterattacking, is profoundly cementing your status as the undisputed defining figure of the current footballing era. Your influence on the narrative of the sport is undeniable and widely recognized globally, setting new standards for comprehensive play. Nathan's eyes widened. Setting new standards for comprehensive play. This wasn't just about winning. It was about shaping how the game was played. The narrative was being molded, game by game. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 30 goals plus assists across all competitions in the current season, becoming the fastest player in Premier League history to reach this milestone, surpassing Thierry Henry's previous record, again. Nathan's jaw dropped. Fastest to 30 goals plus assists across all competitions, surpassing Thierry Henry again and again. Chapter 150. Unreachable benchmark for midfielders. The record for fastest to 25 Premier League goals for a midfielder, followed by 30 G plus A across all competitions, and then 40 Premier League G plus A, now hummed in Nathan's veins like a constant, thrilling melody. His overall rating, S plus was an intrinsic part of him, a quiet assurance that he belonged among the undisputed pantheon. But the Legacy Archive's era-defining icon challenge truly propelled him forward. It wasn't just about individual records. It was about consistently shaping the very narrative of football, setting new tactical trends, and becoming a global symbol of an entire generation. He watched old matches, constantly searching for ways to further imprint his influence on the game, to push the boundaries of what an individual player could achieve over a sustained period, dominating every facet. He spent extra time after training, focusing on anticipation and physical dominance. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 100% mastery, was now an effortless, instinctual part of him, allowing him to navigate tight spaces and launch attacks with breathtaking fluidity. He practiced reading opponents' intentions, predicting passes, and positioning himself perfectly to win the ball back and immediately launch a devastating counterattack. One blustery morning at Carrington, during a complex defensive drill, Nathan received the ball deep. He held it for a beat, drawing a defender, then unleashed a no-look pass that split two pressing midfielders and found Lisandro Martinez in acres of space. Martinez then launched a pinpoint long ball to Harry Kane, who effortlessly scored. Erik ten Hag, watching closely, nodded. "That's the kind of transition we need," Nathan, the manager, said. "Winning it back, then punishing them instantly. Perfect." Nathan grinned. "Just trying to make it quick, boss." He observed his teammates, knowing that their sustained efforts and quick transitions were vital for defining this era alongside him. Harry Kane, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. His unerring ability to find the back of the net makes him the perfect partner for Nathan's creative brilliance. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. His energy and willingness to make intelligent runs make him an invaluable asset in turning defense into attack. The next challenge, an away Premier League fixture against West Ham United at the London Stadium. Their previous league encounter at Old Trafford had been a tough 2-0 home win. Nathan knew West Ham, with their physical approach, disciplined defense, and dangerous set pieces, would be desperate to snatch a point or three from the champions. They were known for frustrating bigger teams and would be extra motivated at home. Nathan used his talent scout on West Ham's familiar faces, refreshing his memory. Tomas Soucek, ability, A potential, B+ overall rating, A. The midfield engine, dominant in the air, tireless work rate, and a goal threat from deep. Lucas Paqueta, ability, A potential, A+ overall rating. Their creative hub can unlock defenses with a pass or a dribble, but also works hard defensively. Jared Bowen, ability, A potential, A overall rating. Pacey winger, excellent finisher on the break. A constant threat. They will be well-organized, compact, Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They will sit deep, frustrate us, and try to hit us on the counter or from set pieces. We need to be patient, disciplined, but when the moment comes, we need to be absolutely ruthless. Nathan nodded. Ruthless. That was the mark of an era-defining icon. The atmosphere of the London Stadium was vibrant, a massive bowl of noise, a sea of claret and blue. The West Ham fans were in full voice, their chants loud and proud, ready to cheer on their team against the double champions. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. West Ham started exactly as predicted. They formed a very deep, tight defensive block, denying United any central space. Their midfielders tracked relentlessly, closing down every passing lane, making it incredibly difficult for Nathan and Bruno Fernandes to thread passes through. Tomas Soucek was a giant in the air, winning every defensive header, while Lucas Paqueta worked tirelessly to disrupt United's rhythm. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. West Ham's defense seemed impenetrable, frustrating every attempt to create clear-cut chances. Minute 20. West Ham struck first from a physical set piece. A corner kick was swung in, and Kurt Zouma, with a powerful leap, rose highest in the box, heading it fiercely past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, West Ham 1. The London Stadium erupted, a thunderous roar of jubilation. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, but this time it was accompanied by a deeper understanding. West Ham's physicality was formidable, and United needed to not just match it, but to overwhelm it, to impose their physical dominance and dictate play even against a highly robust team, turning their strength into a weakness. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a physically imposing and resolute opponent, requiring unparalleled physical dominance and leadership in duels to control the midfield and break their spirit. You may request one random legendary physical dominance / aerial commanding skill in the style of a football icon to win every contested ball, dominate opponents in physical challenges, and project an unyielding presence that asserts complete control over the pitch's physical battles. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Unparalleled physical dominance? Aerial commanding? This was it. This was about winning the battle of wills, about imposing himself physically in every aspect of the game, a true hallmark of an era-defining icon. Yes, activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The dominant colossus of Van Dyke, midfield edition. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your physical strength, aerial ability, and commanding presence in defensive and midfield duels are significantly enhanced. You will win a disproportionate number of headers and tackles, effortlessly shield the ball, and project an unshakable physical authority that intimidates opponents and elevates your team's collective aerial and ground dueling prowess. A profound sense of imposing strength and unshakable authority washed over Nathan. He felt like a giant, effortlessly shrugging off challenges, dominating aerial battles, and controlling every physical duel. He saw West Ham's players as smaller, weaker opponents, and instinctively knew how to outmuscle them, how to assert his physical superiority in every part of the pitch. He became an unyielding, dominant force. He immediately dropped deep, calling for the ball from Case Moreau. Tomas Soucek and Declan Rice, if still at West Ham, let's assume he is. It makes the midfield battle epic, converged on him, ready to press. Nathan received the ball, took one powerful touch. Then, with the dominant colossus of Van Dyke, midfield edition, active, he simply shielded the ball from Soucek, turning him with effortless ease. Rice lunged in, but Nathan, with a burst of sheer physical power, held him off, maintaining possession and momentum. The crowd gasped. He had just shrugged off two of the Premier League's most physical midfielders. He then launched himself forward, joining the attack. In the 28th minute, this physical dominance paid off. United won a corner. Bruno Fernandes swung it in, a dangerous, curling ball. Nathan, with the dominant colossus of Van Dyke, midfield edition, active, surged into the box, shrugging off Craig Dawson and Kurt Zouma. He rose highest, impossibly high, above everyone, and powered a header towards goal. Łukasz Fabianski threw himself across, but the header was struck with immense power and precision. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won, West Ham won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roaring wave of relief and jubilation. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, his teammates mobbing him. The dominant colossus of Van Dyke had broken West Ham's resolve through sheer physical superiority. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was unstoppable in physical battles. He won every aerial duel, every tackle, every shielding attempt. He dominated the midfield, outmuscling opponents, and projecting an unshakable physical authority that visibly frustrated West Ham. They struggled to get near him, constantly being outfought. The dominant colossus of Van Dyke, midfield edition, faded, but it had done its job. United had asserted complete physical dominance. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant pass from Nathan, his continuous creative output still shining, found Marcus Rashford, who cut inside and unleashed a powerful shot that flew past Fabianski, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's control. West Ham pushed for an equalizer, their fans roaring them on, but United sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea was rarely tested. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. West Ham, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2. West Ham United 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A hard-fought away win secured, keeping their Premier League title challenge strong. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another incredible fight. Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, your header for the goal, and your physical dominance today, you own that midfield. Unbelievable. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just trying to make things difficult for them, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, adding a new dimension of physical dominance to his game. Ding! Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your consistent, unparalleled performance across all facets of the game, now highlighted by an unprecedented level of physical dominance, is profoundly cementing your status as the undisputed defining figure of the current footballing era. Your influence on the narrative of the sport is undeniable and widely recognized globally, setting new benchmarks for comprehensive play and physical authority. Nathan's eyes widened. Unprecedented level of physical dominance. This was it. The narrative was being shaped, game by game, highlighting every facet of his multifaceted brilliance. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 30 Premier League goals in the current season, becoming the fastest midfielder in Premier League history to reach this milestone, surpassing Frank Lampard's previous record. Again, Nathan's jaw dropped. Fastest to 30 Premier League goals. He had already surpassed Lampard's best goal-scoring season for a midfielder, 22 goals. And now he had hit 30, setting an entirely new, almost unreachable benchmark for midfielders. Chapter 151. Villa Park's Fury and the Unwavering Verdict. The thunderous roar of Old Trafford, celebrating yet another record, still echoed in Nathan's mind like a triumphant anthem. Fastest to 30 Premier League goals for a midfielder. A statistic that felt almost mythical. His overall rating, S+, was now an intrinsic part of his being, a silent assurance that he stood among the undisputed pantheon. But the Legacy Archive S, era-defining icon, challenge truly propelled him forward. It wasn't just about individual records. It was about consistently shaping the very narrative of football, setting new tactical trends, and becoming a global symbol of an entire generation. He devoured tactical analyses, watched old matches with a new eye, seeing how legends not only played, but dictated the very flow and philosophy of the game, consistently, game after game. His perfected dribbling from glide of Messi, 100% mastery, was now an effortless, instinctual part of him, allowing him to navigate tight spaces and launch attacks with breathtaking fluidity. He practiced scoring from varied positions, assisting in different ways, and influencing the game's tempo, both offensively and defensively. It was about being consistently brilliant every single minute, under any pressure, to a degree that became utterly predictable in its excellence. One crisp morning at Carrington, during a complex attacking drill, Nathan received the ball deep. He held it for a beat, drawing a defender. Then, with a subtle glance and a perfectly weighted-through ball, he threaded it to Harry Kane, who effortlessly scored. Erik ten Hag, watching closely, nodded. "That's the kind of vision we need, Nathan," the manager said. "Making the difficult look simple, consistently." Nathan grinned. Consistent greatness. That was the goal. He observed his teammates, knowing that their sustained efforts were vital for defining this era alongside him. Harry Kane, ability, S potential, B+ overall rating, S. His unerring ability to find the back of the net makes him the perfect partner for Nathan's creative brilliance. Bruno Fernandes, ability, A+ potential, B+ overall rating, A. His energy and willingness to make intelligent runs make him an invaluable asset in turning defense into attack. The next challenge, an away Premier League fixture against Aston Villa at Villa Park. Their previous league encounter at Old Trafford had been a tough 2-1 home win. Nathan knew Villa, under their shrewd manager Unai Emery, were a formidable side at home, known for their disciplined defense, energetic midfield, and clinical counterattacks. This would be a true test of United's consistency and resilience. Nathan used his talent scout on Villa's key players, refreshing his memory. John McGinn, ability, A potential, B+ overall rating. The heart of their midfield, tireless, powerful, can score from distance. Ollie Watkins, ability, A potential, A overall rating. Fast, direct striker, always making intelligent runs in behind. Emiliano Martinez, ability, A+ potential, A overall rating, A. World Cup winner, confident, aggressive keeper, fantastic shot stopper. Douglas Luiz, ability, A potential, A overall rating. Midfield anchor, excellent passer, dangerous from set pieces. Villa Park will be buzzing. Erik ten Hag warned in the pre-match briefing. They'll be organized, aggressive, and try to hit us on the counter. We need to be solid at the back, but find that decisive moment in attack. Every chance matters. Nathan nodded. Decisiva moments. The hallmark of an era-defining icon. The atmosphere at Villa Park was electric, a passionate sea of claret and blue. The chants were fierce, the roar of the home crowd deafening as the teams walked out. It felt like stepping into a lion's den, where every United touch was met with a chorus of boos. Feep. The whistle blew, and the Premier League clash was underway. Aston Villa started with fierce defensive discipline, forming a tight, low block, mirroring their previous approach. Their midfielders tracked relentlessly, closing down every passing lane. John McGinn and Douglas Luiz were tireless in midfield, snapping into tackles, making it incredibly difficult for Nathan and Bruno Fernandes to thread passes through. United dominated possession, but it was slow, probing football. Villa's defense seemed impenetrable, frustrating every attempt to create clear-cut chances. Minute 20. Villa struck first from a quick counterattack. Leon Bailey won the ball deep in his own half, burst forward with blistering pace, then launched a pinpoint through ball into space. Ollie Watkins latched onto it, held off Lisandro Martinez, and fired a powerful shot past David De Gea. Manchester United 0, Aston Villa 1. Villa Park erupted, a thunderous roar of jubilation. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind, but this time it was accompanied by a deep sense of challenge. Villa's counterattacking threat was real, and United needed to not just respond, but to deliver a truly decisive, game-changing blow, a moment of unparalleled clarity that would turn the tide against a disciplined opponent. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the air, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is facing a disciplined, counterattacking opponent, requiring a singular, ultimate moment of decisive action to break their resolve and secure a game-winning advantage. You may request one random, legendary ultimate decisiveness/game-winning action skill in the style of a football icon to convert high-pressure situations into undeniable scoring opportunities, providing the perfect goal or assist that completely shifts the match's outcome and breaks the opponent's spirit. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Ultimate decisiveness? Game-winning advantage? This was it. This was about seizing the moment, about making the perfect, defining play when it mattered most, a true hallmark of an era-defining icon. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The clutch catalyst of Maradona, game winner. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to instantly read high-pressure situations, identify the single most decisive action, goal or assist, and execute it with unparalleled precision and conviction is significantly enhanced. You will become the unwavering catalyst for game-winning moments, turning the tide with a singular, perfect play. A profound sense of cold, unwavering determination, and absolute clarity washed over Nathan. He felt like he could see the entire game unfold in slow motion. Every player's movement, every defensive gap, every potential pathway. He understood the single, most impactful action he needed to take to shift the entire match. He was not just playing. He was making a definitive statement, an unyielding decision. Nathan didn't hesitate. With his perfected dribbling, he executed a lightning-fast feint, drawing Konsa slightly to one side. He then delivered a perfectly weighted through ball, not just accurate, but timed to absolute perfection. It threaded through a tiny gap between Konsa and Tyrone Mings, right into the path of Marcus Rashford, who had made a blistering, perfectly timed run from the left wing. Rashford was in. He slotted it past Emiliano Martinez. Goal! The net bulged. Manchester United won. Aston Villa won. The small pocket of United fans erupted in a roaring wave of joyous relief, their cheers momentarily silencing Villa Park. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, embracing Rashford. The clutch catalyst of Maradona had provided the decisive assist, turning a moment of pressure into an immediate, game-changing equalizer. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a force of absolute decisiveness. He kept finding dangerous positions, creating chances with uncanny consistency, every pass and shot feeling utterly final, utterly perfect. He unleashed a powerful shot from outside the box that forced a spectacular diving save from Martinez. He then played a quick 1-2 with Harry Kane that almost led to another goal, but Villa's defense, though rattled, held firm. The clutch catalyst of Maradona, game winner, faded, but it had done its job. United had weathered the early storm and established their attacking dominance through a moment of absolute decision-making. Just before halftime, United took the lead. A brilliant run and cross from Diogo Dalot found Harry Kane, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to United's control. Aston Villa pushed for an equalizer, their fans roaring them on, but United's sustained pressure and tactical discipline, influenced by Nathan's earlier orchestration, made it difficult for them. David De Gea made a couple of crucial saves from Leon Bailey shots. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. The final minutes of the match were comfortable for United. Aston Villa, disheartened, couldn't find a way back into the game. The final whistle blew. Manchester United 2, Aston Villa 1. The United players celebrated wildly, hugging each other, exhausted but ecstatic. A crucial away win secured, maintaining their strong Premier League title challenge. In the jubilant changing room, Erik ten Hag was beaming. Another incredible fight. Lads, another 3 points. Nathan, that assist for the first goal? Pure genius. You saw it and made it happen. Nathan, breathless but beaming, just grinned. Just try to make the right decision, boss. He checked his system. Overall rating, S+. Still S+. He had demonstrated the unwavering brilliance of an undisputed legend, making the crucial, game-winning decision when it mattered most. Ding. Legacy Archive Update. Challenge progress for the era-defining icon. Description: your consistent, unparalleled performance across all facets of the game, now highlighted by your ultimate decisiveness in high-pressure moments, is profoundly cementing your status as the undisputed defining figure of the current footballing era. Your impact on the narrative of the sport is undeniable and widely recognized globally, setting new benchmarks for game-winning influence. Nathan's eyes widened, setting new benchmarks for game-winning influence. This wasn't just about winning, it was about how he won consistently and decisively. The narrative was being shaped game by game. Ding! New record alert. You have now reached 35 Premier League goals plus assists in the current season, becoming the fastest player in Premier League history to reach this milestone, surpassing Thierry Henry's previous record. Once again. Chapter 152, 2030 FIFA World Cup Final. Ultimate Challenge complete. You have achieved the rank of Undisputed GOAT. After 3 years. The roar of the crowd in the Santiago Bernabeu, the iconic stage for the 2030 FIFA World Cup Final, was a symphony Nathan had come to know intimately. 3 years had passed since that record-breaking season, a whirlwind of trophies, personal accolades, and a continuous redefining of what it meant to be a footballer. His overall rating, S+, was no longer a personal ambition. It was a universally acknowledged truth, whispered by fans, studied by analysts, and confirmed by the shimmer of his legacy archive. Over these 6 years, Nathan had solidified his place as an era-defining icon. Manchester United had claimed 5 Premier League titles, 3 more Champions League crowns, 3 FA Cups, and 4 League Cups under his unwavering influence. He had personally lifted the Ballon d'Or 5 times, collected countless golden boots and playmaker awards, his name synonymous with sustained, comprehensive brilliance. His career statistics were almost mythical. Manchester United career, 2024 to 2030. Appearances, 300 plus. Goals, 250. Assists, 200. Total G plus A, 450, shattering club and league records. England national team, 2024 to 2030. Appearances, 60 plus. Goals, 50. Assists, 40. Total G plus A, 90. Approaching all-time national team records. His perfected dribbling from glide to Messi, 100%. Mastery felt like a natural extension of his will, allowing him to navigate the tightest spaces with breathtaking fluidity, even after years of relentless pressure. He had mastered the art of tactical innovation, leadership, and unwavering consistency, fulfilling the ultimate challenges of the legacy archive. Now, he stood on the precipice of history once more, leading England in the World Cup final. This was the biggest stage, the one trophy he hadn't lifted with his national team yet. The opponent? None other than France, a familiar and formidable rival, champions in their own right, and led by the enduring genius of Kylian Mbappé. The England dressing room was a mix of nervous energy and steely determination. Declan Rice, now the undisputed captain, clapped his hands. This is it, lads. Everything. All the training, all the sacrifices. For this. For our country. Harry Kane, still the spearhead, nodded. One last push, boys. Leave nothing out there. Nathan felt a calm resolve. He had faced these moments countless times. This was what he was built for. He used his talent scout on the French lineup, familiar faces blended with rising stars. Kylian Mbappe, ability, S+ potential, S overall rating, S+. Still the pinnacle of pace and finishing. The ultimate threat. Their captain, Eduardo Camavinga, ability, A+ potential, S overall rating, A+. The engine of their midfield, tireless, technically superb. Controls the tempo. William Saliba, ability, A+ potential, S overall rating, A+. Commanding center back, reads the game beautifully, physical presence. Mike Maignan, ability, A+ potential, S overall rating, A+. Phenomenal goalkeeper, agile, fantastic shot stopper and distribution. Gareth Southgate, seasoned by years of high-pressure tournaments, spoke calmly. France are formidable. They will be organized, quick, and ruthless. But we have heart, we have courage, and we have the best player in the world. Stick to the plan, trust each other. Bring it home. The atmosphere of the Santiago Bernabéu was a breathtaking tapestry of noise. Half the stadium a roaring sea of English white and red, the other half of vibrant blue, draped in French tricolors. The World Cup anthem swelled, then vanished in a collective roar that vibrated through Nathan's very bones. FIPI. The whistle blew, and the 2030 FIFA World Cup final was underway. France, true to their pedigree, started with blistering pace and tactical discipline. Mbappe was immediately active, darting down the left wing, his runs creating havoc for Reece James. Antoine Griezmann, still orchestrating from a deeper role, pulled strings, constantly looking for openings. England, though, met them with a newfound steel. Declan Rice and Jude Bellingham battled fiercely in midfield, trying to disrupt Camavinga's rhythm. Nathan drifted between the lines, using his perfected dribbling to retain possession and launch quick counterattacks. Minute 18. France scored. A quick 1-2 between Mbappe and Randall Kolo Muani on the left wing saw Mbappe burst into the box. He drilled a low cross that deflected off Levi Colwill, falling directly to Kingsley Coman, who tapped it into the empty net. England 0, France 1. The blue half of the stadium erupted, a wave of jubilation. Nathan felt the familiar sting of falling behind in a major final, but this time, there was an almost calm certainty. This was the moment. The biggest stage, the greatest challenge. He knew what was needed. Not just a goal, but a moment that would transcend the game, a definitive statement from an era-defining icon, sealing his place as the ultimate GOAT. Just then, the familiar system chime cut through the noise, sharp and clear. Ding! System notification. Your team is trailing in the World Cup final against a formidable opponent, requiring a singular, unparalleled moment of transcendent genius to turn the tide and deliver an era-defining impact. You may request one random, legendary, ultimate, decisive moment / legacy sealing skill in the style of a football icon to execute a breathtaking, unplayable action that not only secures a crucial goal / assist, but also etches your name into football history as the undisputed, era-defining GOAT. Do you wish to activate it? Nathan's eyes narrowed. Transcendent genius? Legacy sealing? Era-defining GOAT. This was it. This was the culmination of everything. The final frontier of his journey. This wasn't just about winning the match. It was about defining his place in eternity. Yes. Activate. Ding. Random skill activated. The Immortal's crowning touch of Pelé, world stage. Effect. For the next 5 minutes of in-game time, your ability to execute a perfect, game-winning action, goal, or assist on the biggest stage, combining all your perfected skills with an almost supernatural composure and tactical foresight, is elevated to an unprecedented, unchallengeable level. You will create a moment of pure, unforgettable footballing artistry that directly leads to a decisive goal and solidifies your status as the undisputed GOAT forever. A profound, almost spiritual sense of destiny washed over Nathan. He felt a calmness that defied the roaring stadium, a clarity that saw every possibility, every nuance of the game. His perfected dribbling, his strategic vision, his finishing prowess, his leadership, his physical dominance, all fused into a single, seamless, all-encompassing force. He was the master of his own fate, the architect of his legacy. This wasn't just a skill, it was the ultimate expression of his being. He immediately dropped deep, calling for the ball from Jude Bellingham. France's midfielders, Camavinga and Tchouaméni, converged on him, ready to press. Nathan received the ball, took one serene touch. Then, with the Immortals' crowning touch of Pelé, world stage, active, he began his ultimate masterpiece. He weaved past Camavinga with an effortless feint, then turned Tchouaméni inside out with a sudden chop, leaving both midfielders stunned. He was now surging into France's half, bearing down on their defense. William Saliba and Dayot Upamecano stepped up, forming a seemingly impenetrable wall. Nathan didn't hesitate. With the ball glued to his foot from his perfected dribbling, he executed a dizzying series of rapid step-overs. Then, with a burst of unparalleled agility, he slipped between Saliba and Upamecano as if they weren't even there. He was clean through, inside the box, one-on-one with Mike Maignan. Maignan rushed out, making himself big, his imposing frame filling the goal. Nathan, with cold, divine precision, subtly shifted the ball, feigning a shot to the near post. Maignan lunged. Then, with a delicate, almost disrespectful touch, Nathan curled the ball with the outside of his boot, around the diving keeper, and into the far corner, watching it ripple the net. Goal! The net bulged. England won, France won. The entire Santiago Bernabéu erupted in an explosion of pure, disbelieving ecstasy, a roar that shook the foundations. Nathan screamed, pumping his fists, his England teammates mobbing him. The Immortals' crowning touch of Pelé had delivered. It was a goal that transcended the match, transcended the tournament. It was a moment the era-defining icon became the undisputed GOAT. For the next 5 minutes, Nathan was a force of absolute destiny. Every touch, every pass, every movement was flawless, radiating a calm authority that unnerved France. He seemed to be everywhere, orchestrating England's attacks, winning crucial tackles, and constantly finding himself in positions to score or assist. He threaded a perfect through ball to Bukayo Saka that was just saved by Maignan. The Immortals' crowning touch of Pelé faded, but its impact had been seismic. England had seized the momentum. Just before halftime, England took the lead. A brilliant run and cross from Phil Foden found Harry Kane, who powered a header into the net, making it 2-1. The second half was a testament to England's resolve and France's relentless pursuit. Mbappé was a constant threat, his pace and power causing problems for the England defense. Jordan Pickford, in goal, made several crucial saves, proving why he was England's number one. Nathan continued to influence the game, with his perfected dribbling allowing him to constantly create space and dictate play. His leadership radiated, calming his teammates under immense pressure. The final minutes of the match were agonizingly tense. France threw everything forward, desperate for an equalizer. In the 89th minute, Mbappé unleashed a powerful shot that Pickford somehow tipped on a crossbar. The ball rebounded to Olivier Giroud, but Luke Shaw, with a last-ditch block, cleared it off the line. The referee looked at his watch. England were holding on. The crowd was a roaring wave of anticipation. Then, deep into injury time, France won a free kick just outside the box. Mbappé stood over it. The stadium held its breath. This was it, the very last chance. Mbappé struck it, a powerful, curling shot over the wall, destined for the top corner. But David Raya, in for the last minutes for some reason with a spectacular fingertip save, pushed it wide for a corner. The final whistle blew an instant later, before the corner could be taken. Fipe. England had won the World Cup. England 2, France 1. The entire stadium, now a sea of jubilant white and red, erupted. Players collapsed, overcome with emotion. Nathan fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. He had done it. World Cup, Champions League, Premier League, the ultimate GOAT. His teammates piled on him, a joyous, chaotic embrace. Harry Kane, the captain, pulled him into a tight hug. "We did it, Nathan. You did it. You're the best, mate. The absolute best." Nathan, breathless but overwhelmed with emotion, just grinned through his tears. He checked his system, the familiar chime resonating, but this time it felt different, like a final, glorious chime. Overall rating, S+. It still read S+. But then a final, monumental notification filled his vision, encompassing everything. Ding. Legacy Archive Update. Challenge complete. The era-defining icon has been achieved. Description: you have consistently defined and dominated the narrative of your era, not just through unparalleled performance, but by setting new tactical trends, breaking seemingly unbreakable long-term records, and becoming the universally acknowledged face of modern football for multiple seasons. Your influence on the evolution of the sport is undeniable and widely recognized globally, transcending the pitch to inspire resilience and redefine the very idea of greatness. Ultimate challenge complete. You have achieved the rank of undisputed GOAT. Your legacy is now permanently etched into the very fabric of football history. Your influence will inspire generations, and your name will forever be synonymous with the beautiful game itself. Nathan stared at the screen, a profound sense of peace settling over him. Undisputed GOAT. He had achieved his personal goal, redefined football, and etched his name into eternity. The trophies, the records, the skills, they were all secondary to this feeling of complete fulfillment. The journey had been long, challenging, and exhilarating. But now, as he looked out at the celebrating fans, the world was his. The GOAT had truly arrived. The story of Nathan wasn't just a story of a player. It was a story of football's future, reimagined. And for Nathan, it felt like the most wonderful beginning.